Chapter 1. Find the next family and get a daughter for free. Bang! A loud round of applause echoed in the hall of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Gene Zimming, you fat pig, don't delay my daughter. Under the shocked gaze of everyone, a woman who was 158 centimeters tall and weighed at least 170 kgs, put one hand on her waist and pointed at Gene Zimming's nose with the other. Where am I? When Gene Zimming opened his eyes, he found his face burning and a pig in front of him was pointing at him and scolding him. Fuck, what are you looking at, you fat pig? When Yi Jihua saw the look in her useless son-in-law's eyes, she became angrier and raised her right hand and swung it down with force. Bang! Who are you, fat woman? Seeing a pig's trotter coming towards him, Gene Zimming quickly raised his hand to block it and slapped the other party with his backhand. You are so rebellious, Gene Zimming, how dare you hit me? The other party looked like he couldn't believe that his useless son-in-law dared to fight back. Damn it, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I will beat you up. Gene Zimming raised his fist and clenched it into a fist, making a crackling sound as bones rubbed against each other. Mad, this is my hand. When Gene Zimming saw his arm, he was stunned for a moment. He quickly lowered his head and fell backwards, almost breaking the chair. Gene Zimming, sign your name quickly, and don't embarrass yourself. A cold female voice came from the side, and Gene Zimming turned his head to look. The dazzling lights in the hall made him feel uncomfortable for a moment, and he quickly covered his eyes with his hands. The air was filled with a faint scent of perfume. A tall woman was facing him, walking quickly towards him in high heels. She was wearing a well-tailored business suit and carrying a designer bag, looking elegant and indifferent. He rubbed his temples subconsciously, his mind was in a mess, and suddenly a strange memory flooded into his mind. He is reborn. He was reborn into a man with the same name and surname as him, and this man was going through divorce procedures at the Civil Affairs Bureau. What the hell is this? Gene Zimming couldn't help but curse under his breath. He looked down at himself. He was wearing cheap street clothes, his belly was bulging, his arms were as thick as his thighs, and he weighed at least 230 kilograms. He touched his face again and it was greasy, even he himself was disgusted by it. Divorce! He muttered to himself. After a while. Good. Gene Zimming suddenly raised his head, and a light flashed in his eyes. It's just a divorce, why bother hanging on a tree? Who knows, if you take a step forward, you might see a forest. Rustle. Without thinking too much, I picked up the pen. Clang. Clang. The staff picked up the stamp and stamped it on the divorce certificates one by one. This opening is really... After receiving the divorce certificate from the staff, Gene Zimming walked outside like a wandering soul. Gene Zimming, if you follow me again, I will call the police. The woman turned around and looked at him coldly. Only then did Gene Zimming see his ex-wife's face clearly. She was beautiful, but her eyes were full of disgust and disdain. Ifongya? Gene Zimming called out tentatively. Don't call me by my name, we are divorced, don't show up in front of me again. After saying this, Yifengya quickened her pace, as if even slowing down made her feel sick. Girl, wait for me. There was a sound of earth shaking behind him, and his ex-mother-in-law came out panting. Waste! When passing by Gene Zimming, he did not forget to spit on the ground. What a waste! Gene Zimming stood there, his mind in a mess. Images flashed through my mind. Within 4 years of marriage, after his daughter was born, he quit his job and stayed at home to take care of the three of them, mother and daughter, and their 3 meals a day. 3 months ago, Yifengya filed for divorce and kicked him, his daughter and her 2 daughters out of their home. From that day on, the original owner started drinking heavily, and today he has spent his last penny. Beep! A cell phone rang. Yifengya answered the phone, and her voice instantly became gentle. Mr. Lin, don't worry. I just finished the divorce procedures and will be here soon. Gene Zimming stood there, watching Yifengya and her daughter get into a luxury car and drive away. Damn, this is such a bad start, isn't it? Gene Zimming sighed and touched his pocket. There was only the divorce certificate he had just received and a bunch of keys. Where do I live now? He slapped his head, looked around, and soon his eyes fell on a small electric scooter. This should be mine. When the unlock button was pressed, a sharp sound was heard. Beep! Crunch! As he sat down, the electric scooter made a silent protest and seemed like it would fall apart at any time. Half an hour later. Qin Ziming parked his electric scooter. The rental house was in a dilapidated old building. The corridor was full of junk and the air was filled with a musty smell. I looked up at the end of the stairs and saw a small iron door. Hoo-hoo! After some effort, Qin Ziming went up to the second floor. He was not in a hurry to open the door and go in. He stood at the door, gasping for breath. Squeak! He inserted the key, there was a metallic screeching sound, and he opened the iron door. Dad! He was thinking about what to do next when suddenly a soft child's voice came to his ears. In the shabby rental house, a 3-year-old girl was looking at him timidly. She was wearing an old dress that was obviously ill-fitting, holding a packet of instant noodles in her hand, and there was a little seasoning powder on her face. Sister, is Dad back? Another little girl walked out of the bedroom. Qin Ziming looked at the twins in front of him, then glanced at the messy living room. He suddenly raised his right hand and slapped himself hard. Dad, please stop hitting yourself. Dudu won't eat anymore, the little girl said, tears welling up in her eyes. Qin Ziming couldn't help but feel sad. He squatted down, gently wiped the seasoning powder off her face, and hugged his 2 daughters in his arms. Dudu Mengmeng, Daddy won't hit himself anymore. Daddy will make delicious food for you in the future, okay? Dudu blinked his big eyes, glanced at his sister beside him, and then nodded timidly. At this moment, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Qin Ziming's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have been bound to the daughter's wish system. System tips: the host can obtain generous rewards by completing the mission of fulfilling his daughter's wish. Current task: make a plate of fried rice with egg, get your daughter's approval, and get a novice gift pack as a reward. Qin Ziming was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Clenched fists with excitement. His golden finger has arrived. Dudu Mengmeng, do you want to eat egg fried rice? Qin Ziming reached out and gently scratched his 2 daughters' noses, trying to put on a gentle smile on his face. Dudu's eyes lit up, he took a look at the instant noodles in his hand, and then nodded vigorously. Dudu wants to. Dad, Mengmeng wants to eat egg fried rice too. Mengmeng pinched the corner of her clothes with both hands and spoke cautiously. Okay, wait for me, Dad will make fried rice with egg. After Qin Ziming stood up, he touched the hair of the 2 little guys and then walked towards the kitchen. Chapter 2 Fried Rice Mission, Newbie Gift Pack. With this environment, I can have an appetite to eat. The living room was a mess, with wine bottles and instant noodle boxes scattered on the floor and dirty clothes piled on the sofa. When I walked into the kitchen, the sight was even more horrible. All the pots, pans, and utensils were piled in the sink, covered in thick grease. This original owner is really a waste. Qin Ziming sighed and planned to clean up the house first. Dudu sat obediently on the sofa, holding the bag of instant noodles in her hand, secretly glancing at him from time to time. As for Mengmeng, she brought a plastic stool and sat next to her sister, also glancing at Qin Ziming from time to time. She found that her father had changed today, and he was no longer mean to her and her sister after coming back. Dudu Mengmeng, when Daddy finishes cleaning up, I'll make you fried rice, okay? Looking at the 2 little guys, he couldn't help but feel sad. Well, Dad, we'll help you. Dudu nodded vigorously. She slid down from the sofa and her eyes fell on a pile of dirty clothes. The little guy stretched out his hands and tried hard to be picked up. After some effort, he finally said with a pout, Dad, I can't hold Dudu. She wanted to help her father and eat egg fried rice as soon as possible, and she secretly thought, the egg fried rice made by my father must be delicious. Sister, Mengmeng is here to help you. Mengmeng also stood up from the chair, spread her short legs, and took a few steps forward. Dudu Mengmeng, let Daddy do all this, you just sit still and watch. Qin Ziming originally wanted to say he wanted to watch TV, but then he realized there was no TV in the rental house, so he touched his nose in embarrassment. No, helping Daddy with work is what makes a good child. Dudu shook his head desperately and tried to pick up some dirty clothes. Dad, where is it? After the little guy picked up the dirty clothes, he looked around, and finally raised his little head reluctantly, blinking his big eyes. Dudu Mengmeng, put your dirty clothes in there. Looking at his daughter's expectant eyes, Qin Ziming couldn't bear to disappoint them. After thinking for a while, he walked into the bathroom and took out 2 plastic buckets. Mengmeng knows. Mengmeng took the lead and threw a piece of dirty clothing into the plastic bucket, and finally pressed it down with her hand. Meng Meng is so awesome. He reached out and ruffled the little guy's hair, then began to clean up the living room. Qin Zimin spent an hour and finally tidied up the living room and kitchen so that they were barely usable. As for those that were unusable, he threw them into the trash can on the first floor. Huff. At this time, Qin Zimin sat directly on the ground, gasping for breath. His clothes were soaked, as if he had just climbed out of the water. Dad, let Dudu fan you. It's the middle of summer and the rental house is stuffy. The two little guys' faces turned red, but Dudu still picked up a fan, grabbed the handle with both hands, and fanned hard. Hoo-hoo! After just a few fannings, the little guy began to pant. Dudu, no need, Daddy can do it himself. Qin Zimin reached out to take the fan. Dad, Dudu is not tired. Dudu wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand and continued to fan himself vigorously. Okay, Dad will take a bath first, and then he will make you fried rice. Looking at his daughter's red face, he stood up with heartache and looked around the living room. A smile appeared on his face, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart, this is where people live. Dad, Meng Meng will help you. Seeing that her sister had just fanned her father, Meng Meng's big eyes turned around, and she followed behind happily, standing at the bathroom door. Okay, wait until Daddy finishes taking a bath, Meng Meng can come over to help. Qin Zimin didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and gently pinched his daughter's nose. He felt a fuzzy sensation all over his body and smelled of sweat. When he came to his senses, he didn't want to wait any longer. Yeah, Dad, hurry up, I'm starving. Seeing that her father was not mean to them, Meng Meng became a little bolder and pointed at her sister on the sofa and said, Okay, Meng Meng is so good, Daddy knows. A few minutes later, Qin Zimin came out of the bathroom shirtless, wiping his wet hair with a towel in his hand. Dad, is it okay? Seeing their dad coming out so quickly, Meng Meng ran over, skipping and raising her little head with a look of surprise. The little ones thought that their dad came out so quickly so that they wouldn't be hungry. Okay, Dad will make egg fried rice right away. He took out a few eggs, cracked them one by one and put them into the bowl. As for the leftovers, when he was cleaning up just now, he found that there was still some in the rice cooker, just enough for his two daughters to eat. He would deal with it later. Fortunately, Qin Zimin often cooked when he had nothing to do in his previous life, and his cooking skills were pretty good. He beat the eggs and fried the rice skillfully. Not long after, a fragrance filled the entire house. It smells so good. Dudu jumped off the sofa, ran to the kitchen door, and stared at the fried rice in the pot. Gurgle. As for Meng Meng, she had no idea how many times she had wiped her saliva. She had been watching her father since he started making fried rice. Dad, is it time to eat? At this time, seeing his father stop, the little guy couldn't wait to ask. Yes, little greedy cat, you will have egg fried rice soon. Qin Zimin smiled and filled 2 bowls, placing them on the small dining table. Dad, Dudu, do it yourself. Seeing that his father wanted to pick him up, Dudu waved his hands and climbed onto the chair by himself. Hee, give me a hug, Daddy. Meng Meng is different. She happily raises her hands high, waiting for her father to pick her up. Come, try Dad's cooking. He pushed 2 bowls of egg fried rice in front of his 2 daughters one after another. Dad, where's your egg fried rice? Smelling the delicious egg fried rice, Dudu picked up the spoon and was about to take the first bite when she found out that they were the only ones having it. Daddy is not hungry, Dudu, you guys eat. Seeing his daughter was so sensible, the last bit of unhappiness in Qin Zimin's heart disappeared. He reached out and rubbed his daughter's hair with a doting look on his face. No, Dad, you eat first. Dudu raised the spoon and put it to Qin Zimin's mouth. Okay, Dad, eat. He knew that if he didn't eat, his 2 daughters wouldn't eat either, so he opened his mouth with a smile. Dad, is it delicious? Seeing that his father really ate it, Dudu asked with anticipation. Tasty. Daddy, try something cute, open your mouth. Meng Meng, who was a step slow in reacting, also raised her spoon. Ha, open your mouth, Dad. Dudu couldn't wait to take a bite, and his eyes lit up immediately. Dad, it's delicious. Ding! Congratulations to the host, mission completed. Get a novice gift pack, a Land Rover Range Rover SV autobiography. Qin Zimin was stunned for a moment, then he was ecstatic. This system is so powerful. He opened the system interface and immediately understood what was going on. Meng Meng Dudu, Daddy will take you to a nice place later. Qin Zimin excitedly picked up his 2 daughters and kissed them on the face one after another. Daddy, it's tickling. The 2 little guys with beards on their faces giggled. Chapter 3 Fun Places, Dad Buys a Car. Really, what a fun place. When she heard about the fun place, Meng Meng even put aside her delicious fried rice, supported her chin with both hands, and rolled her big eyes around. It's a secret. Meng Meng will know when the time comes. Now hurry up and eat. Qin Zimin reached out and gently touched his daughter's nose, then he stood up with difficulty. Yes, Meng Meng knows. The little guy nodded quickly, picked up the spoon, and ate the egg fried rice happily. Crunch! After rummaging through the drawers in the bedroom, Qin Zimin sat down, and the wooden bed made a silent protest. Damn, you idiot, you don't even have a penny. I'm going to take my 2 daughters to the 4S store later, and I'm sure I'll have to take a taxi. Riding an electric scooter is impossible. As for walking, it is even more impossible, otherwise there would be a precedent of sudden death while walking among the army of reborn beings. Dad, what are you looking for? Just then, Dudu ran into the bedroom, blinking his big eyes curiously. I didn't find anything. Dudu, you're full. As soon as he stretched out his hands, his daughter flew over and hit him directly on his big belly. Well, Dudu has finished eating, but my sister is still eating. Look, you're so dirty, just like a kitten. Daddy will clean it for you. Seeing the rice grains on his daughter's face, Qin Zimin reached his hand to the side, only to realize with embarrassment that there was not even a tissue in the room. Okay, Dad will wash your faces, change your clothes and go out. I glanced at my phone and it was already 12 o'clock noon. Dad, Dudu is amazing. He can wash his face by himself. He carried his daughter to the bathroom and then put her down. Dad, Dudu can do it himself. The little guy took the lead, took the towel and turned on the faucet. He put the towel under the faucet, wet it, and twisted it with both hands for a few times before using it to wipe his face. Dad, look, Dudu really can do it. Being small and weak, the little guy couldn't even wring the towel dry. There were water droplets on his face. He blinked his big eyes proudly at Qin Zimin. Dad knows, Dudu is awesome, I'll let Dad do this from now on. He took the towel, wrung it dry, and carefully wiped off the dirt on his face. Dad, Meng Meng is full too. He didn't know when, but Meng Meng was already standing beside him, raising her little head and looking at him expectantly. Meng Meng, come here. Seeing his sister coming, Dudu happily jumped out of the bathroom and walked towards the bedroom. 10 minutes later. Qin Zimin had a layer of sweat on his forehead. He finally changed clothes for his 2 daughters and found a set of relatively clean clothes for himself. Well, every time he thought about the original owner's 0 savings, he couldn't help but sigh, not knowing what to do next. It's too late to work now. Are you going to sell the luxury car given by the system? Considering that he will soon get the Range Rover SV autobiography, this is the only way Qin Zimin can do at the moment. But how do I get to the 4S store? Just when Qin Zimin was wondering how to get to the 4S store, Dudu ran over with his hands on his back. Dad! Dudu, what's wrong? What do you think this is? When he came in front of his father, Dudu hid the thing on his back and held it up high. 100 yuan, Dudu, where did you get it? Seeing the $100 bill in front of him, Qin Zimin's eyes lit up, and then he asked with concern. Dad, this is the New Year's money for Dudu and Meng Meng. The little guy raised his head proudly, as if to say, Dad, please praise me. Ha ha, Dudu Meng Meng, you guys are awesome. Daddy, let Meng Meng go. Seeing the smile on his father's face, Dudu ran away first. As for Meng Meng, she was slow to react and was held in Qin Zimin's arms, who poked her little face with his beard. Let's go, let's go. Now that he had enough money for a taxi, Qin Zimin's mood turned from gloomy to cheerful, and he came out of the rental house holding his 2 daughters. Dudu is out playing. After going downstairs, both daughters had innocent smiles on their faces and were jumping happily. Dudu, where are you going? Dudu, I don't know. Daddy said he would take us to a fun place. When leaving the community, Qin Zimin discovered that everyone looked at him with a hint of strangeness. One of the ladies ignored him and greeted Dudu. TSK, he's the only one who will take you. The aunt wanted to say something, but when she saw the innocent look in the little girl's eyes, she swallowed the rest of her words. Dad, did Dudu make you unhappy? Seeing his father's expression change, Dudu looked at him nervously. No, Dudu is very well behaved, and so is Meng Meng. He rubbed the hair of the two little guys one after another and continued walking forward. Goodbye, Grandma Liu. Goodbye, Grandma Liu. The two daughters were very sensible and turned around and waved to their aunt. Well, bye, Dudu Meng Meng. Brother, go to the 4S store. Hail a taxi on the side of the road. After getting in the car, Jean Ziming told the driver the address. Okay. The driver was about to say something when he saw a fat man squeezing into his car, but when he saw there were a pair of twin girls, he nodded. Dad, where are we going? As soon as they sat down, Dudu couldn't help asking again, while Meng Meng stuck to the car window, looking at the roadside scenery curiously. Let's go buy a car. Jean Ziming gently tapped his daughter's nose and ignored the driver's contemptuous look. There's nothing you can do about it. You can't blame others for the way the three of them, father and daughter, dress. The total value of their clothes is less than 100 yuan. Anyone picked up randomly on the street will look better than them. Buy a car, Meng Meng will have a car in the future. When she heard about buying a car, Meng Meng no longer looked at the scenery outside. Right. Time passes. An hour later. Jean Ziming paid the fare and got off the car with his two daughters. 4S store. Sir, how may I help you? When the clerk saw what he was wearing, a hint of disdain showed on his face, but he still asked politely. I want to buy a Range Rover SV Autobiography, the top model, by the way. Jean Ziming spoke calmly and added a sentence at the end. It's the best one, do you know how much it costs? Wait, are you Jean Ziming, Mr. Jean? The clerk, who originally had a look of disdain on his face, suddenly changed his expression and looked at the customer nervously. Yes, I am Jean Ziming. Even though he had a good temper, his expression changed when he heard the other party's mocking tone, and he said his name word by word. Mr. Jean, please wait a moment, I will call the manager right away. After hearing the customer's answer, the clerk's attitude changed 180 degrees and he hurried inside. A few minutes later, the manager came rushing over. Mr. Jean, please show me your ID card. Unlike a store clerk, the first thing a manager does is to confirm the other party's identity. Good. Jean Ziming nodded and took out his ID card from his pocket. Mr. Jean, I'm sorry, please come this way. We will process the formalities for you right away. After confirming the identity, the manager respectfully handed over the ID card. Dad, are we really going to buy a car? Dudu looked around curiously and asked in a low voice. Yes, Dad will buy you a big car, and you can drive whenever you go out to play. Jean Ziming smiled and touched the heads of the two little guys. Hee, that's great, Dudu has a big car too. Xiaojia broke free from his father's hand and clapped his hands happily. The procedures were completed very quickly, and to Jean Ziming's surprise, there was also a gas card with a credit limit of 100,000 yuan. Looks like there's no need to sell it. He was still hesitant at first. He thought that if he had a luxury car but had no money to fill up the gas tank, it would be useless if he drove it back. With the manager bowing respectfully, Jean Ziming drove away a brand new Land Rover Range Rover SV Autobiography with one hand. Chapter 4. The luxury car was acquired, and the neighbors were shocked. Beep! The Range Rover SV Autobiography stopped at the gate of the community, and Jean Ziming honked the horn lightly. Who is it? The security guard in the duty room opened the window while cursing, but immediately shut his mouth when he saw a brand new luxury car. Ta-da! The security guard rushed out of the duty room, worried that it was the company's superiors coming to inspect. Brother Wang, please open the door. Jean Ziming lowered the car window, felt in his pocket, pulled out a pack of crumpled cigarettes, took out a cigarette and handed it over. Jean Ziming? The security guard's eyes widened instantly. He didn't take the cigarette, but took a step back and looked at the brand new luxury car in front of him carefully. This must be fake. I rubbed my eyes hard, but still felt unsatisfied. Bang! A slap on his face, the burning pain made him realize that this was not a dream. Gurgle! The security guard swallowed his saliva and spoke hesitantly. Jean Ziming, is this your car? Yes, it's not mine. Could it be yours? I just went out to buy it. Hurry up and open the door, catch it. Qin Ziming took a look at the cigarette in his hand and swung it, landing accurately in the security guard's hand. Okay, I'll open the door right away. The security guard hurried back to the duty room as he had forgotten to take the remote control when he came out. Thanks, Brother Wang. He stretched out his hand, waved it, and then closed the car window. Damn, this rubbish. When did Fatty Qin get rich? Looking at the luxury car going away, the security guard wanted to do the same thing as before, but when he realized that the other party was different now, he quickly changed his words. Land Rover Range Rover SV autobiography, more than 3 million, this fat guy Qin won the lottery. Looking at the phone on his desktop, he opened the web and started searching. He knew a lot about some luxury cars. When he carefully compared it with the luxury car he had just seen, the price made his breathing quicken. Qin Ziming just bought a 3 million luxury car, did you know? After thinking about it, the security guard felt that this kind of thing should shock everyone, so he opened the work group and the owner group and sent the same message to them. Ding dong! Ding dong! As soon as the message was sent, the phone started to ring with notifications. Qin Ziming, who is it? A luxury car worth 3 million yuan. When will there be such a person in our neighborhood? The above, your hand is shaking, did you type an extra 0? Yes, that's definitely the case. A luxury car worth 3 million yuan is not available in our shabby neighborhood, even in the neighborhood, there are none. This security guard is drinking and talking nonsense in the middle of the day. No, we need to find the property manager later. If a thief breaks in, it will be terrible. Mad, don't believe me. After seeing the content in the group, the security guard looked unhappy and wanted to chase after them to take some photos. But he was the only one on duty in the room. If he was caught by the owner, he would lose his bonus this month. Got it. Seeing the video surveillance, he slapped his thigh hard. He called up the previous video and froze on the moment Qin Ziming greeted him, then picked up his phone to take a photo. Humph, you still think I'm confused? Getting drunk during work hours, what is this? After he posted the photo, he did not forget to respond to everyone. It's true. This person looks familiar, who among you remembers him? Fuck, this isn't our neighborhood, that 200-pound fat loser. It's him, I was wondering why he looks so familiar. No, this pig can drive a luxury car, so can I fly a plane? You are dreaming, flying a plane, I think you can fight. When he drove back to the community in his luxury car, all the neighbors were stunned. Isn't that Qin Ziming? Why is he driving a Land Rover? I heard he just got divorced. Did he win the lottery? Qin Ziming parked the car and took a few steps holding his 2 daughters' hands. He saw a young woman looking at him in shock. Qin Ziming, where did you get the money to buy a luxury car? The other party asked stutteringly, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. None of your business. Qin Ziming thought about it and immediately remembered that this was not his ex-wife's best friend Wu Jiayue. After saying that, when I passed by the other person, it seemed that if I looked at her for one more second, I would feel uncomfortable all over. You just wait. Seeing that this loser dared to give her a cold shoulder, Wu Jiayue's chest heaved up and down with anger. Humph, bad guy. At this time, Meng Meng turned around and made a face at her. What did you say, you stupid girl? Believe it or not, I will tear your mouth apart. It was bad enough that she was humiliated by Qin Ziming, but now he even dared to challenge a little brat. Wu Jiayue stepped forward and was about to pull Meng Meng. Bang! Qin Ziming suddenly swung his hand and slapped Wu Jiayue's hand away. You'd better not move, or I'll beat you to death. He raised his casserole-sized fist and swung it vigorously a few times, which had quite an impact under his big round face. Qin Ziming, just wait for me. Before Wu Jiayue could finish her words, the person had already run out. She was really afraid that the other party would take action. Hee. Watching the other party fleeing in panic, Dudu laughed happily. Dad, next time the bad guys come, Dudu will help you. Dudu also imitated his father, clenched his little fists and waved them in the air. And Meng Meng. Meng Meng also imitated her sister, putting on a fierce look and putting her hands on her hips. Okay, let's go back to bed. In the rental house. Dad, what are you doing? Qin Ziming had just picked up 2 packets of instant noodles when Dudu ran over and asked. Dad is hungry, fill your stomach first, Dudu, go back to the room and sleep with your sister. It's already 1:30, and Qin Ziming's hands and feet are shaking with hunger. It was too late to cook, not to mention the last few eggs, which had already been used up at noon. Well, Dudu knows. The little guy nodded and went back to his bedroom obediently. Sister, doesn't Daddy sleep? Meng Meng was lying on the bed with her chin supported by her hands. When she saw her sister come in, she asked hurriedly. Dad is hungry and eating instant noodles. Eat instant noodles. As soon as she heard about eating, Meng Meng sat up immediately. Meng Meng is not hungry. She touched her belly and said with a pout. Dad, why doesn't he eat egg fried rice? Before noon today, Meng Meng thought instant noodles were delicious. But after tasting the egg fried rice made by his father, the little guy thought it was the most delicious. Sister doesn't know either. Dudu shook his little head, then took off his shoes and climbed onto the wooden bed. Should we finish the egg fried rice before Dad eats the instant noodles? Meng Meng put her index finger to her mouth and bit her nail gently. Then let's eat egg fried rice next time and save some for Dad, okay? While the two little guys were talking, they would glance outside the bedroom from time to time. Great, this way Dad can eat it too. Hearing her sister's words, Meng Meng clapped her hands happily. Dudu Meng Meng, go to bed quickly. Dad, we're already asleep. The two sisters quickly laid down and covered their eyes with their hands, as if by doing this their father would believe that they were asleep. Chapter 5 I can't do anything to you, I just disgust you. Toot! After returning to her residence, Wu Jiayue felt more and more uncomfortable the more she thought about it. She took out her cell phone, found a number, and dialed it directly. You fat pig, someone will come and take care of you. The phone was busy for 7 or 8 seconds. When Wu Jiayue was about to dial the second time, the call was finally connected. Hey, Auntie! Jiayue, are you looking for Xiaoya? Auntie, no, I'm looking for you. Wu Jiayue's mouth corners curled up slightly with a hint of sneer. Looking for me? Yizhihua was stunned for a moment, then took a bite and half of the apple was gone. Yes, I'm looking for my aunt. At this moment, a picture appeared in Wu Jiayue's mind. Qin Ziming, the fat pig, was kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. When she thought of this, she couldn't help laughing out loud. Hey, Jiayue, what are you laughing about so happily? Oh no. Realizing that she shouldn't laugh at this time, Wu Jiayue's eyes rolled and she thought of a solution. She also learned about the fat pig being kicked out of the house from her best friend. Auntie, congratulations, your family has become rich. She needs to pretend that she doesn't know that the other party's daughter is divorced, then the next thing will be easy. Get rich, Jiayue, what are you talking about? Oops. Yizhihua only needs 2 bites of an apple. When she heard this, she was confused for a moment and took another bite, directly on the pig's trotter. Auntie, what's wrong with you? Hearing the sound of pigs being slaughtered coming from the other side, Wu Jiayue pretended to be concerned and asked. It's okay, I just twisted my ankle accidentally. Looking at the teeth marks on her hand, Yi Jihua would definitely not tell anyone about such an embarrassing thing, so she made up an excuse. I'm glad you're okay, huh? What do you mean by getting rich? Yi Jihua came back to her senses and couldn't help but think, if my daughter got rich, why didn't she tell me? Thinking of this, she felt both excited and angry, muttering to herself. This damn girl, now that she has money, she forgets about me. She doesn't even think about who raised her with all her hard work. Aunt! Aunt! Yizhihua was distracted for a moment, but after being called several times, she finally came back to her senses. Jiayue, where were you just now? She looked at the table, grabbed a handful of grapes and stuffed them directly into her mouth. Your family has become rich, and you are willing to buy a luxury car worth more than 3 million. After returning home, Wu Jiayue made a special search on the internet. She originally thought that the luxury car was worth 1 million yuan, but it turned out to be more than 3 million yuan, which made her feel even more unbalanced. A luxury car worth 3 million, Jiayue, you must have seen it wrong, we don't have one. Hearing this, Yi Jihua felt like she had fallen into an ice cellar. Her daughter only had a luxury car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, so where did she get more than 3 million from? If this was true, she couldn't have been unaware of it, and it also meant that her daughter had not become rich. Auntie, how could I be wrong? I just saw your son-in-law driving back a 3 million Range Rover SV autobiography. I sent it to you on WeChat right now. Just before leaving, she secretly took a photo. Ding dong. The two did not hang up the phone. After hearing the prompt sound, Yi Jihua opened WeChat. After opening it, a black luxury car appeared in front of them. You said this belonged to that idiot. Impossible. Even if she didn't know much about cars, she knew that this car must be worth a lot of money, maybe even more than 3 million. That loser doesn't even have $100 on him. How could he possibly afford a luxury car, not to mention that he just signed an agreement today and will be kicked out of the house with nothing? Auntie, it's absolutely true. I won't joke about this. Now the whole community knows that Qin Ziming drove back in a brand new luxury car. She was just taking a secret photo just now, and Qin Ziming was not in the photo. When she thought of what he said, she hated him so much that she wanted to tear his bones and skin him alive. He is happy, but I am not happy. Make trouble for him, and then you will be happy. Are you sure? Yi Jihua's voice suddenly rose. A luxury car worth 3 million, if it were converted into money, she could eat it for a long time. Real? Okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone, Yi Jihua lost her appetite when looking at the fruit on the table. Where did this loser get more than 3 million to buy a luxury car? Did he hook up with a rich woman? Impossible. Even if you are blind, you can't support such a loser like him. As soon as this thought popped up in Yi Jihua's mind, she denied it directly. Confirm first if it's true. She was skeptical about Wu Jiayue's words. Pick up the phone from the desktop, open the address book, find a number and dial it. Beep. After a busy tone. The call was quickly connected. Sister Hua, congratulations. Before she even opened her mouth, the person on the other side couldn't wait to congratulate her. It's true. These words, like a bolt of thunder, hit Yi Jihua hard on the head. Sister Hua, if your family gets rich, don't forget us. If you find any way, remember to take us with you. Sister Hua. Sister Hua. The person on the other end didn't hear Yi Jihua's voice, so he shouted several times anxiously. No, why? He lives better than me, so he must have hidden the money before. I'm going to tell my daughter to get it back. She hung up the phone directly without caring what the other party said. I was really smart. I asked my daughter to sign an agreement with him. When Yi Jihua thought about the money, which would also be hers, she was so excited that she trembled all over. She looked at the fruits on the table again, as if she were seeing the most delicious food in the world. Hoo, Mom, let's talk later. I found my daughter's phone number, called her, and the call was connected quickly. But she only heard a panting sound, and before Yi Jihua could say anything, her daughter hung up the phone. What is this damn girl doing? Yi Jihua was stunned for just a moment, then she knew what was going on. You stupid girl, you're doing this in broad daylight. What if that loser finds out and transfers all the money away in advance? When she thought about the million slipping away from her hands, Yi Jihua paced back and forth in the living room anxiously. Thump! The heavy footsteps made people who didn't know think that someone was demolishing a house. At the same time, in a room in a high-end hotel. What's up? When he heard the cell phone ringing, the man seemed particularly excited. Hoo, my mom is calling me. Yi Fengya thought about it for a moment and answered. Her face turned slightly red and her breathing became rapid. Your mother? I don't know what the man was thinking. He felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar and lost interest all of a sudden. No matter how hard Yi Fengya tried later, he refused to cooperate. Okay, that's all for today. The man pushed her away, got up angrily and walked towards the bathroom. I want to see what's wrong with you. I told you not to call me recently. After the man put on his clothes and walked out of the room, Yi Fengya picked up his cell phone. Girl, you? As soon as the phone was connected, Yi Jihua wanted to teach her daughter a lesson. Mom, I told you not to call me. What's the matter? Without giving Yi Jihua a chance to continue, she interrupted her and yelled angrily. I? Realizing that her daughter's tone was wrong, Yi Jihua hesitated, not knowing what to say. Tell me, what do you want from me? Yi Fengya took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Qin Ziming just bought a brand new luxury car worth 3 million. Mom, are you still asleep? That fat pig, he bought a luxury car worth 3 million, but today he can only spend money to buy a pack of cigarettes. I lose. It's absolutely true. This is what your best friend Wu Jiayue said. My bestie. Chapter 6, Get 5-star reviews and get cash back from the system. 4:00 in the afternoon. Da. Qin Ziming sat in the Land Rover Range Rover, tapping the steering wheel with his fingers, thinking about his next plan in his mind. How can I make money? The system only gave him a luxury car, but he still had to make money to support his 2 daughters. Dad, where are we going? The 2 daughters sat in the back seat, holding a bag of potato chips in their hands, blinking their big eyes with curiosity. Just then, a delivery man parked his trolley and hurried upstairs carrying the takeaway. Dad is going to deliver food to earn money to buy you delicious food. Seeing this scene, Qin Ziming's eyes lit up. Delivering food? Dudu blinked his big eyes and continued. But Dad, don't we have a luxury car? Why do we still need to deliver food? Qin Ziming smiled and didn't explain too much. No, I can't deliver food. I don't have a penny now. There was finally a glimmer of hope, but after Qin Ziming figured it out, it was like being poured with cold water. Dad, what's wrong with you? Seeing her father suddenly calm down, Meng Meng reached out and grabbed his clothes. I remember I could run some errands. At this moment, a thought flashed through his mind, and Qin Ziming knew what he should do next. Dudu Meng Meng, just sit in the car and be good. Daddy will be back soon, okay? Qin Ziming opened the car door and turned to speak to his 2 daughters. Yeah, Meng Meng will listen. Meng Meng nodded obediently, and Dudu beside her did not lag behind, blinking his big eyes mischievously. Dad, don't worry, I will watch over my sister. Qin Ziming got off the car, walked to the electric scooter, took out his yellow jacket and put it on. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding trigger task, run errands and get 5-star praise from customers, and get double the amount of money spent. Within 1 week. Yeah, this isn't made for me. Qin Ziming waved his fists excitedly. With this task, he no longer worried about having no money to live. We made money by delivering food with Dad. Seeing his father coming back, Dudu clapped his hands excitedly. Sister, and Meng Meng. Let's go together. He opened the mobile app and quickly accepted an order, the destination being a nearby upscale residential area. The order amount was not high, only 100 yuan, but he didn't care. As long as I get a 5-star review, the system will refund 200 yuan. Dudu Meng Meng, sit down. Seeing his 2 daughters seated, Qin Ziming started the car and drove towards the pickup location. 10 minutes later. Hoo. Qin Ziming panted, holding the goods, and knocked on the customer's door. Who is it? A lazy male voice came from the door. Hello, I'm an errand boy, the goods have been delivered. Wait a moment. Qin Ziming didn't have to wait long. The door opened quickly and a young man in pajamas stuck his head out. Brother, do you really have to fight so hard? After seeing Qin Ziming's figure, the other party widened his eyes in shock. It was the first time he saw such a fat errand boy. I have no choice. My whole family is waiting for me to support them. Please give me a 5-star rating. Qin Ziming smiled, shrugged his shoulders, made a helpless gesture, and then handed over the goods. That's no problem, I'll give you a 5-star rating right now. The young man took the goods, looked at the other party's red face and gasping for breath, and gave him a 5-star rating in front of him. Ding, congratulations to the host, you get double cashback, 200 yuan. Thanks, brother. After hearing the system prompt, Qin Ziming clasped his fists towards the customer and went downstairs. As soon as he walked to the car and opened the door, he heard his cell phone ringing again. This luck has come, and it cannot be stopped even if you want to. After hearing this reminder, he knew what was going on and quickly took out his phone to confirm. He just set up automatic order acceptance, but some orders also need confirmation, such as this one. $500, Dudu Meng Meng, we are going to be rich. He got in the car, a smile on his face, and reached out to ruffle the little guy's hair. Really, Dad, Meng Meng wants to eat so much egg fried rice tonight. Meng Meng stood up from her seat and drew a big circle with her hands. Silly girl, Daddy makes money and only wants to eat fried rice with eggs. He won't think about anything else. Seeing Meng's cute wrinkled nose, Qin Ziming reached out and scratched it gently. Hee, Meng misses it, but the egg fried rice made by Daddy is so delicious. After the little guy finished speaking, he did not forget to stick out his tongue and lick his lips. Dad, you go make money, Dudu will look after his sister. When he received the second order, Qin Ziming bought a few bags of potato chips and 2 boxes of yogurt. He didn't even need to say anything, Dudu had already made arrangements and shared the potato chips with his sister. Hee, sister, these potato chips are delicious. Meng's eyes narrowed with joy. She ate a piece of potato chips and then took a sip of yogurt. In her opinion, this was the happiest thing. If we behave ourselves, Daddy will buy us more snacks. Through the car window, Dudu watched his father leave with something in his arms, with his legs crossed, looking like a little adult. Yeah, Meng must be obedient. 6 p.m. Qin Ziming got into the car, breathing heavily. The cool breeze blew on his body, and he finally felt alive. Within these 2 hours, he took orders, delivered goods, and received 5-star reviews, all in one go. He completed 8 orders in total, and the amount returned by the system has exceeded 3,000 yuan. XXX Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Dear customer, hello. Your savings card with the last number 5678 received a transfer of 500.00 yuan on August 18th, and the current balance is 3,367.89 yuan. If you have any questions, please call the customer service hotline 955XX. Thank you for your trust and support. This system is simply a money printing machine. Looking at the latest bank text message, Qin Ziming couldn't help but burst into laughter. Dad, we made a lot of money. Seeing his father smiling so happily, Dudu stretched his little head over. Yes, we can have a good meal from now on. We. When he heard about something delicious, his big eyes rolled around and he started to grumble softly. Dudu wants to buy candy. And sour milk. Bite. Just then, the phone rang again. Qin Ziming took a look at the order and couldn't help but frown. Dad, what's wrong? Seeing this cute scene, she pouted and asked. Dad, it's okay. We still have one last order. After we finish it, we'll go back and eat. He reached out and rubbed the cute little face. The order amount was also 500 yuan, but it was in a remote old neighborhood with no elevator, and the customer lived on the 6th floor. This order is a bit troublesome. Qin Ziming hesitated for a moment, touched his bulging belly, thought about the 1,000 yuan refunded by the system, and gritted his teeth and accepted the order. Great, Meng can eat again. Seeing his daughter so happy, Qin Ziming didn't think much and drove fast. After picking up the goods, we arrived at the destination in 10 minutes. Come on, Dad. When he got out of the car and was about to close the door, his 2 daughters clenched their fists to cheer him up. Well, Dad can do it. Holding the box in both hands, he took 3 times longer than the average person and finally climbed to the 6th floor, panting. Hoo-hoo. After putting the goods on the ground, he sat down. After a while, Qin Ziming then stood up and knocked on the door. Dong dong. Hi, I'm an errand boy. The door opened and an old lady came out. Young man, are you okay? Seeing Qin Ziming sweating profusely, the aunt asked with concern. Sister, I'm fine, please give me a 5-star rating. Qin Ziming shook his head and handed the box to the other party. Thank you for your hard work, young man. I will definitely give you a 5-star rating. Thank you, big sister. Ding. Mission completed. Get double cashback of 1,000 yuan. Before Qin Ziming went downstairs, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Chapter 7 Ex-Wife's Test, Cute Babies Help. 7 o'clock in the evening. Qin Ziming drove a Land Rover Range Rover and returned to the community with his 2 daughters. As soon as he parked the car, he saw a person standing at the stairs. Upon closer inspection, his face darkened instantly. It was none other than his ex-wife Yifengya, who was looking at him with cold eyes. Qin Ziming, where did you get the money to buy a luxury car? Yifengya was not ambiguous at all and went straight to the point, not allowing the other party to refuse to answer. This has nothing to do with you. We are divorced. Qin Ziming frowned, feeling a little unhappy, but still replied. So what if we're divorced? Don't forget that I can still get back the custody of our 2 daughters. As Yi Fengya spoke, she glanced at her two daughters with cold eyes. To her, children were just tools to be used. Dad! The two daughters hid behind Qin Ziming, holding his clothes tightly with their hands. Really? Then you can try it. If it were before, Qin Ziming would definitely be worried, but it is different now. He already has a source of income. Qin Ziming, did you win the lottery? Or did you hide the money secretly? Yi Fengya stared at him for a few seconds and suddenly laughed. Don't worry, this car has nothing to do with you. I bought it with my own ability. Qin Ziming sneered in her heart but said calmly on her face that she knew what the other party meant. It depends on my ability, ha ha. Yi Fengya felt like she had heard the funniest joke of the century and couldn't help laughing out loud. You are a loser who doesn't even have a job. You can buy a luxury car. Don't be ridiculous. Sabai. Qin Ziming was too lazy to argue with her. He took his two daughters' hands and went upstairs. Meng Meng, come here and let mommy hug you. A hint of tenderness appeared on Yi Fengya's face as she stretched out her hands towards Meng Meng. Meng Meng hesitated for a moment, looked at Qin Ziming, then looked at Yi Fengya. The little girl didn't know how to choose. Just then, Dudu stood up. No, we want to be with Dad. Dudu, how can you talk to your mother like that? Did this loser teach you that? Yi Fengya's expression turned ugly in an instant, and even the way she addressed him changed, which scared Meng Meng so much that she took a step back. Humph, that's not what Dad taught me. It's what Dudu thought of himself. Mom doesn't want Dad anymore, and Dudu doesn't want Mom either. Hearing her daughter's words, Yi Fengya was so angry that her face turned blue. She pointed at Qin Ziming and cursed, Qin Ziming, what kind of magic potion did you feed Dudu? She was not like this before. Yi Fengya, don't put the blame on me. Dudu Meng Meng is a smart child and knows who is good to them. Qin Ziming turned around and gave the other person a cold look, then continued to pull his daughter upstairs. Bad guy, Dudu is very smart. At this time, Dudu looked back and made a face. Dudu, this is an adult matter, you can't do this. Thinking that the other party was his daughter's biological mother after all, Qin Ziming reached out and rubbed the little girl's hair. Well, Daddy Dudu will live with you from now on. Not sure if the little guy understood or not, but the two daughters held his hands even tighter. Qin Ziming, I don't know how you hide your money. Give me 500,000 yuan and I won't fight with you for the custody of our daughter. At this time, Yi Fengya finally showed her true face. Ha ha. 500,000, Yi Fengya, don't even think about getting a dime from me in the future. As for the lawsuit, I'm not really afraid of you now. Qin Ziming, do you think you are great just because you drive a luxury car? Let me tell you, I have plenty of ways to ruin your reputation. Yi Fengya was so angry that he was shaking all over, with a ferocious expression on his face. Then wait and see. Good dog, walk slowly. I won't see you off. Bang! Qin Ziming opened the small iron door and slammed it hard. Seeing Qin Ziming closing the door and not bothering to talk nonsense with her, Yi Fengya stomped her feet in anger, but she could do nothing about him. Who has the guts to glare at me, this idiot? When I think of my ex-husband's past behavior, I dare not retort when he scolds me or hits me. It's been less than a day since our divorce, and he's like a completely different person. Bang! Qin Ziming, just wait for me. Feeling unsatisfied, she kicked the iron door and then turned around and went downstairs. Dad! Dad! The iron gate was suddenly kicked, and the two little guys were so scared that they hid in Qin Ziming's arms. Dudu Meng Meng, don't be afraid. He patted his daughters on the back gently to comfort them. Dad, does Mom not like us anymore? Meng Meng widened her eyes and asked in a low voice. Meng Meng, it's not that Mom doesn't like you, she just, no matter what, Dad will always be with you, okay? Qin Ziming felt a pang in his heart and squatted down, looking at her seriously. Yes. Meng Meng loves Daddy the most. Meng Meng nodded vigorously and threw herself into Qin Ziming's arms. He held his two daughters in his arms and swore to himself that he would never let anyone hurt his daughters. Dad, Dudu is hungry. Dudu raised his little head and blinked his big eyes. It's already 7 o'clock in the evening, and the two little guys have only managed to hold on with some snacks. Meng Meng is hungry too. Meng Meng lifted up her shirt, revealing her little belly. Unlike other children, Gugu seems a little malnourished. Okay, Dad will make dinner for you right away. Qin Ziming, who saw this scene, hugged Meng Meng into his arms, patted her back gently, and said softly, "Hee, Dad, Dudu wants to eat egg fried rice." Dudu raised his little head and looked at his father expectantly and said, "Okay, Dad will do it right away." Qin Ziming smiled and nodded, then tapped his two daughters' noses one after another. "Oh no, how could I forget this?" Walking into the kitchen and seeing the scene inside, he finally remembered what he had forgotten. "Dudu Meng Meng, you have to behave yourself at home. Daddy will go out to buy eggs and make fried rice for you." Before going out, Qin Ziming gave a worried reminder. "Dad, Dudu will be good and obedient. Meng Meng is so obedient, come back soon, Daddy." Meng Meng nodded rapidly. Squeak! The small iron door opened with a harsh metallic sound. Qin Ziming took heavy steps and went downstairs as quickly as possible. "Dad, it's been so long. Wait until he comes back." 15 minutes have passed. "Dad is wrong. You will have egg fried rice soon." He put the eggs he bought away and picked out 6. Then open a few disposable lunch boxes and pour the food into the rice cooker one by one. To make fried rice with eggs, you need rice. If you cook it now, you will have to wait for a while. When he bought eggs, he went to a small restaurant and bought a few boxes. Meng Meng can eat delicious egg fried rice again. Meng Meng stood at the kitchen door, watching her father beat eggs and make fried rice skillfully. "Smells so good." Not long after, the aroma of egg fried rice filled the whole house. "Sister, we have egg fried rice to eat." Seeing her father turn off the fire, Meng Meng ran out and started moving a stool. "Real." Dudu sat on a stool, staring at the kitchen, his little face full of anticipation. "Yeah, Dad fried a lot." Sitting on the small stool, Meng Meng made an exaggerated gesture. Chapter 8, Upgrade Tasks, Still Need to Work Hard. "Come, have a taste of Dad's cooking." Qin Ziming quickly served out 2 bowls and placed them in front of his 2 daughters. "Dad, didn't you?" Meng Meng picked up the spoon and was about to start eating when she found there were only 2 bowls of egg fried rice. "Dad's is in there, you guys eat first." Seeing his daughter being so sensible, Qin Ziming couldn't help but smile happily. "No, Meng Meng wants to wait for Daddy to eat together." And toot! Smelling the tempting aroma, Dudu also put down the spoon. "Okay, let's eat together." Go back into the kitchen and wait for Qin Ziming to come out. The 2 daughters covered their mouths and opened their eyes as wide as possible. "Dad, you eat so much." Qin Ziming ate his own food, which was served on a large plate. "There's nothing I can do." With his body shape, he must eat a lot. He even doubted whether this little bit of fried rice could fill him up. "Sister, Dad is so big, he must eat a lot." Dudu drew circles with his hands, looking like a little adult. "Okay, if you guys don't want to eat yet, wait until Daddy finishes eating, then I'll eat yours." "Don't want." Dudu lowered his head and took a bite impatiently. His eyes lit up immediately. "Dad, it's delicious. If it tastes good, eat more. Dad will give you more delicious food in the future." The 2 little guys nodded vigorously and continued to eat. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! The host triggers a new task: work hard to move bricks, and you will be rewarded with a villa in the city center. Current progress 0%. This. Qin Ziming was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed. "Ha, I was just dozing off when someone handed me a pillow. This mission came at the perfect time." He glanced around the dilapidated rental house and decided that he must complete the task as soon as possible to give his 2 daughters a better home. "Dudu Meng Meng, Daddy will take you to a better place tomorrow." Looking at his daughter happily eating egg fried rice, Qin Ziming reached out and rubbed her cute hair. "Okay, where are we going?" When he heard that he could go out and play again, Dudu's eyes lit up. "This is a secret. You will know it when you wake up tomorrow." Qin Ziming gently tapped the little guy's nose. "By the way, system, what does this progress bar mean?" The more Qin Ziming looked at the system panel in front of him, the more he felt something was wrong. After hearing the system's explanation, Qin Ziming sighed helplessly. His dream of getting something for nothing was shattered. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Qin Ziming got up at 8 o'clock in the morning. He originally wanted to stay in bed, but the rental house was so stuffy and hot that he didn't want to stay there for a moment longer. After washing the two daughters, he took them out by the hand. The Land Rover Range Rover SV autobiography sped away in the admiring eyes of the community security guard. "Dad, where are we going?" After getting in the car, Dudu finally couldn't help it. "Secret." Snort. Seeing that he couldn't get an answer to his question, Dudu became unhappy. "Sister, Dad is a bad guy." "Why is Dad such a bad guy?" Meng Meng blinked her big eyes and asked in a cute way. Hearing what his sister said, Dudu scratched his hair anxiously. "Ha ha ha." Qin Ziming looked at the back seat of the car through the rearview mirror from time to time. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help laughing. 40 minutes later. Came to an upscale neighborhood in the city center. Qin Ziming parked the car, held his two daughters' hands, and walked into the sales office. "Sir, how may I help you?" As soon as he walked in, a sales lady in professional attire came up to him with a polite smile on her face. "I want to see your villa here." Qin Ziming looked around before speaking. "Yes, sir, please follow me." The sales lady was stunned for a moment, looked at the customer's clothes, frowned slightly, but her good professional manners made her smile. "Sir, please take a look first, and tell me if you don't understand anything." Compared with other customers, the other party was a little less enthusiastic. She brought Qin Ziming to the sand table and briefly introduced the house types, prices, and surrounding environments of several villas. Qin Ziming listened carefully and nodded from time to time. As for the two little guys, they looked around curiously, their little faces full of excitement. "Dad, are we going to live here in the future?" Dudu pulled on the corner of Qin Ziming's clothes and asked in a low voice. "Yes, Dad will give you a beautiful new home in the future." Qin Ziming also answered in a low voice and reached out to ruffle his daughter's hair. "Hee, that's great, Meng Meng loves the new home the most." Meng Meng's eyes lit up and she nodded vigorously. "Sir, your daughter is so cute." When the sales lady saw this scene, an envious smile appeared on her face. "Ha ha, but naughty too." Qin Ziming smiled and responded politely. He knew that although he had a luxury car, he did not have much savings. If he wanted to buy this villa, he would have to rely on system rewards. "How much is this villa?" After taking a look around, Qin Ziming pointed at a villa on the sand table and asked. "Sir, the price of this villa is 40 million. The sales lady showed a hint of hesitation on her face, but still answered the customer's question. 40 million. After hearing the price, Qin Ziming's heart tightened, but his face remained calm. "Sir, this villa is fully furnished and ready for you to move in. It is also in a great location and has great potential for appreciation." The sales lady quickly explained that she still had a glimmer of hope in her heart, thinking that the other party might be a hidden rich man. Qin Ziming waved his hand and interrupted her. "I understand, I'll think about it again." He held his two daughters' hands and walked out of the sales office. "Dad, don't we live in our new home anymore?" Dudu raised his head and asked, his little face full of disappointment. "Dudu Meng Meng, Daddy will definitely give you a beautiful new home, but not now. Wait until Daddy makes some more money, okay?" Qin Ziming squatted down and rubbed his daughter's face. "Yeah. Dudu believes in Daddy. Dudu believes it too. Task: work hard to move bricks, and you will be rewarded with a villa in the city center. Current progress, 0%. Looking at the task panel, Qin Ziming frowned and felt a little anxious. He knew that running errands alone was too slow to complete the task, and he needed more sources of income. According to the system's explanation, if he wants to get a 40 million villa, he must earn 1 million. Yes, you heard it right, 1 million. The system reduced his salary by 40 times. As for why the system is not given away for free, this requires some thought. He definitely doesn't want the host to lie down. Yesterday, in 2 hours, I earned nearly 4,000 yuan. Given my current physical condition, I need to rest for half an hour each time. Qin Ziming picked up his two daughters and let them sit in the back seat of the car. He was not in a hurry to drive. He began to plan a money-making plan in his mind. "I only run 8 hours a day. It will take 2 months to complete the task." Qin Ziming sighed helplessly when he thought that it would take 2 months before he could move into the big villa with his daughter. Fortunately, the missions are not purchased with real money. The only thing that made Qin Ziming satisfied was the 1 million, which was just a number. He can spend the money he earns freely without affecting the progress of the mission. Chapter 9. Install an air conditioner. You have no mother. Dad, where is Dudu going to play? Qin Ziming parked the car and carried his 2 daughters out. Dudu said with envy on his face, pointing to a place not far away. Do you really want to go? Only then did Qin Ziming realize that his daughter was still young and they still needed playmates. Meng Meng also nodded in response, clasping the corners of her clothes tightly with her hands. Okay, you can go over and play, but remember not to get into conflict with other kids, okay? Qin Ziming said something worriedly. He glanced at the time and prepared to contact the decoration company to install an air conditioner in the rental house. Otherwise, you won't be able to have a good sleep in this hot weather. Yes, Meng Meng knows. Dudu, take good care of your sister. Dad, Dudu must take good care of his sister. Ta-da. With their father's consent, the 2 sisters held hands and ran forward, skipping and jumping. Beep beep. Qin Ziming didn't leave either. He just stood next to the vehicle. He didn't leave either. Enter the numbers on the wall one by one, and dial only after confirming that they are correct. Toot! The busy tone lasted for more than 10 seconds. Qin Ziming frowned slightly and prepared to try another number. There isn't much else in this old neighborhood, except for small advertisements posted everywhere on the walls. Hello, who is that? Just as I was about to press the button, the call was finally connected. Brother, do you want to install air conditioning? Qin Ziming asked calmly. Pretend, when and where? As soon as he heard that business was coming, the other party couldn't wait to ask. Sunshine Community, Building 3, 201. I'll be waiting for you upstairs. By the way, I need an air conditioner for over 2,000 yuan. We'll settle the bill together later. He originally wanted an expensive one, but when he thought about his savings balance and the fact that he wouldn't be living there for long, he changed his mind. Okay, I'll be there within half an hour and install it for you today. Our company values efficiency the most. After making a call, put away your phone yourself. What happened? He saw his 2 daughters happily swinging on the swings, and suddenly several children ran over and surrounded them. Ta-da. Qin Ziming now treats his 2 daughters as his treasures and will not tolerate anyone bullying them. Seeing this scene, he quickly raised his heavy steps. You don't have a mother, how pitiful. Go away, this is our territory. A child without a mother has no one to love him. The 3 naughty kids pointed at Dudu and Meng Meng and started scolding them. Woo-woo. Meng Meng was stunned for a moment, and then tears welled up in her eyes and she cried softly. Sister, let's ignore them, they are all bad guys. Dudu held his sister's hand tightly and comforted her in a low voice. If you are embarrassed, you will cry. A little boy felt unsatisfied and ran up to Meng Meng and made faces at her. What are you doing? Hearing his daughter crying, Qin Ziming raised his voice involuntarily. Let's run. The fat pig is coming. Oops. A few naughty kids, seeing the adults coming, quickly ran away, but a little boy of 7 or 8 years old was tripped. Wow! After the little boy fell down, he saw that his palm was scratched and immediately started crying. Meng Meng, don't cry, Daddy will always be with you. He walked over, squatted down, and gently hugged his daughters, feeling a pang of pain in his heart. As for the little boy crying next to him, he simply ignored him. Qin Ziming, you fat bastard, how dare you hit my son? The little boy's crying soon attracted the adults. One of them was a woman in her 40s, of large build, not much different in stature from Qin Ziming. She asked what had happened and pointed at him and cursed at him. That's right, children are playing, bullying children, Qin Ziming, you really live like a dog. Wow, Mom, he hit me. When the little boy saw his parents coming, he cried with joy. You better think before you speak. We haven't even settled the score with your children yet, but you're the first to complain. My daughters are having fun here, but you kids are bullying them. You fell down and you blame me. Who gave you the face? Looking at the faces of several residents in the community, Qin Ziming was so angry that he rolled up his sleeves and took a heavy step forward. Bang! You! This momentum frightened several parents so much that they took several steps back. Don't be fooled by the fact that Qin Ziming looks weak now. His huge body and big round face are quite impactful. Why, you want to practice? He took another step forward and deliberately stretched his muscles. "Fatty, just wait for me." The middle-aged woman checked her son and found that he only had a skin abrasion, so she quickly pulled him up and ran away. "You didn't give birth to a son?" After taking a few steps, he felt so ashamed to go back like this, and he was very unconvinced and kept spitting shit out of his mouth. "Dad, you are awesome." Seeing that the adults were afraid of his father, Dudu clapped his hands happily. "Sister, don't cry, Dad has already chased the bad guys away." Dudu reached out his hand in a very professional manner and wiped away the tears from the corners of his sister's eyes. "Okay, let Dad do it." Seeing that Meng Meng had turned into a little kitten, Qin Ziming hurriedly stopped her. The two daughters' hands were already dirty. If they continued to wipe them, Meng Meng would have to go back to take a shower and change clothes. "Don't move." Meng Meng raised her little head, looked at her father with red eyes, and reached out to wipe away her tears. "Sister, if anyone dares to bully us in the future, Dad will spank them." Dudu imitated his father's actions, rolled up his sleeves and put on a fierce look. Ding! Trigger mission completed. Protect your daughter from being bullied. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Qin Ziming's mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a steamed bun shop. A mysterious gift bag. What's going on? Qin Ziming was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect the system to do this and directly prompt that the task was completed. Ring ring. Dad, your phone is ringing. Dudu came over and held his father's hand. Seeing that his father was standing still and ignoring the ringing cell phone, he quickly shook his arm. Dad, I got it. Seeing his daughter's worried look, he reached out and touched the little girl's hair before taking out his cell phone. Who is this? Is he the one who installs the air conditioner? When he saw it was an unfamiliar number, his first reaction was to install an air conditioner. But when I thought about it carefully, I felt that something was not right. This efficiency was too fast. It took less than 5 minutes to hang up the phone. Hello, is this Qin Ziming, Mr. Qin? As soon as the call was connected, the other party said his name accurately. Mr. Qin, you bought a bun shop. Come over to sign whenever you want. We will take care of the formalities for you. Dumpling shop, please wait a moment, I have something else to do, I'll contact you in half an hour. Qin Ziming originally wanted to agree to go, but when he thought about installing an air conditioner in the bedroom, he had to take care of one thing first. Okay, Mr. Qin, get busy first. Toot. System, if I open a bun shop, should the profits also be included? During the mission, all the host's gains will be counted. He was just worrying about how to move into the big villa as soon as possible, but he didn't expect that the system had already arranged it for him. No, it's a bun shop, but I don't know how to make it. Chapter 10, the first skill, opening a shop. Does the host open the mysterious gift package? Just when Qin Ziming was struggling, the system prompt sounded again. Gift package, yes, there is also this. Open. Now he can only rely on the system. Otherwise, instead of relying on collecting rent from a bun shop to make money, he might as well go out and take orders. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the master-level bun skill. After the system prompted, Qin Ziming felt a large number of images appear in his mind, all related to buns. After a few seconds, he looked at his hands in shock, and all the memories that appeared in his mind turned into his instincts. Now, he has stood at the top of the food chain of steamed buns. If he admits that he is second, no one should admit that he is first. Gulu, too strong. Dad, what's too strong? The cute voice brought him back to reality. Nothing, Dad will make delicious buns for you guys in the future. If it wasn't allowed now, Qin Ziming would want to try it and see how delicious the buns made with the master-level bun-making skills would be. Really? When she heard about something delicious, Meng Meng licked her lips like a greedy cat. Real. Gently tapped the little guy's nose. Dudu wants to eat too. Okay, all. Ring ring. Qin Ziming had just said half of his words when his cell phone rang again. Hello. After seeing the incoming call, he pressed the answer button. Mr. Qin, we'll be there soon, are you still home? The call was from the decoration company, and it was obvious that they wanted to confirm it in advance as they didn't want to make a wasted trip. Yes, I'm downstairs now. Qin Ziming didn't have to wait long. Soon a van drove in and stopped next to his Land Rover. This car is great. I never thought there is a hidden rich man in this shabby neighborhood. 3 people got out of the van. The older one among them was obviously the boss. When he saw the luxury car, a trace of loneliness flashed in his eyes. Are you Mr. Chin? The other person's eye shifted away from the luxury car and fell on Chin Ziming not far away. He quickly took a few steps forward and stretched out his right hand towards him. Yes. The two shook hands briefly and then let go. Mr. Chin, is it okay now? Okay, follow me up. Chin Ziming knew what the other party was talking about, so he held his 2 daughters' hands and walked in front to lead the way. Boss Lin, this is it. I have other things to do and need to go out for a while. I'll trouble you with the rest. When he received the last call, he already had a plan in mind. Since Mr. Chin has something to do, you go ahead and do your work. We promise to install the air conditioner after you come back. After the other party took a look around the rental house, he understood why Chin Ziming was so relieved. The most valuable thing here was the fan that made a creaking sound. Good. He nodded and took his daughter downstairs again. Dad, where are we going? After tossing back and forth, the 2 little ones asked curiously. They don't know what their dad is doing. Secret. Seeing his daughter like this, he couldn't help but want to tease her. Dad, just tell Dudu. After going down to the first floor, Dudu grabbed his arm tightly and hung on it. Okay, come down, Dad will tell you. Afraid that his daughter would accidentally let go and fall, Chin Ziming could only nod in agreement. Seeing that his father agreed, Dudu immediately let go of his hand, and the little guy happily made a gesture. Little naughty boy, look how well behaved your sister is. No matter what time, as long as Meng Meng doesn't speak, she gives people the impression of being very cute. Dad, tell me quick, where are we going? Chin Ziming wanted to find an excuse to divert the little guy's attention, but he didn't expect Dudu to not buy it at all. We're going to be able to eat delicious bun soon. Baozi, Meng Meng wants to eat Baozi. Meng Meng, who was quiet just now, immediately became lively when she heard about delicious food and grabbed Chin Ziming's other hand and shook it. You too. Meng Meng hadn't taken a few steps after praising her before she started to imitate her sister. We. Meng Meng was not afraid at all of her father's glare at her. Instead, she smiled even more happily. Dad, aren't we going to drive out? Seeing that his father was not driving, Dudu stopped and pointed at the Land Rover next to him and said, It's not open today, we're just going to go outside. After touching his 2 daughters' hair, Chin Ziming took their little hands and continued walking outside. He didn't lie to his daughter just now. The reward bun shop is just outside the community. It seems that the system is quite humane. Brother Chin, you're not driving today? The security guard on duty today was replaced by a new person. He was not the uncle that day, but a young man in his 20s. When the young security guard saw Chin Ziming, he immediately ran out of the security room, greeted him and handed him a cigarette. Snort! When seeing his father reaching out to take the cigarette, Dudu immediately became unhappy and pouted. Thanks a lot, I'll quit smoking. He waved his hand and then withdrew it. Brother Chin, what are you doing? Seeing that Chin Ziming did not drive out, the young security guard asked curiously. He was also curious about the owner's sudden wealth, because before this, he looked down on him. I have no job and I'm as fat as a pig. No matter what aspect, I'm always better. Nothing, I just bought a store not long ago, and now I'm going out to sign for acceptance. He didn't intend to hide this matter, but even if he wanted to, he couldn't do it. After all, the bun shop is just outside the community, and everyone coming in and out will find it sooner or later, so it's better to say it out loud. Shop, Brother Chin, you bought a shop here. This sentence shocked the young security guard. Compared with luxury cars, shops are more shocking. He also knew the shops outside the community. The smallest one was more than 30 square meters. He had heard before that 1 square meter cost 30,000 yuan. Yes, we can't just sit there and do nothing. I'm going to open a steamed bun shop. Remember to come and help me out when the time comes. Chin Ziming will not miss such a good publicity opportunity. I believe it won't take long before people in several nearby communities know that Fatty Chin is going to open a bun shop. Of course. Under the envious gaze of the young security guard, Chin Ziming waved his hand, took his 2 daughters' hands, and walked out of the community. Damn, this fat guy. Chin Ziming, what kind of shit luck is this? I was originally planning to do the same thing as before, but when I thought about how other people are better off than me now, I quickly changed my words. Dad, where are the delicious buns? After leaving the residential complex, Meng Meng's big eyes started rolling around, and she looked at the shops on both sides of the road from time to time. We'll be there soon. Don't be fooled by the shabby appearance of the residential area where Qin Ziming lives. Its location is pretty good. Hee, sister, what kind of buns do you want to eat? Meng Meng squinted her eyes happily, as if she was about to eat the bun. Dudu wants to eat such a big bun. The little guy gestured with his hands as he spoke. Are you Mr. Qin? Qin Ziming stopped in front of a shop and a young man walked out. Dad, where's the bun? Dudu took a look inside and a look of disappointment appeared on his face. Chapter 11. Dad is a liar. He installed an air conditioner. Yeah, where's the buns? Dudu broke free from his father's hands and ran into the store with the last glimmer of hope. Yes, how can I cooperate? Qin Ziming took a look at the store first and nodded with satisfaction. The area is about 50 square meters, which is more than enough for a bun shop. Mr. Qin, you just need to sign your name, and this shop will belong to you. Good. He took the contract handed over by the other party, opened it, and quickly signed his name. Well, congratulations in advance to Mr. Qin. I hope you will make a fortune every day. Haha, thank you for your good words. The two shook hands again, and the other party turned and walked out of the store. Dad, what are you doing? After watching his older brother go out, Dudu immediately ran over and asked. Dudu, guess. Qin Ziming was in a good mood after opening a shop. He reached out and rubbed his daughter's little face. I guess. Dad, Dudu can't guess. I saw Dudu tilting his little head, blinking his big eyes, and finally shaking his head. Meng Meng, can you guess it? Seeing Meng Meng puffing up her cheeks and looking angry, Qin Ziming reached out and hugged her in his arms. Snort! The little girl was angry and turned her head to the side. She looked so cute that people couldn't help but want to pinch her little face. Meng Meng is angry. Dad lied, he said there were buns to eat. When Meng Meng saw his father reaching out his hand, he took a step back and wrinkled his nose. Meng Meng really wants to eat buns. Qin Ziming also wanted to taste the buns. Even though he was confident in the system, he was still a little nervous. Then let's go buy the ingredients now, and Dad will be making buns when we come back. This time Meng Meng didn't hide. When she heard that there would be buns to eat soon, her eyes lit up and she licked her lips like a greedy cat. Sister, are the buns Dad made as delicious as egg fried rice? In the minds of the little ones, their favorite food is the fried rice made by their father. Yeah, it's as delicious as egg fried rice. After saying this, Dudu touched his belly. Let's go back and drive. After closing the shop, Qin Ziming took his two daughters' hands and slowly walked towards the community. Dad, aren't we going back? Qin Ziming stopped when passing by a small supermarket. Yeah, is Dad going to buy Meng Meng something delicious? Looking at the various snacks in the small supermarket, Meng Meng licked her lips greedily. You're the only one who's greedy. Qin Ziming smiled, turned and walked into the small supermarket. Dad, the water in here is delicious, isn't it? The two little ones looked at the drinks in the refrigerator. They didn't ask for them. Instead, they asked if they liked the drinks and asked in a roundabout way if their dad loved them. You guys want some? He opened the refrigerator and took out 3 cans of Coke. Ahoo! When Meng Meng heard her father asking her, she nodded rapidly. Dad, you're the best to Dudu. Dudu was also unwilling to be left behind and grabbed his hand and acted coquettishly. What should I buy? After taking a quick glance at the refrigerator, Qin Ziming's eyes fell on the shelf next to it. Let us buy this. Okay, Meng Meng will drink it later. He picked up a row of Wangzai milk and gestured to shake it. When the two little guys saw it, they clapped their hands happily. After paying the bill, the father and his 2 daughters continued on their way back. Hoo-hoo! This body is really useless. It was less than a few hundred meters away, and Qin Ziming started to pant as soon as he reached the entrance of the community. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, worrying that he would die suddenly if he wasn't careful. Brother Qin, come back, is everything done? Seeing Qin Ziming coming back, the security guy opened the small door first without him saying anything. Forehead. Qin Ziming nodded at the other party and continued to walk inside. Now he just wants to make money and move into a big villa as soon as possible. Dad, why was that security guard staring at our bags? Even while walking, Meng Meng kept her eyes on the bag in her father's hand. Because he wants to drink Wangzai milk. Seeing Meng Meng acting like a greedy little cat, Qin Ziming couldn't help but want to tease her. No, that's what Dad bought for Meng Meng and her sister. After the little guy finished speaking, he looked back, fearing that the security guard would catch up with him. For the next section of the journey, Meng Meng looked back every few steps. This made Qin Ziming laugh and cry. He felt like he had shot himself in the foot, and it took him twice as long to get back to his residence as before. Mr. Qin, you're back just in time. The air conditioner has been installed. As soon as Qin Ziming walked into the living room, he saw workers packing up their tools. Boss Lin, you guys are quite efficient. Come, have some Coke. Qin Ziming was a little surprised to see that the other party installed the air conditioner so quickly. He took out cans of Coke from his bag one by one and handed them to the three people. Thank you, Mr. Qin. The three men didn't hesitate. They were already sweating profusely from working in such weather. They took the bottle, opened it, and drank half of it in one breath before stopping. During this process, Meng Meng kept staring at the bag and only breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that her father did not touch their Wangzai milk. Hee, Dad, take this cute one. After Qin Ziming put the bag on the table, he hurriedly picked it up with both hands. Silly girl, no one is competing with you. No, Meng Meng, take it. Seeing her father extending his hand, Meng Meng shook her head repeatedly and took a few steps back. Hee, sister will help you. Dudu stood in front, looking like he had to get past me before he could take the Wangzai milk. Ha ha. Mr. Qin, your daughter is so cute. The scene before them made the three of them burst out laughing. Okay, take it. Qin Ziming had no choice but to nod in agreement. Boss Lin, how much is it? He was in a hurry to go out and buy ingredients, so when the two workers were cleaning up, he walked up to the boss and asked. Mr. Qin, the total is 2,630 yuan. Here is the list. Check it out. Boss Lin handed him a list, and he took it and glanced at it. It lists the price of an air conditioner and the installation cost. The installation fee includes basic installation fee and additional fees. Okay, no problem. Qin Ziming nodded and took out his mobile phone to pay. Mr. Qin, this is the receipt, please keep it. There are only a little over 200 left. This money is really hard to spend. It seems I need to earn more money. After paying the other party, Qin Ziming couldn't help but sigh. He tried the air conditioner again and found no problem, then he took his two daughters out. That's right, he would only go out if you pulled him. The two little guys stayed in the room, enjoying the cool breeze, and didn't want to go out. Dad, Dudu is sleepy and needs to go to bed. If Qin Ziming hadn't mentioned that the buns were delicious and there was the temptation of Wangzai milk, they would have been reluctant to move. Chapter 12, Neighbor Aunt Wang, Go to Golden Arches. Well. Looking at the bank text message, Qin Ziming couldn't help but sigh. This money is really not easy to spend. Looks like I'll have to make a few more trips. XX Bank. Dear customer, hello. Your savings card with the last number 5678 had a purchase of 2,630 yuan at 10:39 on August 19th, and the current balance is 327.13 yuan. If you have any questions, please call the customer service hotline 955XX. Thank you for your trust and support. Dad, where are we going? After going downstairs, Meng Meng acted coquettishly and shook her father's arm. Dad takes you to make money? He reached out and ruffled Meng Meng's hair. Just then, a harsh sound came from my ears. Oh, you know, some people want to make money and take care of children even though they have no ability. The voice was sarcastic and came from none other than Aunt Wang, a neighbor in the same building. She was gossiping with a few neighbors. After hearing Qin Ziming's words just now, I deliberately raised my voice so that people around me could hear it. Auntie Wang, what do you mean by that? Qin Ziming paused, anger welling up in his heart. He knew that Aunt Zhong was making indirect accusations. If her daughter wasn't right next to her, she would definitely slap her for such a person. She took a deep breath and said coldly, "Ha ha, do I need to tell you what we mean?" You know it very well in your heart. A grown man can't even take care of his wife, and he has 2 burdens with him. It's really shameful. Aunt Wang glanced at him and said with disdain, Auntie Wang, you are so concerned about my family's affairs. Are you too idle? You should be more concerned about your own family member. Don't let him get stuck in the saw. As for the neighbor upstairs, all the residents in the community know that the wife likes to gossip everywhere, and when the husband goes to clear the sewer for a customer, there will always be some trouble. Qin Ziming clenched his fists tightly, then loosened them, laughed coldly, and pulled his 2 daughters towards the Land Rover parked nearby. You. Aunt Wang was choked and couldn't speak, her face turning pale and blue. Okay, we're all neighbors, why make things so awkward? Seeing this, the neighbor nearby hurried to smooth things over. Qin Ziming turned around and gave a cold look at a few people. He was too lazy to say a word to these gossipers. He opened the car door and sat in the back seat holding his 2 daughters. Dad, these aunts are all bad guys, don't be angry. Dudu slid down from his seat, grabbed Qin Ziming's sleeve and said very sensibly, Dudu is so good, Daddy is not angry. He turned around and gently pinched the little guy's nose before opening the app on his phone. We. Dudu laughed happily and climbed into the back seat of the car again. Let's go make money. Now all the money I have on my body is just over 300. The bun shop will open tomorrow, and there are a lot of ingredients that need to be purchased, but the money he has is not enough. Go ahead, Dad is driving. Meng Meng pouted her little mouth, stretched out her right hand and made a sprinting gesture. Sister, sit still or you'll fall. I saw Dudu blinking her big eyes mischievously. I don't know when, her little hands had already tightly grasped the car door. Sister, Meng Meng knows. Seeing that her sisters were sitting properly, Meng Meng started to imitate them. We. Seeing his sister sitting down, Dudu smiled happily and continued speaking. Dad, we are all seated, we can drive. Ah, my. Daddy's already driving, didn't you know? Looking back at his daughters, Qin Ziming couldn't help but tease them. Ah, Dad, you're driving already? Meng Meng was seen covering her little mouth and then glancing out the window. She looked so adorable that if Qin Ziming wasn't driving, he would have wanted to hold her in his arms and pinch her little face. Dad, if we make money, can we make delicious buns? At this time, Dudu did not forget what his father had said before, and licked his lips like a greedy cat. Dudu is so smart, he can guess this. Humph, of course, Dudu has always been very smart. Whether it's beauty or intelligence, children are all the same. Yes, you are all very smart. Qin Ziming glanced at his phone, saw an errand order with a good price, and grabbed it immediately. Okay, let's go pick up the goods and deliver them to the customer. Ding! Mission completed. Get double cashback of 800 yuan. Ding! Mission completed. Get double cashback of 1000 yuan. Ding! Mission completed. Get double cashback of 900 yuan. Ding! Mission completed. Get double cashback of 600 yuan. In 1 hour, Qin Ziming completed a total of 4 errands. The quantity is small, but he is very satisfied. The quality is excellent, and the total income is equivalent to other people's monthly salary. Dad, Meng Meng is hungry. It was almost 12 o'clock, Meng Meng rubbed her belly with a pitiful expression. Meng Meng, you are hungry. Qin Ziming had just finished delivering his last order. His Range Rover was parked on the side of the road. His clothes were all wet, but now he was enjoying the cool air conditioning, and he had to squint his eyes in comfort. Dad, Dudu is hungry too. In order to make his father believe him, Dudu quickly lifted up his shirt. Okay, don't lift up your clothes, or you'll catch a cold. Dad believes it. What do you want to eat? He reached out and gently tapped Dudu's forehead, then opened the app on his phone to see if there was anything delicious nearby. Sister, what do you want to eat? Dudu bit his nails and thought for a while, then looked at Meng Meng. Sister, Meng Meng wants to eat this. I saw him tilting his little head and taking a look outside. His eyes immediately lit up and he made the sign M with his hand. What? For a moment, Dudu was confused and didn't know what his sister was talking about. Sister, it's the Golden Arches. Golden Arches, sister knows. Dad, we want to go to Golden Arches. After understanding what his sister meant, Dudu excitedly patted the driver's seat. Golden arches, what? He was just looking at his phone and didn't hear what his two daughters said. Golden arches is golden arches. Seeing that his father didn't understand, Meng Meng scratched his hair anxiously. Dad, that's the golden arches. It was Dudu who was calmer. She turned her big eyes around and pointed outside the car window and said, McDonald's. Seeing the letters above the door painted in gold, what else could it be but the golden arches? Okay, let's go to the golden arches. He searched on the mobile app for a while but still didn't know what to eat. Now that my daughter wants to go to McDonald's, I don't need to think about it. I immediately opened the car door and got out with my two daughters in my arms. Yeah, we're going to the McDonald's. Ding triggers a new task, take your daughter to McDonald's for dinner, and completes the task to receive a fried chicken secret recipe. Chapter 13, I ordered a family bucket and ate so much. Is it possible? A system prompt sounded in his mind, causing Qin Ziming to pause. He never thought that just taking his daughter to lunch could trigger a mission. Secret recipe for fried chicken. From now on, my daughter won't have to come out if she wants to eat it. Qin Ziming didn't care about the system reward and took his two daughters into McDonald's. Dad, what are we eating? As soon as she sat down, Meng Meng supported her chin with both hands, moved her little head left and right, and looked at other guests. Hee, this is delicious. This is delicious too. As for Dudu, she stared at the flyer and the delicious food on it, and she kept swallowing her saliva because of her greed. No, this one tastes better. What delicious. She was staring at the other guest Meng Meng, but when she heard her sister's words, she quickly withdrew her hands. Ah. Seeing that her sister was just looking at the flyer, Meng Meng wrinkled her nose unhappily. Dad, my sister lied to Meng Meng. After Qin Ziming sat down, Meng Meng acted coquettishly towards him, with her little head resting on her big belly. Okay, how could I lie to you? Meng Meng was just greedy. He picked up the little girl, tapped her nose gently, and then put her down. Sit down, Dad orders first. Seeing Meng Meng trying to get into his arms again, Qin Ziming picked up his cell phone and waved it in front of his daughter. Hee, Dad, Meng Meng is already sitting. Seeing that delicious food would be available soon, the two little guys sat down immediately. Beep! Qin Ziming scanned the QR code on the desktop with his mobile phone. What to buy? At this time, his decision-making difficulty came back again. Forget it, just go with the whole family bucket. Seeing that his two daughters were staring at him, Qin Ziming directly ordered a family bucket for 150 yuan. Dad, are you still not well? Every few dozen seconds that passed, Meng Meng would pout and ask. Look, isn't that coming? Humph, Dad, you want to deceive Meng Meng again. The little guy turned his face away. Qin Ziming said the same thing every time the waiters passed by, and this time was no exception. Hee, sister, Dad didn't lie to you. At this time, they were the only table here, and a waiter came over. Real? Meng Meng believed what her sister said, and she looked back with her eyes brightened. Hee, Meng Meng can finally eat. As the little guy stared intently, the waiter put the family bucket away. Please enjoy your meal. Seeing a pair of cute twin girls, the waiter said politely. Thanks. Qin Ziming said politely, picked up 2 straws, inserted them into the orange juice, and pushed them in front of his 2 daughters. Thank you, Dad. Meng Meng took a breath happily and showed a satisfied expression. Give. Even though Meng Meng was very greedy, she didn't eat it. Qin Ziming picked up a grilled chicken wing. Dad, Dudu also wants grilled chicken wings. Seeing his sister eating grilled chicken wings, Dudu looked down at the baked French fries. Ha both. Qin Ziming laughed heartily and picked up another grilled chicken wing. The family bucket costs 150 yuan and the portion is quite large. Even though he has a big appetite, he can't guarantee that he can finish it. Hee, so delicious. It was the first time for the 2 daughters to eat it, and their eyes narrowed with joy. Ding, mission accomplished. Reward the host with a fried chicken secret recipe. Qin Ziming had just finished eating a hamburger when a system prompt sounded in his mind. Not bad, try this secret recipe sometime. He picked up another burger, forgetting the fried chicken recipe, and joined his daughter in the fight for food. Dad, that's mine. Give it to you well. We. Half an hour later. The father, his 2 daughters, and his 2 daughters burped comfortably. What was left in the family bucket went into Qin Ziming's stomach. Dad, I'm so full. Meng Meng rubbed her bulging belly and frowned slightly. Hee, burp. Dudu next to him laughed and then burped. Okay, let's go buy some food and come back to make some delicious buns. After resting for a while, Qin Ziming felt embarrassed to occupy the seat when he saw that there were more customers in the store. Okay, Meng Meng wants to make buns too. Meng Meng got down from the chair and jumped up and down as usual. He took only a few steps before he wrinkled his nose. Dad, Meng Meng has a stomachache. After eating, don't run around, walk slowly. Really? Meng Meng raised her little head and took a few steps slowly. Dad, it really doesn't hurt anymore, giggle. He was wrinkling his nose just now, but now his face was immediately full of smiles, and his laughter attracted everyone's attention. What a lovely little girl, she looks so cute, I can't wait to hold her in my arms. Hey, they're twins. This fat guy saved the galaxy in his previous life. I don't know what position I should use to give birth to such a cute daughter. Posture, big sister, this is the posture that can solve it. Why, you want to practice? A large woman raised her arms high, revealing her strong muscles. Big sister, I was wrong. You are naturally beautiful. You can give birth to a baby no matter what position you use. HMPH, you're lucky to be running fast, daring to question this fairy. Qin Ziming had no idea what happened in McDonald's. Even if he knew, he would just sneer. What I care most about now is making the buns and trying them to see if they are really that delicious. Dad, the buns are ready, but Meng Meng can't even eat them. Sitting in the car, Meng Meng wrinkled her nose and touched her belly. You little idiot, you're not eating now. Hee, sister is so stupid, let's eat when we are hungry. Dad, is Dudu right? Dudu raised his little head proudly, looking like he was very smart. Yes, you are the smartest. Qin Ziming turned around and gently rubbed his 2 daughters' faces. Dad, that's annoying. Don't pinch your face. It will make you look ugly. The little guy pouted and moved to the side. Meng Meng, don't believe what your sister says. Rub your face often and you will become beautiful. Meng Meng was a step slow to react and fell into her father's clutches. Dad, really? Meng Meng, who originally wanted to avoid it, asked with her eyes wide open. Really? How could Dad lie to Meng Meng? After Qin Ziming finished speaking, he couldn't help laughing out loud. Hee, sister is a little fool, Daddy is lying to you. At this time, Dudu stood up and laughed happily. Meng Meng looked confused and hesitated between her sister and father for a few times. Then she realized what was happening and snorted coldly. Damn Dad, you bully Meng Meng. Sister, don't laugh. The little guy stood up, put his hands on his hips, and glared at Dudu angrily. Okay, Daddy was wrong. He shouldn't have bullied Meng Meng. Sit tight. We're going to drive. Qin Ziming put his hands together and looked pitiful. HMPH, you naughty daddy, Meng Meng forgives you, but don't do this again in the future. When Meng Meng saw her father apologizing to her, she immediately smiled with her eyes narrowed. Chapter 14. Buy materials first to trigger the task. Dad, what is this? Watching the big brother carry several large bags into the car, Meng Meng stood beside him and asked curiously. Little greedy cat, this is flour for making buns. As his daughter was curious, Qin Ziming rubbed her hair. The flour he chose was not ordinary. A 25-kilogram bag of her Tao snowflake flour costs 250 yuan, which is considered good among medium gluten flours. It is made from high-quality wheat from Tao Pingyuan, with fine powder and good taste. Flour, is it delicious? The little guy rolled his big eyes and licked his lips with his tongue. You only know how to eat. Qin Ziming was so angry that he tapped Meng Meng's forehead. The little guy pouted his lips with an innocent expression and couldn't understand why his father hit him. Flour can't be eaten now. You can't eat it. Meng Meng licked her lips while speaking. Brother, your daughter is so cute. The shop owner was standing nearby and couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene. It's cute, but also very annoying. As he spoke, he ruffled the little guy's hair lovingly. Meng Meng will have buns to eat soon. Meng Meng seemed to see delicious buns floating in front of her, and she stretched out her hands and waved in the air. "Sister, what are you doing?" At this time, Dudu came over with his hands behind his back. "Hee, sister, Meng Meng is grabbing the buns, they are delicious." After saying this, he grabbed the air with his right hand, then put it to his mouth and made a swallowing gesture. "Really? Let me see." Dudu came over and touched his sister's face with both hands. When Qin Ziming saw it, he quickly turned his face away and tried not to laugh. "Ha ha!" Qin Ziming could bear it, but the owner of the shop next door couldn't. There was a pretty little girl with 2 white handprints on her face. Others didn't know, but he couldn't help it. "Dad, what is this uncle laughing at?" The little guy didn't know what was going on. He raised his little head with a silly look, and with the white handprints, Qin Ziming finally couldn't help laughing out loud. "Ha ha, uncle is not laughing at anything." While trying not to laugh, she wiped the flour off the little guy's face. This girl, Dudu, usually seems to be very protective of her sister, but unexpectedly, she also has a funny side. "Dad, you made Meng Meng ugly." Qin Ziming clapped his hands and flour splashed everywhere. When Meng Meng saw it, her eyes widened to the limit. She reacted belatedly and touched her little face. Hee. When Dudu, who was standing next to him, saw this scene, he laughed even more happily. "Elder sister." Hearing that even his sister was laughing at him, the little girl pouted and stomped his feet on the ground. "Sister, I'm not laughing anymore." Dudu waved his hands, then touched his face out of habit. Hee. "Dad, my sister is also a little cat." After hearing what his sister said, Dudu wanted to wipe it off. After wiping it, her whole face was covered with flour. Meng Meng was so happy that she clapped her hands, and the unhappiness in her heart was long forgotten. "Little cat?" Chuckle. He found that the more he wiped, the more there was, and Dudu started laughing too. "Brother, this is my business card. If you need flour, we can deliver it to your door." After knowing that the customer bought the flour to run a bun shop, the flour owner even handed over a business card. Good. Qin Ziming didn't say anything. He planned to go back and see if the buns he made tasted really good. He will then decide whether to use the other party's flour. He also hopes that there will be no problem so that he doesn't have to spend time buying it in the future. Let's go back and make buns. After a period of consumption, the 2 little guys' stomachs have returned to normal and they feel like they can eat delicious food again. Yes, you only know how to eat. Seeing that his daughters were like little greedy cats, Qin Ziming flicked their foreheads in anger. "We." Meng Meng rubbed her forehead, looked silly, and blinked her big eyes. Well. Under the envious gaze of the panel owner, the black Land Rover Range Rover sped away. Half an hour later, Qin Ziming parked his car in front of the steamed bun shop. "Come on, Dad." He picked up a bag of flour, paused every step, and walked into the store. Meng Meng stood at the door, clenched her fists, cheering her father on, with sweat appearing on her forehead. If people didn't know her, they would think she was working. Hoo-hoo. For the first time, Qin Ziming felt speechless. Sitting down on the chair, he couldn't believe that his huge body could be so weak. "Dad, you can't do it anymore?" Meng Meng came over, and the little guy waved his little hands and fanned him. "Dad can." Qin Ziming patted his bulging belly and then stood up. He bought a total of 25-kilogram bags of flour, as well as various ingredients needed for fillings. After some effort, I finally moved all the purchased ingredients into the kitchen. This body is so useless. This time, Qin Ziming didn't want to get up from the chair. He was breathing heavily, and sweat was pouring down his forehead like rain. "Daddy, drink milk." Dudu took a bottle of Wangzai milk and handed it to him with reluctance. "Silly boy, Daddy won't drink, so you drink it." Seeing that she was not even close to having a sip of Wangzai milk, Qin Ziming reached out and rubbed his daughter's head. If he wants to drink some water or take a rest, he can just go out and buy some. "But you sweat a lot, Dad." The little guy tilted his head and pouted his little mouth. "Dad is fine." After sitting for a while and feeling strong again, Qin Ziming stood up. "Look, Dad is fine." After he finished speaking, he moved his sore arms and couldn't help but frown. Drink it then." Seeing that his father was really fine, Dudu drank Wangzai milk happily. "Delicious." She squinted her eyes and a look of satisfaction appeared on her face. Dudu Meng Meng, don't run around in the store. Daddy will park the car first. There is a parking space on the side of the road next to the steamed bun shop. Qin Ziming was going to park his car. He just parked it in front of the shop just to make it easier to move the goods. Yeah, Daddy, Dudu will watch over his sister. Dudu nodded while drinking Wangzai. Gurgle. Gurgle. The first thing he did after getting in the car was to open a bottle of mineral water and drink it in one gulp, then he burped in relief. Cool. Worried that his two daughters would run around, he quickly started the car and parked it on the side of the road. As soon as he reached the door of the store, Dudu ran over and hugged his thighs tightly. Dad, if we sell buns, can we make a lot of money? At this time, Dudu looked like a little money grubber. He refused to drink the Wangzai milk and stretched out his hands to make a big circle. Right. Just as Qin Ziming was about to respond, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, triggering the mission. Chapter 15, 500 buns, Meng Meng takes action. Ding. 500 buns sold every day. Task duration 1 month. Reward, during the mission, the host's daily turnover will double. This is really a doze, someone handed me a pillow. Just now he was still hesitating whether he could make more money running a steamed bun shop or running errands himself. There is no need to think about it now. I will definitely focus on the steamed bun shop. After I recruit employees, I can free up time to take on some errands. It is impossible that he is the only one in the bun shop. He is the boss, the chef, and even the waiter. System, are we going to open for business today? Yes. It starts today. Just when he was in a daze, Meng Meng came over and grabbed him by the collar. Dad! Dudu, what's wrong? She gently pinched her daughter's little face with both hands. Dad, Meng Meng wants to eat buns. When the little guy finished speaking, he blinked his big eyes. I'm hungry so soon, let Daddy touch my stomach. Qin Ziming squatted down and just put his hands on his belly. Meng Meng started giggling. Giggle, Daddy's itchy. Okay, Dad will start making buns now. Taking another look at the store, Qin Ziming smiled. The system's product did not disappoint him. Now that all the relevant formalities had been completed, he could open for business directly. That's great. Dudu also wants to help Dad make buns. At this time, Dudu clapped his hands happily and looked at him with a praying face. Dudu, do you want to help Daddy? I am. The little guy nodded rapidly, afraid that if he was a second late, his father would not agree. Dad also wants someone to help, but can you, Dudu? Qin Ziming took a look at the hanging apron, then took it down and put it on. Dudu can't do it, but Daddy can. Dudu walked into the kitchen, shaking his little head left to right. Hey, why not? The little guy bit his nails and looked puzzled. Dudu, what are you looking for? Seeing his daughter like this, Qin Ziming couldn't help but want to tease her. Look for this. She reached up and tugged at her apron. Dad, Meng Meng wants one too. Meng Meng, who saw this scene, also ran over. Do you still want to eat buns? Thinking about the daily system tasks, there was only half a day left today, and he still had to sell 500 buns. Qin Ziming stopped teasing his daughter and opened a bag of flour. Think about it, Meng Meng wants to eat buns. As soon as they heard the word Bowsy, the two little guys immediately forgot what had just happened. If you want to eat buns, just be quiet and don't disturb Daddy, okay? Dad, I got it. Meng Meng knows. The two little guys stood at attention, raised their little heads and shouted. He pressed lightly with his fingers, and the surface of the pork belly felt just the right amount of elasticity. This meat is good, 3 parts fat and 7 parts lean, just right. Qin Ziming nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, he looked like a master who had devoted his whole life to making steamed buns. Kneading the dough is the first and most critical step in making buns. Qin Ziming grabbed a handful of flour, and the snow-white and delicate flour slipped through his fingers like quicksand. Boil the water first. After carefully checking the kitchen utensils, Qin Ziming nodded again. Everything inside looked like brand new. Okay. He first used a measuring cup to accurately measure the warm water and controlled the water temperature at 38 degrees. This is the memory in his mind, just like his own personal experience. If the water temperature is too high, the dough will be sticky, and if it is too low, the yeast will not be active enough. So fun. He poured flour into a large basin and dug a crater in the middle. When the two little guys saw it, they clapped their hands excitedly. "Dad, Meng wants one too." At this moment, they could no longer stand, and it seemed that only Qin Ziming shook his head and continued to fight here. Well, if he wanted to knead the dough with peace of mind, he had to give his two daughters something to do. He glanced at the kitchen, then picked up two small stainless steel basins and poured some flour into each. Thank you, Dad. Dudu will definitely make good buns." Dudu imitated what his father had just done and just stood there motionless, obviously waiting for the next step. "Sister, wait for Meng." Meng realized it later and quickly made a hole in the flour. Qin Ziming slowly poured in the yeast water and began to stir with his right hand like a paddle. His movements were not fast, but his force was even with each circle. "You are indispensable." At this time, he did not forget his two daughters and added a little yeast water to them. The flour gradually absorbs water and changes from flocculent to clumping. The dough needs to be clean in three ways: the basin, the surface, and the hands. As he began to knead the dough, a sentence flashed through his mind. The strength in his hands gradually increased, and the muscles in his forearms bulged, and the blue veins were faintly visible. Kneading dough is a strenuous job and a technical job. If the pressure is too light, the gluten will not form enough, and if the pressure is too heavy, the dough will become too tight. Meng doesn't want to make buns anymore. The little guy wiped the sweat from his forehead, stood up, and his face was covered with flour again. "Meng, you can only play in the store, you are not allowed to go out." At this time, he was too busy to take care of his two daughters. "Dad, Dudu, go play with your sister." Dudu played with the noodles for a while, but finally decided to give up. Good. Even though he thought this, he was still worried and looked back into the store from time to time. It's really a physical job. 20 minutes later. The dough was in a state that Qin Ziming was satisfied with. The surface is as smooth as baby skin, and it will slowly bounce back when pressed lightly. The next step is fermentation. He covered it with a damp cloth and placed the basin in a warm place. Only then did he wipe the sweat from his forehead, picked up the mineral water, drank it in one breath, and then sat down to rest. "Dad, are the buns ready?" Meng, who was sitting next to him, supported her chin with both hands. As soon as she saw her father stop, she immediately slid down from the chair. "It's still early, little greedy cat, let's go out and buy some delicious food." Qin Ziming thought about it, then stood up and walked outside. "Buy some delicious food, Dad, wait for Dudu." When he heard that there was something delicious, Dudu ran out as fast as he could. "Slower." Seeing his daughter walking with her short legs, Qin Ziming had to stop for fear that she would fall. Dad, what are we going to buy?" The two daughters, one on the left and one on the right, held their father's fingers tightly and jumped around. Meng, what do you want to eat?" He didn't even bother to close the store door and just walked to the right. "There is a small supermarket not far away." "Dad, Meng wants this." After entering the small supermarket, Meng broke free from her hand and ran towards a shelf. Having just been there this morning, she knew what was there. Good. Looking at the bucket of potato chips in his daughter's hand, Qin Ziming said nothing and picked some snacks. "Finally, don't forget to pick up some milk. There is a refrigerator in the store, which can be used to satisfy my daughter's cravings. My little sister is for you." After Qin Ziming paid the bill, the salesperson picked up 2 lollipops. This type of customer is the most popular and will spend hundreds of yuan at a time. "Thank you, sister. Sister, you are so beautiful." After seeing their father nod, the 2 little guys took the lollipops, licked them and shouted, "Little sister, you are beautiful too." Chapter 16, Pork and Garlic Buns, even if they're hot. Quack! Back in the store, Meng reached for the bucket of potato chips. The little guy skillfully opened the lid, took out a piece of potato chip and put it in his mouth with a satisfied expression. "It's delicious." "Dad, my sister is not behaving well." Seeing his sister not eating her lollipop and opening a bucket of potato chips, Dudu reached out and patted her hand. "Sister, finish your lollipop first." "Dad." Meng, who was about to take the second piece of potato chips, pouted and looked at her father unhappily. Meng, sister is right, finish your lollipops first, these are all yours, and no one is snatching them away." Qin Ziming reached out and gently pinched Mengmeng's nose, then turned and walked into the kitchen. He still had to prepare the stuffing. Machine ground meat has no soul. Qin Ziming glanced at the meat grinder next to him and picked up the kitchen knife. For some reason, he liked the feeling of chopping the stuffing by hand. Da-da. The blade collides with the chopping board, making a rhythmic sound. 10 minutes later. The pork had been chopped and he nodded with satisfaction. It's really good, but I can hardly feel my arms. I was already weak, and now after working for more than 10 minutes straight, my arms are so sore. It seems that I will have to rely on you for the next period of time. Qin Ziming couldn't help but exclaimed after taking another look at the meat grinder. Okay, keep going. After rubbing his arms and replenishing his water, he stood up and picked up some green onions. The buns he is going to sell today are pork and scallion buns. This knife skill is good, but the physical strength can't keep up. Green onions must be cut and used immediately to maintain their freshness and sweetness. I saw that he was very skilled with the knife. The white and green of the scallion were turned into evenly fine powder under his knife. For a moment, the kitchen was filled with the spicy and sweet aroma. The next step is seasoning. Looking at the ginger juice, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, sesame oil, white pepper powder in front of me, a recipe suddenly popped up in Qin Ziming's mind. Dad, are you still not well? Another hour. The two daughters looked at the kitchen quietly, their chins supported by their hands and their noses wrinkled slightly. Wait a little longer. He looked back at his two daughters. They were sitting on chairs, taking off their shoes and throwing them on the ground, swinging their little feet back and forth. You still have to wait. Mengmeng pouted unhappily and drew circles on the table with her fingers out of boredom. Elder sister. Seeing that her father was busy again, Mengmeng reached out and pulled her sister's clothes. What are you doing? Dudu came back to his senses from his daze, and his big eyes rolled around. Elder sister. The little guy first looked at the kitchen, then pointed outside the store. No, Dad said we can't go out. Dudu shook her head without even thinking about it. She had not forgotten what her father had said. All right. After finally straightening his back, Mengmeng lowered his head like a deflated ball. Let's make buns. I saw Dudu putting his fingers to his mouth and biting his nails gently. When he saw the dough he had kneaded before, his eyes lit up and he slid down from the chair. Make buns, sister, wait for me, Mengmeng. In the kitchen. Qin Ziming uncovered the wet cloth and poked his finger into the dough. The hole did not shrink, which meant that the fermentation was just right. He took out the dough, placed it on a lightly floured chopping board, and began to knead the dough to release the air. The exhaust force should be even to drive out all the large bubbles. Qin Ziming talked to himself, his hands working on the dough like a masseur, sometimes pressing, sometimes folding. Sister, do you smell it? It smells so good. At this time, Mengmeng was like a little greedy cat, twitching her nose. Yeah, Dudu smelled it too. Almost at the same time, the two little guys looked towards the kitchen. Great, Dad has made the buns. This time, Mengmeng reacted the fastest. He got up and ran to the kitchen door, staring at the buns that had just come out of the oven with wide eyes. Dad, are the buns ready? As Qin Ziming opened the steamer, steam rose. There were buns inside, and the two greedy little guys kept swallowing their saliva. Yeah, didn't you see it? Looking at the 50 buns coming out of the oven, Qin Ziming showed a satisfied look on his face. Hurry up, Mengmeng wants to eat. When Mengmeng heard that the buns were ready, she stamped her feet in anxiety. It's still hot. Qin Ziming took out a plate, put 2 on it, thought for a moment, and added 2 more. Don't worry, it's hot. Putting the buns on the dining table, Qin Ziming walked back to the kitchen. He also wanted to taste the buns he made. Smells so good. I picked up a bun and broke it open. Suddenly, the whole kitchen was filled with the rich aroma of meat, mixed with the smell of garlic. Smelling the tempting aroma, he couldn't wait to take a bite. He was immediately whimpering from the heat. Huff. Even so, it still couldn't stop him. He just chewed it a few times and swallowed it. Ah, it's so hot. Just then, a cute cry was heard. Qin Ziming quickly put down the buns and walked outside. Hee, Dad. When the little guy saw his father coming out, he looked stupid, as if he had done something bad and was caught on the spot. You didn't get burned? He quickly grabbed his daughter's hand and examined it carefully. Cool. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that there was no burn and it was just a little red. Didn't Dad just tell you that you can't eat it while it's still hot? Picking up the bun on the table, he gently pinched Mengmeng's nose. Dad, you ate it too. Mengmeng blinked her big eyes at him. Dad is an adult, he's not afraid of the heat. At this moment, he finally understood why his daughter was like this, and couldn't help but tap her head. Really? The little guy obviously didn't believe it and rubbed his forehead. Dudu, look at your sister. Qin Ziming glanced at Dudu and nodded with satisfaction. Unlike her sister, she remembered what her father said. She supported her chin with both hands, her big eyes rolling around, staring at the buns in front of her. Dudu responded, maintaining the same posture, and it was unclear whether he heard it or not. After a while, Mengmeng couldn't help it anymore, so she pulled her sister's hand and asked, Sister, can I eat now? I don't know, but you can try. In response to his sister's question, Dudu shook his head, thought for a while, then reached out and gently touched the bun in front of him. Sister, is it still hot? Before her fingers touched the buns, Mengmeng's words made her quickly withdraw her hand. I don't know, I'll try again. I saw Dudu biting his gums and then stretched out his finger. It's not hot anymore. This time, after confirming, Dudu directly grabbed the bun. It's really not hot anymore. Seeing her sister pick up the buns, Mengmeng was unwilling to be left behind. It's hot. The little guy took a bite of the bun and was immediately scalded by the soup inside. Delicious. However, the delicious soup made her forget that it was hot for a moment. She chewed it happily with a satisfied look on her face. This girl. Back in the kitchen, Qin Ziming kept an eye on his daughter. Seeing this scene, he shook his head helplessly. What should I do with the remaining buns? No matter how much he eats, he can't finish dozens of buns. Got it. His eyes lit up and he slapped his forehead. Chapter 17 What Dad Does, Can't Be Given Away. Belch. After eating 6 meat buns in a row, Qin Ziming finally burped. Gurgle. He picked up the bowl of soup beside him. This was the chicken soup he specially made. He drank it in one gulp and then patted his big belly with satisfaction. Mengmeng, who was standing next to her, also imitated her father after seeing this, and finally didn't forget to pat her own belly. Good. Looking at the remaining meat buns, he glanced around the store and finally stopped at a small blackboard. Dad, what are you doing? Dudu jumped and walked to his father. Dad is doing something big. Sasha. He picked up the chalk and wrote on the small blackboard. Big deal, what is it? The little guy tilted his head and puffed up his cheeks. Secret. Qin Ziming put his index finger to his mouth, making a gesture to keep quiet. Sister, Mengmeng knows. Mengmeng finished the last bite of the bun, raised her little head proudly and walked over. Sister, do you know? Dudu obviously didn't believe it. He didn't even know, so how could his sister know? Dad is writing. After saying that, Mengmeng Chupi raised his little head higher, with his nostrils pointing to the roof. I know Dad is writing, too. Soon, Qin Ziming clapped his hands in satisfaction. Walk. He picked up the small blackboard, walked outside the store, and then set it up at the door. Sister, do you know what this word is? The 2 little guys squatted at the door and pointed at the words on the small blackboard and asked. Dudu doesn't know? Dudu tried hard to identify it, and finally shook his head in disappointment. Mengmeng, what are you doing? Qin Ziming came out carrying a steamer. Dad, Mengmeng didn't do anything. Mengmeng quickly withdrew her hand. She just touched the words with her finger and found that they could be erased. Go inside the store, or you'll be taken away by bad guys. Looking at the erased words, Qin Ziming turned around and took out a piece of chalk to fill in the blanks. Dad, are we going to sell buns? Yes, Dudu is really smart, but it's a trial run now, so we don't charge any money. He made 50 buns in total, and after the father and his daughter ate them, there were 38 left. Dad, Mengmeng still needs to eat, we can't sell it. Meng Meng walked over with her hands on her hips. Meng Meng, are you still not full? After hearing his daughter's words, Qin Ziming touched her belly. They had just eaten 2 meat buns and a bowl of chicken soup. I'm full. Meng Meng patted her belly and said, You're full, why don't you sell it? He pulled the little girl into his arms and ruffled her hair. Meng Meng will eat more later. She looked at her father with confusion. Eat it later, Dad can make it later. Hearing what his daughter said, Qin Ziming pinched her nose, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Hey, what smells so good? Just then, a passerby was attracted by the faint fragrance wafting out of the store. Dumpling shop. The passerby looked up, saw the name of the store, and his eyes fell on a fat man. Handsome guy, we're opening a new store, you can try a steamed bun. Seeing someone stop and ask, Qin Ziming pointed to the small blackboard at the door. Pork and scallion buns are my favorite. Boss, give me one to try. He originally wanted to turn around and leave, but after seeing the contents on the small blackboard, he reached out to Qin Ziming. Okay, it's fresh out of the oven, be careful with the heat. Qin Ziming opened the lid, and immediately, steam filled the air. Hiss, it's really hot. After the passerby took the bun, he changed hands several times before he got used to the temperature. Wee! Meng Meng, who was standing next to her, laughed happily after seeing this. Dad, big brother is afraid of heat just like Meng Meng. Meng Meng, that's rude. Qin Ziming gently tapped his daughter's nose, then gave an apologetic smile to the passers-by. Excuse me. It's okay, brother, your daughter is really cute, this. After he finished speaking, he took a bite of the bun. Then an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Is this the pork and green onion bun I've ever had? I took another bite, this time wanting to savor it more carefully. But after it entered his mouth, he swallowed it. So the bun was gone in just a few bites. You're not coming now? Before he had time to taste it, his eyes fell on Qin Ziming again. Boss, can this be? Handsome guy, sorry, 1 person per person. If you want to try it again, please come back after 6 p.m. After the customer tasted the buns, Qin Ziming didn't believe that he would not come. As for wanting to try one more, I can only say sorry, he also wanted to use this to promote it. There are more than 30 buns. If everyone gets one, the nearby residents may know about it if the word gets out. Boss, is it really impossible? I want one. Gu Cage stretched out a finger pitifully. He now regretted why he had eaten so quickly just now. No. Qin Ziming smiled and shook his head, his attitude very firm. Okay, I'll come over again tonight. He couldn't ask for one more bun, so Gu Cage looked back almost every step he took. No, one for each person. If I can trick them out, I can taste them then. When Gu Cage thought about having to wait for 2 hours before he could eat such delicious buns, he didn't want to wait even a moment. Toot! After figuring this out, Gu Cage took out his cell phone. Hey, let me tell you, I just came out and found a super delicious shop. Don't worry, I won't lie to you, if it's not one for each person. These words fell into Qin Ziming's ears. After hearing them, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. One shot, one hit. He doesn't need to say anything, the first customers who taste it will take the initiative to help him promote it. When did a bun shop open here? It's just one tasting, forget it. Boss, give me one. Garlic, I hate garlic the most. Ta-da. 5 or 6 minutes passed. There were hurried footsteps and shouts coming from the distance. Where is the good food? Hurry up, it's right here. Gu Cage, who had been standing by, watched the number of buns decrease one by one. His roommates had not come over yet, so he jumped up and down anxiously. No way, Gu Cage, what you told me was delicious was steamed buns. I hate steamed buns. I never want to eat them in my life. Huff. The 3 roommates looked at the steamed bun shop in front of them and almost fell to the ground. I just ran out of school in one breath. After knowing the target, I almost fainted. Don't worry, when have I, Gu Cage, ever lied to you? Don't forget what I just said, give each of you half. It's just a bun, and we can each have half. I'll give it to you. No, you have to treat me to dinner tonight, or my young heart won't heal. Okay, it's my treat. In Gu Cage's opinion, it wouldn't cost much to treat his roommates to a few buns, and after they tasted the buns, they would definitely not go to eat. Boss, 3 buns. Gu Cage walked to the door of the store and asked cautiously. He was afraid that his boss would say no. Chapter 18, Betray Your Roommate for a Bun. Okay. Qin Ziming glanced outside and saw 3 college students leaning against the wall gasping for breath, then he put the 3 meat buns into the packaging bag. Thank you, boss. He couldn't wait to take it. Under the surprised gazes of several roommates, he took out a bun, broke it in 2, and then put 1 half back. When he came out, he was holding a bun. These are you. I stuffed the packaging bag into my roommate's hand and couldn't wait to eat the buns. Tasty. I took a bite and swallowed it without chewing, just like before. Gone again. Half a pork garlic bun was gone in 3 bites. Gu Cage, you are a hungry ghost reincarnated. Have you not eaten enough in several lifetimes? This operation shocked the 3 roommates so much that their eyes dropped to the ground. Oh, no, it smells so good. One of them reacted quickly and looked at half a bun in the bag. He raised it in front of him and took a deep breath. Suddenly, he showed an intoxicated expression. Since when did meat buns smell so good? With a puzzled look on his face, he picked up half the bun and put it to his mouth, hesitating whether to taste it. Second brother, if you don't want to eat it, you can give it to me. Seeing his roommate hesitate, Gu Cage reached out his hand. You wish. After saying this, he took a big bite to vent his dissatisfaction. It's really unpalatable. He originally wanted to say it was delicious, but when his eyes fell on the packaging bag, he quickly changed his words. He now wanted to eat the rest of the buns alone. It tastes terrible, second brother, you are trying to trick the devil. He could lie with words, but unfortunately he forgot the expression on his face. Before he could finish being happy, he felt his hand lighten and the packaging bag had been snatched away. Old 4, this is yours. Let me try it. The 2 of them shared the remaining buns and couldn't wait to take a bite. Okay, second and third brother, we treated you as brothers, but you always wanted to sleep with us. After tasting the buns, both of them hadn't even had time to enjoy them before they were gone. They looked at Gu Cage with regret on their faces, who was happily enjoying a bun alone. Hee, boss? No, each person can only eat 1. Before the 2 of them could finish speaking, Qin Ziming cruelly stopped them from continuing. Ah. The 2 looked at the fat boss in front of them begging, and finally turned their gaze to Gu Cage. Old third, give us back our buns. Before he could finish his words, he rushed towards Gu Cage. Dig a hole. Seeing his roommate rushing towards him, he didn't even bother to taste the bun slowly and stuffed the rest of the bun into his mouth. Wow, it's gone. Gu Cage almost choked and patted his chest, which made him feel better. Boss, when will the buns be available for sale? Seeing Gu Cage stuffing the bun into his mouth, the 2 of them couldn't help but feel goosebumps all over their bodies at the thought of picking it out. After 6. Qin Ziming opened the lid and saw that half of the bun was left. 6 o'clock, we still have to wait for 2 hours, boss, can't you come earlier? I want to, too. There's only 1 person in the store, and the trial run isn't over yet. He shrugged and looked helpless. Trial business? Boss, if you trust us, leave this task to us. Gu Cage's eyes rolled and he patted his chest to make a promise. You guys are not planning to steal the buns while I'm not paying attention. If someone could help him, he could go back to the kitchen and make the buns now, and maybe even finish them half an hour earlier. Ahem, boss, we are college students. How could we do such a thing? Gu Cage almost got a stitch in the side when he heard the fat boss words. He coughed and made repeated assurances. Dad, Dudu will watch over the big brothers. Just then, Dudu came over and looked at the 4 older brothers curiously. Sister, and Meng Meng. Wow, boss, this is your daughter? Seeing a pair of cute twin girls, Gu Cage looked Qin Ziming up and down. A look of disbelief appeared on his face. He had not even entered the store and had not expected that the other party had a daughter. What's wrong? What's that look in your eyes? Ha. Boss, you misunderstood. Your daughter is so beautiful. Hee. Big brother, you are beautiful too. Hearing someone praising her, Meng Meng raised her little head and responded politely. Phew. The little guy said this with a cute expression. The three roommates laughed like pigs and pointed at Gu Cage. Ha ha. Third brother, you are very beautiful. No, let me take a breath. Gu Cage usually plays basketball. He is about 1.8 meters tall and has a muscular body. He can be said to be very strong. Little sister, you are really good at giving compliments. Hee hee, thank you, big brother. You are very beautiful too. After Meng Meng finished speaking, she blinked her big eyes mischievously. Ha ha. Gu Cage, who was depressed just now, felt much better after hearing these words. Sister, why is big brother smiling so happily? Meng Meng looked confused and shook her sister's arm. Sister, Dudu doesn't know either. Meng Meng, beautiful is used to describe girls, but if you want to praise your brother, he should be a handsome guy, understand? Hearing his daughter's words, Qin Ziming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only explain. Meng Meng knows, Dad is also a handsome guy. Phew. This time, the four college students laughed out loud almost at the same time. But they quickly held back their anger, their faces turning red. Okay, laugh if you want. The current Qin Ziming is not handsome at all. He weighs over 200 pounds and has a round face. At first glance, he looks like a greasy uncle. Ha ha, boss, your daughter is so cute. After Qin Ziming said this, the four of them could no longer hold back. Everyone laughed, holding their stomachs. Sister, did Meng Meng say something wrong again? The scene he saw before him made the little guy's CPU smoke and he blinked his big eyes. Boss, go make the buns quickly, and leave the outside to us. Gu Cage wiped his eyes. He had just laughed until tears came out. But the attention soon returned to the food. Okay, thank you guys for your help. 500 buns, even if he has mixed the pork, it will take a lot of time to knead the dough and make the buns. Boss, don't worry, your daughter is still happy, ha ha ha. As soon as they saw the twin girls, what they had just said echoed in their minds, and they couldn't help laughing again. Dad, don't worry, Dudu will look after big brother. Dudu put his hands on his hips and raised his little head proudly. And Meng Meng. Meng Meng was slow to react, so she quickly followed her sister's example. Okay, you two are the best. He placed his hands on his two daughters' heads and stroked their hair before turning and walking towards the kitchen. Big brother, you are not allowed to eat secretly. Yes, or else Meng Meng will tell Dad and I'll spank you. Chapter 19 College Students Help for Breakfast. Don't miss it if you pass by, it will make you laugh. No appetite in the hot weather? Pork and garlic buns are appetizing and filling. Thin skin and big fillings make you happy. Scan the QR code to pay and you will get rich. Hot buns. So delicious. So delicious. For college students shouted loudly at the door in order to eat buns. As expected of a college student, he wanted to come out and chat with customers, which made some passers-by who originally didn't want to stay come over curiously. Big sister, try it, the new store is opening, try the buns. I guarantee you'll want another after eating one. An old lady came over, and when she heard the young man calling her sister, her face was filled with smiles. Young man, give me one to try. Beauty, try one, it will make you more beautiful. Uncle, these hot buns will make you full of energy. The four of them handed a bun to each passerby who passed by. This bun looks good, but I wonder how it tastes. The aunt took a look at the buns in her hand and nodded with satisfaction. Sister, I promise I won't let you down. It's really good, the elasticity is good. The uncle pinched the bun, and it quickly returned to its original shape. Ha ha, I'd like to try it. The aunt didn't hesitate and put it in her mouth and took a bite. Hiss, why is it so delicious? The moment the soup touched her taste buds, the aunt's eyes widened to the limit and an expression of disbelief appeared on her face. Smells so good. As the buns cracked, the rich meaty aroma spread all around. The people standing nearby couldn't help but take a deep breath. More than a few guests, including four college students, smelled the familiar fragrance again and their saliva began to flow wildly. Gurgle. Gurgle. There was no way, they could only swallow their saliva. No more. The aunt ate very quickly. After a few bites, she realized that the buns were gone. Hey boy, these buns are so delicious. Take a few and pack them up. I'll take them home for my grandson to try. In the aunt's opinion, such delicious buns must be brought back to her precious grandson. "Auntie, I'm sorry, each person can only taste one." Gu Cage pointed to the small blackboard at the door and said, "What? One for each person?" The old lady's voice suddenly rose. Obviously she didn't believe it, and she looked in the direction he pointed. "It's true. I want one, young man." "Auntie, it's not that I don't want to, it's the boss who made the decision. We're just helping." Gu Cage pointed inside the store helplessly. "Aren't you employees?" The aunt looked carefully at the young people in front of her and realized that they were dressed like college students. "No." The four of them shook their heads one after another. The aunt glanced at the store and her expression changed. "What? Gene Zimming is the owner of the steamed bun shop." The old lady's surprise obviously showed that she knew Gene Zimming, and if nothing unexpected happened, they lived in the same community. "Sister, do you know the boss?" "Forget it, I'll come and buy it when it opens." This time, the aunt didn't answer, just shook her head and turned away. "What's going on?" Gu Cage, who saw this scene, said he didn't understand. "Sister, the bun shop will open after 6 p.m. At this time, he did not forget to help attract customers. "It's delicious." The others also took a bite of the bun, and their expressions were similar, full of shock. "Is this kind of bun something I can eat?" The uncle stuffed the bun into his mouth in 2 bites and then slapped himself. In his opinion, such delicious buns can only be found in top restaurants. "You're not even eating it right now, why are you still doubting it?" "What a pity, such a delicious bun, but I can only eat one. It's really delicious. Even someone like me who doesn't eat buns and would feel sick if I eat one more, now I want to eat 1,800 of them." After a few passers-by finished eating the buns, they were not in a hurry to leave. They just stood at the door of the store and talked. "Handsome guy, you really can't take more than one." A young woman who thought she was pretty reached out and lifted her bangs in front of her eyes. "Beauty, I'm sorry, I still want to eat buns, please come over in 2 hours." Gu Cage gave the same reply to every passerby, asking them to come after 6 o'clock in the evening. Time passes. 5:30 p.m. Worn out. Gene Zimming sat down as he watched the last batch of meat buns being put into the steamer. "Brother Gene, give it to me." Seeing the ice cola handed to him, Gene Zimming didn't hesitate. "Thank you very much." Gurgle. He picked it up and poured it into his mouth. Gu Cage had already opened it for him. Cool. After drinking half a bottle of Coke, Gene Zimming felt like he was alive again. "Dad, is it delicious?" At this time, Meng Meng ran over, raised her little head, and stared at the Coke in his hand. "It doesn't taste good, it's bitter." She's crying, Meng Meng won't drink anymore. Originally his face was full of anticipation, but after hearing this, the little guy's attention returned to the snacks in his hand. "Hey, Meng Meng, who bought you delicious food?" After Gene Zimming recovered his breath, he realized that his 2 daughters were holding a bag of snacks in their hands. Hee, it's Big Brother." Dudu smiled and pointed at Gu Cage next to her. The little girl's eyes were a little evasive. She remembered that her father had said that she should not take other people's things casually. "I'm sorry to bother you. Eat as many buns as you want later. It's my treat." While he was busy in the kitchen, the 4 college students stayed in the store and played with their 2 daughters. He also bought some snacks later, otherwise the 2 little guys would have come over to play and he would have been able to concentrate on making buns. "Brother Gene, no, you're running a business, how can we eat for free?" When Gu Cage heard that Gene Zimming wanted to treat them to buns, he almost subconsciously waved his hand to refuse. "I just spent a while in the store and learned from 2 little girls that they live with their father." When they thought of Gene Zimming, a fat man with 2 daughters, a picture came to their minds. Others work hard to earn money to support their daughter, he feels embarrassed to eat for free. Besides, for adult men have a lot of appetites, and if they really eat for free, they won't be able to eat freely. It's better to just spend the money and eat as much as you want without having to worry about these things. "Okay, take as much as you want." Gene Zimming moved the steamed buns to the front of the store one by one. "Ha, then we won't be polite. This is the first time in my life that I've felt such discomfort while waiting for food." Watching the steamer being opened and the white-hot steam spreading all around, Gu Cage took a step forward and grabbed one without caring about the heat. "Tasty." After taking a bite, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Belch! After finishing 2 meat buns in succession, Gu Cage burped. Come, have a bowl of chicken soup. Qin Ziming served several bowls of chicken soup and placed them on the dining table one after another. Brother Qin, thank you very much. He picked up a bowl of chicken soup, drank half of it in one breath, and a relieved expression appeared on his face. This tastes amazing, meat buns with chicken soup. Chapter 20 Customers question, 6 yuan each. How much should this price be? The last basket of pork garlic buns is out of the oven. Qin Ziming thought about it in his mind. One costs about 2.2 yuan. He doesn't count the labor costs, he's just doing it himself. With my current physical strength and these equipment, I can make 1,000 buns a day. Thinking of this, his eyes fell on the dough mixer and dough press. Brother Qin, what are you thinking about? Hurry up and sell the buns. There are already customers coming. Brother Qin, a customer asked, how much is one? $6. Seeing that there were already customers, Qin Ziming offered a compromise price. If these buns were all handmade, he would definitely spend more than 10 yuan. 6 yuan each, that's a bit expensive, I'd better go to the next store. This guest is a nearby resident. When I passed by here, I saw a newly opened steamed bun shop, so I came over out of curiosity and wanted to buy a few to try. When he heard the price, he shook his head. In other bun shops, it only costs 4 yuan. Such delicious buns are only 6 yuan each, we think it's a bargain. Hearing the guest leaving while still mumbling something, Gu Cage glanced at his back with disdain. $6 a piece, it's really expensive in other stores, but here it's worth it. There was an old lady standing nearby, and her voice was so loud that it immediately attracted everyone's attention. What did you say? Hey, it's you, big sister. Gu Cage spoke quickly and wanted to refute the other party, but after a closer look, he realized that this was the old lady from before, so he quickly stood up and greeted her with a smile. Young man, pack 10 meat buns. The old lady waved her hand and generously picked up a $100 bill. Auntie has already thought about it. There are 5 people in the family, and 2 is just right for each person. Big sister, will buying 10 be enough? These delicious buns, eating 1 or 2 is just enough to satisfy your craving. He just finished 5 steamed buns in one go and drank 2 bowls of chicken soup. He was so full that he didn't want to move. Yes. After this reminder, the aunt quickly clapped her hands. Young man, you're right, 2 for 1 person is definitely not enough. The aunt thought for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, 15 in a pack. The aunt has a pension and is not short of money, but she still feels a little reluctant when she thinks about spending nearly 100 yuan to buy buns. Brother Qin, the first guest. After taking the $100 bill from the old lady, he handed it to Qin Ziming. Auntie, please wait a moment, I'll pack it for you right away. Qin Ziming picked up the buns and packed them skillfully. If people didn't know him, they would think he had been running the bun shop for decades. Thank you for your patronage. Here's your 10 yuan change. I handed the packaged pork and garlic buns and a 10 yuan bill to the aunt. Dad, Dudu also wants to sell buns. After spending most of the day in the store, the 2 little guys had already become impatient. Fortunately, Gu Cage and the other 3 were there to keep them company. And Meng Meng. The 2 daughters, one on each side, pulled his arms and acted coquettishly. Well. Being pestered by the 2 little guys, he had no choice but to nod in agreement. Hee, Dad, let Dudu get you a bag. Dudu reacted quickly and found his position immediately. Meng Meng, who is always one step behind, raised her little head and turned around. She didn't know what to do and could only look to her dad for help. Dad! Meng Meng acted coquettishly and shook his arm vigorously. Okay, Meng Meng, just stand at the door and help Daddy entertain the guests. Seeing passers-by outside, some people just glanced at me and continued on their way. Yeah. The little guy was very happy to see that he could help his father and clapped his hands happily. Brother Qin, pack 10 buns for us. We need to go back to school. Gu Cage is a student after all, so his son's studies should be the priority and he cannot stay here forever. Okay, remember to come over when you have time. He quickly packed 10 buns and handed them to Gu Cage. Jifu Bao, 216 yuan has arrived. Qin Ziming heard a notification that his money had arrived on his mobile phone. Just as he was about to say what time it was, the four of them turned around and quickened their pace to leave. Don't worry, we will definitely come over if the buns are this delicious. Gu Cage raised his hand, without even turning his head, and waved it gracefully a few times. Forget it, I'll treat you next time. Looking at the four people's backs going away, Qin Ziming wanted to catch up with them, but with his weight, it was too late. What buns cost 216 yuan? The scene just now was seen by the onlookers. 22 yuan for a bun, is the filling dragon meat? Big sister, you misunderstood. This pork and garlic bun is 6 yuan each. A kind customer pointed to the small blackboard next to it and said that the previous words had been erased and rewritten. New store opening, pork garlic bun 6 yuan each, only 500. 6 yuan each, 216 means they ate 36 of them. There are only 4 of them, so on average, each person got 9. Are these pork and garlic buns really that delicious? The lady who raised the question obviously didn't believe it. In her opinion, no matter how delicious the buns are, they cannot be eaten as a meal. How can it be possible for one person to eat 9 of them? Looking at the bun that was bigger than an adult's fist, she couldn't help but shake her head. Ha ha! Big sister, that's because you haven't tasted it. If you have, you definitely won't say that. Boss, you are the manager of the business, 5 takeaways. Another regular customer came over. He was obviously a previous food-tasting customer. He generously scanned the code to pay first. Boss, the money has gone. Welcome to visit us next time. Qin Ziming always smiles when facing every guest. Hoo, everyone, make way. I want to buy some buns. Just then, there was a sound of rapid breathing, and then a big brother squeezed in. His face was red and there was a layer of sweat on his forehead. It seemed that he had run for some distance. Handsome, do you want to go into the store and rest first? We also provide meals here, and there is also old hen soup that has been cooked all day. Seeing that the other party was panting, Qin Ziming kindly reminded him. Chicken soup, who? Great, I can enjoy it. My brother, who originally wanted to pack some food to eat on the way home, saw a few tables and chairs in the store, and his eyes instantly lit up when he heard that there was old hen soup. Come in. This steamed bun shop has 4 tables and chairs and appears particularly spacious in an area of more than 40 square meters, with the kitchen occupying more than 10 square meters. Handsome guy, how many do you want? Take 5 first, and I'll pack a few more to take back for breakfast tomorrow. Okay. Qin Ziming picked up a tray, took out 5 meat buns from the steamer, and then spoke to the guests at the door. Everyone, wait a moment. It's okay, boss, you go ahead. Could this also be a lie? What do you mean by shill? If you don't know, don't say anything. And if you don't want to buy buns, make room for me. More and more customers came to the store entrance, and for some unknown reason, everyone lined up consciously. I'll buy it, who says I won't buy it? Chapter 21 Helping Dad with Work, Meng can. It's only 6 yuan each, boss, give me 5, no. 10. In front of others, a man cannot say no, or change his mind halfway through a guest's words. Brother, can you finish 10 of them? These meat buns are quite filling. The big brother who was dining in the restaurant had already broken open a meat bun. The filling inside is revealed in front of everyone, which makes the guests drool. If I can't finish it, I can share it with Slough Mai. Unlike some people, they are reluctant to buy it for themselves. Who is Slough Mai? My family is prosperous. The man showed a smug smile on his face, took the packaging bag from Qin Ziming, turned around and quickened his pace to flee the scene. Wow, feeding a dog with a 6 yuan meat bun, why do I feel like what he said implies something else? Looking at the other person's back as he walked away, the guest showed a puzzled expression on his face. Ha, young man, you still need to think about this. He means you are worse than a dog. I'm afraid I've been fooled. Fuck, you said I'm worse than a dog. Boss, give me 10 buns and I'll eat them right here. I'll eat one and throw one away. The customer's expression kept changing. He walked into the store angrily and sat down on a chair. Sister, this uncle is so scary. When Meng saw this scene, she quickly hid behind her sister. Don't be afraid, sister. I'm here. Dudu patted his sister to comfort her. Ahem, little sister, uncle apologizes to you. As soon as the guest sat down, he noticed that the twin girls standing next to him suddenly moved away from him. Seeing the sisters looking at him warily, he immediately understood what was going on. Dudu and your sister, go play over there and don't disturb your uncle. Qin Ziming originally wanted to ask the two little ones to help, but after seeing this scene, he could only let them play nearby. No, Dudu wants to help Daddy. Her big eyes rolled around and she immediately ran to the door of the store, staring at the passers-by. Ta da. Just then, a young woman came from not far away. Why are there so many people? Seeing a group of people gathered at the door of the store, Ding Xiaoye frowned slightly and prepared to go around. Big sister, buy some buns. My dad makes them. They're delicious. Under Qin Ziming's surprised gaze, the little guy ran out, holding the other's hands tightly with both hands. Loose. Ding Xiaoye spoke almost subconsciously, but just after saying one word, she took back the rest in time. Little sister, if I don't buy buns, I have to go back to eat. Seeing that it was a pretty little girl, Ding Xiaoye smiled and reached out to rub her hair. Big sister, the buns my dad made are so delicious, look, Dudu can't even eat anymore. Seeing that her elder sister was about to leave, Dudu patted her belly coquettishly. It's really that delicious. Ding Xiaoye, who originally wanted to leave, saw the little girl looking at her pitifully, so she turned her head and glanced at the entrance of the store. This bun looks pretty good. At this time, Qin Ziming just opened the lid of the steamer. Gurgle. For some unknown reason, Ding Xiaoye swallowed her saliva involuntarily, and her face turned slightly red. Okay, then I'll buy a few to try. This was the first time she had encountered such a thing. Just seeing the buns made her saliva flow faster. Dad, Dudu has a customer. Hearing that the other party would not leave, Dudu let go of his hand, walked to his father, and reached out to pull the corner of Qin Ziming's clothes. Okay, Dad got it. Dudu is really awesome. At this time, Qin Ziming was busy packing food for the guests and could only praise his daughter verbally. We. Dudu laughed happily and then looked at Ding Xiaoye. Big sister, how many buns do you want? The little guy pulled off a bag and looked like he was going to put some buns in it. This sister queues up to buy it. There is already a line forming in front of the store, and Ding Xiaoye is too embarrassed to cut in line. Dad. Dudu doesn't think so. He wants to make the customers he brought over queue up. This is not acceptable. The little guy pulls on his father's clothes and acts coquettishly. Well. Qin Ziming could only nod in agreement. He knew that if he shook his head, he would not be able to sleep well tonight. Beauty, how many buns do you want? He smiled at her, took the bag from his daughter, and prepared to pack. This? Ding Xiaoye didn't say anything, but looked at the guests in the team. Beauty, you come first, we are not in a hurry. Yes, you are the boss's customer, you should be in the front of the line. I live nearby, so I'm just out for a walk. There's no rush. For a moment, these guests shook their heads and indicated that they could wait for a while. 5, please. Things have come to this, Ding Xiaoye can only extend one hand. Okay, beautiful lady. Qin Ziming packed the food calmly and handed it to the other party. Boss, the money has gone. While the fat boss was packing up, Ding Xiaoye also took out his mobile phone to scan the code and pay. Thank you for your patronage, welcome to visit us next time. This customer looked good, Qin Ziming just sighed in his heart and continued to pack for other people. Maybe it was dinner time, almost all the guests took their food away. Dad, Meng Meng can help you too. Meng Meng pouted her little mouth, she also wanted to help her father. But the short legs just took a step and then retracted. Meng Meng, it's okay. Just then, an old lady came from a distance and stopped at the door of the store. She had several bags in her hands and had obviously just come back from buying groceries. Grandma, do you want to buy some buns? The little guy finally took his first step and walked out of the store. Little sister, this is your store. When she saw a little girl walking up to her and raising her little head to ask her, the aunt showed a kind smile on her face, as if she saw her own granddaughter. Hee grandma, this isn't T the Momo shop, it's Daddy S. Seeing the smile on the aunt's face, Meng Meng became a little bolder. She pointed at her busy father. Ha ha? Dad's shop is yours too. Really? Meng Meng tilted her little head, put her index finger to her mouth, bit her nails gently, and blinked her big eyes. Of course. Smells so good. The aunt was about to say something when she took a deep breath and turned to look at the store. An enticing aroma wafted out from inside. Hee hee, Grandma, don't they smell good? The buns my dad made are so delicious. At this time, Meng Meng raised her little head proudly, as if these buns were made by herself. It's true. Seeing several customers eating buns in the store, the aunt swallowed her saliva greedily. Grandma wants to buy some too, but she has to hurry back home to cook. Dad! When Meng Meng heard that her grandma really wanted to buy buns, she immediately turned around and walked back to the store. Okay, Dad knows. When Qin Ziming was busy, his attention was always on his two daughters. Hee hee, Meng Meng can also help Daddy. Chapter 22. I almost ate it all. Should I eat one first? Ding Xiaoye, who had already walked away, picked up the packaging bag and took a look at it. This bun has a really good appearance. She couldn't help swallowing her saliva when she thought of the fragrance she had just smelled. Try one first. After hesitating for a moment, Ding Xiaoye finally couldn't resist the temptation. She took out a bun and pinched it, and found it felt very good. It smells really good. Break open a bun and the aroma becomes even stronger. Gurgle. The unique aroma of pork and garlic made her saliva secretion faster. Hiss. Skeptical, she tried a bite. The moment the gravy flowed into her mouth and touched her taste buds, Ding Xiaoye's eyes widened to the limit. It's delicious. After taking another bite, the expression on Ding Xiaoye's face became even more exciting. When did a small shop have such delicious food? Ding Xiaoye is a middle-level manager in a company. During her free time, she would travel to various cities to look for delicious food. Things like steamed buns were the best I've ever had, and they were in a 6-star hotel. But compared with what I have now, it is not of the same level at all, and it is extremely expensive. A serving of buns costs 168, and there are only 4 of them. No wonder the little girl said that. Thinking of the cute twin girls, Ding Xiaoye couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth slightly. It's really strange, why is their father so fat? In all her years of working, this was the first time she had seen someone so fat. Ding Xiaoye walked back while thinking. She did not stop moving her hands and kept putting the bun to her mouth. When I returned to the downstairs of the apartment. Where are the other buns? Ding Xiaoye stopped, turned around and looked back. So full. She touched her stomach and realized that all 4 buns were gone, leaving only 1. Bite! The elevator door opened and Ding Xiaoye stepped in. A few minutes. Snap! Open the door and walk into the living room. You're back. Are you deliberately late? You came back as soon as I finished cooking. At this time, a pleasant female voice came from inside, with a charming feeling. Yes, I did it on purpose. Ding Xiaoye threw the last bun on the table, followed by the shoulder bag. Really? I'm very angry. Don't eat dinner tonight. These are for 1 person. Okay. After she finished speaking, she lay down on the sofa. I always feel lazy right after eating and just want to lie down and rest for a while. Ta-da! There were hurried footsteps. Then, a woman in pajamas, who looked pretty, appeared in front of Ding Xiaoye. Xiaoye, if you really don't want to eat it, I made your favorite dish. No. After lying down, Ding Xiaoye crossed his legs, took out his mobile phone and started watching videos. I was wrong, Xiaoye, just eat a little. Hu Yun's expression changed slightly, and he quickly squatted down and reached out to massage Ding Xiaoye's shoulders. Xiaoye, I shouldn't have said that just now. Get up and eat. I just ate, you can eat it yourself. Ding Xiaoye thought that she had just eaten and couldn't lie down, so she stood up and sat up. She didn't want to get out of shape. You ate. Where did you eat? She obviously didn't believe it and felt that her best friend was sulking with her. Take a look at the time. After my bestie gets off work, she takes the time to walk. Just right. On the way. At this time, Ding Xiaoye finally realized what was going on, and she wanted to tease her best friend. If you eat dirt on the road, I believe you. Oh, and drink some wind. After Hu Yu finished speaking, she suddenly laughed. She also realized that her best friend was just teasing her. Okay, Let's go eat. We have big crabs for dinner, but it cost me hundreds of dollars. As she spoke, she grabbed Ding Xiaoye's arm and tried to pull her up. I really ate it. Look, there's still one bun left. At this time, Ding Xiaoye pointed at the table helplessly. There was only one bun left. She doesn't eat much, but she wants to maintain her figure, so she doesn't want to eat the bun. Steamed stuffed bun. Only then did Hu Yiyan realize that there was a bun on the table, and her voice suddenly rose. Are you full from eating the buns? She knew very well about this best friend. She hated eating buns the most. Now she told her that she was full. Could it be that she was still angry? Okay, I'm really full. Seeing the expression on her best friend's face, Ding Xiaoye stopped teasing her, put her phone on the table, picked up the bun and broke it in half. Smells so good, gulp. When he smelled the tempting aroma of pork and garlic, Hu Yiyan couldn't help but swallow his saliva. It does smell delicious. Are you really full? Just because it smelled so good, she kind of believed it. If you want her to fully believe it, you have to wait until she tastes it. For you. Seeing the expression on her best friend's face, Ding Xiaoye handed the bun to her mouth. Then I'll try it. The bun was right next to her mouth, and she could only feel her saliva secretion quickening. Eat it, I saved it for you. Ding Xiaoye found that her face felt hot when she said this. Wow, it's really delicious. After the bun entered his mouth, the last trace of doubt in Hu Yiyan's heart disappeared. Give me. She grabbed the bun and ate the whole bun in a few bites. No more. Hu Yiyan wanted to take another bite, but when she saw the soup on her fingers, she did not let it go and started licking it. Hu Yiyan, you old pervert. Her best friend's action reminded Ding Xiaoye of a scene in a porn movie. She quickly took a step back, trying to distance herself from her. What's wrong with me? Seeing his fingers being licked clean, Hu Yiyan asked with a puzzled look on his face. Nothing? Even to her best friend, she couldn't say such a thing, so she waved her hands and said, You're so mysterious, where did you buy these buns? They're so delicious. At this moment, she forgot about the dinner she had just prepared and only wanted to eat buns. You still want to eat, not dinner? Ding Xiaoye stretched out her hand and pointed at the dinner on the table. It was just as her best friend had said, very sumptuous. The ingredients alone were estimated to cost 500 or 600 yuan. Whatever you want to eat, if there is a better choice, I will definitely choose the latter. Thinking about not having the chance to taste it just now, Hu Yiyan felt even more upset and he would definitely not be able to sleep tonight. Then the big crab you cooked. Put it in the fridge and eat it tomorrow. Now Hu Yiyan feels a little regretful. He spent several hundred yuan to buy crabs. If he had used the money to buy buns, he could have eaten them for several days. Okay, you bought it, you decide. I promised, why don't you get up quickly? Hu Yiyan didn't want to wait even a moment, so she reached out to pull her best friend up. Why are you getting up? What else can I do? Of course I'm going to buy some buns. You've had enough, but I haven't. Okay, wait for me to get my phone. By the way, are you going out dressed like this? When she opened the door and was about to go out, Ding Xiaoye pointed at her best friend's thin pajamas. If she moved a little, a flash of white would appear in her eyes. Chapter 23 Meng Meng wants to sleep, 20-pack. Dad, when are we going back? Meng Meng sat on the chair, swinging her feet back and forth. Wait a little longer, until Dad finishes selling the buns, we'll go back to sleep. The two little guys stayed in the store for so long, but there was nothing to play with. All right. Meng Meng pouted. Sister, I'll play with you. This won't work, we have to think of a way. It's okay to keep my two daughters with me for a short period of time, but they want to be able to stay for a long time. Qin Ziming glanced at the steamer and saw that there were still more than 100 left. His brows furrowed slightly. Now that the number of customers has decreased, it will take at least half an hour to sell the remaining buns. How about buying some toys? After packing the buns and handing them to the customer, Qin Ziming picked up his mobile phone and opened the mobile app. Ta da. Hurry up, or you'll run out of it. At this moment, I heard hurried footsteps and a woman's voice. This is good. Qin Ziming ignored him and continued browsing the products, adding them to the shopping cart when he saw something he liked. Boss! I didn't hear any footsteps, but I could hear pleasant sounds and a faint fragrance. Boss, do you have any more buns? Qin Ziming, who was playing with his mobile phone with his head down, quickly raised his head. Yes, yes. Seeing another customer coming, he put his phone aside. How many do you want, you two? Looking at the two guests in front of me, one of them was the beautiful lady who stopped my daughter half an hour ago. 20. Who you stretched out 2 fingers, but his expression looked a little strange. Who Iyun, you are crazy. You can eat all 20 of them. Upon hearing that her best friend wanted to buy so much, Ding Xiaoya quickly pressed her hand down and then gave the boss an awkward smile. Boss, sorry, I have to pack 10. I was full with just 4 buns. If I buy these 20, they will be enough for the 2 of them to eat for a day. Even if you have money, you can't waste it like this. Besides, buns taste best when they are fresh out of the oven. The fortune treasure has arrived, 120 yuan. Just then, I heard the payment reminder. Haha, I already paid. Hu Yu shook his phone proudly, looking like he couldn't do anything to him. All right. The money had already been paid, and she was too embarrassed to ask the boss for a refund. She was mentally prepared to eat buns all day tomorrow. Here, thank you for your patronage. Qin Ziming handed the 2 packaging bags to the other party with a smile on his face. By the way, boss, when does your store open? Ding Xiaoya had already taken a few steps, but she stopped and turned around. What time, that night? The other party suddenly asked a question. Qin Ziming was stunned for a moment, almost blurted out the question, and then patted his forehead. 6 o'clock in the morning. Before this, Qin Ziming had never done business and had not considered opening a breakfast shop. His customers were students and office workers. We have to open for business before 6 o'clock. Thank you very much. After asking what she wanted to know, she did not stay any longer and left with brisk steps. Ichi, yeah, what are you doing? Feeling a hand moving on his waist, Hu Iyun quickly dodged. You know it itches too. After glaring at her best friend, she finally let go of her hand. What's wrong, angry? Yes, I'm angry. You bought so many buns. Are you planning to stay at home for the next few days? As a news anchor, it's normal for me not to go out. Hu Yu rolled her eyes. She had stayed in the apartment for several days without going out, and her best friends all knew about it. The bun shop is nearby. If you want to eat, you can go downstairs and buy some. It won't take much time. If you don't want to go downstairs, you can wait for me to get home from get off work and buy some. Unlike others, Ding Xiaoya thinks that some money should be saved if possible. I'm starving waiting for you to come back. Hu Yu rolled her eyes again. Her best friend went to work early in the morning and came back at night. You said you wanted to lose weight, and besides, skipping a meal won't starve you to death. The 2 of them played and fought, and soon disappeared in front of everyone. At the same time, a figure ran over from a distance. Boss, huff. The man ran to the door of the bun shop in one breath, and she didn't even have time to catch her breath. Auntie, don't be impatient, take it easy. Seeing the old lady with her hands on her hips, panting without saying a few words, Qin Ziming kindly reminded her. After he finished speaking, he deliberately opened the lid of the steamer, revealing a dozen buns inside. Well. When the aunt saw that there were still buns left, she patted her chest several times. Boss, why do you only have pork and garlic buns? Just then, a passerby stopped. Beauty, the new store has just opened, and this is the only one we have right now. Qin Ziming smiled, picked up a bun, and showed it to the other person. It really looks good. The customer who originally wanted to buy red bean paste buns saw the springy meat buns and saw that they were priced at 6 yuan each. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded. Boss, 5 for a pack. Okay. After selling 5 more, Qin Ziming was in a very good mood and could close the shop and go back to sleep. Boy, and me. Seeing that 5 buns had been sold and there were less than 10 left, the aunt did not even take a rest and spoke immediately. Auntie, don't worry, there's more. Qin Ziming opened the next layer of steamer, which also contained buns. I want 20, young man. After the aunt finished speaking, she took out a $100 bill and a $20 bill and handed them to Qin Ziming. Auntie, please come into the store and sit for a while. I'll pack it for you. Seeing that the old lady looked a little pale, Qin Ziming kindly gave her a reminder. All right, Young man. She was exhausted after running all the way here just now. 20 minutes ago. The neighbor across the street had just come back from buying groceries and they bumped into each other. The two families had a good relationship and the other party picked up 2 buns and stuffed them into his grandson's hands. No, it's time for dinner. Auntie Wang, there are a lot of people lining up at this bun shop, so I'll buy a few and try them. Well, why are you still standing there? Why don't you thank me? Seeing her grandson happily grabbing the bun, Aunt Wang was so amused that she slapped him on the head. Grandma Liu, thank you. After thanking her, the grandson ran into the house, and Aunt Wang hurriedly followed him in. Don't run, you can only eat 1 bun. Aunt Wang is from the south, and she thinks rice is the most important meal. Hee. Grandma, I get it. Put a bun on the dining table and the grandson hid in the house. Mom, we've already eaten, why are you still buying buns? Seeing his son running into the house with a bun, the middle-aged man found there was another bun on the dining table. He picked it up and broke it open. Smells so good. All of a sudden, everyone in the family was drawn to him. Not bad, this bun. Aunt Wang nodded with satisfaction and reached out to her son. Let me have a taste. It smelled so good that Aunt Wang was curious and wanted to taste it. Give. Hiss, Mom, where did you buy these buns? They're so delicious. Half a bun was not enough for 2 bites, and the whole thing went into the stomachs of the mother and child. Just then, the grandson who had been hiding in the house ran out. Grandma, I want more buns. Yes, Mom, these buns are so delicious, go out and buy some more. What are you talking about, buns? Chapter 24, Losing weight is hard, but it really comes. Dudu Meng Meng, we're going back. After the aunt left, another wave of customers came. Qin Ziming saw that there were only 8 buns left, so he prepared to pack up and close the shop. Oh yeah, we're back. As soon as he heard that his father was going back, Dudu slid down from the chair, ran over and hugged his thighs tightly. Okay, Dudu, do you want to go back early? Daddy will clean up first. Reaching out and gently scratching his daughter's nose, Qin Ziming began to clean the store. We. The little guy covered his mouth and quickly let go. Sister, let's not make trouble. Seeing his sister running over, Dudu quickly grabbed her. Sister, Meng Meng wants to help Dad with work. Meng Meng broke free and was about to run over. When Qin Ziming heard this, he quickly reminded them that the 2 little guys would only make things worse if they came over. Meng Meng, sit down with your sister. Dad doesn't need your help. 10 minutes later. Squeak! He pulled down the shutter and took a deep breath. I don't know how much profit today is. His 2 daughters held his hands, one on each side. If they wanted to see today's sales, they could only wait until they returned home. Ding! Complete the daily steamed bun task and get double cashback of 7,080 yuan. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in my mind. This made Qin Ziming increase his strength, and his 2 daughters screamed. Dad, it hurts. Stinky Dad. Meng Meng blinked her big innocent eyes, while Dudu pouted her little mouth. Ha, Dad was wrong. Qin Ziming quickly let go of his hands, placed his hands on his daughters' heads, and gently rubbed their hair. Today's turnover was more than 3,000 yuan. After deducting the costs, he still made more than 2,000 yuan. With the system rebate, it was almost 10,000 yuan. It's only half a day. For a whole day, it's 20,000. It's not bad, but I can't do it alone. He didn't drive back, but just dropped it in front of the store. There are not many parking spaces in the community. It is difficult to find a parking space when you drive in now. It is better to park your car outside so that you can exercise. Dad, what are you mumbling about? Meng Meng jumped up and down, holding on to her father's hand tightly and shaking it. The little guy raised his head and rolled his big eyes. Nothing. Qin Ziming looked around and saw the people passing by on the roadside, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. During this period of time, the evening breeze is quite cool, and most people who come out for a stroll are families. Really? Meng Meng obviously didn't believe it. She pouted her little lips and blinked her big eyes at her sister. Elder sister. What's wrong, sister? Sister, is Daddy unhappy? Daddy's unhappy? Hearing what his sister said, Dudu raised his little head and just saw the smile on his father's face. No. Dudu shook his head in confusion. Yeah, Dad laughed. Okay, both of you just ignore me. Qin Ziming was at a loss whether to laugh or cry because of what his two daughters said. Hee hee. Hee hee. Along the way, the two daughters chirped like little sparrows. Squeak! Go up to the second floor. As soon as the small iron gate opened, the two little guys rushed in. Dad, turn on the air conditioner. As soon as I entered the living room, a wave of heat hit me. Dudu still remembers that the air conditioner was installed today. Following her lead, Meng Meng also ran into the bedroom. Dad, it's hot in the room, turn on the air conditioner. Meng Meng picked up the remote control and pressed a few buttons randomly, only to find that apart from the beeping sound, the air conditioner was silent, let alone cool breeze. Okay, wait for Dad to change his shoes. His two daughters didn't even change their shoes and were just busy turning on the air conditioner. But looking at the floor, he couldn't help but shook his head. Qin Ziming quickly changed into slippers and walked into the house. Meng Meng, you are not allowed to wear shoes on the bed. As he walked into the room, he saw one of his daughter's feet on the edge of the bed. Oops! The little guy lowered his head and realized that he hadn't taken off his shoes yet. His big eyes rolled around. Hee hee, sister didn't take off Meng Meng's shoes. If your sister doesn't take it off for you, you won't be able to take it off yourself. He took the remote control from Dudu and turned on the air conditioner. Suddenly, a cool breeze blew on his body, and he couldn't help but groan. The stuffiness in the room was reduced a lot. Hee hee, Meng Meng can't do that. The kid sat on the edge of the bed, dangling his feet. Okay, don't move. There was only one quilt on the bed, and he didn't want to go downstairs to buy another one. Sister already knows how to do it, Meng Meng, you have to learn too. Seeing his daughter wrinkled her nose, he reached out and gently scratched the little girl's nose. Meng Meng doesn't want to learn it when Daddy is here. Meng Meng pouted her lips and shook her head desperately. After staying in the room for a while, Qin Ziming felt very cool and got up. Dad, where are you going? Seeing his father stand up, Dudu sat up straight and asked curiously. It's getting late, you should take a shower. He took out his cell phone and took a look. It was already 8:30 in the evening. Bath? Meng Meng, who was rolling around on the bed, raised her little head with a silly and cute look. Yeah, Meng Meng, ask yourself, it's stinky. After Qin Ziming finished speaking, he pinched his nose and deliberately moved away. Stinky? Seeing her father like this, Meng Meng smelled herself and quickly reacted. Stinky Dad, you are the one who stinks, Meng Meng smells good. After the little guy finished speaking, he raised his hands and waved them in the air, and looked as if he was gritting his teeth. But the little girl's cute look made Qin Ziming unable to help himself, so he reached out and rubbed her little face. Hate it, Daddy, don't rub me, or I'll become ugly. Meng Meng stretched out her hand and tried to slap her father's clutches away. Okay, let's go take a shower first. Qin Ziming picked up his daughter and slapped the little girl on the butt. Hee hee? Meng Meng is taking a bath. 10 minutes later. After finally bathing his two daughters, he himself was sweating profusely. How can I lose this weight? Sitting on the edge of the bed, pinching his big belly with both hands, Qin Ziming frowned slightly. Hee hee, Daddy's belly is so big. Seeing his father touching his big belly, Meng Meng crawled over and also learned to pinch his belly with his hands. The little guy smiled happily. Okay, you two, go to bed quickly, Daddy is all sweaty. Now when I wipe my hands on him, they are covered in sweat. Look, your hands are wet, don't move. Seeing his daughter trying to run away, Qin Ziming grabbed her and took out a few tissues to wipe the sweat off his hands. Dad, you're so fat, you need to lose weight. Just then, Dudu came over, sat next to him and said with a pout. Ding! My daughter cares for me. In the next month, no matter what the host does, the weight loss effect will be increased tenfold. The reward for completing the mission is double the physical strength. Chapter 25, 10 times the effect, get up early and open the shop. Cool. A system prompt sounded in his mind, and Qin Ziming excitedly clenched his fist and waved it in the air. 10 times the effect, hee hee. I was just worrying about how to lose weight, but unexpectedly my daughter's words gave me another task. Dad, what are you laughing at? Dudu raised his little head and blinked his big eyes curiously. Dad is thinking about what to make for breakfast tomorrow. Breakfast, Dad, Meng Meng wants to eat buns. When she heard about the delicious food, Meng Meng immediately stood up and jumped on the bed excitedly. Okay, Dad got it. Tomorrow when you get up, if you don't see Dad, you must stay in your room. Dad will come back and take you to eat buns. Thinking that he had to get up early the next day, he had to tell his 2 daughters, worried that they would wake up in the middle of the night and not be able to see him. Well, Daddy Dudu knows. Dudu is very sensible, and the little guy nodded his head heavily. Okay, Dudu is the best, ha ha, and Meng Meng. When he was praising Dudu, Meng Meng next to him opened her eyes wide and looked at her father with a praying look on her face, until she heard herself. She smiled so hard that her eyes narrowed. Okay, you guys go to bed first, Daddy still needs to take a shower. After sitting in the room for a while, the sweat on his body had almost dried. Well, Daddy, hurry up, Meng Meng wants to be spanked and sleep. After Meng Meng finished speaking, she lay down and gently patted her butt with her little hands. Well. After covering his 2 daughters with air-conditioning quilts, Qin Ziming picked up his clothes and walked out. 15 minutes later. Qin Ziming broke the record, which also included blow-drying his hair. These 2 girls. When I walked into the house, I found that my 2 daughters were already asleep. I can't even sleep well. Of the 2 little ones, only Dudu was the most well-behaved, but his quilt had been kicked aside. As for Meng Meng, she had already rolled to the end of the bed. Qin Ziming suspected that if he came in a little later, she would have fallen down. Crunch! As soon as he stepped on it, the wooden bed made a protesting sound. Qin Ziming picked up his 2 daughters, let them sleep inside, and covered them with quilts before turning off the lights. I almost forgot about this. Qin Ziming was about to lie down to sleep. He patted his forehead, adjusted his pillow, leaned against the wall and browsed the app on his mobile phone. What kind of toys should I buy? When he saw the toys on Taobao, he didn't know what to buy. After thinking about it carefully, he still didn't know what his daughter liked. Forget it, just buy them all. He added everything he thought was good to the shopping cart, and when it came time to pay, he just paused for a moment and entered the password without hesitation. More than 2,000, that should be enough. In the end, Qin Ziming did not forget to buy himself an electronic scale. He did not forget the system task and wanted to see how much weight he would lose after a busy day. A dreamless night. Ring bell. The phone rang a few times. Qin Ziming got up reluctantly, and the first thing he did was to turn off the alarm clock. Luckily you didn't wake up. In the moonlight outside, he saw his 2 daughters, who simply turned over, muttered something, and went back to sleep. Come back when the first batch of buns are out of the oven. After quickly washing up, Qin Ziming went out. He has already made up his mind to see if he can recruit an employee today. There were people helping out in the store, so he didn't even have to close the store when he came back to pick up his daughter. It's quite cool this morning. After going downstairs, Qin Ziming stretched his muscles on the spot. Brother Qin, what are you doing? When passing by the gate of the community, the security guard was reluctant to open the small door. Didn't I say before that I bought a shop and would sell buns in the future? After Qin Ziming finished speaking, he walked out of the community. Can he see that this security guard is full of doubts? He doesn't have time to chat with him here. Brother Qin, what's the name of your steamed bun shop? Looking at Qin Ziming's receding back, the security guard thought for a moment and finally asked. Qin's Buns. Even if Qin Ziming was not satisfied with the store name, there was nothing he could do about it, as all of this had been taken care of by the system in advance. Okay, I'll buy some to try later. After knowing the name of the bun shop, the security guard shouted again. He really wanted to see how long this bun shop run by this fat man who was looked down upon by everyone could last. As for whether it makes money or not, no one who knows Qin Ziming will believe it. 1.5 hours should be enough. Standing at the door of the store, Qin Ziming glanced at his mobile phone and saw that it was exactly 5 o'clock in the morning. It's so quiet. He looked around and shook his head. During this period, except for a few breakfast shops, the rest of the shops will not open until 7 o'clock at the earliest. Pull down the rolling door again to avoid being disturbed by passers-by. Qin Ziming took out a few pieces of dough from the refrigerator, which he had prepared yesterday. There are many advantages to letting the dough rest in advance. The flavor is better, and low-temperature fermentation allows the yeast to work slowly, producing more aromatic substances, making the bun skin more fragrant. The dough also has better extensibility, making the bun softer and chewier. But one thing to remember is that it cannot exceed 24 hours. The dough was placed aside to warm up, and Qin Ziming began to prepare the filling. Finally done! Qin Ziming was sitting on a chair with a bowl of lean meat porridge and a few buns in front of him. Fill your stomach first. He picked up a bun, not caring that it was hot, and took a bite, and half of it was gone. Gurgle! Gurgle! For pork and garlic buns and a bowl of lean meat porridge were all eaten by Qin Ziming in less than 3 minutes. I'm alive again! After tasting the delicious buns, Qin Ziming felt like he was doing fine again. I'll go back and pick up my 2 daughters first, and then continue to open the store. At this time, it was almost 6 o'clock. Buzz! Qin Ziming started the Land Rover Range Rover and looked towards the residential area. Brother Qin, why are you back? Seeing the black Land Rover Range Rover parked at the entrance of the community, the security guy ran out immediately. When he saw it was Qin Ziming, he greeted him with a flattering look on his face. My daughters are still at home, and I'm worried about them. How could you forget this when you saw me? This is to open the door. The security guy slapped his forehead and immediately took out the remote control to raise the gate. Thank you. In response to the security guard's change of attitude, Qin Ziming took out a cigarette, threw it to him, and then stepped on the accelerator. Brother Qin, thank you very much. The security guard hurriedly caught the cigarette, then put it to his nose and took a deep breath. These rich people's cigarettes are different. At this moment, Qin Ziming had already been classified as a rich man. I don't know if I'll be lucky enough to win a few big prizes. When people first thought of Qin Ziming's sudden purchase of a luxury car, they thought that he had won the first prize in the lottery. Chapter 26. Don't bother Meng Meng, the porridge is delicious. Don't make noise. Meng Meng got slapped on the butt. She tucked her little head into the quilt. Dad, Dudu still wants to sleep. Unlike her sister, Dudu sat up, wiping her hazy eyes, and said reluctantly, Hurry up and get up, Dad still has to open the store to do business. The 2 little ones fell asleep at 9 o'clock last night, so they got enough sleep. Business? Yes, Dudu, you forgot that Daddy still has to sell delicious buns. Dad, Meng Meng wants to eat buns. The little guy had his head covered with a quilt just now, but when he heard about something delicious, he immediately sat up. If you want to eat buns, then go wash your face and brush your teeth, or else all the buns will be bought up by uncles and aunts. No, that's a cute bun. When Meng Meng heard that the buns would be eaten, she stopped lying in bed. Daddy, hug me. Well. Seeing his daughter stand up and rush towards him, Qin Ziming could only stretch out his hands. Dad, Dudu can do it by himself. Qin Ziming squeezed toothpaste for Meng Meng and wanted to continue helping Dudu. The little guy grabbed the toothpaste, squeezed it for himself skillfully, and raised his little head proudly. Hee, Dad, Dudu didn't lie to you. Dudu is the best, and Meng Meng is the best. After ruffling his 2 daughters' hair, he walked back to the bedroom and took out his daughters' clothes. 10 minutes later. Dad, hurry up. Dudu, who had already finished washing up, stood at the door and shouted. Don't worry, my sister hasn't put on her clothes yet. Meng Meng smiled and raised her hands, allowing her father to dress her. My sister is the laziest. Mumbling something, she stood on tiptoe and opened the small iron door herself. Squeak! There was a sharp metallic sound, and Dudu slowly pulled open the bolt. Dad, my sister is going out by herself. Meng Meng, who had been staring at the door, saw this scene and quickly complained to her father. It's because of you that my sister can't wait any longer. After helping Meng Meng put on shoes, Qin Ziming didn't waste any time. He picked up the little guy and walked out. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Meng Meng giggled because she didn't have to walk and made a face at her sister. Daddy loves Meng Meng the most. No. Dudu didn't want his father to hold him. He grabbed the escalator and jumped down the stairs 1 step at a time. Dad, Meng Meng wants to be with her sister too. Meng Meng, who saw this scene, immediately struggled. You are the one who is always busy, don't move. I gently pinched the little guy's nose and Meng Meng finally calmed down. HMPH, stinky dad. The little guy pouted and turned his face away. Dad, do you still like meat buns? After sitting in the car, Dudu licked his lips like a greedy cat. Yes, delicious meat buns. When Qin Ziming thought of the taste of the buns, he felt hungry again. He had just eaten 4 buns and was only half full. Dad, drive faster, Meng Meng is hungry. Meng Meng grabbed the driver's seat and started shaking it, but because she was small and weak, nothing happened. Sit tight. Qin Ziming turned around and tapped the little guy's forehead before starting the car. Sister, Dad is done beating me. The little guy puffed up his cheeks and looked at his sister for help. Hee, sister, if you don't behave, Daddy will beat you. Dudu sat in the back seat, swinging her legs. As for her sister's request for help, she simply ignored it. Dad, Dudu wants to eat 3 big buns. Meng Meng wants to eat 3 too. When it comes to food, Meng Meng forgets her unhappiness and follows her sister's example by holding up 3 fingers. 3, can you finish them? After saying hello to the security guard, Qin Ziming drove out of the community. Hey, someone's here so soon? Qin Ziming was very delicious, holding the hands of his 2 daughters. I saw 2 customers already standing at the door of the store. Boss! If I hadn't seen this piece of paper posted by the boss, I would have thought the store would be closed today. The 2 guests greeted each other one after another, and one of them pointed at the red paper on the rolling door. I have to leave temporarily due to something, and will be back to business later. This was what he had considered last night, as he was worried that some guests might leave after seeing him not open the door. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Qin Ziming squatted down and pulled up the rolling shutter. It's okay, boss, we just arrived too. The 2 guests waved their hands, took a deep breath, and showed an intoxicated expression on their faces. Boss, are we still having pork and garlic buns today? Yes, once we recruit some employees, we will continue to launch new buns. As he spoke, he ruffled his 2 daughters' hair. How many buns do you want? When I opened the lid of the steamer, a burst of white-hot air spread out. Dad, Meng Meng is hungry. When the customer wanted to speak, Meng Meng grabbed his hand and acted coquettishly. Meng Meng, you and your sister go wait over there. Dad will pack the food for Uncle first. It looks like these 2 guests are going to take the meal away. If they were dining in the restaurant, they would have gone in long ago. Boss, we are not in a hurry. Please take good care of your daughter first. The cute little girl looked at him eagerly, and the guest touched his nose awkwardly and said, Hee. Dad, Uncle said there's no rush. Hearing the guest's words, Meng Meng clapped her hands happily. Okay, I'll give it to you first. Take out a plate and put 4 buns on it. Dad, no soup? Dudu, who had been silent all the time, looked towards the refrigerator in the corner when he spoke. Dad will serve you a bowl of porridge later. How could he not know about the look in his daughter's eyes? It meant that she was missing the Wangzai milk in the refrigerator because there was no chicken soup. All right. The little guy pouted unhappily, but was soon attracted by the buns on the table and gently touched the buns with his fingers. Dad, can we eat now? Okay. Ha. Seeing this scene, the guests couldn't help but laugh out loud. Boss, your daughter is so cute. Yes, she's cute, but also naughty. It's good to be naughty. Naughty children are smart. Boss, 6 packs, pack them separately. Okay. After quickly packing the food for the customers, he also takes the opportunity to knead the dough. There is a table next to it, which is used for kneading dough. There were only 300 buns in the first batch. If every customer bought one, it would take more than an hour. Hopefully we can find staff today. At this time, a piece of red paper was pasted on the wall at the entrance. Boss, give me 4 meat buns. Just as he was about to start kneading the dough, another customer came. The customer walked straight into the store and sat down at a table. Hold on. Boss, you can't do this. You can't handle it alone. You need to hire a few more employees. We're already recruiting, but we don't know if we can get one. Qin Ziming brought the 4 buns the customer wanted over and pointed outside. The buns you make are so delicious, we'll have more and more customers in the future. The customer picked up a bun and took a bite, with a satisfied look on his face. Boss, no soup today? We have porridge, 3 yuan a bowl, the taste is average. When he spoke, his tone was a little insufficient. After all, the system only rewards Bowsy skills. It's okay, give me a bowl. The customer was a little disappointed to hear that there was no free soup, but when he heard that a bowl of porridge only cost 3 yuan, he nodded and ordered a bowl. Dad, the porridge doesn't taste good. Meng Meng took a sip of porridge and put the spoon down. Sister, it's delicious. Ding. Trigger the task. Sell 100 servings of lean meat porridge today, and get 100 ways to make porridge as a reward. Chapter 27. With the help of my daughter, I recruited employees. Do, here. The system prompted Qin Ziming to pick up his daughter, kiss her forehead hard, and then open the refrigerator to take out 2 bottles of Wangzai milk. A qualified breakfast shop cannot just sell buns. This task is not difficult at all, you just need to sell 100 copies. There is no free soup today. I believe most customers dining in the restaurant will order a bowl of lean meat porridge when they see it costing 3 yuan. Hee, Dad, you're so nice. Dudu wiped the saliva from his forehead, took the Wangzai milk with a smile, and handed a bottle to his sister with puffy cheeks. Sister, this is yours. Thank you, sister. Meng Meng, who was sulking just now, immediately smiled when she saw her sister giving her a bottle. Meng Meng, you are not allowed to drink now. Meng Meng took the Wangzai milk, picked up the straw, and was about to drink it. Dad! The little guy's hands were frozen in mid-air, performing a magic trick to make his smile disappear, and pouting his little mouth unhappily. Sister, let's finish the porridge first. At this time, Dudu patted his sister's hand. All right. Meng Meng reluctantly put down the straw, then picked up a bun, took a big bite, and gurgled in her mouth. Stinky Daddy, you won't give Meng Meng milk. Meng Meng, what did you say? Qin Ziming heard what his daughter said, and he teased her on purpose. Hee. Dad, Meng Meng didn't say anything? The little guy blinks his big eyes, and his cute look makes people's hearts melt. After you finish your breakfast, play by yourselves. Qin Ziming, who wanted to say something, could only shut his mouth after seeing this scene. Boss, are you hiring? Just then, a young woman in her 30s pointed at the recruitment notice on the wall and asked. Yes. Qin Ziming was very happy to see so many people asking this question. But after seeing the other person's age and clothes, he frowned slightly. Sister, are you asking for someone else? No, it's me. Sun Xiumin blushed slightly and stammered in response. You? Qin Ziming was a little bit unbelieving because he was recruiting a waiter. If I am not mistaken, the young woman in front of me probably rarely does housework. Yes, can't I? When Sun Xiumin heard her boss ask her this, a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. She had just finally mustered up her courage, but now she was like a deflated ball. Sure, as long as you can do it. Real. These words gave Sun Xiumin hope again, and she looked at Qin Ziming in disbelief. More real than real gold. Have you seen the treatment above? Qin Ziming asked again. He didn't want the other party to run away halfway through the work and then have to recruit someone again. Look carefully, boss. I'll go back and change my clothes and I'll be able to go to work right away. Sun Xiumin said impatiently, fearing that the job would be taken away by someone else. Don't be so anxious, you can come to work tomorrow. I live nearby, I'll be here in half an hour at most. After saying this, Sun Xiumin left in a hurry. Strangeness. Looking at the other person's receding back, Qin Ziming was a little confused. The clothes she's wearing aren't cheap, how could she choose? Boss, pack 5 buns. Just then, another guest came and interrupted his thoughts. Okay, handsome guy, here we have lean meat porridge, 3 yuan a bowl. 3 yuan a bowl, give me 1 bowl. When the customer heard that the porridge was cheap, he ordered a bowl without thinking. Boss, I want a bowl of porridge to go, too. By 6:30, the number of customers suddenly increased. This isn't enough to sell. Seeing the number of buns gradually decreasing, Qin Ziming couldn't help but smile bitterly. If anyone can help, there's still time. The remaining buns can only last for half an hour at most. It's a pity that he couldn't get away. Boss, I'm back. Just then, Sun Xiumin changed her clothes and stood at the door of the store. So soon? Qin Ziming was stunned when he saw the other party coming. But I reacted quickly. Here, I'll give it to you. 6 yuan for a steamed bun, and 3 yuan for a bowl of lean meat porridge. Is that okay? Boss, no problem. It was the first time for Sun Xiumin to do this kind of work. She took a deep breath and then nodded. Okay, I'll trouble you then. I still have to make buns. Now that someone was helping him, Qin Ziming couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He picked up the large basin on the table and walked back to the kitchen. Sun Xiumin, you can do it. Watching the boss leave, Sun Xiumin encouraged herself. With a smile on his face, he started his first job in life. Auntie. 10 in a pack. Before Sun Xiumin could finish her question, the aunt interrupted her. Okay. Sun Xiumin was a little flustered and had to pull the bag hanging next to her twice before she succeeded. Girl, don't be impatient, take your time. Seeing Sun Xiumin's panic, the aunt did not rush her, but smiled and told her not to panic. Sorry. Once a person gets nervous, even his speech becomes the same. The more you want to do something well, the more likely you are to make mistakes. I'll change one for you. A bun fell to the ground, and Sun Xiumin's first reaction was to look at the kitchen. It's okay, no need to change. The aunt picked up the bun, took a look, and saw that there was not even a speck of dust on it, so she waved her hand. Thanks. Girl, this is your first time working out, right? Don't panic when things get tough. Take your time. After paying the money, the aunt did not forget to say a word of comfort. This relieved Sun Xiumin's tense expression. Beauty, 3 buns, take them away. Good. With the experience just now, she did not make any mistakes this time and packed the food for the customer. The money's gone. After the customer has paid, they will usually say something even if there is a payment reminder. Good. Sun Xiumin didn't know what to say and could only nod in response. Hee, Auntie, Dudu will help you. As time went by, she adapted. When she reached out to pull the bag, she touched a small hand, which scared her. When I looked down, I found that the boss's daughter was standing next to me, looking at me with a smile, with a bag in her hand. Auntie, here you go. Thanks. Sun Xiumin took the bag and continued packing for the customers. With the help of Dudu, efficiency is greatly improved. Gurgle. While her sister was helping, Meng Meng was happily sipping the Wangzai milk. His eyes narrowed with joy. Sister, you still drink milk, aren't you afraid of having a stomachache? Dudu touched her bulging belly. She had just eaten 2 buns and half a bowl of lean meat porridge, but she couldn't eat any more. Hee, Meng Meng is not afraid. Sister, did you not drink the porridge? Yes, Meng Meng has finished her porridge. When the little guy was speaking, his eyes were a little evasive and he didn't dare to look at his sister. Really? Really, sister, Meng Meng went to help Dad with work. Chapter 28. The buns are sold out again, and the toys have arrived. Boss, there are no more buns. Sun Xiumin glanced at the steamer and saw only a few buns left in it. It will be ready soon. In order to prevent the buns from running out of stock, Qin Ziming only made 200 this time. He glanced at his mobile phone and knew they were almost ready to be served. Everyone, please wait a moment, the buns will be ready soon. Sun Xiumin put the last few buns into a bag and handed it to the customer. She then explained to everyone and asked them to wait a little longer. Now she is familiar with the job and can even chat and joke while packing for customers. Everyone, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Qin Ziming didn't keep everyone waiting for long and came out with the steamer. Don't worry, freshly baked buns are the best. The customer at the front of the line waved his hand, took a deep breath, and stared at the plump meat buns in the steamer. Big sister, 3, no. 5 for a pack. The customer, who originally only wanted 3 buns, swallowed his saliva and quickly changed his words, saying that he had eaten such delicious buns yesterday and had been thinking about them ever since, so he came here the first thing he did when he woke up today. Brother, I'll pack it for you right away. Sun Xiumin pulled off a bag, took out 5 buns skillfully, and handed them to the customer with a smile on her face. As for Dudu, who had just helped pass the bags, he had already sat on a chair, supporting his chin with both hands, looking at the scene outside with boredom. Elder sister. Meng Meng was also bored, sitting on the chair and swinging her feet. What's wrong, sister? Dudu turned his little head and looked at his sister. Meng Meng wants to go out and play. No. Hearing what his sister said, Dudu shook his head without even thinking. But Meng Meng is so boring. The little guy also felt bored. After eating and drinking, he wanted to find something fun, but there was nothing in the store. Hee. Let's go help Dad with his work. I saw Dudu's big eyes rolled around and he jumped down from the chair quickly. Meng Meng, don't work. Meng Meng turned her head away and stared outside the store. Dad, Dudu is going to make buns. Dudu ran to the kitchen door and said with his hands on his hips. Making buns, great. After hearing his daughter's words, Qin Ziming was stunned for a moment, then he understood what was going on. I don't know if the toys I bought last night will be delivered today. There is still more than a week before kindergarten starts, and he is trying to find a way to keep his daughter in the store during this time. At the same time, ASF Express truck parked on the side of the road. The courier boy looked around and soon locked his sights on a shop in front of him. Customers were queuing up at the door. Qin Steamed Bun Shop, this is it. He raised his head and glanced at the plaque, the corners of his mouth slightly raised with a smile. Excuse me, who is Qin Ziming? Boss, your delivery. Sun Xiumin only took one look and she understood what was going on. In the past, what she did most at home was online shopping and opening various express deliveries. Express delivery? Hearing this, Qin Ziming quickly put down the work he was doing. Whatever you think of, you get it. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This shop is really efficient. When buying toys last night, he specifically chose Yangcheng as the shipping location. Dad, what is this? Seeing an older brother coming in carrying a big box, Meng Meng ran over first, squatted on the ground, and reached out to touch the box. There's a big bad wolf in there that eats children. Seeing such a big bag, Qin Ziming knew what was inside without even looking at it. Ah, big bad wolf. The little guy was startled and quickly took a step back and sat down on the ground. Humph, bad dad, you always bully Meng Meng. Hearing her father's laughter, Meng Meng stood up angrily and slapped her butt. Thanks. Qin Ziming signed his name and prepared to start unpacking the boxes. Dad, is this for Dudu? At this time, Dudu also ran over, and the two sisters squatted beside them. Yeah, I bought it for you too. He reached out and scratched his two daughters' noses one after another. Now that my daughters have toys, I don't have to worry about them getting bored for a while. This is a set of building blocks, but it cost him more than 200 yuan. Dad, Dudu will help you. Seeing his father start to unpack the boxes, Dudu came over. The little guy grabbed the tape and pulled it a few times, but when he saw no movement, he immediately pouted. Sister, let Meng Meng come. Meng Meng looked eager to do something. The little guy stood up, also reached out to grab the tape and started pulling it hard. Oops. She lost her grip and her butt fell to the ground again. Dad, the box is bullying Meng Meng. This time she didn't bother to brush the dust off her butt. She stood up, walked back angrily, and slapped the box hard with her little hands. Okay, you two go sit over there, and leave this to Dad. Qin Ziming also tried it, but found that he couldn't pull it open with brute force alone, so he got up and went back to the kitchen to get out a knife. Ahoo! The two little ones nodded. Instead of listening to their father, they took a few steps back and squatted on the ground. Sister, what will Dad buy us? The two sisters huddled together, mumbling to each other. I don't know, such a big toy, hee. Dudu shook his head, made a big circle with his hands, and narrowed his eyes with joy. We. Under the gaze of his two daughters, Qin Ziming quickly opened the box. Sister, what is this? As the box opened, the bricks inside appeared before them. Seeing the building blocks, Meng Meng pouted and asked. Have no idea. Dudu took a step forward and took away a building block when his father wasn't paying attention. Sister, I want one too. Meng Meng saw this scene and stretched out her hand anxiously. For you. This girl. Qin Ziming saw his daughter's little movement just now. He shook his head and started to assemble the table. Dad, is this the table you bought for Dudu? When Dudu saw the assembled small table, his eyes lit up. He ran over, clapping his hands excitedly and asked. Yes, you and your sister. He piled the disassembled building blocks on the small table and placed two chairs in place. Okay, you guys play by yourselves, Daddy still has work to do. After gently rubbing his two daughters' hair, Jean Zimming turned around and walked towards the kitchen. Toots, play by yourself. At this time, Dudu couldn't wait to pick up a few building blocks, and the little guy didn't even sit on the chair. Dudu, don't stand there. Entering the kitchen, Jean Zimming looked back. Dad, Dudu knows. Sister, let's play together. As an older sister, you have to take good care of your younger sister. Dudu held his sister's hand and they sat on the chair together. Sister, look. Meng Meng picked up a few building blocks, put them together and held them in front of her sister. Hee, sister, I can do it too. Bite. Chapter 29, 100 Ways to Make a Villa. Congratulations to the host for selling 100 servings of lean meat porridge. Complete the mission and get 100 kinds of porridge recipes as a reward. Sun Xiumin had just packed a portion of porridge for a customer when the system prompt sounded in his mind. It turns out that porridge can be cooked like this. All of a sudden, a lot of memories appeared in Jean Zimming's mind in the kitchen. These are all related to cooking porridge and quickly became part of his memory and instinct. There are 100 ways to cook it, but in his opinion, as long as it is porridge, it can be made. Boss, the porridge is almost gone. Just then, Sun Xiumin's voice was heard. New. Jean Zimming responded, and after hearing the system voice, he also knew that the pot of porridge he cooked this morning was almost sold out. It's a good opportunity to try out what the system has given me. He closed his eyes slightly, and images flashed through his mind. Century egg and lean meat porridge. Seafood casserole porridge. Tremella and lotus seed porridge. Chicken and polenta. Millet yam wrinkles. Everyone wants to try it, but unfortunately there are no ingredients. I glanced at the kitchen and saw only lean meat. There's no preserved eggs, so I can only continue to cook lean meat porridge. I took a look at the two large refrigerators in the corner. I don't know if they were provided by the system. They were quite generous, one horizontal and one vertical. After noon, I have to go out and prepare some ingredients. Jean Zimming glanced at his cell phone and realized that it was already 11 o'clock. The timing is just right. I can cook this pot of porridge for lunch. He glanced at his two daughters, and seeing that they were having fun, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly, with an expression of doting on his face. Dad, look at this cute airplane. At this time, Meng Meng saw her father looking at her and quickly raised her masterpiece. Meng Meng is so awesome. He picked up the rice bag and poured the rice into the pot. Dad, look at Toot's big house. Wow, Dudu is awesome. He can even build a big house. Of course, Dudu wants to give the big house to Daddy. Hearing their father's praise, the two little guys raised their heads proudly. Dudu ran to the kitchen door and made a big circle with his hands. Ding! The difficulty of the brick-moving task has been reduced by working hard. Earn 500,000 and get a villa in the city center as a reward. Very good. The difficulty of the task was reduced, and Jean Zimming rubbed his daughter's face excitedly. Hate it, Dad, don't pinch your face, it will make you ugly. When he was about to kiss his daughter, Dudu ran away, and finally turned around and made a face at her father. HMPH, you stinky dad, you only know how to bully me and my sister. Yes, that's right, Daddy bullies Meng Meng too. Hearing her sister's words, Meng Meng quickly raised her head. The little guy clenched his fists and waved them in the air a few times. Sister son, for lunch today, I'll have steamed buns and porridge. Is that okay? Boss, no problem. He offered the other party a salary of 3,000, including 3 meals a day. Sun Xiumin wiped the sweat from her forehead. She never thought that the business of a bun shop would be so good just because she applied for a job. I don't know how the buns taste. She had been selling buns for the whole morning, but she still hadn't tasted them. Seeing everyone eating so deliciously, my saliva is watering. Now hearing what the boss said, Sun Xiumin was full of anticipation. Sister Sun, there are no guests, so you don't have to stand at the door. You can take a rest. At this time, there were few customers. Jean Zimming, who was busy in the kitchen, saw her still guarding the steamer and kindly reminded her. Okay, boss. Sun Xiumin wanted to say that she was fine, but after this reminder, she only felt a little soreness in her thigh. She looked outside the store again, then nodded, moved a chair and sat down against the door. Oh, forget it. Gene Zimming, who saw this scene, shook his head helplessly. He picked up the cup and took a sip of warm water, only to find that Sun Xiaomin had not drunk any water since morning. How could I forget this? I looked around but didn't see any cups or anything like that, so I slapped my forehead helplessly. Dudu, give 1 bottle to Auntie. He took out 3 bottles of Wangzai milk from the refrigerator and put one of them in his daughter's hand. Dad, this is cute. Seeing that his father was about to share his Wangzai milk with others, Meng Meng quickly dropped his building blocks and ran over. Little fool, Auntie hasn't had any water yet. Meng Meng, give Auntie a bottle. Qin Ziming rubbed his daughter's hair and gave both bottles of Wangzai milk to Meng Meng. The little guy looked at the Wangzai milk in his hand, thought for a moment and then nodded. Auntie, here. Meng Meng ran to Sun Xiaomin and handed her a bottle. Meng Meng, Auntie is not thirsty, drink it yourself. Sun Xiaomin had been thirsty for a long time, but she was too busy to notice it just now. Now that she was free, she could feel her throat smoking. She really wanted to go out and buy a bottle of water, but thinking that it was her first day at work, she was afraid of making her boss angry, so she had to bear it. No, Daddy said this is for Auntie. Meng Meng shook her little head. She did not forget what her father said. The little girl was a little reluctant and put the bottle of Wangzai milk in Sun Xiaomin's hand. Okay, just think of it as Auntie borrowing Meng Meng's stuff. I'll buy it back for you later. After thinking for a while, Sun Xiaomin took the Wangzai milk, picked up the straw and put it in, sucking hard, and soon the sound came. Whoosh whoosh. Auntie, have you finished drinking it? Meng Meng had just put the straw down when she saw Sun Xiaomin shaking the Wangzai milk. Her first reaction was to hide her own bottle behind her. Ding! Don't worry, Auntie, 1 bottle is enough. Seeing the little guy's vigilant look, Sun Xiaomin threw the empty bottle in her hand into the trash can. Wee! Knowing that her aunt wouldn't snatch it from her, Meng Meng began to suck it happily, her eyes narrowed with joy. Beauty, pack up all 3 of you and take them away. Big sister, I want 2. Next time. Guests came one after another. An hour later. Dudu, Meng Meng is ready to eat. Qin Ziming opened the lid and took a bite first. It was this bite that almost made me bite off my tongue. In his words, it tastes so damn good. He himself did not expect that the taste was so good just by adding lean meat. If it were seafood or something, it would be even better. It's time to eat. When she heard that it was time to eat, Meng Meng ran the fastest, climbed onto the chair and sat quietly. Dad, hurry up. As soon as he sat on the chair, the little guy couldn't wait. Okay, Dad will serve you some porridge first. Qin Ziming took out 4 bowls, filled 2 of them halfway, then after thinking about it, decided to fill them up. Sister Sun, eat first. Seeing Sun Xiaomin still guarding the door, he glanced outside from time to time, and every time he saw someone passing by, he would ask politely. Handsome guy, these steamed buns are freshly baked. Buy a few and try them. Beauty, these steamed buns are freshly baked. Buy a few to try. Chapter 30. Dad is awesome, the porridge is delicious. Dad! Meng Meng sat still, keeping her eyes on the refrigerator. Drink porridge. If this is the case, I won't give it to you anymore. Seeing the little girl's look, Qin Ziming had no idea what she wanted, so he pushed a bowl of porridge in front of her. All right. Looking at the porridge in front of her, Meng Meng wrinkled her nose. But soon a puzzled expression appeared on her face, and she found that this bowl of porridge was more fragrant than that in the morning. Sister Sun, you're welcome. Seeing Sun Xiaomin sitting still, he smiled and nodded at her. Okay, boss. She had wanted to try the buns for a long time, but she didn't try because the boss didn't sit down yet. Now hearing what the boss said, take a bun and break it open. Gurgle. It smells really good. Just by smelling it, Sun Xiaomin felt her saliva secretion quicken and she couldn't help swallowing it. Hee, the buns made by Dad are so delicious. At this time, Dudu had already started. She took a bite of the bun and her eyes narrowed. Wow, it's really delicious. Sun Xiaomin finally tasted the pork garlic buns. At that moment, she finally understood why the boss business was so good. It's not bad to eat this for 3 meals a day. I was worried before that if the food the boss said was steamed buns, I really wouldn't be used to them. Now that I know that buns are so delicious, it's a pleasure just thinking about it. Wow, Dad, the porridge is delicious. When she was about to try the lean meat porridge, she saw the shocked expression on Meng Meng's face and couldn't help but think of it. Doesn't this little girl dislike drinking porridge? Meng Meng only drank a little of the porridge this morning and refused to eat the rest no matter what I said. Meng Meng, is it really delicious? Seeing this scene, Sun Xiumin couldn't help but ask, and she picked up the spoon herself. Millimeter, Auntie, it's really delicious. Meng Meng nodded and wanted to drink the porridge again, but it had just come out of the pot and the temperature had not dropped yet. She could only look at it and scratch her hair up and down with greed. Meng Meng, didn't you say you didn't want to drink porridge? Qin Ziming picked up a bun and took a bite, and half of it was gone. No, Meng Meng never said that. The little guy blinked his big eyes and showed an innocent expression. Really? Dad might have heard it wrong. I wonder which little greedy cat said that. Humph, Dad, you are the greedy cat. Meng Meng doesn't want to play with you anymore. Meng Meng made a grinning expression, but was soon attracted by the delicious lean meat porridge. It's really delicious. Sun Xiumin picked up the spoon in doubt. She knew that children would not lie. When she thought about the taste of the buns made by the boss, the doubt in her heart disappeared. Hiss! The moment Sun Xiumin took a sip of the lean meat porridge, her eyes widened and she secretly glanced at the boss. It turns out that porridge can be so delicious. At this moment, she felt that the porridge she had drunk before was like pig food compared to the one cooked by the boss. If she were asked to drink it now, she would definitely not be able to swallow it. If it tastes good, drink more. I made a big pot. Seeing the expression on Sun Xiumin's face, he knew what the other person was thinking. Boss, this delicious porridge is sold for 3 yuan a bowl, isn't it too cheap? Sun Xiumin had been to those 5-star hotels often before and had drunk a lot of porridge, but none of them could compare to this one. The prices were also extremely expensive, starting at 388 yuan for a small pot, and the expensive ones could go up to 1888. It's very cheap. Qin Ziming fell into deep thought. Compared with 6 yuan for a steamed bun and 3 yuan for a bowl of lean meat porridge, it must be very cheap. He will launch different porridges in the future. He thought about it for a moment, quickly came up with a solution, and continued. We just opened and raised the prices 2 days later and told customers that it was a special price. Good. Sun Xiumin lowered her head to taste the food. Pricing was the boss's business, so she should not make any rash suggestions. What should the price be? He picked up the bowl, drank half of it in one breath, and then stuffed the remaining half of the bun into his mouth. Wow, Dad is so awesome, he's not even afraid of the heat. Just at this moment, Meng Meng raised her little head and saw her father directly pick up the bowl. She clapped her hands in shock. Ahoom! The little guy's actions made Sun Xiumin look over. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he couldn't help but blush. He coughed quickly to cover up the embarrassment in his heart. Boss, do you have any more buns? Just then, 3 young men stood at the door of the store. They seemed to be college students from nearby. Yes, boss, you eat first, let me come. Sun Xiumin quickly put down the bun, stood up and walked over. Handsome guys, do you want to eat here or take it home? After walking over, Sun Xiumin asked politely. What smells so good? One of them asked curiously, and he took a deep breath on purpose. Big sister, it's just a few buns. We can eat them on the way. We also have lean meat porridge here. During the opening period, a bowl only costs 3 yuan. Would you like to try it? It tastes pretty good. She remembered what the boss had just said and quickly told the customer. And porridge, what do you think? Okay, 3 yuan a bowl, that's pretty cheap. We'll just eat the buns. We still need to buy some drinks later. Good. The 3 of them nodded one after another before walking into the store. This porridge smells delicious. They sat down at the table next to Qin Ziming. Big sister, 3 buns for each person. Okay, please wait a moment. Sun Xiumin first brought over 9 steamed buns and then served 3 bowls of lean meat porridge. Handsome guy, try it. He put the porridge on the dining table but didn't touch it when he saw the guests. Sun Xiumin kindly reminded him. I guarantee that after you try it, you will regret why you didn't come earlier. After tasting the steamed buns and lean meat porridge, Sun Xiumin said confidently. Really? Then we should try it. Seeing the white smoke still coming out, the 3 college students each picked up a bun. No one was in a hurry to bite it, but broke it into 2 halves. Hiss, it smells so good. Looking at the tempting meat filling, he put it in front of his nose and took a deep breath, with an intoxicated expression on his face. Tasty! Some people couldn't help themselves and took a bite, then stood up in shock. This delicious bun, I can eat it. An exaggerated expression appeared on his face, and then he couldn't wait to take another bite. Even if it tastes good, it shouldn't be so exaggerated. He broke open the bun and took a bite in confusion. Then nothing happened. He stopped talking and just focused on eating the buns. You don't even need to take a few bites to finish a bun. No more. Seeing the 2 classmates doing this, the last one also joined in the fight for food. So, in less than a few minutes, all 9 buns were eaten by them. Big sister, these buns are so delicious, give us 9 more. Handsome guy, lean meat porridge is also good, you guys try it first. Seeing how the 3 people were eating, Sun Xiumin was worried that they would choke to death, so she kindly reminded them and tried to promote the lean meat porridge in the store. Yes, the steamed buns are so delicious, the lean meat porridge should be the same. The college student slapped his forehead and then picked up the spoon. How? It tastes good, just as good as steamed buns. This trip is totally worth it. After saying that, he picked it up and drank it. Gurgle. Chapter 31 Dad makes delicious buns. Why didn't I notice it before? If we had known this earlier, we would have been willing to run here every day. While tasting the delicious food, the 3 college students regretted not discovering it before. Handsome guys, our bun shop just opened today. Sun Xiumin, who was standing nearby, rolled her eyes when she heard the discussion. They didn't hear what she had just said. Just opened today? Yes. Sun Xiumin nodded again. It turns out it's a new store. I was wondering why I didn't notice it when I passed by it before. The other party slapped his forehead again and said with a slightly red face. I'm sorry, sister, I didn't hear you clearly just now. It's okay, come more often when you have time. After saying this, Sun Xiumin walked back to her seat. That's right, such delicious food cannot be enjoyed by one person alone. Yes, let's get everyone here to help support the boss business. Snap! One of them took out his cell phone and started taking pictures of the dining table. Boss, your buns are better looking than others. After drinking a bowl of lean meat porridge, the 3 of them no longer began to savor it slowly as they did before. They picked up a bun, tried to squeeze it, and found it was very elastic. The person who took the photo with his mobile phone couldn't help but sigh when looking at the buns in the photo. Of course, these are the buns my dad made. At this time, Meng Meng was full and the little guy slid off the chair. When he heard others praising his father, he raised his little head proudly. People who don't know would think that she did all this. Little sister, your dad is amazing, so you can do it too. Meng Meng's words made the 3 college students focus their attention on Meng Meng. When they came in just now, they also saw the twin sisters, but they didn't pay much attention to them and were just busy eating buns and drinking porridge. This. The little girl didn't answer immediately. She put her fingers to her mouth and bit her nails gently. Little sister, you can't? No, Meng Meng can also make buns. At this moment, the little fellow became anxious and made movements as if he was kneading dough. Meng Meng can also knead dough. While speaking, the little guy still raised his little head. Really? Meng Meng is amazing. She even knows how to knead dough. She felt that this was not enough, so she put her hands behind her back and walked around the dining table. Ha ha! The scene before them made the 3 of them burst into laughter. The 3 of them were in a very good mood as they ate delicious food and entertained the little girl. Meng Meng, go play somewhere else and don't disturb your brother's meal. Boss, it's okay, your daughter is cute. Looking at the fat man in front of them, the 3 couldn't help but compare themselves. They couldn't understand how Qin Ziming gave birth to such cute twin daughters. Dad, doo-doo is full. Belch! After drinking the last mouthful of porridge, Doo-doo couldn't help but burp. Giggle! The little guy covered his mouth and laughed happily. I told you not to drink too much, but you didn't listen. Qin Ziming knew that his daughter had eaten too much, so he reached out and gently scratched her nose. Hee hee! Dad's porridge is delicious. Dudu blinked his big eyes mischievously and then slid down from the chair. Even if it tastes good, you can't eat too much. Have you forgotten your sister? Dad, why are you calling Meng Meng? Meng Meng was already playing with building blocks. When she heard her name, she quickly raised her little head. I didn't call you. He imitated his daughter's expression and replied. Really? Meng Meng pouted her little mouth and lowered her head. Okay, go play by yourself. Daddy is going out for a while. Be good and don't run around. Okay? He placed his hand on Dudu's head and gently rubbed his daughter's hair. Dad, you need to go out. Both daughters stopped and looked at Qin Ziming eagerly. I knew what they were thinking without asking. Yes, Dad is going out to buy some delicious food. It's delicious. Meng Meng wants to go too. Meng Meng, who had been motionless just now, couldn't sit still anymore and threw the building blocks in her hand onto the table. Okay, you guys stay in the store until Dad comes back with ice cream. Seeing Meng Meng throwing herself into his arms, Qin Ziming gently rubbed his daughter's little face. Dudu wants some ice cream too. Dudu licked his lips with his tongue, then grabbed Qin Ziming's clothes and shook coquettishly. Ha ha, both are available, as long as you behave yourself. Yeah, Meng Meng is the best. Meng Meng nodded repeatedly, went back to the table and continued playing with building blocks. Dad, Dudu will watch over his sister. After the little guy finished speaking, he let go of his hand. Okay, Dad believes you. Boss, don't worry, I will take good care of them and the business of the store. Seeing Qin Ziming looking at her, she knew what the boss wanted to say. Sun Xiumin quickly stood up and patted her plump chest to make a promise. Okay, please. Qin Ziming was not polite either. He turned around and walked outside. Get out early and come back early. Buzz? Qin Ziming got in the car and started it. A roar gradually faded away. Dudu will have ice cream soon. Watching his father's car driving away, Dudu smiled so much that his eyes narrowed. Sister, and Meng Meng. Hearing that she was left out, Meng Meng slapped the table and said, Big sister, how much is it? Just then, the 3 college students stood up, rubbed their bulging stomachs and burped comfortably. So full. One of them took a toothpick and picked out the shredded meat stuck between his teeth. 6 bowls of porridge, 18 steamed buns, a total of 126 yuan. The 3 of them later ordered another bowl of lean meat porridge, which was the reason why they were so full. Okay, it's over. One person seemed to have plenty of money. He took out his mobile phone and paid by scanning the code. The wealth treasure has arrived, 130 yuan. Hearing that the other party had paid more, Sun Xiumin quickly stood up and wanted to return the extra money. Handsome guy, give me more money, a total of 126 yuan. Sun Xiumin spoke again, she thought the other party didn't hear clearly just now. Big sister, I know. If we can make it an even number, you don't have to return the money. We will come back next time. The 3 of them had already walked out the door, and the man who paid raised his cell phone, waved at someone, and left. Forget it, let's talk about it next time. Seeing that the other party had gone far away, Sun Xiumin, who wanted to chase after them, had to give up the idea after hearing the laughter of the 2 little guys. Hey, when did a bun shop open here? Sun Xiumin, who had just returned to the store and started to clean up the dishes, saw a customer coming in and hurried over to ask. Auntie, do you want to take it away or eat here? This is a woman in her 50s, carrying several bags in her hands. Looking closely, I saw that he had just come back from buying groceries. Big sister, what kind of buns do you have here? The aunt stretched her neck and began to look around the store. Auntie, our store has just opened. We only have one kind of buns today, pork and garlic buns. After Sun Xiumin finished speaking, she opened the lid of the steamer. This bun looks good, but I wonder how it tastes. Chapter 32. We are all college students, regret coming late. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Thump thump. There was a sound of hurried footsteps and Sun Xiumin looked outside in confusion. No guests have come since half an hour ago. She had already begun to doze off while fishing, and as for the boss's 2 daughters, they had fallen asleep on the table. There's no other way. The conditions here are so poor, so this is the only way. Sun Xiumin has already made up her mind that she will ask her boss to buy a small bed when he comes back so that the 2 little ones will have a place to sleep. come here to buy buns at this time? Seeing that they were a group of young people who looked like college students, Sun Xiumin quickly got up and walked to the door of the store. Qin Steamed Bun Shop, this should be it. The college student ran past first and looked up at the plaque. I hope that boy didn't lie to me, but he skipped Nun Mi Hu's class this afternoon. Big sister, do you have any more buns? Before I could even catch my breath, the other party asked impatiently. Yes, do you want to take it away or eat here? Here, give me 3. No, 5. Oh, and another bowl of porridge. As he spoke, he walked towards the store. Yang, don't think that you can eat more just because you run fast. There are so many of us here, and you need 5. Everyone, there are still plenty of buns. Without waiting for the customer to finish speaking, Sun Xiumin lifted the lid of the steamer. Suddenly, the white and plump buns dazzled everyone's eyes. Gurgle. For some unknown reason, several people present swallowed their saliva after seeing the buns. Beauty, give me 5 too, and a bowl of porridge. I haven't even had lunch yet. 3, a bowl of porridge. People walked into the store one by one, and there were exactly 2 tables with 4 people sitting at each. Sister, that's your daughter, why is she sleeping on her stomach? After taking their seats, everyone saw 2 little guys lying on the building block table. The cute little boy's mouth moved from time to time, as if he was dreaming about some delicious food, with saliva hanging from the corners of his mouth. You big bad guy, that's Meng Meng's, don't grab it. At this time, Meng Meng said another sentence. The college students present could no longer hold back and burst out laughing. Sure. Let's keep our voices down. Some people reacted quickly and put their index fingers to their mouths, pointing at the 2 sisters not far away. Yes, don't disturb my eldest sister's daughter. In their eyes, the 2 little ones are Sun Xiumin's daughters. It's not their fault, after all, she is the only one in the store. Everyone, you misunderstood. I'm just an employee. This is the boss' daughter. It's good that the boss is not here now. I'd better explain it clearly as soon as possible, otherwise it will be so awkward that I won't be able to stay. I see, big sister, I'm sorry. It's okay, these are the buns you asked for. Sun Xiumin brought the buns that the guests ordered one by one. After finishing all these, I went to serve the porridge. Smells so good. One of them couldn't wait to pick up the bun and break it in half. The tempting garlic meat filling was presented in front of everyone, and a rich aroma spread out. Gurgle. At this moment, everyone felt their saliva secretion quicken and they swallowed it involuntarily. Let me try it first. The college student took a bite, and the gravy flowed into his mouth, exploding the moment it touched his taste buds. How about it? How does it taste? Can you tell me? It's so annoying, is it delicious? The 3 classmates at the same table couldn't wait to ask. Wow! After tasting the delicious buns, he had no time to answer and was only focused on eating. You guys also bought buns, but you can't taste them yourself. The students at another table nearby couldn't bear to see this and kindly gave a reminder. Yeah, how could I forget this? One of them quickly slapped his forehead, grabbed the bun, stuffed it into his mouth, and then took a big bite. For a moment, the soup splashed out and almost got on a classmate. Be careful! The classmate rolled his eyes at him and continued to eat the bun in his hand. It was the first time he had eaten such delicious buns. Ahem! I almost choked because I ate too fast. Young man, eat slowly and drink some porridge. Sun Xiumin, who was sitting not far away, kindly reminded him. If it were me in this situation, it would be almost the same. Porridge, yes. At this time, the porridge was just the right temperature. He just picked it up and drank it directly without even using a spoon. Gurgle, gurgle. He drank half a bowl in one breath, then put it down, a relieved expression on his face, and exhaled deeply. It's so delicious. I didn't know porridge could be this delicious. After sighing, he couldn't wait to eat the buns, and then took a mouthful of porridge. Cool. Is it really that exaggerated? There was another person who didn't eat either. After he sat down, he poured himself a sip of tea first. If these people were not his classmates, he would have thought they were hired by the store. It's just buns and porridge, as if he has never eaten them before. Exaggerated, you will know once you try it. I won't tell you anymore. I regret it now. Why did I eat lunch? A classmate touched his stomach and showed a regretful expression on his face. Cut! There was supposed to be a class this afternoon, but everyone skipped it and he couldn't get any special treatment, so he followed here out of curiosity. It was not until we arrived at the scene that we realized that these students skipped classes just to eat a few buns. I'd like to try it. He picked up a bun, put it in his mouth, and took a light bite. As the soup flowed into his mouth, the rest of the words stopped abruptly and he could not say any more. Wow! Then came a burst of swearing, and he never expected that his classmate was not only not exaggerating, but was actually holding back. It's really that delicious. I ate so fast that I almost bit my tongue. Wow, I wouldn't trade this bun for a lobster. And this porridge, it looks like just a bowl of ordinary lean meat porridge, but I didn't expect it to be so delicious. Not only that, but the price is really affordable. A bowl of lean meat porridge is only 6 yuan. I remember the last time I had a bowl, it was praised to the sky by those gourmets. They bought a bowl for more than 100 yuan. Compared with this bowl in front of me. No, there is no comparison. For a moment, the 8 college students lowered their heads and ate buns, taking a sip of porridge from time to time, and their words were full of praise. If Qin Ziming were here, he would blush when he heard what they said. I decided that from now on, whenever I'm free in the morning, I'll come here to eat. Just breakfast. I eat all 3 meals here until I get tired of it. You'll get tired of eating such delicious buns and porridge. It's delicious, but it's a pity there's only one kind. If there were other types, it would be perfect. A classmate who didn't like garlic ate 3 buns in a row after tasting the delicious buns, and suddenly he sighed. Everyone, the boss said that starting tomorrow, we will continue to introduce new varieties to ensure that customers will not get tired of eating. Hearing these classmates' discussions, Sun Xiumin knew it was time for her to step forward. Chapter 33 I want to eat ice cream. What to eat tomorrow? 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Ziming parked the car by the side of the road. I opened the back door of the car and saw my hands full of bags. What's going on? As I walked to the door of the store, I saw some customers standing by and fanning themselves with their hands. Looking into the store, I saw that the 4 tables were also full of people. What surprised him was that none of the guests had eaten. Did something happen? Chuck. Seeing that there were several guests teasing his daughter from time to time, an idea just popped up in his mind, but he suppressed it. Boss, you're back. As soon as she saw Qin Ziming, without waiting for him to enter the store, Sun Xiumin stood up and walked over to take a few bags from him. Boss? When the customers in and outside the store heard that the fat man was the boss, they all spoke up, their tone full of resentment. Boss, you're finally back. Hurry up and make the buns, we can't wait. What buns? I think porridge tastes better. For a moment. Everyone has their own opinions, but to sum up, they all mean the same thing. I just want him to make the buns quickly and cook a pot of lean meat porridge. Okay, wait a moment, I'll get the ingredients I bought. Qin Ziming couldn't have imagined that the buns he made would be sold out so quickly. He had thought about it beforehand, as there wouldn't be many customers at noon, so he prepared a total of 300 buns and a pot of lean meat porridge before driving out. Boss, let us handle this kind of trivial matter, you should just focus on your work. At this time, everyone didn't want to wait a moment, they just wanted to eat the delicious buns and the porridge with meat flavor. Okay, thank you for your help. He handed the car keys to Sun Xiumin and then walked into the kitchen. The meat filling and dough were prepared in advance yesterday and have not been used up yet, but there is not much left this time. Once these are used up, we need to prepare for tomorrow's goods. We can finish work early today. Dad, where's the ice cream you bought for Dudu? Just when he was about to work, Dudu ran to the kitchen door and looked at his father eagerly. Ice cream. When he saw his daughter, he wanted to tease her. But when the words came to his lips, he quickly took them back. There were already tears in the little girl's eyes. It seemed that as long as her father said he didn't buy it back, she would immediately burst into tears. It's still in the car, go ask Aunt Sun for it. He did not forget what his daughter said and bought 2 boxes of ice cream on the way back. If he hadn't had so much space, he would have bought some more. As for the worry that the food may go bad if not finished, the 2 large refrigerators in his store are just for decoration. Hee, Auntie, Meng Meng wants to eat ice cream. This time, Meng Meng reacted the fastest and ran out first, still shouting. Meng Meng, be careful, don't fall. A customer saw Meng Meng running and kindly reminded her. Hee, big brother, Meng Meng won't fall. The little guy responded with a grin and continued to run outside, just a little slower than before, but she still listened to him. Meng Meng, why did you come out? Sun Xiaomin had 2 bags and was about to close the car door when she saw the boss's 2 daughters running out and hurriedly asked. Auntie, Meng Meng wants to eat ice cream. Ice cream, go buy it now. Sun Xiaomin didn't understand what the little guy said and asked in confusion. Yeah, Dad said that? Meng Meng only remembered part of what Qin Ziming said just now. Auntie, Dad is back with ice cream. Dudu, who came out from behind, added this. Buy it back? Sun Xiaomin lowered her head and glanced around the trunk of the car, her eyes quickly falling on the 2 small boxes. Looking closely, it really is ice cream. If Dudu hadn't reminded her, she would have forgotten about it. If you leave it in the car on a hot day and take it out later, it might melt. Yes, Dad will buy it back. Hearing her sister's words, Meng Meng clapped her hands excitedly. Auntie, hurry up, Meng Meng wants to eat ice cream. You 2 go into the store and wait, Auntie will move the ice cream in first. The ice cream box was not big, and Sun Xiaomin could carry it by herself, but there were 2 more bags, so she would have to make an extra trip. Let me do this. There was another customer nearby who saw this and quickly picked up 2 boxes. Thank you. Fine. The customer carried the box and walked towards the store. The 2 little guys followed behind, jumping and hopping, their eyes narrowed with joy. Lola, there's ice cream to eat. Meng Meng was the happiest. She hummed a little tune when she thought about the ice cream she would have soon. Thank you very much, everyone. Sun Xiaomin thanked everyone again. She first opened the box and took out 2 ice cream cones. Give. He handed it to the 2 little ones one after another. Thank you, Auntie. Auntie, that is great. The 2 little guys shouted sweetly, then walked to the building block table, sat on the small stools, and ate the ice cream happily. So sweet. After licking the ice cream, Meng Meng smiled even more happily. Go over there and play by yourselves. Yes, Auntie. After eating the ice cream, the 2 little guys walked back to the building block table. They sat in their chairs, licking their ice cream quietly and giggling every now and then. You bought so much seafood. Are you going to cook seafood casserole porridge? Sun Xiaomin put the ingredients she bought into the refrigerator one by one and looked at the seafood in front of her and couldn't help but sigh. I wonder if the seafood porridge cooked by the boss is as delicious as the lean meat porridge. Sun Xiaomin felt her face burning when she thought about the 2 bowls of lean meat porridge she drank at noon. She also ate 4 buns at that time. Beef, is it beef buns tomorrow? Putting the beef in the refrigerator, Sun Xiaomin talked to herself. Sister, did you just say beef buns? Even though Sun Xiaomin spoke in a low voice, the guests at the next table heard it. Yes, what's the matter? At this time, Sun Xiaomin was thinking about what to eat tomorrow, so she responded and continued to work. Are these ingredients prepared for tomorrow? The customer continued to ask questions, his eyes shining. He loved eating beef the most. If this was true, he would come over early tomorrow morning. Sun Xiaomin nodded again. The boss bought a lot of ingredients today. Hey, why are you buying these vegetables? When she put the ingredients into the refrigerator, she found that some vegetables were very few, and there was a chicken. Is it dinner tonight? Even though steamed buns and porridge are delicious, as a southerner, she still likes to eat rice the most. Big sister! Big sister! At this moment, the guest interrupted her thoughts. What's up? Sun Xiaomin came back to her senses and saw the guest looking at her expectantly, and asked in confusion. Sister, what's the porridge tomorrow? The customer had just seen some crabs and asked quickly, wanting to verify his thoughts. Seafood porridge. Even if she didn't ask the boss, Sun Xiaomin could guess it. Seeing the customer's anxious eyes, she answered without thinking too much. That's great, beef buns with seafood porridge, I'm drooling just thinking about it. Chapter 34, Hot at Noon, More Skills. Oh, it turns out that waiting for food is so uncomfortable. Boss, can you hurry up? It's a waste of an entire afternoon. If it really doesn't taste good, I'll feel like jumping off a building. If you don't believe it, you can leave. No one forces you to do it. That's right, if you don't believe me, leave. While Qin Ziming was busy, the guests who were waiting for their food started talking. Some people firmly believe that the buns made by the boss are delicious, while others are skeptical. Even so, it does not affect everyone's enthusiasm. Boss, are you ready? Sun Xiaomin looked at the lively scene in the store and walked to the kitchen door and asked. Almost done. Qin Ziming, who had been busy for half an hour, estimated the time in his mind and opened the lid of the steamer. All right. With just one look, he knew that this round of buns was ready to be served. Okay, big sister, give me 5. I have 5 too. 3. The customer in the store heard the conversation between the two and couldn't wait to speak. Big sister, pack 10. Wow, you want so many. The people behind you can still buy some. I'll also pack 10. Hey, big brothers and big sisters in front, please show some mercy and leave some soup for us behind. Yes, you can't do this. Leave some space for us so we can meet again in the future. For a moment, it was bustling inside and outside the store. Knowing that the buns are about to come out of the oven, everyone wants to be the first to get the buns. Don't worry, we have them all. Qin Ziming glanced at the scene and quickly reassured the guests. Because he was in a hurry, he made the buns in 2 batches. There are 300 pieces in each batch. Even if each person buys 10, it is enough to satisfy all the guests present. Really, boss, you didn't lie to us? Some guests still didn't believe it and shouted loudly. Yes, boss, there are at least 20 to 30 customers queuing outside, not including the dozen or so people inside. There are 300 buns this time, don't worry. After Qin Ziming finished speaking, he turned to Sun Xiaomin and said, I'll take care of the customers outside and leave the dining in the restaurant to me. Okay, boss. Sun Xiaomin nodded, picked up the top 3 steamers and went out. Boss, we need 14 buns for our table. The table closest to the kitchen, upon hearing Qin Ziming's words, quickly counted the number of guests at the same table who needed buns. How many do you want? I have 3. 5. The other 3 tables saw this and started counting. Okay, right away. Qin Ziming smiled faintly, took out a few plates, and placed the buns the guests needed on them one by one. Soon, there were buns in front of the guests at 4 tables. Hiss! Some impatient customers couldn't wait to pick one up and take a bite. Suddenly, he was panting from the burn, but was reluctant to spit it out. It's delicious. After taking his first bite, the guest gave the kitchen a thumbs up. It's so hot, you really can eat it. My friend who sat at the same table as me looked at the steamed bun that had just been bitten off. Just by taking a look at it, you can tell that it will be unpleasant once you put it in your mouth, and not everyone can resist it. Delicious, woo-woo. I took another bite. This time the temperature dropped a little, but it was still hot. The guest ate while breathing heavily and sighed. Boss, is the porridge ready? The customer who had already received the bun reached out to touch it and found it was still hot, so he turned his attention to the lean meat porridge. Wait a moment, it will only take a few minutes. After returning to the kitchen, the first thing Qin Ziming did was to wash the rice and cook porridge. Okay, give me a bowl. I want one too. Okay, the porridge is ready, I'll bring it to you right away. The customers dining in the restaurant all come for the lean meat porridge. When they hear that the porridge will be ready soon, they open their mouths quickly, fearing that it will be snatched away by others if they are late. Hee, Daddy, Dudu wants one too. I don't know when, Dudu was already standing at the kitchen door. The little guy raised his head with a little ice cream at the corner of his mouth. Look at your stomach, you can still eat more. Qin Ziming pulled out a tissue from the wall, wiped the ice cream off the corner of his daughter's mouth, and gently tapped her bulging belly with his fingers. Giggle, itchy. When the dad wanted to touch his belly, the little guy quickly dodged and giggled triumphantly. Okay, go play by yourself. Daddy is busy making braised pork for Dudu tonight. In his previous life, Qin Ziming's favorite dish was braised pork. When he thought about eating the braised pork and taking a bite of rice, he felt his saliva watering like crazy. Dad, is the braised pork delicious? At this time, Meng Meng also came over, blinking her big eyes curiously. Sister, the braised pork made by Dad must be delicious. After Dudu finished speaking, he licked his lips with his tongue, looking like a greedy little cat. Ding! Trigger the mission. The daughter has full confidence in her father. The recipe for braised pork has been distributed, please check it out. Qin Ziming was about to say something when a system prompt sounded in his mind, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Hey, are you giving me the reward in advance this time? He nodded in his heart, and the system panel appeared before his eyes. Is this the reward? In the panel, there is a picture of braised pork, emitting colorful light. Qin Ziming's hand reached out uncontrollably. As his hand touched the picture, some information suddenly emerged in his mind and quickly merged into his memory, becoming his instinct. It turns out that braised pork tastes so much better this way. He couldn't help but sigh at his previous actions. Dad! Dad! While Qin Ziming was in a daze, he heard his daughter's voice calling him. Whether it tastes good or not, you'll know when we have dinner tonight. He gently scratched Mengmeng's nose with his fingers, walked back to the kitchen, opened the lid of the porridge, and nodded with satisfaction. It's almost cooked. The moment the lid of the pot was opened, the aroma of lean meat porridge spread out. Some guests with sensitive noses took a few breaths and then turned to look towards the kitchen. Boss, is the porridge ready? Handsome guy, your nose is really sensitive. You can even smell this. Qin Ziming was in a good mood and couldn't help but joke with the guests. Ha ha ha. Boss, you don't know, I'm not exaggerating about my nose. You only need to ask and you'll know if this thing tastes good or not. The guest touched his nose as he spoke. Really? Then who was it just now who doubted the buns made by the boss? Before he could even finish bragging, his friend at the same table stabbed him hard. What are you talking about? I don't understand. When he was exposed by his good friend, he simply pretended to be confused. Chapter 35, Dudu attracts guests, Dad is delicious. Dad, Dudu wants to help you with the work. Dudu was standing at the kitchen door holding a little doll. He raised his little head and asked with his little mouth pouting. Dudu, what can you do? Qin Ziming has already started making the last batch of buns. After finishing all this, he will prepare dinner. Do what? The little guy tilted his head, holding the doll tightly in one hand, and put the other hand to his mouth, biting his nails gently. Sister, and Mengmeng. Mengmeng also came over, she was also holding a small doll. This afternoon, the things Qin Ziming bought online last night were delivered one after another. Dad, you can't help me here. Looking back at his daughter, he continued to make dumplings. The smooth movements give people a visual enjoyment. After seeing this, some guests would take out their mobile phones and record the scene. Hee, Dudu can help there. The little guy rolled his eyes and pointed at the store entrance and said, Yes, Mengmeng wants one too. Okay, you two can only stay at the door, don't run around. They have been in the store for almost a whole day, which is very good. If you don't give them some exercise, they will definitely cause trouble later. Oui. Hearing his father's agreement, Dudu immediately jumped and ran towards the door, and Mengmeng followed behind with an innocent smile on her face, which made the guests feel even better when they saw it. Mengmeng, be careful. The guest had been there twice and already knew the names of the two little ones. When he saw this scene, he quickly reminded them. Hee, big brother, Mengmeng knows. The cute look of the little girl makes the guests feel itchy and they can't wait to go home and have a baby, and they also want to have a daughter. Dudu, you can only stand at the door, don't run around. Seeing the two little ones coming, Sun Xiumin quickly turned her attention to them. Hee, Auntie, Dudu knows. Dudu stood obediently at the door, her eyes fixed on passers-by, and as long as the other person didn't stop, she would call out something sweetly. Big brother, do you want to eat some buns? Bowsy, the little girl called so sweetly, so big brother will buy one. Oui. Grandma, buy some buns, they're delicious. Little girl, I'm sorry, Grandma has to go back. I will definitely come to buy it next time. All right. Big sister, my dad is so delicious. Ha ha. Mengmeng, who was standing next to them, couldn't get a word in and shouted anxiously. For a moment, there was dead silence all around and everyone stared with wide eyes. They first glanced at Mengmeng, and then stared at a young woman who had just passed by. Zhong Isin felt her face burning as so many people were staring at her. She just wanted to escape from here as soon as possible. If she hadn't seen that the other person was a little girl, she would have cursed at him. You told me your dad is delicious. What do you mean? Ha ha. Meng Meng, it's not your dad who is delicious, it's the buns your dad makes that are delicious. No, this is going to make me die of laughter. Beauty, I'm sorry, Meng Meng is ignorant and has caused you trouble. Seeing the girl's blushing face, Sun Xiumin hurriedly explained, quickly put the 2 buns into the bag and stuffed it directly into her hand. Need not. Seeing the bun in her hand, Zhong Isin wanted to return it. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by other guests. Beauty, these buns taste really good. Look, we've been waiting in line for half an hour just to get them. Yes, children should be careful about what they say. Take these 2 buns back and try them. Maybe you will fall in love with eating the buns here. Okay, thank you very much. Thinking of what the little girl had just said, Zhong Isin quickly turned around and fled the scene. He walked for dozens of meters before slowing down and taking a deep breath. Cool. Holding the warm bun, she opened it and took a look at it in confusion. Just now, when I heard what the little girl said at the door of the store, I was so embarrassed that I didn't even dare to look inside the store. I also had no idea what the boss looked like. But in her opinion, since her daughter is so beautiful, her father must be a handsome man too. This bun looks good. Zhong Isin gently pinched the bun and watched it quickly return to its original shape, and a smile appeared on her face. I don't know how it tastes. Thinking of this, she touched her belly. Today is Friday, and I get off work a little earlier than usual. Getting ready to go back to the apartment and go out with my bestie for a weekend dinner. It smells so good. Skeptical, she took out a bun and broke it in half. Gurgle. Looking at the tempting meat filling, Zhong Isin felt her saliva secretion quicken and she swallowed it involuntarily. It should be delicious. If you don't eat it, you will definitely regret it later. At this moment, this thought suddenly popped into her mind. Hiss. As the bun touches your lips, the soup flows into your mouth first. The moment it touched her taste buds, Zhong Isin's eyes widened to the limit. No way, it's really that delicious. After tasting the delicious buns, she quickened her pace, swallowing the first bite without even savoring it, and then took another bite. A garlic pork bun, not small, but not big enough to take a big bite. After taking a few bites, Zhong Isin stared at her empty hands. If there wasn't soup on her fingers, she would have thought she was dreaming and couldn't help but sigh. This is still me, eating a bun so quickly. Zhong Isin's first reaction was to glance around, fearing that the scene just now would be seen by acquaintances, otherwise her image would be ruined. Do you want to eat the last one too? She lifted the bag and placed it in front of her eyes, a hesitant expression on her face. Forget it, let's go back and eat. Thinking of the scene just now, Zhong Isin quickly suppressed her craving for food, fearing that the previous scene would happen again. When did this steamed bun shop come into being? I have no idea. She didn't think much about it and continued walking towards the apartment. It should have just opened in the past few days. Thinking about the fact that she hadn't eaten breakfast outside recently, Zhong Isin felt that this might be the case. There is such a delicious bun shop. I don't have to worry about where to eat breakfast anymore. But for office workers in big cities, they rarely have time to eat at home. I usually get up in a hurry and buy some breakfast on the way. Either I eat on the bus or I bring it back to the company to eat. As for buying delicious breakfast, they have no choice but to do whatever is convenient. However, when she thought about what the little girl said, Zhong Isin began to hesitate again, wondering whether she should buy breakfast at that bun shop. Forget it, why think so much? Things will work out when the time comes. Who knows, maybe everyone will forget about this tomorrow. She patted her forehead and a sweet smile appeared on her face again. Chapter 36, My best friend slept too much, you have a strong taste. Bang! Zhong Isin walked into the room and closed the door. I am so tired. She walked to the sofa and sat down. Gurgle. Seeing a bottle of drink on the table, she unscrewed the lid and drank half of it in one gulp, then she burped in comfort. Cool. Too bad it's not frozen. Having just eaten a bun and walked for a while, Zhong Isin was already very thirsty. After a while, feeling her strength returning to her, she stood up and walked towards a bedroom. Didn't this girl say she was going out to eat? How come she's nowhere to be seen? Zhong Isin pushed open the door and a gust of cold wind blew into her neck, making her shiver. There was a slight snoring sound coming from the room, and she knew what was going on without even thinking. Still sleeping? Even pigs know how to get up. I walked to the bed and saw a figure lying on the bed with his butt raised up, hugging his feet and sleeping with the quilt between his legs. Bang! She was not polite at all and slapped him on the butt. The crisp and pleasant sound of applause echoed in the room. This was followed by a woman's charming voice with a hint of resentment. Who dares to attack me? Look at my extinct dragon claw palm. The figure sat up and then assumed an attacking stance. Ju Yarden. Seeing this scene, Zhong Isin gritted her teeth and spoke word by word. Who called me? He, Xiao Xinshin, when did you come back? Looking at Zhong Isin's murderous face, she grabbed the quilt and moved back. What time is it? When do you breathe in? Zhong Isin took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and then asked with a smile. What time is it? 3 o'clock. Don't be angry, I'll change my clothes right now, it's my treat tonight. Ju Yada, who was still trying to quibble, came to his senses the next moment. My besties are all back from get off work now, which means it's getting late. Our little Shinshin has worked all day, she must be very tired now. She hurriedly got out of bed, put her hands on Zhong Isin's shoulders and massaged her shoulders. Okay, change your clothes. After rolling her eyes at her best friend, Zhong Isin walked out. She also wanted to change her clothes. 10 minutes. Ju Yarden came out of the bedroom. Hey, little Shinshin, you are so thoughtful. She is a game anchor who broadcasts live until 9 in the morning, which is why she has slept until now. She was in a hurry to get off the air and go to bed, so she didn't even have breakfast. Now she feels like she can eat a pig. I rubbed my stomach and wanted to find something to fill it, and happened to see a bun on the table. What? Hearing her best friend's words, Zhong Isin looked over in confusion and saw her holding the bun she had bought. Wait, that's tasty. She was still too late to speak, Ju Yada had already taken a bite. The buns were still warm, and the moment they were opened, the delicious soup burst in my mouth. Ju Yada's eyes widened to the limit, with an expression of disbelief on his face, and he asked hesitantly. Wow! Such delicious buns, where did you buy them? After stuffing the last bite of bun into her mouth, she spoke incoherently, only wanting to know where she bought it, as one alone was not enough. It's on my way to work, on the street in Yinchuan community. Zhong Isin was also dressed neatly. She stamped her feet lightly on the ground and felt that there was nothing wrong with her newly bought shoes. There is a steamed bun shop over there, but I don't remember it being this delicious. She thought about it carefully and recalled that she had bought buns there before. That was the first time and the last time. After tasting it, I never bought it again. This one is newly opened. When she thought about the last bun that had gone into her best friend's stomach, Zhong Isin felt a little regretful and wondered why she didn't eat it on the way back. It's newly opened. Okay, let's go eat buns now. At this moment, Ju Yada had forgotten about any big meal. She only wanted to eat buns. Okay, let's go now. Wait, what did you just say? Zhong Isin wondered if she had heard it wrong. They had planned to have a big dinner tonight, so why did they change their mind and eat buns instead? Eat the buns, and then we'll go shopping. When she was changing her clothes just now, she glanced at her cell phone. It was only 5 o'clock in the afternoon, an hour earlier than she thought. Didn't you say we were going to have a big dinner? For a southerner, no matter how delicious the buns are, they are not as good as a big meal. Now Zhong Isin just wanted to slap herself. Why did she bring him back? She even forgot that Ju Yada was from the north and liked to eat buns. What kind of feast is this? The buns are so delicious. Let's eat them tomorrow. Seeing her best friend's expression change, Ju Yada immediately added with a smile. Today I will eat steamed buns with you, tomorrow I will eat Western food, or lobster. Zhong Isin would not miss such a good opportunity. She ordered several dishes in succession. Each dish cost several hundred yuan. The whole meal cost almost 2,000 yuan. Okay, I agree. Several big brothers gave me tips during the live broadcast last night. Thinking of the reward income from last night, Ju Yada patted her chest and guaranteed that it was only 2,000 yuan. Compared with her reward income of 6,000 yuan, these were small problems. I recorded everything you just said, don't regret it later. Zhang Yixin waved her cell phone proudly. At this moment, she was no longer depressed. She opened the door and made a gesture of inviting someone in. I have to ask all the major anchors, please. Xiao Xinzi, stand up, ha ha ha. Before Zhang Yixin could come to her senses, she had already run out smiling. Okay, Zhu Yarden, I treat you as my best friend, but you want to be my master. Don't run, stop right there. After locking the door, Zhang Yixin hurriedly chased out. 15 minutes later. Two beautifully dressed young women were standing at the door of a steamed bun shop. Is this the one? Zhu Yada raised his head, looked at the plaque above and asked. Yes. When Zhang Yixin was talking, she didn't dare to look at the beautiful lady selling buns at the door. Ah. Just then, a little girl came to the door. He looked into Zhang Yixin's eyes, then hurried back to the store, still shouting. Daddy, a big sister is going to spank Meng Meng. The little guy's screams were so miserable that if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought someone was abusing a child. What's going on? Hearing his daughter's cry, Qin Ziming stopped what he was doing and looked back outside the kitchen. No one. Apart from a few customers having dinner in the restaurant, there were only two beauties standing at the door. Could this girl be talking about these two beauties? However, when he saw the confused expression on the other person's face, the thought that had just popped up was extinguished. Zhang Yixin, what's going on? Why is this little girl afraid of you? Zhu Yada was also confused. She first glanced at her best friend, and then saw a fat man in the kitchen. No way, Xiao Xinxin's taste has become so strong. Chapter 37, The Aroma of Braised Pork, Blood Suppression. Two beauties, these steamed buns are fresh out of the oven. Do you want to take them away or eat them here? Sun Xiaomin glanced towards the kitchen. It was already past 5 o'clock, and they could have dinner once all the buns were sold out. I don't know how good the boss's cooking is. Eat here. After seeing that the boss was a fat man, Zhu Yada was a little disappointed, but she quickly calmed down. She came here to eat buns, and looking at the handsome guy was just a side job. Good. Before sitting down, Zhang Yixin reached out and touched the chair and found it was very clean. She nodded with satisfaction. Big sister, what buns do you have? Thinking that she would be able to eat the delicious bun soon, Zhu Yada sat down casually. Ahem, beauty, I'm sorry, we only have garlic pork buns here. Sun Xiaomin said calmly that almost every new customer had the same problem. There's only one. Yes, we also have lean meat porridge. Would you like a bowl? At this time, Sun Xiaomin would not miss the opportunity to promote her products. Okay, 6 buns and 2 bowls of porridge. Before Zhang Yixin could make up her mind, her best friend had already ordered the food. Okay, please wait a moment. What a pity, there's only one kind of bun. On the way here, Zhu Yada was still fantasizing about having such delicious buns to eat herself in the future. My two beauties, we are a new store, and the buns we make every day will be different. Sun Xiumin came over with a plate of buns and just heard these words. Really, sis? Zhu Yada, who was already feeling very depressed, suddenly brightened up his eyes after hearing this, as if he saw a ray of light in the darkness. Yes, tomorrow it's beef buns and seafood porridge. While talking to the guests, Sun Xiumin did not stop. She served 2 bowls of porridge and placed them in front of the 2 people. Smells so good. Looking at the lean meat porridge, Zhu Yada couldn't help but take a deep breath, with an intoxicated expression on his face. It smells good, but it doesn't mean I don't know what it tastes like. She took another deep breath, and the smile on her face became more obvious. Take a bite and you'll know. Giving her best friend a blank look, Zhang Yixin picked up the spoon and blew air on it. Hiss! When she felt the temperature drop, she put her mouth to the edge of the spoon and took a deep breath. As the porridge entered his mouth, an expression of disbelief appeared on his face, and then he looked up towards the kitchen. The porridge cooked by this fat guy is so delicious. You really can't judge a person by his appearance. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. His attention was drawn to the lean meat porridge in front of him, and he lowered his head to continue eating. Is it really that exaggerated? Zhu Yada had already picked up the bun and started eating. She finished one in a few bites. When she was about to take the second one, she saw her best friend's expression and couldn't help but say something. That's an exaggeration. If you try it yourself, you won't say that. After drinking a few mouthfuls of porridge, Zhong Isin always felt that something was missing. She looked up and saw the bun in her best friend's hand. Then she came to her senses and picked up a bun herself. Hey, this tastes even better. After taking a bite of the bun and drinking a mouthful of porridge, Zhong Isin pointed at the lean meat porridge in front of her in shock. She also wanted her best friend to have the same thing as her. Yeah? Zhu Yarden picked up the spoon in confusion and took a bite first. No way, it's really that delicious. After taking a bite, the two of them did the same thing, one bite of bun and one bite of porridge. No more? By the time they came to their senses, all 6 buns had been eaten. 6 more, please. Oh, and there are 2 bowls of porridge. Zhu Yarden raised his hand and shouted subconsciously. 6, you can finish them all. After touching her stomach, Zhong Isin felt that she was almost full and could only eat 1 at most. If you can't finish it, take it away. The buns here are very affordable. Zhu Yada couldn't believe that the buns were so delicious and only cost 6 yuan each. Okay, whatever you want. You can carry it when we go shopping later. Just carry it. Shopping is a physically demanding activity. Don't even think about eating when the time comes. As time approached 6 o'clock, more and more customers came into the store, and only half of the last batch of buns made by Qin Ziming was left. Boss, 5 buns and a bowl of porridge, eat here. At this time, 2 more young women came into the store, and one of them skillfully pulled out a chair and sat down. Ding Xiaoye, is this the store you mentioned? The colleague who came with her sat down and began to look at the layout of the store. A very ordinary bun shop. But it smells delicious. She took a deep breath, the air was filled with the aroma of meat. Just by smelling it, she felt the food worms in her stomach starting to rebel. No, this is braised pork. Soon she realized something and took another deep breath. In addition to the unique smell of buns, there was also a rich aroma of braised pork in the air. This is a steamed bun shop, where is the braised pork? Are you crazy about it? Ding Xiaoye was quite familiar with this colleague. She liked to eat braised pork. Every time she went out to eat, as long as the restaurant had this dish, she would order it to try. Besides, this dish is not expensive, and as long as it tastes good, it goes well with rice. That's right, there are no braised pork fillings in buns. Just then, Dudu, who was playing, jumped to the kitchen door. Dad, is the braised pork ready? But the little ones always remembered what their father said, that he would make delicious braised pork for them. Now when I smell the fragrance, I immediately drop the toy in my hand. It will be ready soon. Hearing his daughter's voice, Qin Ziming's mouth curled up slightly with a hint of smile. He took a look at the braised pork in the pot and saw that it was almost done cooking over low heat. Hee, hurry up, Dudu is starving. Dudu stuck out her bulging belly and patted it gently with her little hands. Dad, and Meng Meng is hungry too. Meng Meng, who was a step behind, also followed her sister's example, putting her hands on her hips and sticking out her belly. Okay, Dad got it, come in and wash your hands first. Qin Ziming pointed to a bucket next to him, which was half full of water. Sister, Meng Meng can wash herself. When Dudu wanted to help his sister wash her hands, Meng Meng withdrew her hands and hid them behind her back. Sister, you can't clean it yourself. At this time, Dudu acted like an older sister. No, Meng Meng washed it very clean. If you pay attention, you will find that the little guy's eyes are evasive when he speaks. HMPH, put your hand over here. Seeing her sister hiding her hands, the suppression of her blood gave her more confidence to speak. All right. Under her sister's stare, Meng Meng pouted her little mouth and reluctantly put her hands into the bucket. That's weird. Dudu stretched out his hand and placed it on his sister's head, imitating his father by rubbing her hair. Ha, these 2 sisters are so cute, they're making me laugh to death. No, let me laugh first, ha. A scene happened at the kitchen door that made the customers in the store burst into laughter. Chapter 38, Big Sister grabs meat and launches dinner. Dad, hurry up. Meng Meng was sitting on a chair. When he saw his father bringing out the dishes, the little guy couldn't wait to collapse on the table. Meng Meng, stop banging the table. Putting a plate of braised pork on the table, Qin Ziming gently scratched his daughter's nose with his fingers. Yes, Meng Meng knows. The little guy nodded, his eyes fixed on the braised pork on the table. Dad, braised pork is delicious. Dudu supported his chin with both hands and licked his lips with his tongue. It's not tasty. Seeing his two daughters acting like little greedy cats, Qin Ziming couldn't help but tease them. Oh, it's not tasty. Hearing what his father said, Meng Meng immediately puffed up his cheeks and then fell on the table like a deflated ball. He delicious. At this time, her sister's voice rang in her ears, and there were also the sounds of eating. Meng Meng raised her little head in confusion. I saw my sister holding a piece of braised pork, enjoying it happily, with some soy sauce on the corners of her mouth. Dad, my sister is eating secretly. The little guy subconsciously raised his hand and pointed at his sister sitting opposite him. Dad knows. There were still a few dishes that had not been prepared, and Qin Ziming had no time to take care of his two daughters. Sizzle. He poured a little cooking oil into the pot and sprinkled a pinch of salt to prevent oil from splashing. When he felt the temperature was about right, he pinched the fish's tail and slid it into the pot. Swish, a long sound. Qin Ziming immediately turned down the heat, steadying the pot handle with his left hand and picking up the tongs with his right hand. After the fish was put into the pot, the fish skin shrank rapidly when it came into contact with the hot oil, and the edges began to turn golden. During this process, he watched the changes in the color of the fish skin without blinking. The oil bubbles in the pot become sparse from dense, which is the process of water evaporation. After 3 minutes, the edges of the fish skin slightly curled up. Touch it lightly with the clamp and feel the subtle change in resistance. He just flicked his wrist and turned the fish over. The newly exposed side is as white as snow, forming a sharp contrast with the golden side. Little sister, what are you eating? While Qin Ziming was busy in the kitchen, several customers in the restaurant were attracted by the tempting aroma of braised pork. Braised pork, woo-woo. Big sister, don't you know? Seeing that her father didn't mention her sister, Meng Meng also grabbed a piece of braised pork and ate it with her mouth full of oil. So this is braised pork. I've never eaten it before. Can I try a piece? Gurgle. The plate of braised pork on the table was quite large. Ju Yada half squatted and swallowed her saliva in greed. Ju Yarden. After hearing what her best friend said, Zhong Isin was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. If you want braised pork, you can go to a restaurant. Why are you fighting with kids here for it? What the hell is going on? When the other guest's gazes shifted to her, she could only feel her face burning. Grabbing her best friend's collar, she was about to walk outside. No, no. Pushing her best friend's hand away, she continued to tease the little girl. Big sister, are you trying to cheat Meng Meng out of her braised pork? Meng Meng looked like she was protecting her child, with her hands on the braised pork. Ahem. Even the little girl could see what she was thinking. Ju Yada coughed awkwardly, but the fragrance she smelled made her stay shamelessly. Meng Meng, I'll help you taste a piece and see if I can make Daddy's cooking even better. As Ju Yada spoke, he reached for the braised pork on the table. Really? Meng Meng raised her little head and asked, blinking her big eyes. Real? Before the little girl could react, Ju Yada had already picked up a piece of braised pork. Bang! I don't know her. Seeing this scene, Zhong Isin slapped her forehead, shrugged, turned around and walked outside. Wow, this is so delicious. When you first take a bite of the braised pork, the sweetness strikes you first, like a knife blade coated with honey, and then the salty and fresh taste surges up, bringing with it the richness of the soy sauce and the richness of the meat fat, grinding out a sticky fragrance between your teeth. Ju Yada had an intoxicated look on his face. He stuffed a piece of braised pork into his mouth and chewed it slowly. It's not that exaggerated, is it? Ding Xieye also smelled the aroma of the braised pork. Even though she was very greedy, she had to save face and could not do such a thing. Seeing the expression on the other person's face, she looked down at the bun in her hand, then shook her head. No matter how delicious it is, it's not as delicious as steamed buns. After mumbling something in a low voice, Ding Xieye took a big bite of the bun and then drank a bowl of porridge. Dad, a big sister is eating red shao meat. So cute and silly, so gullible. But it was different for Dudu. The little girl was just stunned for a moment, then she immediately turned around and yelled towards the kitchen. Ah! Ju Yada didn't expect this scene to happen. She turned and looked towards the kitchen. Just then he met Qin Ziming's eyes and immediately covered his face with his hands and exclaimed in surprise. "Boss, I didn't steal," she explained quickly, her face flushing red. "I'm sorry, the braised pork you made is too delicious. My best friend is a foodie and she couldn't resist the temptation, so." At some point, Zhong Isin returned to the store and she quickly apologized to Qin Ziming in the kitchen. "Don't worry, the restaurant will offer full meals in a while." Looking at the two beauties, their faces slightly red, looking at him with embarrassment, Qin Ziming waved his hand and said. He said this after careful consideration. If you want to complete the system tasks quickly, you have to increase your daily sales. It would take some time just by selling buns. If we add 2 more meals, the price of each dish will be a little higher, and the time we live in the big villa can be shortened. What, boss, you have regular meals here too? Some guests who didn't hear clearly stood up in shock. Give me some braised pork. The customer, who had been craving for the braised pork for a long time, couldn't wait to speak for it. Everyone, I mean it will be launched later, but the price may be. Qin Ziming felt it necessary to take precautions in advance to prevent the customers from thinking that he was greedy for money. Such delicious braised pork is worth it no matter how expensive it is. Zhu Yada, who had already walked to the door of the store, happened to hear these words and quickly responded. Let's go. If you don't mind being ashamed, I still have some dignity to live with. Seeing Zhu Yada was about to say something, Zhong Isin pulled her and walked aside. Ha ha ha. The guests at the door couldn't help laughing when they saw this scene. Boss, the buns are sold out. Just then, Sun Xiumin's voice was heard. Sold out so quickly? Qin Ziming glanced at the mobile phone next to him. It was only 6 o'clock. No more. No more, then let's close the stall and eat. No, boss, please make some more buns. When they heard the stall was closing, those customers who didn't buy buns were reluctant to leave. Everyone, I'm sorry, we've run out of ingredients. If you want to eat, remember to come early tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow we have beef buns and seafood porridge. Seeing that the guest didn't want to leave, Sun Xiumin quickly added a sentence. Beef buns, seafood porridge. Ding Xiaoye, who had just finished the last mouthful of porridge, lit up when she heard this. Dad, Meng Meng is hungry. At this time, Meng Meng came to the rescue. The guest who originally wanted to continue pestering the customer shook his head helplessly and left. Boss, you guys eat first, we'll come back tomorrow. Chapter 39, I finished eating the buns, the chicken soup is okay. At the same time, at the entrance of Sunshine Community, an old lady in her 60s was running breathlessly and cursing all the time. Hurry up! If you can't buy the buns, I'll show you how I'll deal with you tonight. Mom, it's just a few buns, is it necessary to be like this? A woman in her 40s followed reluctantly behind. Who? With her huge body, she couldn't catch up with the lady in front of her. This bun shop is sold out if you go a little late, so I bought a few more buns, but I didn't expect you to eat them all. There were 8 meat buns, how could you finish them all? The lady in front was getting angrier and angrier as she spoke, but even so, it didn't slow her down, and she even quickened her pace a little. You can't blame me for that. Who knew this bun was so delicious? By the time I came to my senses, I had already finished it. The middle-aged woman gasped and argued. How dare you say that? I bought it for your son. Mom, I don't want to either. At worst, I can buy some more later. I haven't eaten enough. Eat. All you do is eat. If you keep eating, you'll become as fat as a pig. The aunt didn't know what to say about this daughter-in-law. Whenever she had free time, her mouth was always busy. Mom, I'm not fat, I only weigh 170 pounds. Yes, you are not fat, 155 centimeters tall, 170 kilograms. Auntie Wang, where are you going in such a hurry? Just then, the two met an acquaintance, and Aunt Wang quickly closed her mouth and took back the words that were about to come out of her mouth. You can say whatever you want in front of your family. My grandson wants to eat steamed buns. There's a new store in front of us. I want to buy some to try. She stopped and greeted her neighbors. Bowsy, you better hurry up, I heard they're almost sold out. Really? Let's talk later. When she heard that the buns were about to be sold out, the aunt stopped, quickened her pace again, and started running. I was smart enough to buy some buns on the way back from shopping. The neighbor raised his right hand and looked at one of the bags. The white and tender buns inside were very tempting. Phew, luckily the door is not closed. Aunt Wang stopped in front of the steamed bun shop and saw that the door was still open. She couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Boss, 10 buns. After all, she is old, so she jogged a few hundred meters, leaning her hands on the wall, gasping for breath. Auntie, the buns are sold out. When Sun Xiaomin heard footsteps at the door, she thought it was just a passerby, until she heard the guest's voice. She turned around to take a look. What? It's gone. Aunt Wang's face, which originally had a hint of redness, suddenly turned pale. We just sold out. Auntie wants to buy some buns. Come early tomorrow. Sun Xiaomin has now completely adapted to the role of a waitress, and she shows an embarrassed expression to the customers. It's only 6 o'clock, why don't you make some more buns to sell? When they think about their precious grandson not being able to eat buns, he will definitely fight tonight and the whole family will not be able to sleep well. Sorry, we've run out of materials today. Sun Xiaomin explained again. She took out 2 bowls and prepared to serve Dudu and Meng Meng a bowl of old hen soup, which the boss had been cooking for several hours. Qin Ziming, you are the fat guy, who? The middle-aged woman followed behind and just in time saw a fat man coming out of the kitchen carrying a plate of fried fish. After a closer look, she realized that this was the useless fat guy in the community, and she blurted out without thinking. Fatty! Sun Xiaomin, who was serving chicken soup, heard this and her arms trembled slightly, and she almost lost her grip. The boss won't be angry. She was very satisfied with this job. It took a little long, but when it came to food, she felt it was pretty good with delicious buns and tasty porridge every day. Fat people hate being called that the most. Just like that, various scenes flashed through Sun Xiaomin's mind, all of which were of the boss arguing with the other party. It's you. Qin Ziming said this and ignored the other party. He put the fried fish on the table, turned around and walked into the kitchen again. He still had a vegetable to fry. Hey, fatty, my son wants to eat buns. Make some for me. Don't worry, you won't lose money. Seeing that the owner of the bun shop was Qin Ziming, the middle-aged woman raised her head proudly and said, Neuropathy. Qin Ziming didn't bother to pay attention to this shrew and walked into the kitchen without even looking back. Fatty, you dare to scold me, do you want to stop running this store? Seeing that the other party ignored her and called her a psycho, the middle-aged woman immediately put her hands on her hips, looking as if she would not give up. Sister Sun, if she keeps cursing, call the police. Qin Ziming knew how to deal with this kind of person. He poured a little peanut oil into the pot. The moment peanut oil enters the pan, there was a loud bang sizzle. I saw the hot oil spreading quickly on the bottom of the pot, with fine bubbles appearing. Qin Ziming flicked his wrist, and the minced garlic slid into the pot, instantly emitting a rich aroma stimulated by the hot oil. All of a sudden, white smoke rose up and the aroma of garlic filled the air. He shook the basket, water splashed and the vegetable leaves rustled. Then, he poured the water spinach into the pot without hesitation. Wow, the water vapor exploded instantly. White mist rose, and the vegetable leaves collided violently with the hot oil, making frequent crackling sounds. At this time, he held the spoon in his right hand and flipped it quickly. I saw the leaves tumbling in the pot, quickly turning from bright green to shiny. His movements were quick and decisive. He pressed the vegetables with the back of the spoon and flipped them over with the tip of the spoon so that every leaf was heated evenly. Dad, are you okay? Seeing another dish being served, Meng Meng became even more restless. Right away, there's one last dish of stir-fried vegetables. Meng Meng, you drink the chicken soup first. Stir-fried vegetables, Dad, aren't they delicious? Millimeter, it's delicious. Ding. Trigger a new task. My daughter wants to eat vegetables. If she is approved, she will be rewarded with 100 ways to stir fairy vegetables. Qin Ziming saw that the fire was almost right and was about to take the pot off the stove when a system prompt sounded in his mind. Another mission, I was really dozing off, so someone handed me a pillow. With the previous experience, Qin Ziming's arm just stiffened slightly, and then he returned to normal. When he decided to launch the main course, he was still worried that the only dish he had was braised pork. Dad, hurry up. Meng Meng nodded her head, then grabbed the spoon and blew air into it. Meng Meng is so smart. Seeing that the little guy was not in a hurry to drink the chicken soup, Sun Xiaomin quickly praised him and continued to take out 2 large bowls. Hee, Auntie, Meng has always been very smart. The little guy blinked his big eyes mischievously and then drank the chicken soup in the spoon. Dad, it's delicious. As soon as Meng drank the chicken soup, he immediately roared with excitement. What do you mean? At this moment, the middle-aged woman standing at the door slapped the table angrily. Bang! Chapter 40: Eat more fish to become smarter. Fatty, don't think you're great just because you opened a store. You're still a loser who got dumped by others. Seeing that even the waiter ignored her, the middle-aged woman became furious and walked into the store continuing to curse. Damn, I'm ignoring you, just like me. Qin Ziming, who was cooking in the kitchen, became furious when he heard this. He put down the spoon and was about to leave. Bang! At this time, there was a loud slap, followed by angry curses. You disgrace, get back here! When Aunt Wang saw her daughter like this, she felt her face burning. Before this, she had heard about what her daughter was like, and now she finally saw it with her own eyes. She just took a step forward and slapped her daughter. Mom, why did you hit me? She looked at Aunt Wang in disbelief. Boss, I'm sorry, I'll come back tomorrow. Aunt Wang looked embarrassed, then she reached out and pinched her daughter's ear and walked out of the store. It hurts, Mom, let go. Are you going or not? Let go, I'm leaving. Before leaving, the middle-aged woman glared at Qin Ziming fiercely. With his mother staring at him, he didn't dare to say anything harsh, but Qin Zi knew that the other party must be cursing him 1,000 times in her heart. Dad, why is that fat grandma swearing? Seeing his father carrying out the vegetables, Dudu blinked at him curiously. Puff! Sun Xiaomin, who was drinking chicken soup, almost spit it out when she heard the little guy's words. Fortunately, she covered her mouth in time, otherwise Dudu would have been in trouble. Dudu, don't talk like that. Look, Daddy is fat too. Qin Ziming sat down and gently scratched his daughter's nose with his fingers. Dad is a good fat guy, and she is a bad fat guy. While Dudu was talking, his little hand reached out towards the braised pork on the table. Don't eat with your hands, understand? He patted Dudu's palms gently, picked up the chopsticks, and picked up a piece of braised pork for each of his 2 daughters. Thank you, Dad. Looking at the braised pork in the bowl, Meng shouted sweetly and tried to pick it up with chopsticks several times without success. Finally, she grabbed it with her hands. Never mind. Qin Ziming wanted to say something, but finally shook his head. Sister Sun, eat, no need to wait for me. Sun Xiaomin took a sip of chicken soup and then she stood still. Okay, boss. She responded and looked at the water spinach and braised pork in front of her. Try this first. After thinking for a while, she reached for the braised pork. After taking a sip of the chicken soup, Sun Xiaomin still felt a little disappointed. After all, the boss's buns and porridge are so delicious, in her opinion, chicken soup should be similar. What a pity, I am destined to be disappointed. This chicken soup is not as delicious as the one I made myself. Dad, the meat is delicious. Meng grabbed a piece of braised pork and took a big bite. The sauce splashed everywhere and some of it got on her shirt again. Meng, eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you. Qin Ziming also picked up a piece and was tasting it when he saw a plate of water spinach in front of him and immediately remembered the system task. Dudu, eat some vegetables, don't just eat meat. He picked up a few water spinach and put them in his daughter's small bowl. Thank you, Dad. Dudu called out sweetly, let go of his chopsticks, and the braised pork fell into the bowl. Is it delicious? When he saw his daughter pick up the water spinach and put it into her mouth, Qin Ziming became unusually nervous for some reason. Gotcha. The little guy chewed gently, then 2 dimples appeared on his face and he said with a smile. Tasty. Ding. Congratulations to the host, mission completed, reward, 100 ways to stir fairy green vegetables. As soon as the daughter finished speaking, a system prompt sounded in her mind. Yeah. Qin Ziming clenched his fists excitedly. If it tastes good, eat more. Dad can also stir-fry other vegetables. Well, Dudu likes to eat vegetables. Dudu nodded his little head and quickly ate a few pieces of water spinach, then picked up the braised pork in the bowl. After seeing this, Qin Ziming didn't say anything. He also picked up some water spinach for Meng Meng. Dad! Looking at the vegetables in the small bowl, Meng Meng immediately pouted her lips. She didn't like eating vegetables. Eat all your vegetables, or you won't be allowed to eat meat. When it comes to diet, Qin Ziming will not spoil his daughter. He took a sip of the chicken soup first before picking up the braised pork and putting it into his mouth. What a smell! The moment the braised pork entered his mouth, Qin Ziming's breathing became rapid. This is different from steamed buns. The taste of braised pork is extremely impactful. Every inch of taste buds is vibrating wildly, as if hit by 100,000 volts of electricity, and the numbness runs from the tip of the tongue all the way to the toes. Boss, what's wrong with you? Sun Xiumin, who was about to taste the braised pork, saw the expression on the boss's face and asked with concern. Nothing? Qin Ziming blushed for a rare moment. He directly picked up the bowl and drank the chicken soup to ease the embarrassment. I'm glad you're okay. Looking at the braised pork in front of her, Sun Xiumin muttered something under her breath before putting it into her mouth. Hiss! The moment the braised pork entered her mouth, Sun Xiumin's expression was also excited. Boss, this braised pork! She pointed at her mouth in disbelief, not even noticing the sauce dripping. Isn't it delicious? It's really delicious. I've never eaten such delicious braised pork. After saying that, she began to chew slowly, with an expression of enjoyment on her face. If someone does know her, they would think she is eating some delicacies. If it tastes good, eat more. The portion of braised pork made tonight was quite large, and Qin Ziming took another piece for himself. Dad, Meng Meng has finished eating the vegetables. He had just picked up a piece of braised pork when he heard his daughter's words. The little girl was staring at his chopsticks eagerly. Give! Try the fish. Qin Ziming put the braised pork into a small bowl, then picked up a few pieces of fish and put them into his daughter's bowl one after another. Thank you, Dad. Dudu finished another piece of braised pork and saw his father pick up some fish for him. The little guy called out sweetly before picking it up with chopsticks. Dudu, is the fish delicious? Dad, fish isn't as delicious as meat. At this time, Meng Meng pouted and said. Just now, seeing the fish in the small bowl, she curiously tasted a little and finally reached for the braised pork. Meng Meng, eating more fish will make you smarter. Qin Ziming also knew that the fish he fried could definitely not compare with the one in the system. But he has plenty of ways to deal with his daughter. After all, I watched so many videos in my previous life, so I still saw some related content. Dad, you didn't lie to Meng Meng? Meng Meng didn't believe it. The little girl looked at the fish in the bowl and hesitated whether to eat it. Look at your sister, she's so smart, she just likes to eat fish. Meng Meng, is Daddy right? While speaking, he winked at Dudu. Dad, Dudu still wants to eat fish. Okay, Dad will pick it up for you right away. Chapter 41, Soup Rice, eating secretly is like being a puppy. Auntie, isn't it delicious? Meng Meng was full, so the little guy leaned back in the chair, put his hands on his belly, and rubbed it gently. Her eyes were still not full yet, and she stared at the braised pork on the table, of which only 1/3 was left. Okay, now that you're full, go play by yourself. Seeing his daughter like this, he knew what she was thinking. Reluctant to look at the braised pork again, Meng Meng slid down the chair, looked around, and then ran to the corner where the toys were placed with a smile. Giggle. Don't run around, okay? After Qin Ziming finished his meal, he still had to prepare ingredients for tomorrow, so he had to remind his daughter. Meng Meng responded, lowered her head and began to play with it. Sister Sun, you can go back after you're full. He glanced at the braised pork broth, and an idea popped into his mind. If this was poured over rice and used as a sauce, it would definitely taste good. Boss, I have nothing to do if I go back, so I'll stay and help look after Dudu and the others. Sun Xiumin took a bite of the braised pork and a look of satisfaction appeared on her face. She couldn't imagine that the braised pork made by her boss would be so delicious. She had eaten braised pork before, but after eating 2 pieces, she felt it was too greasy and didn't want to eat it anymore. But what the boss makes is different. It's addictive. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, and Dudu and Meng Meng also ate the braised pork, she would have suspected that some prohibited items were put in it. Okay. Seeing that Sun Xiumin didn't want to leave work early, he didn't ask any more questions. He ate faster, thinking about finishing his work early and going back to rest. Sister Sun, please clean up the dishes. He finished the whole bowl of rice in a few bites, and finally took a piece of braised pork and burped comfortably. Okay, boss. Sun Xiumin eats slowly, and most of the bowl of rice she just served is still left. This soup cannot be wasted. For some reason, she also wanted to try the soup rice bowl. It's so delicious, no wonder the boss ate it so fast just now. She took a bite of rice and then looked up at the kitchen. Auntie, Dudu wants one too. Seeing Sun Xiumin eating so happily, Dudu pushed her little bowl over and pouted her little lips. Her rosy little face made people want to pinch it hard. Shoo, don't let Dad know. Sun Xiumin put her index finger to her lips, pretending to keep quiet. Yeah, Dudu knows. As Dudu spoke, he looked at the kitchen with a nervous expression. All right. There were only a few mouthfuls of rice left in the little guy's bowl, so Sun Xiumin poured some soup into it. Is that so, Auntie? He picked up a small spoon and started stirring the bowl, blinking his big eyes mischievously. Yes, Dudu is so smart. Shoo. This time, it was the little guy's turn to make a silent gesture. Don't let Dad know. After saying that, Dudu picked up the small spoon and tasted the rice with sauce. Wow, it's delicious. Some children who don't like to eat will eat a few more bites if you pour juice on their rice. However, this is bad for the stomach and intestines. It's okay once in a while, but it's not recommended to do it frequently. Come, eat some water spinach. Seeing that there were still some vegetables, Sun Xiumin picked up some and put them into the little guy's bowl. Thank you, Auntie. Dudu picked up the water spinach, put it in his mouth, and chewed it happily. In the kitchen. Prepare the beef first. The beef purchased today is already on the chopping board. There are so many, I'll use a meat grinder from now on. Qin Ziming cut the bright red beef leg meat into strips, 30% fat and 70% lean, and arranged them on a tray. This would make the filling taste better. Put the chopped beef into the meat grinder. Buzz. As the machine started, the blades began to spin, and the muscle fibers were shredded alive, making a sticky gurgling sound when squeezed through the perforated plate. That won't work. I need to give my tongue something to chew on. Qin Ziming inserted his fingers into the mincemeat and stirred it 3 times. His face suddenly froze. He found that the minced meat was too fine and he could not even find the bones of the grains. He turned around, dug out a piece of butter jelly from the depths of the freezer, cut it into mungbin-sized cubes with a sharp knife, and sprinkled it into the stuffing. Time passes. 2 hours passed quickly. By this time, it was already 9:30 in the evening. Sister Sun, you can go back. By the way, here are 3 beef buns, take them back for a midnight snack. Just now, while preparing ingredients for tomorrow, Qin Ziming also made 10 beef buns. Boss, this. Looking at the bag in front of her, she didn't want to reach out to take it. Here, there will be midnight snacks later. The lean meat porridge is sold out tonight, so you'll have to make do with this. After stuffing the bag into Sun Xiumin's hand, he ignored her and started cleaning the kitchen. Okay, boss. I'm going back now. Bye, Dudu Meng Meng. Goodbye, Auntie. Auntie, what's in your hand? Meng Meng put down the toy in her hand and just happened to see the bag in Sun Xiumin's hand. Meng Meng, that's for Auntie. Hearing his daughter's words, Qin Ziming knew what she was thinking and yelled at her. We. Meng Meng, who had already stood up and was about to sprint, giggled when she heard her father's words and turned and ran to the kitchen. Dad, Meng Meng also wants buns. The little girl stood at the kitchen door and raised her little head. You're the only one who knows how to eat. Look, your belly is still bulging. Qin Ziming squatted down and gently tapped his daughter's belly. No, Meng Meng wants to eat it. Meng Meng grabbed Qin Ziming's hand and shook it coquettishly. Go back and eat later. Dad still has to work, otherwise he won't be able to get up tomorrow. All right. Meng Meng nodded her head as if she understood, pouted her little mouth, climbed onto the chair, and swung her feet. 10 minutes later. Qin Ziming opened the refrigerator, took out a bottle of Coke, tapped it against the refrigerator, and then opened the lid. Gulp! Gulp! He drank a bottle of Coke in one breath and then burped. Cool. Most of the fatigue of the day disappeared after drinking this bottle of iced cola. Nowadays, refrigerators not only contain food, but also various drinks. It was daytime and someone came to sell something. Anyone who has been to a store knows that for drinks like this, you don't need to purchase the stock yourself, someone will deliver it to your door. Dad, Meng Meng wants one too. Meng Meng, who had already started to doze off, immediately became energetic and slid down from the chair when she saw her father drinking Coke. The little guy ran over and hugged his thighs tightly with both hands. Children can't eat this, this is yours. At this time, Dudu also came over. Even if she didn't say anything, her eyes told him that Dudu also wanted to drink. Thinking that his daughter still wanted to eat buns, he opened the refrigerator again and took out 2 bottles of pure milk. Hee, Dad, give it to Meng Meng quickly. Seeing that there were new drinks, the 2 little guys were very happy and Meng Meng couldn't wait to grab them. You can't drink it now. You can only drink it when you get home. Yeah, Meng Meng knows. Daddy will hold it for Meng Meng. Here, whoever drinks secretly is a puppy. Meng Meng, who had already taken the pure milk, froze slightly after hearing these words. Then she pouted and snorted, "Humph, Meng Meng is not a puppy." Chapter 42. Dad lied to Meng Meng, the milk is not sweet. 15 minutes later. In the rental house. Dad, hurry up, Dudu is going to faint from hunger. Yes, and Meng Meng, my stomach is growling. As soon as they got back to their residence, the 2 little guys didn't even take off their shoes and couldn't wait to put the pure milk on the table. Really? Let Daddy hear it. Qin Ziming sat down, picked up Meng Meng and let her sit on his lap. Hee, Daddy's tickled. Seeing his daughter's naughty look, Qin Ziming put his ears on his belly. I didn't scream, Meng Meng, are you lying to Daddy? I put my daughter on the sofa and gently rubbed her little face. Gurgle, Daddy, listen, Meng Meng's stomach is growling. Seeing that her father didn't believe her, Meng Meng's big eyes rolled around and she immediately pouted her little mouth and started screaming. Wow, Meng Meng's stomach is really growling. Qin Ziming cooperated with the little guy, with an exaggerated expression on his face. He opened the bag on the table, then took out the pure milk, removed the straw and put it in. Dad, this is cute. Only then did he stick the straw in, and the little guy couldn't wait to reach out his hand. Drink it all. He held his own little hands and had to say that after his daughters tasted the tastelessness of pure milk, they would definitely not want to drink it. Yeah, Meng Meng, drink it all. In the little guy's opinion, this must be as delicious as Wang's eye milk. Dudu, what about you? Dudu is a little more sensible, but he is still worried. Dudu has finished his drink too. The little guy nodded heavily, his eyes fixed on the pure milk on the table. HMPH, you stinky dad, you lied to Meng Meng. After taking a sip of Meng Meng, he immediately looked miserable, with tears almost hanging in the corners of his eyes. What did Dad lie to Meng Meng about? Qin Ziming picked up a beef bun and ate 1/3 of it in one bite. As the buns cracked, the whole living room was filled with the rich aroma of beef. This milk doesn't taste good. Meng Meng put down the pure milk and said with a pout. Not good? Dudu was a step slower. Looking at the pure milk in her hand, she hesitated whether to drink it or not. Gulp. After thinking about it, I took a small sip. Sister, did Dad lie to us? Seeing that her sister also took a sip, the little girl quickly pulled the corner of her clothes. Yeah, but this milk tastes good too. Dudu nodded, and before Meng Meng could finish her joy, she added another sentence. Humph, sister, you are a bad person too. Originally she wanted to pull her sister along, but after hearing this, Meng Meng turned her head away angrily, tears already welling up in her eyes. Dudu, drink more milk, and you will grow taller in the future. Dad, will drinking this make me taller? Hearing this, Dudu's eyes lit up. Yeah, other kids drink this too. He took another bite of the beef bun and found that it tasted better than the garlic pork bun. He thought that this might be because he liked eating beef. Dad, has he grown taller? Yes, drinking more milk will help you grow up. When Dudu grows up, he can help Dad with work. These days, the 2 little ones wanted to help with the work, and Qin Ziming said that they would wait for them to grow up. Unexpectedly, his daughter still remembered it. Humph, Meng Meng also wants to help Daddy with work. Meng Meng, who had been pouting just now, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with both hands after hearing her sister's words, then picked up the pure milk on the table and took a big sip. Ahem. The little guy sucked too quickly and choked without paying attention. Drink slowly. Seeing his daughter like this, Qin Ziming quickly patted her on the back with a doting smile on his face. Well, Daddy, if Meng Meng drinks milk, will she grow taller too? After feeling a little better, the little guy raised his head and asked in a cute way. Meng Meng is the tallest. Come, take a bite, the beef buns are delicious. He stuffed the remaining beef bun into his mouth, then picked up another one and broke it in half. Dad, Meng Meng wants to eat meat. Looking at the buns in front of her, Meng Meng pointed at the beef filling inside. Okay, Daddy eats the bun skin, and Meng Meng eats the meat. Hee, Daddy is the best. The little guy was so happy that his eyes narrowed with laughter. Dudu, what about you? Dad, Dudu eats everything. Dudu took half of the bun and blinked mischievously. Wow, sister, this meat is so delicious. After taking a bite of the beef filling, Meng Meng directly snatched the other half. Then he took another bite, no longer worrying about the outer crust. Yeah, Dad's buns are the best. Of course, Meng Meng's dad is the best. Meng Meng raised her little head in a cocky manner, with the stuffing juice already flowing out from the corners of her mouth. After tasting the beef buns, the two little guys ate them in big mouthfuls. When they felt a little bit sick, they took a sip of milk. 10:30 at night. Meng Meng, don't run around. Dad, Meng Meng has already washed. Meng Meng struggled in her father's arms. Have you washed it? Qin Ziming glanced at the side in confusion. Giggle. After looking at his daughter, Dudu immediately started laughing. You two little naughty boys. He didn't even need to think about it, he knew what was going on. These must be his two daughters, deliberately teasing him. Bang! I picked up Dudu and gently patted my daughter's butt. Dad, you hit my sister because she asked for it. I just gave Meng Meng a bath and let the little guy come into the house to call her sister. I didn't expect that they could team up to deceive him. Meng Meng went into the house, turned around, and ran out again. If I hadn't observed carefully, I would have been fooled. Dad, you can't hit Meng Meng, you are stupid. The little guy hid in the corner of the bed, as if his father couldn't catch him that way. I'll deal with you later. Qin Ziming put on a ferocious look, then picked up Dudu and walked out of the house. Giggle. Seeing her father go out, Meng Meng smiled even more happily, then crawled into the bed, mumbling something under her breath. Meng Meng is sleeping, so Daddy won't hit Meng Meng anymore. 10 minutes later. Okay, go in and sleep. After blow-drying the little girl's hair, Qin Ziming pinched her little face. Okay, Dad, hurry up, Dudu will wait for you to go to bed. Dudu shook his little head and then jumped into the bedroom. Now that there is an air conditioner in the bedroom, the two little ones sleep more peacefully than before and no longer roll around in bed due to the heat. I wonder how much weight I've lost after a busy day today? After taking a look at the electronic scale placed at the door, Qin Ziming thought for a moment and decided not to go over. He planned to wait until he finished taking a shower before taking a look. 5 minutes later. Qin Ziming, who had finished taking a shower and was wearing only shorts, came out of the bathroom and slowly walked towards the electronic scale at the door. I don't know how much relief it will get today. How much did you weigh yesterday? Stopping next to the electronic scale, he thought for a moment and quickly remembered his weight. Yes, it's 233 pounds. Chapter 43, Lose 2 pounds a day and get a good return. This weight really makes him look like a pig. Qin Ziming stepped onto the electronic scale, looked at the numbers on it, and couldn't help shaking his head. 115.5 kilograms. Why think so much? Lose 2 pounds a day. Soon a smile appeared on his face and he turned and walked towards the bedroom. Ding! Complete the daily steamed bun task and get double cashback of 15,210 yuan. He arranged the pillows and then lay down, and the system prompt sounded in his mind. Yes, I have seen the villa. As Qin Ziming's thoughts changed, the panel suspended in the air changed again. My daughter wants to live in a big house. She works hard to earn 500,000 yuan and is rewarded with a villa in the city center. Current progress, 4.6%. According to the current progress, even if I make 15,000 yuan a day, it will take a month to move into a big villa. However, after adding 2 meals a day, I can make at least 20,000 yuan a day. Qin Ziming was lying on the bed, with thoughts flashing through his mind. As time passed, his eyelids began to twitch. I don't know how long it took, but my breathing became smoother. The fatigue from the day's work made him fall asleep quickly. No words for the day. Ring bell. Qin Ziming, who was sleeping, was awakened by the urgent ringing of the phone. The first thing he did was to turn off the alarm clock. He must have done this several hundred times, if not 1,000 times. Dad, it's so noisy. Meng Meng grumbled, turned over, changed to a comfortable position and continued sleeping. This girl. Seeing his daughter's belly sticking out from under the air conditioner, Qin Ziming quickly covered her with a quilt, kissed her little face, and then got up and put on his clothes. It's 4:30. I'm so sleepy. Qin Ziming got off the bed, first let out a long breath, and then stretched his muscles on the spot. He should have gone to bed at 11 o'clock last night, but now he wakes up at 4:30 and his sleep time is less than 6 hours. It's such a cool morning. 5 minutes later. There was a black Range Rover parked downstairs, its headlights flashed a few times and it made a beeping sound. After enjoying the cool morning breeze for a while, he felt that most of his sleepiness had disappeared. Beep! When he arrived at the gate of the community, he honked the horn twice in succession. The security guard, who was dozing off in the security room, pressed the remote control reluctantly, grumbling in dissatisfaction. Who is it? Going out so early, you must be sick. Qin Ziming rents a house in an old residential complex, and the control over vehicles entering and leaving is in the hands of the security guards. The security guard looked at the vehicle going away, shivered the next moment, and quickly wiped his eyes. Isn't this Qin Ziming? He no longer felt sleepy and suddenly became energetic. Does becoming rich make people more diligent? At this moment, this thought suddenly popped up in the security guard's mind. Everyone in the Sunshine community knows that a resident who weighed more than 200 pounds moved in not long ago. He was lazy and drunk all day long. In short, in everyone's impression, Qin Ziming is not a good person. Even the security guard, who is a 5-guarantee household, looks down on him. 6 o'clock in the morning. Bang! Just as Qin Ziming sat down and was about to drink some water, there was a knock on the door. Are these guests' dog noses? Qin Ziming had just made the first batch of buns and customers came immediately, so he couldn't help but think like this. Who is it? He shouted out of habit, then walked out and opened the door. Boss, it's me. A woman's voice was heard outside the door. Upon listening carefully, it was none other than Sun Xiaomin. Squeak! Qin Ziming squatted down, pulled up the shutter door, and saw a man in simple clothes standing at the door of the store with a smile on his face. Come here so early. Seeing the other person's outfit, Qin Ziming silently praised her in his heart. Beautiful people look good in anything, especially at Sun Xiaomin's current age. Boss, didn't you say yesterday that we'd open at 6? Sun Xiaomin lifted her bangs that were blocking her eyes and took a deep breath. Smells so good. The store was filled with an enticing aroma. She took a closer sniff and found that it was not the smell of beef buns. Seafood casserole porridge. Sun Xiaomin didn't need to think too much to know what was going on. TSK. When she thought of the delicious seafood casserole porridge, she couldn't help but lick her lips with her tongue. Sister Sun, I'll leave the store to you first. Qin Ziming took out a few tissues and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Even though the air conditioner is on in the store, the temperature in the kitchen is still stuffy. Now my shirt is soaked. I am preparing to go back to pick up my daughter and take a cold shower. Boss, don't worry, leave this to me. She patted her plump chest. The joyful scene made him feel dry in the mouth, and he quickly looked away. Suck. Take a deep breath and calm yourself. By the way, there aren't many customers right now, so have breakfast first. Qin Ziming glanced at the street outside. By this time, the sky had already brightened. Apart from sanitation workers and passing vehicles on the street, there were few passers-by. It's strange, why are there so few people today? Compared to the scene he saw yesterday morning, he said puzzledly. Boss, today is Sunday. Looking at the boss's expression, Sun Xiaomin quickly reminded him. It's Sunday, and I didn't see a single student on the street. He slapped his forehead, threw the tissue in his hand into the trash can, and then walked out of the store. Gurgle. Watching the boss leave the store, Sun Xiaomin touched her stomach, which just happened to make a rumbling sound. I wonder how the seafood porridge cooked by the boss tastes. Qin Ziming had already moved the stainless steel bucket to the door, which contained the seafood porridge he had just cooked. Ding! It smells really good. With anticipation, she opened the lid. Suddenly, a white mist rose up, accompanied by the unique aroma of seafood porridge. Oh no, I forgot to ask the boss, how much is this seafood porridge? Some crab legs floated above the stainless steel barrel. Just after taking a look, Sun Xiumin felt her saliva secretion speed up and she couldn't help swallowing it. The boss didn't tell me, but it should be 6 yuan a bowl. Thump thump. Just then, a burst of hurried footsteps was heard. Boss, what buns do you have? A young woman ran over, panting. When she arrived at the store, she first glanced inside. Beauty, only beef buns. Seeing that there were guests coming, breakfast would have to wait, so Sun Xiumin hurriedly greeted the guests with a smile. Only beef buns. When the woman heard Sun Xiumin's words, a trace of disappointment flashed across her face. We also have seafood porridge for 6 yuan a bowl. Sun Xiumin is quite confident about her memory. The guest in front of her was obviously coming here for the first time, and she didn't want to let him go. There's also seafood porridge. Okay, give me a bowl. And 3 beef buns. Let's eat right here. The woman saw the tables and chairs in the store, then glanced at her cell phone and immediately changed her mind. She decided to finish her meal before going back to the company to work overtime. Okay, beautiful lady, take a seat inside. I promise you won't be disappointed. Really? Big sister, if you say that, I'm really looking forward to it. Chapter 44 Seafood Casserole Porridge, Meng Meng can't. Sister, is your store newly opened? Looking at the 2 buns on the plate, Yi Yiqiao picked up one and felt it was still a little hot, so she broke it open without thinking too much. Yes, it's just been open for 3 days. Sun Xiumin responded, took out a bowl and served porridge to the guest. No wonder. The steamed bun in her hand exuded an enticing aroma, which drew her attention back. It really looks good. After just one look at the beef filling, Yi Yiqiao had the urge to stuff the whole bun into her mouth. Hiss! After just a moment's hesitation, she was about to take a bite. The moment the soup touched her taste buds, Yi Yiqiao suspected that what she had in her hand was not a bun, but a delicacy. When did the buns become so delicious? This thought popped up in her mind, and she took another bite to confirm whether she was just hallucinating. Beauty, the seafood porridge you wanted. At this time, Sun Xiumin had already served the porridge and gently placed it on the table. Thanks. Yi Yiqiao nodded politely to the other party. The steamed buns are so delicious, the seafood porridge should be good too. In just a few bites, she finished a bun. Hoo-hoo! The seafood porridge looked like it had just come out of the pot. I blew on the spoon a few times, and when I thought it was almost done, I tasted it. So delicious! The moment the drink took a sip, this thought popped into Yi Yiqiao's mind, and she couldn't wait to take the second sip. Hoo-hoo! The delicious seafood porridge made her drink it impatiently while breathing heavily, and she didn't care about the fact that it was hot. 5 minutes later. Phew, I'm so full. Yi Yiqiao burped, touched her stomach, then raised her head and looked around. Fine. She heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that the older sister didn't notice her and there was no one else around. Big sister, this is the bun and seafood porridge you made. After standing up, she gave Sun Xiumin a thumbs up. Beauty, I'm just an employee, and all of this is done by the boss. Sun Xiumin waved her hands quickly. She didn't dare to agree to this. Really? Then your boss must be a great chef. In Yi Yiqiao's opinion, even 5-star hotels may not be able to make such delicious buns. No more chatting, I have something else to do, come over next time. How much is it, big sister? Beauty, the total is 24 yuan, the buns and porridge are 6 yuan each. It's quite affordable. Give me 5 more. She took out her cell phone and was about to scan the code to pay when she stretched out her hand. Okay, that's 54 yuan. Ta da. After taking the pack bag, Yi Yiqiao hurriedly ran to the roadside. So he's a rich man. Watching the other party get into a sports car, Sun Xiumin showed a bitter smile. Buzz? The sports car engine roared, turned into a red lightning, and disappeared around the corner of the road not far away. Sister Sun, do you have new buns today? At this time, a guest came and interrupted Sun Xiumin's thoughts. Yes, beef buns. Sun Xiumin lifted the lid of the steamer and pointed at the white buns inside. Gurgle. When the guest saw the buns, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Great. I love beef the most. The customer walked straight into the store, pulled out a chair and sat down. Is the porridge seafood porridge? After he sat down, he took a breath, and his eyes lit up when he smelled the faint fragrance in the air. You have a really good nose, you can even smell this. Sun Xiumin opened the stainless steel bucket. This time she did not ask the guest. She first filled a bowl of porridge and then passed it over. Still 6 yuan a bowl? Looking at the crab meat in the bowl, the guest asked hurriedly. Anyone who has ever eaten supper or had morning tea outside knows about seafood casserole porridge. It is not sold separately and a small pot costs hundreds of yuan at least. Now they can buy a bowl for 6 yuan, which is their blessing. At this time, Sun Xiumin also wanted to try it. I just saw that customer eating so happily. Before she even had her breakfast, another customer came. It's better to make a bowl first and put it aside to cool down. Seeing the customer breathing heavily and drinking the porridge despite the burning mouth, Sun Xiumin knew what she should do. Sister Sun, this 6 yuan bowl of seafood porridge is totally worth it. After tasting the seafood porridge, the guest gave a thumbs up and praised it. I don't know if I can eat this kind of food often in the future. After a while, the guest sighed again. He has experience in this regard. I also came across a shop before. The snacks made by the owner were very delicious. But not long after, the chef was poached, and if they wanted to continue eating there, they had to go to a big hotel. Chefs who have not been poached have to spend time queuing up. For working people like them, there is no time to waste. At the same time, in the rental room on the 2nd floor. Dad! Meng Meng sat up, wiped her eyes with both hands, and shook her little head from side to side. When she didn't see her father, she suddenly became panicked. Silly boy, Daddy is here. After Qin Ziming returned to his residence, he did not call his daughter to get up, but sat in the living room waiting. Early this morning, he prepared 500 buns, which, based on yesterday's situation, would be enough for the morning. The only worry was the seafood porridge. He only cooked 2 pots and poured them into a stainless steel bucket. He also wanted to cook more, but there was no way, time did not allow it, and it took 40 minutes to cook a pot of porridge. Qin Ziming, who was playing with his mobile phone, heard his daughter's panic and quickly got up and walked towards the bedroom. Dad, I thought you didn't want to be cute anymore. Seeing his father come in, the little guy stood up and threw himself into his arms. Careful! Ha ha, Daddy is here, Meng Meng is not afraid. Fortunately, Qin Ziming reacted quickly, otherwise the little guy would have fallen headfirst. In the dangerous scene just now, Meng Meng was not afraid at all, she even giggled. Hate it, sister! After the little guy made such a noise, Dudu was also woken up. Hee, sister is a lazy pig. After finally waking up earlier than her sister, the little girl was unwilling to miss this opportunity. She returned to the bed and slapped Tutu's butt. Bang! The lazy pig is getting up. Dad, my sister hit me. After getting slapped on the butt, Dudu quickly sat up and pouted his little mouth coquettishly. Meng Meng didn't hit me, that was to wake up my sister. Don't be fooled by the silly look of this little guy. Once he starts to act naughty, he can drive you crazy. Okay, everyone, get up, brush your teeth and wash your face. Dad has made some delicious seafood porridge. Seafood porridge, isn't it delicious? Meng Meng wants to eat seafood porridge. Meng Meng's eyes lit up, and the little guy slid off the bed and ran out barefoot. After a while, Meng Meng came back smiling and stood at the door. Meng Meng, why did you come back again when you went to brush your teeth? Hee. Dad, Meng Meng doesn't know how to squeeze toothpaste. The little guy blinked his big eyes as a matter of course. You will eat it. Hearing this, Qin Ziming was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and gently scratched her nose. Chapter 45, the ex-mother-in-law came and was remembered. It should be this one. 11 o'clock in the morning. Yizhihua stood not far away, looking at the queues in front of the shops. Qin steamed bun shop. The plaque above told her that she was in the right place. With so many customers, wouldn't it be possible to make more than 1,000 a day? Hiding not far away, stayed for a while. She silently counted the customers who bought buns in her mind, and her eyes couldn't help but light up. 1,000 a day, 30,000 a month, that's more than 300,000 a year, Gulu. Later on, she couldn't help swallowing her saliva, and her breathing became rapid. No, all this money is mine. Ever since she kicked out her useless son-in-law, she no longer had a punching bag at home, which made her feel so depressed that she had no place to vent. As for taking out her anger on her daughter's new boyfriend, she didn't dare to do that because she heard he was very rich. Humph, you idiot, all this money is mine, you'd better not spend it carelessly. Yi Jihua really wanted to rush over right now and ask Qin Ziming to give her all the income, but she still had some brains. She just snorted coldly and turned away. At the same time, Meng Meng was standing at the door of the store. She reached out and pulled her sister's clothes. Sister, I saw Grandma. Grandmother? Dudu was stunned for a moment, then continued to ask, but there was a hint of panic in his eyes. Where? The little girl's expression quickly returned to normal. She raised her little head and looked left and right outside. No. Seeing that his grandmother was not there, Dudu showed a smile on his face. Not there. Meng Meng raised her little hand and pointed towards the street across the street. Hey, where's Grandma? She reached out and scratched the back of her head, looking confused, even though she clearly saw her grandmother. Hee, big sister, would you like to buy some buns? The buns my dad makes are so delicious. At this time, a passerby passed by the door. Dudu immediately ran over and called out sweetly. Bowsy, little sister, I don't like eating buns. The other party was stunned for a moment and saw that it was a cute little girl. She stretched out her hand and wanted to pinch the chubby face, but soon stopped in midair. Big sister doesn't like eating buns, the buns made by Dad are so delicious, Dudu can't even eat them. Dudu lowered his head, and when no one was looking, his big eyes rolled around and he gently patted his bulging belly with his little hands. Tasty! Seeing that the little girl was becoming more and more adorable, the other person wrinkled his nose slightly and took a deep breath. It smells really good. Just at this moment, a customer passed by and a rich aroma of meat wafted over. It's beef! After smelling it carefully, she knew what kind of bun it was. Big sister, it's really delicious. Dudu still didn't give up and blinked his big eyes at the other person. Okay, then I'll buy one to try. After thinking about it, she nodded. She couldn't bear to refuse such a cute girl. Auntie, Dudu has picked up a customer, hurry up and pack up. Seeing the elder sister nod, Dudu immediately spread out his feet and ran towards the store. Dudu, slow down, don't fall. If you fall down, you will become ugly. When the customers in the store saw this scene, they started making jokes. Everyone has a smile on their face, and most of the people dining in the restaurant are regular customers. Humph, Dudu won't fall. The little guy stopped, put his hands on his hips, and wrinkled his nose at everyone. His rosy little face made people want to pinch it. Okay, Auntie got it. Sun Xiaomin nodded with a smile on her face, then looked at the other party with a satisfied expression and said, I'm sorry, Dudu has caused you trouble. It's okay, she's cute. She waved her hand, with a gentle look in her eyes. Beauty, I want some buns. Unlike other guests brought here by the two little ones do not need to queue. Some regular customers, in order to save time or just want to amuse them, deliberately don't queue up and just stroll around the door. Unfortunately, the two little guys didn't fall for it. They just took a look and continued looking for new targets. Dudu, why didn't you ask me to buy buns? Aren't you here to help Dad with his work? Uncle is also a guest. Seeing that the two little guys ignored them, these regular customers asked in confusion, and the answers they gave made them laugh and cry. Uncle, if you don't shout, you will buy it yourself. Shame on you, you eat more than Meng Meng. Meng Meng next to her didn't forget to add a sentence, pretending to grab her face with both hands. 1, 2. She originally wanted to say a bun, but when she saw the little girl looking at her again, she quickly changed her words. How about seafood porridge? Only 6 yuan a bowl. 6 yuan is so cheap, give me a bowl. When he heard the price was so cheap, he hesitated for a moment, then after smelling the tempting aroma, he stretched out a finger. Okay, I'll be right there. Sun Xiaomin took out 2 steamed buns, filled a bowl of seafood porridge, and quickly packed them up. Hold it, beautiful lady, it's 18 yuan in total. Sister, the money has gone. After paying, the man turned and left. Dudu is so good, he brought customers to Daddy again. The customer coming out of the store couldn't help but ruffle the little guy's hair. Giggle. The little guy giggled at the praise from others and worked harder next time. Sister, son, pack me 2 bowls of porridge. The customer at the front of the line spoke only after seeing the person who cut in line leave. Sorry, there's only 1 bowl left. Sun Xiaomin glanced at the stainless steel barrel and a helpless expression appeared on her face. Compared to the beef buns, the seafood porridge cooked by the boss is more popular. Almost all returning customers will order a bowl, and some even order several bowls. No more. Fine, 1 bowl is enough. Give me an extra beef bun. He originally planned to buy 1 more bowl and enjoy it slowly when he got home. In his opinion, the lean meat porridge cooked by this boss was so delicious, and the seafood porridge made him drool just thinking about it. No way, the seafood porridge is sold out. My little ancestor at home is still waiting for the boss to cook seafood porridge. What should I do if he doesn't have it? I knew you weren't going to the party, why didn't you leave early? It's all your fault. You kept dithering. Now the 6 yuan bowl of seafood porridge is gone. I don't know if I can buy it again in the future. When the guests in the queue heard that the seafood porridge was sold out, they all started talking about it with regretful expressions on their faces. Ta-da! Just then, there was the sound of dense footsteps. Under the gaze of everyone, a gorgeously dressed woman walked to the front, followed by 5 or 6 young women. Phew, there's still room. Yi Yiqiao walked to the door of the store and saw 2 empty tables inside, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Big sister, 7 bowls of seafood porridge and 20 beef buns. Chapter 46 Seafood porridge sold out, dinner launched. Beauty, sorry, the seafood porridge is sold out. Sun Xiaomin took a closer look and realized that this was not the beautiful woman driving the sports car. No way, without porridge, eating buns would be soulless. When Yi Yiqiao heard that the seafood porridge was out of stock, her face changed slightly. The people she brought with her were all her employees. On the way here, he confidently said that the seafood porridge in this bun shop is better than those in top hotels. I didn't expect that my boss was so incompetent and I got slapped in the face so quickly. Big sister, are you gone today? She looked at the time. The company had a project to rush to complete in the afternoon, so it planned to treat the employees to a big meal at noon today. Beauty, wait a moment, let me ask you something. Sun Xiaomin didn't want to offend this kind of customer, so she showed an embarrassed expression on her face and then shouted towards the store. Boss, we're out of seafood porridge. Gone, so soon? Qin Ziming just stopped, came out of the kitchen, opened the refrigerator and took out a bottle of iced happy water. No more. She knew that seafood porridge was a good seller, but she didn't expect it to sell out so quickly that the boss had to make another pot. Boss, please, I'm bringing my employees out for dinner today. When she saw the boss coming out, who was a fat man, Yi Yiqiao frowned slightly and put her hands together in a praying gesture. It will take another 25 minutes to make the next pot of seafood porridge. Gulp. Qin Ziming opened the happy water and drank it all in one breath without using a straw. After a burp, he felt himself resurrected. 25 minutes, that's too late. Yi Yiqiao glanced at her cell phone. It was almost noon. Sister Yi, why don't we just forget about it today and go back to the company to order takeout? Boss, is there no other solution? Even though she knew the chances of asking this were slim, she still didn't want to give up. You guys are having a dinner party? Qin Ziming did not answer the other party's question, but looked at the guests at the 2 tables. All of them were beauties with a score of more than 75 points, and the one in the lead even reached 90 points. Yes, boss, do you have any idea? When Yi Yiqiao heard the boss ask her this, a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes. As for the look she had just given them, it was directly ignored. Yes, it is, but it's not seafood porridge. Thinking that he was about to serve the main course, Qin Ziming felt that this was an opportunity. The beautiful woman in front of him looked like someone who had plenty of money. It's not seafood porridge. Knowing that she still couldn't have the delicious seafood porridge, Yi Yiqiao lowered her head and sighed, preparing to ask the boss to pack some buns and leave. If you're in a hurry, you won't be able to drink the seafood porridge, but I have a few specialties. Would you like to try them? It was almost noon, and they also wanted to have lunch and make some money by promoting the product. Okay, boss, the porridge you cook is so delicious, I believe the stir-fried dishes are also good. What do you have? She saw a confident expression on the other person's face when he was talking. She would be eating fast food when she returned home, so she might as well try it. The only meat dish is braised pork, and more vegetables. Qin Ziming opened the refrigerator and pointed at the ingredients he had purchased yesterday. Dad, Meng Meng wants to eat fish. Big sister, the fish my father cooks is so delicious. At this time, two little guys ran over, one on the left and one on the right, pulling his trouser legs and acting coquettishly. After Dudu spoke, his expression couldn't help but change slightly. He was preparing for the future. Without the help of the system, Qin Ziming still had self-awareness about his cooking skills. Just when I was thinking of an excuse to refuse the fish dish, a system prompt sounded in my mind. Triggering a new task, my daughter has already made a bold statement, sending rewards in advance, and has received unanimous praise from customers. If the mission fails, 2 skills will be randomly revoked, and 1 million cash. Skills are being distributed, please check. As the system prompt sounded, a large number of memories appeared in Qin Ziming's mind, instantly merging with him and becoming his instinct. I almost forgot, there's fish in the fridge, do you want some? Qin Ziming touched his nose and quickly found an excuse for himself. Okay, 2 portions of braised pork and fish each. As for the vegetables, you can decide for yourself, boss. Beauty, the cooking here is not cheap. He has already decided that the buns will be affordable, while the main dishes will be high-end. He doesn't want to waste time and make less money than selling buns. As long as it tastes good, price is not a problem. Boss, please hurry up. Okay. Take 2 sea bass and 2 pieces of pork out of the refrigerator. Beauty, do you have any particular preference on how to eat this fish? Entering the kitchen, Qin Ziming turned around and asked the customer while he was processing the fish. Boss, it's up to you. It's best if you can taste different flavors. Okay, I got it. Originally, for convenience, he had thought of steaming the 2 fish, but now that the customer had said so, he knew what to do just after a moment's thought. The first method is the most classic steaming, and for the second, he chose braising. He quickly cleaned the sea bass, cut a few times on both sides, spread a little salt and cooking wine evenly on it, stuffed ginger slices into the fish belly, and set it aside to marinate. Next up is teriyaki. The guests were in a hurry, so he had to make full use of it. Sizzle. Pour cold oil into the hot pan, making a slight sound, and slide the cleaned sea bass into the pan. After frying the fish until both sides are golden brown, serve and set aside. Next, use the remaining oil to sauté the scallions, ginger, garlic and dried chilies, then add light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, sugar, cooking wine and half a bowl of water and bring to a boil. Finally add the fish and simmer over medium heat. This process takes about 5 minutes, and Qin Ziming begins to wash the vegetables. 10 minutes later. My dear ladies, sorry to have kept you waiting. Here comes the braised sea bass. He immediately served the first dish to the guests. It smells so good. Considering the large number of people on the other side, Sun Xiumin put the 2 tables together after obtaining Qin Ziming's consent. After the braised sea bass was served, the 8 people took a deep breath, with an intoxicated look on their faces. After putting down the braised sea bass, Qin Ziming turned and walked into the kitchen. The sea bass he had just marinated was ready. Time is really tight. In the next 10 minutes. After Qin Ziming finished cooking a dish, he would serve it out personally. It's delicious. Sister Yi, you have a great eye. What a pity. We are in a hurry. It would be great if we could savor it slowly. After tasting the delicious food, a strange scene occurred. Before the new dishes were served, all the previous ones had been snatched up, even the soup on the plates was not spared. I still want to eat here. Yi Ichiu was facing the kitchen. She never expected that this fat man, who looked different from his appearance, could cook even better dishes than those of the chefs. Yes. Okay, we'll come back after we finish this project. Okay, I know Sister Yi is the best. I never thought a dish of blanched choy sum could be so delicious. Steamed sea bass is delicious. Steamed is indeed delicious, but I still prefer braised, the rich aroma goes well with rice. Chapter 47, more than 2,000 yuan for a meal, eat more vegetables. So full. It's so cool. This is the first time I've had this feeling while eating. You said you ate the most. I didn't expect you to hide it so well. You told us every day to keep in shape and not to overeat. Ahem, that was before I encountered real delicious food. It's different now. Qin Ziming took some effort and finally received the first wave of guests. Dad, this is for you. Dudu found a can of Coke from the refrigerator and handed it to him. Dudu is so good, the meal will have to wait. Yeah, Dudu knows. After giving the Coke to his father, the little guy ran back and sat quietly waiting to eat. Boss, how much is it in total? Yi Ichio took out a few tissues and wiped the soup from the corners of her mouth, then slowly stood up. Like her subordinates, she also supported herself. One portion of braised pork is 388, one portion is 488, each is 2 portions, one portion of green vegetables is 188, you ordered 4 portions, and there are 12 beef buns, the total is 2,576, just round it up to 2,570 yuan. Da. Qin Ziming took out a calculator and started calculating in front of the other person. No way, I spent more than 2,000 yuan for a meal. I can't afford it. I'm thinking that after the boss launches the main course, he will also cook a few dishes for me to try. It's okay. A dish of green vegetables costs 188. We can go to the market to buy some and then cook it at home and eat our fill. Let's forget about it. The boss also said that these meals are for certain customers. Look for yourself. This beautiful woman smiled after hearing the price. Unlike other customers in the store, Yi Ichio took out her mobile phone and scanned the QR code without hesitation. Beep! A pleasant reminder sounded. Just as she was about to enter the amount, she glanced at her 7 subordinates. Do you guys still need to pack? Sister Yi, I want to prepare a seafood porridge. Yes, and me too. Beef buns. Before they were full, Qin Ziming had already cooked a pot of seafood porridge. Okay, boss, there's still 8 kinds of seafood porridge and 20 beef buns. Please recalculate. No problem, sister son, pack up some beauties first. Qin Ziming used the computer again to take into account the later packaging. Beauty, the total is 2,730 yuan. He gave the other party 0 again and was in a very good mood. Compared to the time spent on making buns, I earn more from regular meals. But I also know that spending nearly 3,000 yuan in one go like today won't happen again in the short term. Boss, the food you cook tastes great, the only downside is that there are too few varieties. After entering the amount on her mobile phone, she gave Qin Ziming a thumbs up and a trace of regret flashed across her face. Okay, the money has been paid. I hope to eat more delicious food next time I come. Yi Ichio put her cell phone into her bag and was the first to come out of the store. As for the packed things, her subordinates took them. Dad, Meng is hungry. While the guests were having their meal, the 2 little ones were very well behaved and sat quietly beside them playing with their toys. Now seeing the guests leaving, Meng immediately ran over, hugged his thighs tightly with both hands and acted coquettishly, blinking her big eyes pitifully. Okay, come in and wash your hands first. It was already 12:30, and he felt very uncomfortable keeping his 2 daughters waiting. Meng can wash herself. The little guy ran into the kitchen first, put his hands in the bucket, and started washing them himself with a smile on his face. Wash your hands and come out. Qin Ziming walked into the kitchen and brought out 2 plates, one of which was steamed sea bass and the other was braised pork. He had already cooked the dishes. As for Sun Xiumin, she was cleaning the table quickly. Qin Ziming walked over to her side and she had just finished cleaning. Great, Dudu can eat now. Dudu, who was a step slower, washed his hands first, ran over, climbed onto the chair swiftly, looked at the delicious food on the table, stuck out his tongue and licked his lips like a little greedy cat. Sister, wait a minute, Meng. Meng was halfway through washing when she saw her sister sitting on the chair. The little girl stopped washing and ran out with her hands dripping with water. Dad, hurry up, Meng wants to eat fish. After finally climbing onto the chair, Meng couldn't wait to shout. If she hadn't been warned before, this girl would have reached out and grabbed her. Meng is the best behaved today, eat more fish. He returned to the kitchen and brought out the remaining 2 vegetables. He first picked up some fish meat for Meng. Dad! When Meng saw this, she immediately pouted her lips. Ha, and Dudu. The two bowls of water must be balanced. Jean Zimming, who saw this scene, laughed heartily and picked up some for Dudu. He, thank you, Dad. Seeing the fish in the small bowl, Dudu squinted his eyes happily and shouted sweetly. Sister Sun, finish your meal first. After Jean Zimming sat down, he saw Sun Xiaomin wipe the table and then walk to the door of the store. Boss, you eat first. Smelling the tempting aroma of the food, she didn't want to wait a moment. But customers would come from time to time, and she couldn't eat while the boss worked. It's okay, there aren't many people here at this time. Based on his observations over the previous 2 days, he found that after 12:30, few customers came to buy buns. Another thing is that he eats very quickly and can finish his meal in just a few minutes. As a boss, he also needs to be considerate of his employees. He can't let his employees not be able to have a peaceful meal. Good. Sun Xiaomin responded and glanced outside again. Seeing that the street was deserted, she walked over. Dad, the fish is delicious. Meng Meng, who had already tasted the delicious steamed sea bass, finished the fish in the small bowl in a few bites, and then looked at Jean Zimming eagerly. You forgot so quickly that you need to eat more vegetables, otherwise you won't grow taller. He did not spoil his daughters. He picked up some vegetables for them and a piece of braised pork for himself. Put it in a bowl, take a few quick bites with rice, and 1/3 of the bowl of rice is gone. Good. Jean Zimming picked up some more vegetables for himself, a satisfied expression on his face, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sure enough, everything the system produces is of the highest quality. Dad, Meng Meng also wants some meat. Looking at the vegetables in the small bowl, Meng Meng's big eyes rolled around and pointed at a plate of braised pork on the dining table. If you want to eat braised pork, finish your vegetables first. Look how well behaved your sister is. After finishing the fish, Dudu continued to eat the vegetables. When he heard his father praising him, he raised his little head proudly. Flatterer, Meng Meng eats it too. The little guy was unhappy. He pouted his lips, lowered his head and vented his anger on the vegetables in the bowl, and started to eat them with a smacking sound. Meng Meng, eat slowly. No one is going to snatch it from you, and there are still so many vegetables. After Jean Zimming finished speaking, he picked up some more vegetables. Stinky Dad, he always bullies Meng Meng. Seeing that there were more vegetables in the small bowl, the little guy pouted his lips so much that he could hang an oil bottle on them. Dudu, you should eat more too. Dudu, who had just laughed out loud, immediately shut his mouth when he saw that he had laughed too. Chapter 48. Prepare in advance and recruit another person. Boss, this steamed sea bass is delicious. After Sun Xiaomin sat down, she first reached for the steamed sea bass with her chopsticks. There's no way. I just saw the guests eating and I'm already so hungry. Before the fish enters your mouth, you will first smell the fragrance. It is not as overbearing as the thick and oily sauce, but a kind of fragrance that penetrates into the nostrils and makes your throat roll. When you take a bite of the fish, it tastes light at first, then fresh, and finally a hint of sweetness quietly blooms at the root of your tongue. The umami taste is very special. It is not the umami of the seasoning, but the umami of the fish itself. Shocked, she quickly gave a thumbs up with an expression of disbelief on her face. After craving for the braised pork, she thought her boss had a special liking for this dish, but she never expected that even the steamed sea bass was so delicious. If it tastes good, eat more. In just a short while, Jean Zimming had finished a bowl of rice. Compared with steamed sea bass, he prefers braised pork, especially with soup and rice. The steamed sea bass on the table weighed 2 kilograms. It's enough for 1 adult and 2 children to enjoy. Dad doesn't eat fish, give it all to Meng Meng. After tasting the fish, Meng Meng gave up the braised pork and stared at the steamed sea bass. If Jean Zimming hadn't been there, she would have wanted to pull the plate in front of her. Now that I see my dad doesn't eat fish, I smile so happily. Yes, all for you to eat. Jean Zimming picked out some more fish meat and put it all into the little guy's bowl. Come on, Dudu, eat meat. As for the other one, he picked up a few pieces of braised pork. Dudu didn't have any requirements. When he saw the pieces of meat in the bowl, his eyes narrowed. Thank you, Dad. A few minutes later, he got up and got his meal twice more. Okay, I'm full. He burped, patted his big belly, then stood up and walked towards the refrigerator. Gudong. I opened a bottle of happy water and drank it all in one gulp, and today's lunch was solved. Dad eats so fast. Meng Meng took a look at her own bowl. She had only eaten 1/3 of it. Dudu was better, at least only half was left. Hee, fish meat is always cute. When Qin Ziming walked to the door of the store, the little girl immediately reached out and pulled the plate of steamed fish a little towards her. Meng Meng, Daddy. While eating the delicious fish, Sun Xiumin couldn't help but want to tease the little guy. Meng Meng doesn't have it. The little girl thought her father was watching her, so she quickly pushed the plate back and sat up straight. Dudu, who was sitting opposite, could just see his father. When he saw his sister like this, he couldn't help laughing out loud. Auntie, you lied to Meng Meng. Meng Meng only looks cute on the surface, but don't be fooled by her appearance. When you hear her sister's laughter, you will immediately understand what is going on. Meng Meng, what's wrong? After Qin Ziming sat down, he felt like smoking. He stood up and was about to go outside. When he heard his daughter's voice, he turned around and asked in confusion. Dad, Meng Meng didn't do anything. The little hand that was stretched out was quickly retracted, for fear that his father would see it if he was a second late. Eat well, or Daddy will spank you. Meng Meng knows. The little guy lowered his head like a deflated ball, but his eyes were still fixed on the steamed sea base. Wipe it. He took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. He tried using the lighter several times before finally lighting the cigarette. Inhale, exhale. He took a deep puff of the cigarette and exhaled longly with his head raised. If this business becomes popular, one waiter won't be able to handle it. It's no problem for one person to sell and pack the buns. He thought that once the dinner became popular, it would be impossible for him to ask Sun Xiumin to come in and serve the dishes every time, or for him to serve them himself. This does not include washing dishes and cleaning the store. It is impossible to rely on Sun Xiumin. When there are fewer customers, she can still get away. Once he gets busy, his feet are like roots. He even has to bother the customers dining in the restaurant to serve them porridge or buns himself. I'll post the job ad soon. Qin Ziming didn't want to be busy at that time, so he started recruiting people. There are advantages to hiring in advance. If someone is not suitable, you can find someone else. The only cost is a few days' salary. Yes, that's it. After taking a few more puffs of the cigarette, he looked at it and saw that there was still half a cigarette left. After thinking for a moment, he put it out and threw it into the trash can next to him. He doesn't have a serious smoking addiction, he just feels upset, or maybe he wants to smoke a cigarette after dinner to satisfy his craving. I have to rewrite it again. I went back to the store and took a look around. When I saw the previous recruitment advertisement, I couldn't help but frown. This is the result of him not putting it away and letting Meng Meng ruin it. Dad, what are you doing? When Qin Ziming was looking for something, Meng Meng asked curiously, but when she saw the red paper, she quickly took back the words. Sister, what's wrong with you? Dudu, who was sitting opposite, saw his sister's big eyes rolling around and asked curiously. Nothing, sister. The little guy didn't dare to admit it. He glanced at his father secretly and was relieved when he saw that he was ignored. Boss, what are you doing? Sun Xiumin stretched her neck and just saw 4 big words written on the red paper. Recruitment notice. Recruit another person. He responded and continued writing the following content. Hiring people. When she heard that her boss was hiring again, she couldn't help but get nervous, thinking that she had done something wrong. After a while. When the store gets busy, you won't be able to handle it all by yourself, Sister Sun. Sun Xiumin, who had been worried all the time, couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief after hearing these words. The food tasted even better when she put it in her mouth. Okay, good. Putting down the brush, Qin Ziming looked at the slightly crooked handwriting and nodded with satisfaction. So ugly. I don't know when. Meng Meng was already standing on the chair, the little guy said with his nose wrinkled. Is it ugly? Qin Ziming touched his nose in embarrassment at his daughter's innocent words, and was glad that there were no other customers in the store. No, it looks great. At this time, Dudu also spoke, which made him feel better. He walked over and gently rubbed her hair. Humph, you sycophant. Hearing that her father only praised her sister, Meng Meng vented her anger on the fish in the bowl, muttering to herself. Stinky dad, stinky sister. Every time the little guy spoke a word, he stuffed a piece of fish into his mouth and chewed it hard. Post it first. He found the transparent tape, turned around and walked out of the store. Hiss. As soon as he tore off a piece of tape, several passers-by came over and stopped beside Gene Zimming to say hello. Boss Gene, you are hiring workers. It seems that business is good. Ha ha. Not bad, let's stick to the old rules and eat in the restaurant. Gene Zimming took a closer look and found that these people were all repeat customers. They had all come here since the bun shop opened 3 days ago. Boss, I heard you're launching a full meal. Can you cook us a few dishes to try? Price-wise. Price is not an issue, as long as the taste is good. Before Gene Zimming could explain, one of them interrupted him. Okay, wait till I put this up. Chapter 49, the ex-mother-in-law came and ignored her. $188 for a serving of green vegetables. Braised pork $388. The base is $488, but there's only one left. Before the customers ordered, Gene Zimming quickly quoted the prices. He planned to take some time to go to the printing room outside and print a few more menus so that he wouldn't have to introduce them every time a customer came. It's so expensive. One of the 3 people stood up from his chair after hearing the price. What's so expensive about it? The porridge that Boss Gene cooks is so delicious, I believe the stir-fried dishes won't be much worse. Yes, they didn't force us to consume. If we don't want to eat, we can buy porridge. That's not what I meant, I'm just a little shocked. Seeing Gene Zimming looking at him, he waved his hand quickly. Boss Gene, ignore him. Bring me 1 portion each of braised pork and steamed sea bass, and 2 stir-fried vegetables. Okay, everyone, sit down and wait. Gene Zimming patted his trouser legs with both hands and then walked into the kitchen. Brother Wang, the 4 dishes together cost over 1,000 yuan. We can all go to the seafood restaurant in front for a drink. After sitting down, he just felt like a distinguished guest and started to murmur again. What do you know? Smell it yourself. While Lao Wang was speaking, his eyes were fixed on the table next to him, where the dishes he had just ordered were being served. What are you smelling? Hey, it smells really good. He retorted almost subconsciously, but after this reminder, he also smelled the fragrance in the air, the special smell of braised pork, which made him feel his saliva secretion accelerated. The smell is so good, what do you think it tastes like? Lao Wang just laughed at his companion's worries. He just wanted to taste the food, especially the braised pork, which he knew would be delicious when eaten with rice. Brother Wang is right. Look how deliciously those 2 girls are eating. At this time, Dudu and Meng Meng's mouths were full of oil, especially Meng Meng ate the braised pork with her hands, and there were even oil stains on her face. Sister, that uncle is not shy, he swallows his saliva just by looking at Meng Meng. Just then, Meng Meng suddenly said this. Puff! Lao Wang had just taken a sip of tea. He has a low sense of humor and couldn't help but spit out laughter after hearing this. Brother Wang, even if you have a problem with me, you don't have to do this. Sister, that uncle is even funnier. He can even spit out water when he drinks it. He was originally feeling a little unhappy, but after hearing these words, he felt balanced and couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha ha. Okay, don't talk while eating, or Daddy will spank you. Sun Xiumin was already full. Half of the 2 plates of vegetables went into her stomach. After tasting the food prepared by her boss, she became even more satisfied with the job. Slap Meng Meng's butt. The little guy quickly covered his mouth and then glanced at the kitchen. Meng Meng didn't say anything. Seeing that her father was busy in the kitchen and not looking at her, she breathed a sigh of relief and blinked her big eyes mischievously. Eat faster, Auntie still has work to do later. Hee, Auntie, Dudu has finished eating. Dudu proudly pushed his small bowl over, with only a few grains of rice and some soy sauce left in it. Dudu is the best. After the little guy finished speaking, he slid down from the chair. Humph, Meng Meng is also good. Seeing that there was still some rice in her bowl, she pouted her lips, then lowered her head and kept picking with the spoon. Ding ding. The sound of spoon hitting bowl rang in my ears. I knew it. Originally, I thought the little guy would be well behaved, but when Meng Meng raised his little head and saw the rice inside, Sun Xiumin couldn't help but smile bitterly. This makes a loud noise but produces little movement. After all the operations just now, only the fish meat on top was eaten, and the rice grains below did not change. "I'm here. Sorry to have kept you waiting." Just then, Jean Zimming came out with some freshly fried vegetables. Sister Sun served the three brothers some food. After putting the vegetables down, he called out to Sun Xiumin. "Okay, boss." Sun Xiumin responded and hurried to get the dishes and chopsticks. "This is the 188 yuan greens, it doesn't look that good. This is a dish of stir-fried mushrooms with rapeseed. The mushrooms are sliced and stir-fried, then added with rapeseed and seasoned with light soy sauce. Just try it and you'll know." Even though he had confidence in the boss, when Lao Wang saw the vegetables on the table, he couldn't help but feel uneasy and wondered if he was being ripped off. But I felt relieved the next moment. There must be some secrets behind their business. It is impossible for them to cheat only once. Snap! He picked up a piece of rapeseed, put it in the corner of his mouth and chewed it gently. "How about it?" The other two couldn't wait to ask. "Baji, Baji." Lao Wang did not respond to the doubts of his two companions. Instead, he chewed quickly and even squinted his eyes at the end. Something's wrong. The two people who saw this scene looked at each other and then picked up the chopsticks at no particular order. "These mushrooms are so delicious." The skeptical customer almost bit his tongue after tasting a piece of mushroom. "Ha ha. I still think Boss Qin will cheat us." When Lao Wang spoke, he also felt his face burning. He had the same thought just now. "No, never again." "Hey, you two, slow down." This man noticed that while he was talking, his two companions took a bite of the vegetables each, and suddenly 1/3 was gone, so he quickly joined the team that was scrambling for food. "Are the greens delicious? Why are all three uncles grabbing them?" Meng Meng saw this scene and shook her head in confusion, then looked at the vegetables in the bowl. "It's not delicious, not as delicious as fish." The little guy picked up a piece of vegetable, put it in his mouth and chewed it for a few times. Finally, he spit it out when no one was looking, and then took another bite of fish. 10 minutes later. "Ta da. You two, please come in." Seeing a guest coming, Sun Xiumin hurried to greet him. "What to eat?" After the guests were seated, she stood beside them and asked respectfully. "Call your boss over here. The boss is busy. If you need anything to eat, just tell me." Why, the boss doesn't even come to greet the guests when they come to the store. Does he not want to do business anymore? After hearing what the two guests said, even if Sun Xiumin was a fool, he could tell that they were looking for trouble. "I'm telling you too, you're blind and didn't see that the boss is busy." When Lao Wang, who was sitting at the next table, heard this, he remarked sarcastically. "You can't even keep your mouth shut while eating, right?" Yizihua's voice suddenly rose, and she didn't forget to slap the table at the end. Bang! The noise directly scared the two little kids playing nearby. "Sister, it's Grandma." Meng Meng raised her little head and just happened to see Yizihua. She was so scared that she almost fell off the chair. "Grandmother? You two losers, you didn't even say hello to your grandma when you saw her, just like your loser father." "Grandma, Grandma." Meng Meng was so scared that she spoke quickly, stammering. "Humph, you are bad guys." Dudu's reaction was different. She pulled her sister behind her and glared back at her unyieldingly. Chapter 50. You want me to cook, you are not qualified. It's you. Suddenly there was a sound of slapping the table, which scared Jean Zimming. He looked back and his face darkened when he saw the target. "Hey, fatty, are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Seeing Jean Zimming looking at him, the other party raised his hand and said with a proud look on his face, "Get out of here." He showed no respect to his ex-wife's family and spoke in a low voice. "Oh, I have such a bad temper. If I don't discipline you recently, you will even give me the cold shoulder." Yi Jianzhong rolled up his sleeves and walked out from his seat with a ferocious look. "What are you doing? Sit down, we are here to eat." He, Xiao Qin, don't bother with him." The change in his ex-mother-in-law caught Jean Zimming off guard, and he was unable to say what came next. "Have a meal?" After a moment of hesitation, he came to his senses. "Yes, we are here to eat. Bring it out to me now if you have anything." "You want to eat? Sure, pay first." Jean Zimming didn't believe that the other party would come to eat with good intentions, and there must be something fishy going on. "What, you dare to tell me? Yi Zhenjiang, who had just calmed down, couldn't help but raise his voice when he heard that he had to pay for the meal, but he was greeted with a slap in the face.
What are you talking about?
You have to pay for your meal. Xiao Qin, how much is it? With her round face, Yi Zhihua tried hard to force a smile. Green vegetables 188, braised pork 388. What? You're robbing money. As soon as Qin Ziming finished speaking, his former brother-in-law pointed at him and started cursing. You're crazy about money. Mom, don't pull me. If you think it's too expensive, get out. No one is forcing you to do it. At this moment, Qin Ziming didn't want to do business with them and didn't want to see the two of them, so he pointed outside the store and said, "He is trying his best to suppress himself now." No way. There are other customers in the store, and we have to consider other people's feelings. Boss Qin is right. If you can't afford it, then stop making noise here. It's killing me. What Lao Wang hates most when someone makes noise in his ear is when he is eating. I just heard it was the boss's mother-in-law, so I continued eating and pretended I didn't hear it. Now that he knows it's his ex-mother-in-law and the relationship between them is so bad, he doesn't need to worry about it anymore. You son of a bitch, how dare you scold my son? At this moment, Yi Zhihua couldn't bear it any longer. She stood up and her fat body almost overturned the dining table. She came here to ease the relationship with Qin Ziming and then deal with the rest slowly. She won't be happy with other people. Get out of here. Ding. Just then, a sharp metallic sound was heard. What are you doing? Yi Zhihua showed a look of horror on her face and took several steps back. At some point, Qin Ziming returned to the kitchen and came out again with a kitchen knife in his hand. What am I doing? Don't let me see you in the store again, otherwise, hee. Ding ding. Qin Ziming held a kitchen knife in his hand and kept hitting the tables as they passed by, scaring Yi Zhihua and her son so much that they kept backing away. He only stopped when they reached the door of the store. During this process, other people may be frightened, fearing that the boss will suddenly attack and stab the other party. Go away or not. Another sharp metallic sound was heard, and Qin Ziming slammed the kitchen knife heavily on the door frame. You remember this? After the two ran for some distance, Yi Zhenjiang turned around and left a cruel remark. Ding! After Qin Ziming slapped the kitchen knife again, the two men quickly fled the scene. They also couldn't have imagined that the fat guy who used to be timid has changed so much now. Dad! At this time, Dudu ran over, hugged his thighs tightly with both hands, and a look of horror on his face. Boss, are you okay? Sun Xiumin also came over and asked with a worried look on her face. She didn't want anything to happen to her boss and she still wanted to work here. I'm fine. He placed his hand on his daughter's head and stroked it gently with a wry smile on his face. The original owner had left him with quite a bit of trouble. Okay, it's all right, I'll make this batch of buns and then go out to buy ingredients for tomorrow. After giving Sun Xiumin a reassuring look, Qin Ziming walked towards the kitchen. Boss Qin, is everything all right? Seeing the boss coming back, Lao Wang quickly stood up and asked with concern. Brother Wang, thank you so much for what you did just now. Ha, it's okay. When I see injustice, I will help. Old Wang just laughed heartily a few times and then sat back in his chair. Boss Qin's cooking is so good, I want to continue to eat it in the future. Compared with his two companions, he knew that the delicious food prepared by Qin Ziming could only be found in top hotels. When eating in those top hotels, any dish would cost thousands of yuan. For example, the steamed sea bass he ordered, if I remember correctly, cost 1,888 yuan, which is nearly 4 times more expensive. Ha. From now on, whenever Brother Wang comes to eat, there will be a 10% discount. 10% off, Boss Qin, are you serious? Don't worry, it's more real than real gold and silver. Then this time hee. Lao Wang pointed at a few dishes on the table and decided, unlike the others, to dine here more often. With a 10% discount, he could have one more meal every month. It's also 10% off, sister son, remember that Brother Wang will be the VIP of the store from now on. Okay, boss. At this time, Sun Xiumin also breathed a sigh of relief and replied with a smile. Brother Wang, if we had known earlier, we would have stood up just now. Just say a few words and you can save some money. After hearing Qin Ziming's words, the other two felt a little regretful. After tasting the delicious food, they had different thoughts in their minds. At the same time, at the entrance of Sunshine Community. Mom, if you hadn't stopped me just now, I would have definitely taught this coward a lesson. When he thought of leaving in disgrace, Yi Jianzhong clenched his fists in anger, making a harsh sound of bones rubbing against each other. You only know how to fight and kill. How could I agree to what you said before I came here? Seeing her son clench his fists, Yi Jihua angrily reached out and pinched his ear. Mom, it hurts, please let go. Although Yi Jianzhong has a strong physique, even a tiger has to lie down in front of his mother. The fact that he has his mother's surname shows Yi Jihua's status in the family. You are a failure, and you can't even handle such a small matter. What can we expect from you in the future? Mom, you can't blame me for this. Who knew that bastard would go crazy today? Every time I scared him in the past, he would behave himself. Yi Jianzhong still wanted to make some excuses, but the next moment he begged for mercy. Let go, I won't say anything. This loser must have won a lottery. He's willing to buy a luxury car worth millions. If we're slow, we'll regret it when he spends all his money. Mom, don't worry, I will listen to you from now on. Chapter 51, To drink the juice, I will eat it no matter how spicy it is. Dad, is you again? The meat dish for dinner was still fish, but this time it was braised. Meng Meng pouted her lips immediately after she sat at the table. Even though the little one likes fish, she also wants to try other meat dishes. Meng Meng, there are many benefits to eating more fish. Looking at the two braised fish dishes in front of her, Sun Xiaomin couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth slightly. She couldn't believe that the boss didn't lie to her. As long as it was fish, he could make a delicious dish. Suzhou-style braised mandarin fish. Sichuan-style braised grass carp with fermented black beans. Just by smelling the fragrance in the air, she felt the urge to finish several bowls of rice. The former is light and delicious with a slightly sweet taste. The latter is spicy and fresh, with a rich sauce. One fish dish was prepared for his daughter, and the other fish dish was for himself. Come and try it to see if it tastes good. Sun Xiaomin picked some fish meat and put it into the cute little bowl. Thank you, Auntie. The little guy shouted sweetly, then scooped up a piece of fish with a spoon, put it into his mouth and chewed it slowly. Hee, it's delicious, but Meng Meng wants to eat something else. After taking a bite of fish, Meng Meng looked at her father with a smile and continued to add. Dad makes other things, they must be delicious too. When his daughter looked at him, Qin Ziming couldn't help but feel secretly happy. He was not disappointed. As soon as Meng Meng's voice fell, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Trigger a new task. Make 10 kinds of fish for your daughter. Each method must be different. Completing the task will reward you with Cantonese cuisine master level. Dad! Seeing that her father did not respond, Meng Meng reached out and pulled at the corner of Qin Ziming's clothes. Meng Meng really wants to eat other dishes? Yeah, Meng Meng likes it the most, but it's just green vegetables. The little guy stepped aside and quickly added, pointing to the stir-fried spinach and garlic water spinach on the table. If you want to eat other dishes, Meng Meng should eat more fish, otherwise Daddy won't cook. When Qin Ziming thought of the mission reward, he felt his heart beating violently. You can't blame him, this is Cantonese cuisine, a whole system, not to mention that he is also from Guangdong province. This reward is better than the previous ones. Once he becomes a Cantonese chef, he will be able to easily find a job with an annual salary of over 10 million even without the help of the system. Yeah, Meng Meng will eat more fish. Meng Meng was afraid that her father wouldn't believe her, so she picked up the small bowl and quickly scooped out the fish meat. Woo! Dad, look, Meng Meng has finished eating all the fish. After hearing what the little girl said, Qin Ziming stopped her from talking and picked up some more fish meat. Not today, wait 2 days. There are only 2 regular meals a day. Even if I cook 5 fishes for each meal, I can only realize my daughter's wish the day after tomorrow. It'll take 2 days. Knowing that she couldn't eat any other food right away, Meng Meng was like a deflated ball, pouting her little mouth unhappily. Dad, Dudu wants to eat this fish. Dudu said, pointing at the Sichuan-style braised grass carp with fermented black beans. This is very spicy, Dudu, do you want to eat it? The Sichuan-style braised grass carp soup with fermented black beans mixed with rice is absolutely delicious. It's spicy. Dad, Meng Meng, don't be afraid, give it to me, Meng Meng. When Dudu was hesitating, Meng Meng next to him spoke immediately. It seemed that if he was a second late, the fish would have been eaten by his father. Okay, don't cry later. Qin Ziming used chopsticks to scrape off the chili peppers and then picked out a few pieces of fish meat. Dudu, do you want it? Dudu, no. The little guy thought about it and finally shook his head. Hee. Daddy is eating so happily, it must be delicious. Sun Xiaomin doesn't like spicy food either, so she prepared the fish herself. Meng Meng was right, it was really satisfying for one person to eat a fish. Who? So spicy, Daddy, you lied to Meng Meng. Meng Meng looked at the fish meat in the spoon, thought for a while, and then put it into her mouth. The moment his tongue touched the fish, the little guy exhaled repeatedly and finally spit out the fish. Giggle. When Dudu saw this scene, he laughed happily. I told you it's spicy, but you little greedy cat still wants to eat it. Qin Ziming stood up, took out a bottle of juice from the refrigerator, unscrewed the lid, poured half a cup, and gently placed it in front of Meng Meng. Gulp! When the little guy saw there was juice to drink, his eyes lit up and he immediately picked it up and gulped it down. Don't drink too much, or Dad won't pour it for you anymore. Hee, Daddy is so nice. This time, Meng Meng was very obedient. She put down the cup obediently with an innocent smile on her face. Dad, Dudu wants to drink too. No, my sister has a spicy taste, so I'll drink it now. All right. At this moment, Dudu regretted why he didn't eat spicy fish just now, otherwise he could also drink juice. Eat well, what are you thinking about? Seeing his daughter's big eyes rolling around, Qin Ziming gently pinched her little face. Hate it, Daddy, don't pinch your cheeks, it will make you ugly. Dudu reached out and slapped his father's big hand away, saying with a wrinkled nose. Okay, our Dudu is the most beautiful. This time, Qin Ziming used both hands to gently rub his daughter's face. When the little girl widened her eyes and looked angry, he happily let go of his hands. Meng Meng, what are you doing? Under the surprised gaze of the two people, Meng Meng put the fish meat that she had just spit into the bowl into her mouth again. Huff. He was eating and breathing heavily. He soon found out why his daughter did that. The little girl picked up the juice and gulped down the rest. Dad, Meng Meng still wants to eat fish. After drinking the juice, the little guy turned his attention to the Sichuan-style braised grass carp with fermented black beans on the table. You're so smart, eat this. Qin Ziming knew what his daughter was thinking, so he didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and picked up some braised mandarin fish for her. Wee! After being pointed out, Meng Meng giggled and lowered her little head to eat the fish. If you look closely, you will find that her big eyes are rolling. There are also vegetables, we can't just eat fish. Qin Ziming picked up some water spinach for his two daughters. Dad! Looking at the small bowl that was half filled with vegetables, Meng Meng immediately pouted in unhappiness. Dudu, is water spinach delicious? Delicious and crunchy. The garlic-stirred water spinach is really delicious, but the little Meng Meng is the only one who doesn't like it. If I didn't want to leave it to my daughter, there would be Sun Xiaomin. This plate of water spinach is not enough for him to eat alone. If it's delicious, eat more. Don't learn from your sister. Qin Ziming picked up some water spinach for Dudu and also picked up some for himself. Cool. Pour some fish sauce into the rice. After taking a bite of rice, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Dad, Meng Meng also wants to eat like this. Seeing his father eating so happily, Meng Meng's big eyes rolled around and he spoke excitedly, as if he had discovered a new world. This? I had previously taught my daughter not to eat rice with soup, and now she has seen it. Dad, can't I? No, only adults can do that. At this time, he could only refuse. HMPH, stinky dad. Chapter 52. I want to eat fried chicken again, so I eat buns first. Phew, I'm so tired. Qin Ziming had just finished his meal and was smoking a cigarette outside. I saw several young people carrying various bags in their hands. It was obvious that they had just come back from shopping. I'm almost starving, just find a place to get a bite. A man was bent over and gasping for breath. I didn't know whether he was hungry or tired from walking. Yes, it's getting late, let's find one nearby. What smells so good? Hey, it's a steamed bun shop. There's still space inside. How about we eat here? Okay, I haven't eaten buns for a long time. After eating, I'll go back to the dormitory and sleep. Handsome guys, please come in, freshly baked buns. Sun Xiaomin, who was standing at the door, heard the discussion of several people and hurriedly went out with a smile on her face. Big sister, what kind of buns do you have? After the four sat down, one of them opened a bag. As the bag was opened, a fried chicken appeared in front of everyone. Ha ha! I'm still smart. Don't fight with me for the chicken legs. After the man finished speaking, he tore off 2 chicken legs one after another. You paid for the fried chicken, so what can we have a problem with? As long as we have something to eat, that's all. One of the people who reacted quickly tore off the chicken wing, put it to his mouth and took a bite. This fried chicken tastes really good. Snap! Soon the store was filled with the aroma of fried chicken. Shush! Sister, what smells so good? Meng Meng, who was playing, took a few breaths through her nose and looked around like a greedy little cat. I don't know. Dudu was full and had no interest in other delicacies. He continued to play with the toys in his hands. Sister, look, it's fried chicken. After finding the target, Meng Meng quickly pulled her sister's sleeve. Fried chicken? A few days ago, she went to McDonald's with her father to eat. When she heard what her sister said, Dudu looked over in confusion. Why is there fried chicken here? Sister, Meng Meng didn't lie to you, did she? When Meng Meng spoke, she licked her lips with her tongue. To the little guy's disappointment, Dudu just nodded and lowered his head to continue playing with his toys. Meng Meng, go find Daddy. I saw Meng Meng's big eyes rolling around, and then she immediately ran towards the kitchen. Dad! Meng Meng, what's wrong? Qin Ziming saw his daughter running over, standing at the kitchen door, and blinking her big eyes at him mischievously. The little guy didn't say anything, just looked at him with a smile on his face. Tell me what you have to say, Dad still has to work. Reaching out and gently scratching his daughter's nose, Qin Ziming took the fillings for tomorrow's buns and walked towards the refrigerator. Dad, Big Brother is eating fried chicken. Meng Meng turned around and followed behind like a follower, pouting her little mouth and saying. Dad saw it. Looking at the expression on his daughter's face, he knew what was going on. She was craving for someone else's fried chicken. Bang! He closed the refrigerator door, responded, and walked into the kitchen. Snort! Seeing that his father didn't understand what he meant, the little guy wrinkled his nose and snorted. Dad! The aroma of fried chicken wafted into her nose, and Meng Meng became restless again. Meng Meng, is there anything else? Qin Ziming knew the answer but still asked the question instead of mentioning fried chicken. Dad, the fried chicken is delicious. Meng Meng wants to eat it. To make his father believe, the little guy stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. I want to eat. Look at your stomach. It's almost bursting. He flicked his daughter's bulging belly lightly with his fingers, a doting smile on his face. No, Meng Meng can still eat a little fried chicken. For ordinary children, if you let them eat, they will push if they can. But when it comes to snacks, they still want to try them even if they vomit. Really? Aren't you greedy? Meng Meng is not greedy. Her father saw through her thoughts. When the little girl spoke, she avoided his eyes, lowered her head, and picked at the corners of her clothes with her hands. If someone didn't know, they would think she was being wronged. This fried chicken is really good, but the price is a bit expensive. At this time, a customer came in and lamented the high price while eating fried chicken. Dad, Meng Meng hasn't eaten fried chicken for a long time. Meng Meng seemed to know that if she didn't tell him, her father would definitely not buy her fried chicken, so she quickly raised her little head with her eyes wide open. Fried chicken, am I forgetting something? Qin Ziming stopped what he was doing, stood there and tried to recall. It turns out there is a secret recipe. I almost forgot about it. He looked into the store and saw 4 young men holding fried chicken and eating it with relish. An idea suddenly came to his mind. If I also sell fried chicken in my store, will the business be good? Qin Ziming will not miss any opportunity to increase his daily income. Dad, Meng Meng, no more fried chicken. Seeing his father standing still, the little guy thought he was angry, and quickly grabbed his hand and shook it. Okay, Dad will make fried chicken for you tomorrow. Since he already had an idea in mind, he decided to put it into action. He squatted down and gently rubbed his daughter's face with both hands. "Really, Dad, you're so nice." Hearing his father's agreement, the little guy didn't dodge, but let his face be pinched. Then he came over and kissed his father on the face. "Okay, go play with your sister." "Well, Dad, you do the work, Meng Meng won't cause you any trouble." At this moment, the little guy was so happy that his eyes narrowed, looking like a little adult, and nodded his head sensibly. This, steamed bun." After Sun Xiaomin served the buns to the customers, each of them picked one up and took a bite as usual. The next moment, an expression of disbelief appeared on his face, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He pointed at the bun in his hand and spoke tremblingly. "What is wrong with you?" The classmate who was eating chicken wings stood up quickly after seeing this. "Are you choking?" The other person reached out and patted him on the back with a concerned expression on his face. "Ahum." There was nothing wrong with him at first, but after that slap, he choked and coughed a few times. After taking a sip of the drink, he felt better. "I'm fine, please stop filming. If you continue filming, something bad will happen." The classmate hadn't stopped yet and was still patting his back with his right hand. "Oh, sorry." After being reminded like this, he quickly withdrew his hand and then asked anxiously, "What did you do just now?" "You scared us by eating a bun. This bun is so delicious, I just want to tell you guys, and I can even say it when you take a picture of it like this. The buns are so delicious, are you kidding me? This is the first time I've heard of it. If you don't believe me, try it yourself. I won't tell you anymore. Compared to the steamed buns, this fried chicken is dregs." After taking a look at the bun in his hand, he pushed the fried chicken in front of him forward, and then took a big bite, and half of the bun was gone. "I want to see what kind of bun is so exaggerated. TSK, you really believe it? It's better not to eat fried chicken, it's all mine." Chapter 53, Buying So Many Chickens, What is the Boss Doing? August 22nd. A small van was parked in front of the steamed bun shop. "Chin Steamed Bun Shop, this is it." A middle-aged man got out of the car, walked straight over and stopped at the door. "Excuse me, Mr. Chin Ziming, is he here?" Seeing a young woman busy at the door, he asked with a smile. "Yes, what are you doing, brother?" Sun Xiaomin looked up at the other person, then calmly packed the food for the customer. "That's right, Mr. Chin ordered some chickens, I've already delivered them." Xie Jialiang nodded, turned around and walked back to the bread. When he came back again, he was holding a large basket in both hands. Sun Xiaomin took a closer look and asked in shock, "Brother, my boss ordered so much? The chickens in the big basket have all been cleaned. At a glance, there are at least 7 or 8 of them. Is the boss also good at cooking chicken?" She still had some doubts about the boss's cooking skills, and this thought popped up in her mind. "Where are the chickens?" Seeing that the other party ignored him, Xie Jialiang quickly asked with an extremely respectful attitude. There was no way. The owner of the shop in front of me was a big customer. He ordered 30 chickens at one time and said he would increase the order later. But he still had doubts in his mind. Why would a bun shop need so many chickens? "Mr. Chin, where should I put it?" When he walked into the store, he saw the fat customer. "Boss, come here and put it in the refrigerator, please." Chin Ziming's refrigerator is not small, so he cleaned it out beforehand. "The chicken I ordered today cannot be left outside in this weather." After moving several times, Xie Jialiang walked to the kitchen door again. "Mr. Chin, it's already been put away. Do you want to take inventory?" Xie Jialiang wiped the sweat from his forehead. Even though the air conditioner was on in the store, it was not comfortable to work in such a hot weather. "No need, I trust Boss Xie, I'll pay the balance right away." He stopped what he was doing, wiped his hands on his apron, and then picked up the cell phone next to him. "The money's gone." After operating the phone for a while, Chin Ziming put it aside. "Got it, Mr. Chin. If you want more, just call me directly." Before leaving, Xie Jialiang put his right hand to his ear and gestured to answer the call. "Then I'll have to trouble Boss Xie again. I'm still busy, so I won't send you out." "Ha ha, Mr. Chin, you are busy." Thump thump. After Xie Jialiang went out, Meng Meng immediately got up and ran over. Dad! The little guy stood at the door and called out sweetly. "Meng Meng, what's wrong?" When he saw his daughter's appearance, he knew that she must be planning something big. We. Meng Meng didn't answer but blinked her big eyes mischievously. It's okay, just go play with your sister. Ah. The little guy was confused and his father did not respond. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Qin Ziming glanced at the barrels of peanut oil in the corner and nodded with satisfaction. Stinky dad, he always bullies Meng Meng. The little guy put his hands on his hips and pouted his lips angrily. Dad bullies Meng Meng, does he? He looked himself up and down, then waved his hand. Dad is working and can't spare the time. Snort. Meng Meng raised her little head, pouted her mouth and wrinkled her nose. Dad, are you going to make fried chicken? Finally the little guy couldn't help but ask. Fried chicken, Daddy has to work, he's busy. If you don't make fried chicken, then why does Dad buy so many chickens? When Xie Jialang came in just now, Meng Meng was standing beside him staring at him, almost drooling. Oh, look, I forgot about this. Qin Ziming deliberately slapped his forehead. Dad forgot to make fried chicken. Seeing her father like this, Meng Meng's eyes lit up and she couldn't wait to ask. Fried chicken? Did Dad say fried chicken? Ah, Dad, you don't make fried chicken? When the little guy heard that it was not what he expected, his eyes widened to the limit. No, Dad forgot to add water to the flour. Dad, Meng Meng wants to eat fried chicken, you said so yesterday. Meng Meng's big eyes rolled around and she immediately walked into the kitchen, hugging her father's thighs and acting coquettishly. Okay, go out and play with your sister, Dad will make you some fried chicken. Looking at his daughter pinned on his thigh, Qin Ziming had to be very careful when doing anything, so he could only surrender. Hee. Dad, hurry up, Meng Meng is almost fainting from hunger. The little guy happily let go of her hand, and before leaving, he did not forget to touch his belly pitifully. New. Sister son, come here. I gently scratched my daughter's nose, leaving a white finger mark on it. Boss, what's the matter? Asking the customer to wait a moment, Sun Xiumin walked into the store, not knowing what the boss was calling her for. Sister Sun, please write a few words on the blackboard and launch a new fried chicken dish for 388 yuan a piece. Qin Ziming thought about it for a while before deciding on the price. 388 yuan for a fried chicken? At this time, Sun Xiumin finally understood what the boss was going to do. Right. Without explaining, he prepared to cook one to satisfy his daughter's craving. He walked to the refrigerator and took out 3 chickens. Okay, boss. The first step in making fried chicken is to marinate it, which will make it more delicious. He took a look at the condiments on the table and made sure that there was nothing missing before he started to prepare them. Salt 15g, black pepper 9g, garlic powder 15g, onion powder 9g, sweet pepper powder 6g. Throw the 3 chickens into a stainless steel basin, and then add the necessary seasonings one by one, each one accurately to the gram. While Qin Ziming was busy, Meng Meng jumped up to her sister and spoke mysteriously. Sister, sister. Sister, what's wrong? Dudu raised his little head, stopped fiddling with the toys, and a curious expression appeared on his face. We. The little guy didn't respond, but laughed happily instead. Forget it. Meng Meng, who was smiling just now, felt like she had punched the air after hearing her sister's words. Ah. Meng Meng was so anxious that she started scratching her body with her hands. It's okay if you don't want to listen. When Dad makes fried chicken, there won't be any for your sister. Fried chicken. He was pretending not to care about Dudu just now, but his eyes lit up instantly when he heard about fried chicken. Dudu is sensible, but he is still young and has no resistance to food. Yes, Dad said he would make fried chicken for Meng Meng. The little girl blinked her big eyes mischievously and emphasized herself. The meaning was very clear, the fried chicken was hers. Dudu also wants Daddy to make fried chicken. Dropping the toy in his hand, Dudu immediately stood up and ran to the kitchen. Dad, Dad! Before anyone arrived, Dudu couldn't wait to shout. Dudu, is your sister being naughty? Humph, you stinky daddy, Meng Meng is so well behaved. I don't know when, Meng Meng also followed. No, what's going on? Sister, I want fried chicken too. Fried chicken, didn't Dad say he would make it right away? Why do you want fried chicken again? Dad, my sister said the fried chicken is hers. We. When her father looked over, Meng Meng had already retreated backwards. Chapter 54, A New Dish, Fried Chicken. Hey, sister son, there are new dishes. It was almost noon, and Wang Yongjun rushed to the bun shop as usual. Chiu Chiu. As soon as he reached the door, he smelled a special fragrance. What is it? Before Sun Xiumin could answer, he looked around the store. When I saw the boss's two daughters eating fried chicken, I just passed them and focused on the other customers. No. Not finding the result he wanted, Wang Yongjun shook his head and sat down at an empty table. Brother Wang, our boss has a new delicacy, do you want to try it? Sun Xiumin knew that the guest in front of him had some money compared to other guests, so she took the opportunity to recommend new dishes to him. Fried chicken, what does Du Meng Meng eat? He pointed at the two little guys who were eating happily and asked. Yes, 388 yuan each. Okay, give me a whole one. By the way, what do you have for dinner today? For some reason, when he found out that the fried chicken was made by Boss Qin, he swallowed his saliva with greed. Brother Wang, if you want to eat something, go to the refrigerator and have a look. Okay, that's best. Wang Yongjun felt full of energy at the thought of being able to eat delicious food again. Boss Qin. He first walked to the kitchen door and greeted Qin Ziming inside. Brother Wang, come and eat. If you want to eat something, just bring it over. Hearing someone calling him, Qin Ziming looked back. Ha, that's exactly what I meant. I'll have to trouble Boss Qin next. After saying hello, Wang Yongjun walked towards the refrigerator. Uncle, this is Meng Meng's fried chicken, you are not allowed to eat it. When Meng Meng saw someone coming, the first thing she did was to protect her fried chicken. Qin Ziming set up an area for his two daughters next to the refrigerator, where they play while he works. Ahem, Uncle won't eat your fried chicken. Hearing what the little girl said, he almost choked on his own saliva and coughed a few times before he felt better. Really? Uncle, you're not going to lie to Meng Meng and secretly take away the fried chicken. Meng Meng raised her little head, blinked her big eyes, and looked at Wang Yongjun warily. No, Uncle will ask your dad to do it. Cool. After confirming that the fried chicken could be saved, Meng Meng breathed a deep breath, and the little guy patted his chest in a very professional manner. This isn't me. Seeing a greasy handprint on Meng Meng's clothes, Wang Yongjun hurriedly took out a fish and some vegetables from the refrigerator without bothering to choose. Sister, why did Uncle run away? Meng Meng reached out and grabbed a piece of fried chicken, then took a bite with relish. Sister, your clothes are dirty. At this time, Dudu saw handprints on her sister's clothes, and she quickly reminded her. Clothing? The little guy lowered his head in confusion and soon saw a small handprint on his chest. Sister, why are Meng Meng's clothes dirty? Meng Meng looked confused and looked around, trying to find out who had soiled her clothes. Sister, you made it dirty yourself. So cute. Looking at the grease on her hands, Meng Meng immediately said with a bitter face. Sister, Meng Meng's clothes are dirty, and Dad will spank me. Just now, when Dad was frying chicken for them, he told them not to get their clothes dirty. Don't be afraid, Sister will help you. Hee, Sister is the best. Hearing that his sister would help him, the little guy started eating fried chicken heartlessly again, all his worries gone. Boss Qin, help me make this fish. Oh, and give me a fried chicken first. Wang Yongjun put the selected ingredients in a basket and handed it to Qin Ziming, and finally pointed to the fried chicken that had been fried for the first time. Okay, how would you like to eat the fish? Ha. I don't understand this. Boss Qin, you can handle it yourself. Okay, Brother Wang, wait a moment. The fried chicken will be ready soon. I'll put some drinks in the refrigerator. Take whatever you want. Forget about the drinks. Such delicious food requires alcohol. Do you have beer? When he opened the refrigerator just now, he didn't pay attention to what was inside. There's beer. In the kitchen. The cast iron pot on the stove was half full of oil, emitting fine bubbles. There is a layer of fine golden residue floating on the surface. Qin Ziming picked up a fried chicken from the oil drain rack. Its skin has taken on an ambiguous light golden color. When you press your fingertips on it, you can feel the resistance of the oil slowly flowing under the skin. Sizzle. The moment the chicken slid into the oil pan, the originally calm surface of the oil suddenly surged like lava that had been awakened. Fine bubbles burst out from every pore of the chicken skin. He flicked the chicken leg lightly with the tip of his chopsticks, and a crack appeared at the joint of the chicken leg, revealing the snow-white texture inside. However, the high-temperature oil soon poured in, coating the gap with a deeper layer of golden color. Gulp! The oil is boiling at 180 C. The originally soft and crispy shell began to shrink and harden. A drop of oil hanging in the wrinkle of the chicken wing finally couldn't bear the weight. Bang! It falls back into the pot and creates a small cluster of oil droplets. At this time, the boiling juice inside the chicken is being forced to the core by the high temperature, and the fibers are stretched as tight as bowstrings. All right. Qin Ziming just shook his wrist, and the fried chicken fell heavily onto the wire rack. Boss Qin, the fried chicken is ready. Wang Yongjun had been staring at the kitchen. When he saw the fried chicken being taken out, he stood up quickly. Yes, Brother Wang, I'll get it out for you right away. No, I'll do it myself. Without waiting for Qin Ziming to come out, he had already caught the plate. Okay, I'll braise this fish for you. Okay, Boss Qin, you can do whatever you want. The unique aroma of fried chicken wafted into his nose from time to time. At this moment, he just wanted to taste it quickly and had no time to care about anything else. Hiss! Putting the plate on the table, he couldn't wait to touch it, but retracted his arm reflexively. After a while, that should be enough. After making sure it wasn't too hot, Wang Yongjun quickly pulled off the chicken leg. When you put the chicken drumstick near your mouth, the aroma becomes more intense. He couldn't wait to take a bite, and his teeth broke through the crispy shell at that moment. Crack! Boiling steam gushed out from the cracks, mixed with the fragrance of oil and oil, rushing straight into the nose. The moment it enters your mouth, you first feel the salty and crisp taste, then it turns into oil with a garlic flavor, and finally a hint of sweetness, mixed with black pepper particles rolling on your tongue. Wow, Boss Qin is worthy of his name. Even this fried chicken is so delicious. Gulp! After tasting the delicious fried chicken, he couldn't help but sigh, picked up the beer on the table with one hand, and took a sip. Belch! After drinking the beer, Wang Yongjun burped loudly and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Cool. He took another bite, not caring about the burn, and the whole chicken leg and the flesh separated from the bones. Soon, only the chicken leg was left in his hand. Gulp! Now the whole store is filled with the aroma of fried chicken, even the aroma of buns is suppressed. When other customers smell it, they just feel their saliva secreting like crazy. Chapter 55 Where to buy fried chicken, Doo knows. It smells so good, bro, where did you buy the fried chicken? At this time, another guest came in. He was soon attracted by the smell of fried chicken and walked straight over. Here. Wang Yongjun took a sip of beer and a bite of fried chicken, and the taste was so delicious in his mouth. But to outsiders, how could it not be attractive? All this is money. This isn't a steamed bun shop, why are they selling fried chicken? When the guests heard Wang Yongjun's words, they thought he was joking. See for yourself. At this time, Wang Yongjun had no time to chat. He just wanted to taste the food and pointed at the small blackboard hanging on the wall. What? $3.88 for a fried chicken, worthy of being Boss Qin. After seeing the price, he stuck out his tongue. From his expression, it was obvious that he knew the price of eating here. Honey, shall we get one? A vegetable dish costs $188, braised pork costs $388, and a fish costs $488. Fried chicken is a good deal no matter how you look at it. The female companion next to her couldn't resist the fragrance and quickly pulled her boyfriend's arm and acted coquettishly. What you said is a good deal. Big sister, give us a plate of garlic water spinach and a fried chicken. After thinking for a moment, the man raised his hand and shouted. A meal costs $500. After ordering the meal, a distressed expression appeared on his face. Okay, dear, at worst, I'll let you do whatever you want tonight. The female companion looked around and then spoke in a low voice. Puff! I had just taken a sip of tea when I heard what my girlfriend said and spat it out. Fortunately, there was no one in front of me. Ahem, are you serious? The man asked impatiently without even wiping the tea off the table. Real. Boss, give us another fish. Honey, this is over 1,000. It's okay, as long as you are happy. It's just money, spend it and earn more. My dear, you are so nice. The two of them were almost sticking together, and when other guests saw them, they felt like they were being fed dog food and quickly shifted their gazes and continued to taste the buns in their hands. After Qin Ziming introduced the main course, only a few people ate here every day, but he was not in a hurry. I believe that after a while, this place will be crowded. At the same time, "Can you please hurry up?" An old lady stood at the door and yelled with an anxious look on her face. "Here it comes." Thump thump. A deep male voice was heard from the room, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Soon, a man in his 60s appeared in front of him. The sweat on his forehead proved that he was very full of energy. "It's my fault that I have so much shit and piss. It takes me half an hour to go to the toilet. Chio, you bastard, you smell so bad. Great, you're looking for an excuse to hide and smoke again." The old lady, who had just looked anxious, changed her expression again. She took a few steps forward and reached out to accurately grab her husband's ear. "It hurts, let go." After grabbing his ear, they twisted it clockwise and the old man quickly begged for mercy. "I feel the pain now. Why didn't I feel it when I was smoking just now?" You can't blame me. The guy who went to the toilet didn't even smoke a cigarette." The old man quickly begged for mercy and explained, but his voice was so soft at the end that even he could not hear it clearly. "If you can't buy Boss Chin's fried chicken later, I'll come back and punish you." The aunt also knew that she couldn't waste time, so she let go of her hand and walked towards the elevator. "Don't worry about this. The things that Xiao Qin sells are so expensive, no one will buy them." Yesterday, when the old man came back from morning exercise in a nearby park, he saw a new steamed bun shop opened on the roadside. He joined the queue and bought a few steamed buns and 2 portions of porridge to take away. When he got home, almost all of the steamed buns and porridge went into his wife's stomach, leaving only half a bowl of porridge for him. At noon, my wife went out for a while and came back with some braised pork and a satisfied look on her face. After asking, I found out that she had eaten lunch outside and brought it back for me to try. When he heard this, he became so angry that his blood pressure rose sharply. I spent several $100 to order a dish of braised pork. If I bought it and cooked it myself, I could eat it for several days. Now, when she hears about new delicacies, she can't wait to try them. "What are you selling? This delicious food would be sold for thousands of dollars, not to mention hundreds." Yes, I don't understand. You are the one who understands best. So make the most of your pension. It's not that he is stingy, but he feels that as common people, there is no need for them to do this every day. It's okay to try it once in a while. According to what I learned, the owner of this steamed bun shop introduces new delicacies every day. Once his wife finds out, she will definitely come to buy one to try. Even if they only order 1 dish a day, at the end of a month, one of them will have lost all his pension. "Are you going to leave or I will close the shop?" When we walked into the elevator, the old lady raised her voice a few decibels when she saw her husband still hesitating. "Come on, let me change my shoes." Bite. The elevator closed and 2 people went in. There were other users upstairs inside. "I really don't know what is so good about fried chicken." When he thought about how a piece of fried chicken cost 388 yuan, the old man couldn't help but grumble in pain. "Fried chicken, Mom, I want fried chicken too." After hearing this, the little boy in the elevator pulled his mother's hand and started to act coquettishly. "Fried chicken is unhealthy, don't eat it." "No, Grandpa and Grandma all eat it, Wen also wants to eat fried chicken." The little boy looked like he would sit on the ground and not do anything if he didn't buy fried chicken. "Okay, Mom will buy it for you." The young woman obviously loved her son very much. After she finished speaking, she looked at the elderly couple for help. She clearly remembered that there was no fried chicken restaurant nearby. "Uncle, where do you buy the fried chicken you mentioned?" "Girl, just follow us. There's a bun shop in front." At this time, several people had already come out of the elevator and were walking out of the community. "The steamed bun shop, is it the newly opened one, called Qin or something?" The young woman had obviously heard about it from others, and a light flashed in her eyes. "Qin steamed bun shop." The aunt laughed and gave a reminder. "Yes, that's right. They don't sell steamed buns, but why are they selling fried chicken now?" "No wonder. Girl, it's not what you think. Boss Qin not only makes delicious buns, but also stir-fried dishes. I guarantee that once you try them, you will never forget them." To exaggerate a little, eating the same dishes is like chewing wax. I heard that Boss Chin has launched a new delicacy, so I went there as soon as possible. When it comes to food, the auntie talks endlessly, almost praising Chin's steamed bun shop to the sky. Auntie, is it really that delicious? The young woman obviously didn't believe it. Even if she hadn't tried the buns from this shop, she had tried them from other shops. In her opinion, the buns were just so-so and not as easy to swallow as a bowl of porridge. It's more than delicious, you'll know it in a moment. Chapter 56, Meng Meng doesn't wash her hair, and there is another task. 7 o'clock at night. We finished work earlier today than the day before. At this time, Chin Ziming had already returned to the rental house with his daughter. Dad, Dudu will help you. Looking at the messy living room, he frowned slightly and began to clean up. Dudu, who was playing, ran over quickly. Dudu, can you? Looking at the sweat on his daughter's forehead, he felt sorry for her and took out a tissue to wipe it off. Every time I come back from this rental house, it's always stuffy and hot, and I have to turn on the air conditioner for a while before it feels cooler. Yes, Dudu is amazing. The little guy clenched his fists and waved them in the air. Ding! Trigger a new task, clean up the room with your daughter. Task completed, reward of 200,000 cash. A system prompt sounded in his mind, and then a new task popped up. I'm still a little disappointed that I don't have any skills, but 200,000 in cash is not bad. Chin Ziming didn't expect that on a whim. The system assigned him another task, and the reward was the most practical. Dad, Meng Meng can do it too. After playing in the room for a while, Meng Meng saw that her sister didn't come in, so she ran out barefoot. Seeing my sister and father squatting, I ran over out of curiosity. Meng Meng, go play somewhere else and don't make trouble. He didn't dare ask Meng Meng for help, otherwise he would not be able to complete the task today. No, Meng Meng is also fine. The little guy put his hands on his hips, looked left and right, and immediately ran forward. Well, what happened next made Chin Ziming slap his forehead helplessly. I had just cleaned the floor when the little guy kicked the trash can, which overturned and rolled forward for a distance, spilling all the trash inside. Meng Meng. Hee, Daddy, Meng Meng wants to pee. Looking at her own masterpiece, Meng Meng's big eyes turned around and she immediately ran to the bathroom. Dad, my sister is being naughty, let's spank her little but later. Dudu looked at the garbage on the ground and said angrily. Yeah, spank. Meng Meng ran into the bathroom, stood at the door, secretly poked out her little head, her big eyes blinking. When the little guy heard that his butt was going to be spanked, he quickly covered it tightly with his hands. Okay, let's clean up the room first. The father and daughter started to tidy up again. Although Dudu's technique was not very good, she took every step very seriously. After more than 10 minutes, the living room became clean and bright. Hee. Dad, we're done. Looking at the results of his labor, Dudu clapped his hands happily. Ding! Mission completed, rewards have been sent to the host account, please check. 200,000 in hand, ha. Taking out his cell phone to check the bank message, Chin Ziming smiled foolishly and then sighed. If this is counted into the last mission, then the time we spend in the villa can be shortened by half. What a pity! Dad, what are you talking about? When Chin Ziming was sighing, Dudu came over curiously and snuggled into his arms. After trying several times, the little guy gave up. There's no way, Dad's belly is too big. Dad is thinking about what toy to buy for Dudu. Chin Ziming picked up his daughter and let her sit on his lap, rubbing her chubby little face with his hands from time to time. Buy toys? Meng Meng was hiding in the room with her ears erect all the time. After hearing this, he immediately ran out barefoot. Meng Meng wants a toy too. Meng Meng, why are you coming out? When he saw the little guy coming out, he pretended to be confused, loosened his hands, and Dudu slid down his thighs. Dad, Dudu, go get some clothes to take a bath. Okay, take out your sisters too. After he finished speaking, he stood up. The sofa made a creaking sound, and a large dent slowly bounced back. Well, Dudu knows. Dudu jumped and ran into the house. HMPH, stinky dad. Seeing that her father and sister ignored her, Meng Meng was very angry and pouted unhappily. She had just clearly heard her father buying toys, but now he didn't tell her. If you don't tell Meng Meng will make trouble. The little guy stood up and walked to the trash can, looked left and right, and raised his foot to kick it. No. In the end, he didn't kick it and walked into the house angrily. Meng Meng, come and take a shower. Qin Ziming tested the water temperature in the bathroom before calling on his daughter to take a bath.
Meng Meng doesn't want to wash anymore.
Hearing her father calling her, Meng Meng stopped at the door and walked towards the bathroom.
Why don't you wash it?
He reached out and gently pinched his daughter's nose.
Humph, Daddy doesn't even love Meng Meng anymore.
Meng Meng pouted her little mouth, tears welling up in her eyes that might burst out at any time.
When has Dad not loved Meng Meng?
He pulled his daughter into his arms and clumsily untied the tie around her head.
Just.
The little guy turned his head to the side, looking very angry and as if the consequences were serious.
Just now, was there?
After finally untying the cable tie, he picked up the towel and washed the little guy's face first.
Yes, Ba.
When washing his face, Meng Meng pouted his little mouth, and for a moment, the water flowed into his mouth, and the little guy immediately looked bitter.
Okay, take a shower first, and then Daddy will apologize to Meng Meng.
Really, Dad, you can't lie to Meng Meng.
Dad promises that he won't lie to Meng Meng.
Okay, pinky promise. I saw Meng Meng's big eyes rolled around and she immediately extended her index finger. Pinky promise, don't change for 100 years, whoever lies is a puppy.
We.
After hearing his father shouting, the little guy finally sat quietly in the big basin.
Meng Meng, you haven't washed your hair yet.
Yeah, I still need to wash my hair.
Look at your hair, it's all dirty and stinks.
Qin Ziming said this while pinching his nose and showing a look of disgust. There's nothing I can do about it. This girl hates washing her hair the most.
Meng Meng's eyes hurt when she washes her hair.
Meng Meng shook her head and still didn't want to wash her hair.
Didn't Dad tell me to close my eyes when washing my hair? You keep your eyes open every time.
It would be strange if it doesn't hurt. He shook his head helplessly, picked up his daughter and let her lie on his lap.
Meng Meng knows.
The little guy pouted reluctantly. He agreed verbally every time, but couldn't help opening his eyes halfway through washing.
You forgot what Dad said again. You are not allowed to open your eyes.
This time, Qin Ziming washed carefully and kept an eye on his daughter. When he saw Meng Meng's eyelids twitching, he immediately opened his mouth to remind her.
Dad, is my sister disobeying me again?
At this time, Dudu also came in with a small stool in her hand. She put it down and sat on it quietly waiting.
Sister, Meng Meng didn't.
After hearing what his sister said, the little guy moved and wanted to get up.
Okay, don't move, or water will get into your eyes again.
Meng Meng is very well behaved, but my sister said.
Daddy knows about this, he will spank sister again later.
Meng Meng wants to beat her sister too. The little guy closed his eyes and waved his fists in the air. Chapter 57, 1 week later, going to school. August 29th. Before I knew it, a week had passed.
Dad, where are we going?
Meng Meng sat in the car, her little face almost pressed against the window, curiously looking at the scenery passing by on the roadside.
Meng Meng, guess.
Kindergarten will start in 2 days, and now is the time to register. He couldn't keep both daughters with him all the time, let alone until they reached school age. I made 600 buns early this morning, enough to last until he comes back. The little guy actually started thinking about it. He sat down, bit his nails, and shook his hands back and forth.
Dad, Meng Meng can't imagine this.
After a while, Meng Meng shook her little head and blinked her big eyes mischievously.
I don't know, then Dad will tell me.
Dad, Dudu knows. Just then, Dudu raised his hands excitedly.
Dudu knows, then say it out.
Daddy is taking us to the playground. Dudu thought he had guessed it, and he smiled happily with his eyes narrowed.
Wrong. We're not going to the amusement park.
After hearing what his father said, Dudu, who was excited just now, became like a deflated ball, pouting unhappily.
Dad, quickly tell Meng Meng where we are.
Meng Meng slid down from the seat and held onto the back of the driver's seat tightly with both hands.
Go to kindergarten, Meng Meng, hurry up and sit down, you forgot what Daddy said again.
Seeing his daughter coming down, he had to give a warning.
Okay. Meng Meng got it.
The little guy pouted and slowly ran to the seat, but his big eyes were rolling around and no one knew what he was thinking.
Dad, why are you going to kindergarten?
Dudu Meng Meng has grown up and is going to school. Meng Meng, don't grow up, follow your daddy. At this moment, the little guy was really unhappy. Silly girl, everyone has to grow up. Going to kindergarten is to learn knowledge. There are many other children there. On the way to the kindergarten, Qin Ziming patiently guided his daughter. In comparison, Dudu was a little disappointed at first, but recovered quickly. Only Meng Meng kept pouting. Qin Ziming originally wanted to find a kindergarten nearby. During this week, he completed several tasks and his bank card deposit increased by hundreds of thousands. With money, he would definitely choose the best, so he found an aristocratic kindergarten. The annual registration fee for his 2 daughters was 200,000 yuan. Okay, here we are. The kindergarten he chose was only half an hour away from his home. Dad lied to Meng Meng, there are no children. After parking the car, Qin Ziming carried the women out of the car one after another, and he was holding a briefcase in his hand. There is actually another factor in choosing to study here, which is that it is also only a half-hour drive from the big villa where I will move in. After getting off the car, Meng Meng looked around without caring about the tears on her face. Not today, we just came here to sign up and see the little crybaby, so ugly. He took out a pack of tissues from his pocket and pulled out a few to wipe the tears and snot from his face. Then Meng Meng doesn't have to go to school anymore. The little guy's eyes lit up and he excitedly grabbed his father's arm and shook it. No, it's just not needed today. She pinched her daughter's little faces and led them towards the gate. After entering the gate, just now, he was pouting cutely, but his eyes suddenly lit up, and the little guy's eyes kept falling on the slide, climbing frame, swing. Dad, where are we going? Go sign up, how could you forget again? Qin Ziming didn't think much about it and walked towards a building with his 2 daughters. When they came in just now, staff were already guiding them at the door. Forehead. Meng Meng pouted, looked back at the settings reluctantly, and then let her father lead her away. He stopped at the door of an office. Yes, here it is. Academic Affairs Office. Even if he didn't look, just by seeing the parents coming in and out, Qin Ziming knew he was in the right place. Dad, there are so many people. Seeing so many people, Meng Meng was a little panicked and quickly held her father's hand tightly. Don't be afraid, these uncles and aunts are here to sign up just like Dad. After entering the office, Qin Ziming took a look around and quickly found a problem. Other parents who came to register did not bring their children with them, so he was the only one with them. Wow, what cute twins! 2 little girls, so pretty. For a moment, everyone's eyes were on him. Everyone looked at them in different ways, and some of them even muttered something in a low voice, with a hint of pride in their eyes. That's right, proud. When they saw the twin girls, they were envious. But when he saw that the other person was a fat man, he couldn't help but show pride on his face. Well, when Qin Ziming saw the looks of these parents, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Fat people will be looked down upon wherever they are. Parent, please follow me. Just then, a staff member walked straight towards him. Huh? He pointed at himself and asked in surprise, thinking that he didn't have any acquaintances here, so why would they come and call him? Yeah, you don't have to wait in line. The staff were also confused and didn't know why the director did this. Good. I glanced at the parents in front and saw that there were still 7 or 8 people lined up. Now that there is a back door, Qin Ziming must be very happy. He took his 2 daughters and followed the staff. What's going on? Yeah, this person doesn't have to queue. You ask me, who should I ask? Someone will greet me as soon as I get here. You've all come out into society, so you must have acquaintances. As the saying goes, it's easier to get things done with acquaintances. I didn't believe it before. I never thought that such a thing could happen in such a small kindergarten. After Qin Ziming left, the guests at the scene began to discuss in low voices. Even if he knew about these, he wouldn't care. Dad, we are not signing up, where are we going? Dudu shook his little head left and right, full of curiosity about everything around him. Let's sign up now. Led by the staff, Qin Ziming, his daughter and his 2 children walked into another office. Parent, are you enrolling your 2 daughters in school? Yes, what procedures are required? Qin Ziming looked around and didn't see anyone else. Fill out these forms first and pay the fees later. Good. This was his first time to register, so he could only follow the other party's instructions for the specific procedures. Dad, Meng Meng will help you. Looking at the tables on the table, Meng Meng wanted to help. Unfortunately, I can't reach it. Even if I raise my head, I can't see what's on it. Meng Meng, these need to be written. Can you do it? Right, Meng Meng can't. The little guy wrinkled his nose and lowered his head dejectedly. 10 minutes later. Beauty, that's enough. After some effort, Qin Ziming finally filled out the information. Mr. Qin, please wait a moment. The staff member took the form, took a look at it, and then walked out of the office. Chapter 58 Kindergarten Registration, please eat buns. Now you are satisfied. That's weird. When did your taste become so strong? Ahem. Yi Yiqiao, who was drinking water, spit it out when she heard her best friend's words. Yi Yiqiao, I just helped you out of kindness, and this is how you repay me. Yu Xiaogu took out a few tissues and wiped the water off her face. She said this with a hint of smile on her face and no expression of disgust. Xiao, Ji Yu, I was wrong. It's not enough to apologize to you. I will treat you to delicious food later. I guarantee that after you taste it, you will never forget it. She spoke in a coquettish tone, deliberately lengthening the beginning of her voice. TSK, you're so cheesy, I'm getting goosebumps all over my body. After hearing what her best friend said, Yu Xiaogu hugged her shoulders and pretended to fall into an ice cellar, shaking all over. I'm cheesy? Yi Yiqiao stood up from her chair with a smile on her face, which made her quickly cross her arms. Look at my 9-yin bone claw. Before she could finish her words, her hands had already attacked Yu Xiaogu's armpits. Yi Yiqiao, you female hooligan, why don't you let go? I'm not cheesy. Don't be corny, let go quickly, I'm dying of laughter. Yu Xiaogu is very ticklish and is always tickled by her bestie. Once she falls into her clutches, she can only beg for mercy. I surrender. Boom boom. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Yi Yiqiao quickly let go of her hand and walked back to her seat. As for Yu Xiaogu, he straightened his clothes, sat up straight, cleared his throat and said, Come in. Ta-da. A staff member pushed open the door and walked in. Director, it's done. Okay, I got it. Yu Xiaogu nodded to indicate that he heard it. Director, if there is nothing else, I will get busy first. The staff member smiled and nodded at the two of them, then turned and walked out, closing the door. Cool. After watching her subordinates leave, Yu Xiaogu finally breathed a sigh of relief and glared at her best friend. You have no shame, but I still have some. Next time if you have any problem, just call me directly. Okay, I know I was wrong. Stop, don't come over here. Seeing her best friend stand up, Yu Xiaogu also stood up and walked to the front first. Didn't you say you were going to treat me to a delicious meal? I'm just hungry, get out now. Yes, I haven't eaten it for several days. I don't know what new dishes the boss has introduced. Speaking of this, Yi Yiqiao's mouth corners couldn't help but slightly curl up with a hint of smile. I don't know what the fillings are for the buns today. Yi Yiqiao, who was walking in front, began to mutter to himself. What did you just say, Baozi? Baozi, when did I tell you that you have been overworked recently and are hallucinating? Hu Yu would not admit what she said because she knew that her best friend hated eating buns the most. Really? Yu Xiaogu stared at her best friend's face in confusion, then rubbed her temples, suspecting that it might really be caused by being busy with students entering the kindergarten in recent days. Let's go, I promise you won't be disappointed. An hour later. Boss, you're back so soon? Sun Xiaomin glanced at her cell phone. It was only 11 o'clock. That's fast, look at them. Hee, Auntie, Meng Meng has a new toy. The two little guys following behind were jumping excitedly and holding up the toys in their hands. When he had registered his two daughters and was about to go back, someone refused to let him go. There was no other way, Qin Ziming could only take them for a walk around the mall, and only then were the two little ones satisfied. You're pestering Dad to buy you toys again before you come back. Sun Xiaomin said that she didn't like her boss's two daughters, but that was all false. In her eyes, they were just like herself. No, Meng Meng is very well behaved. Meng Meng pouted, dodged Sun Xiaomin's hand, and ran into the store. This girl. Seeing his daughter like this, Qin Ziming wanted to say something, but when he thought that they would go to kindergarten in 2 days, he shook his head. Sister Sun, how many buns are left? He knew it was sold out without asking how much porridge was left. There's nothing we can do about it, it's such a bestseller. Boss, that's all. Sun Xiaomin took the lid of the steamer and found that there were not many buns inside, only about a dozen. Sold so fast today. He thought he could hold out for a while, but he didn't expect that they were almost sold out before 12 o'clock. Lunch can be a little later today. I'll make some buns first. Near noon, a wave of customers will come, most of whom are regular customers. These repeat customers, after tasting the delicious buns with porridge, directly choose this. It is delicious and affordable, which is really practical for office workers. After get off work, I pack a bowl of porridge and order 2 steamed buns. All of this costs only the price of a fast food meal, and I can also have more time to rest. Fine. Boss. Qin Ziming walked into the store and was cleaning up when Liao Xuelan quickly straightened her back. This is the second employee in his store. He originally planned to hire someone in his 40s, after all, there are no requirements for waiters. What he didn't expect was that the person who came to apply for the job was a college graduate. When he was about to refuse, Liao Xuelan put on a show and described herself as so miserable that she was almost kneeling on the ground. In the end, there was no choice but to let her stay. After a week, Qin Ziming was very satisfied with this employee. When there was no work to do, he would go to the door to help sell buns. Except for meal times, she was never idle. If the guests had not seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought that Qin Ziming was exploiting his employees. It's nothing, come in and help. After Qin Ziming finished speaking, he walked straight to the kitchen. Help? After hearing what her boss said, Liao Xuelan stood there in a daze. Normally when she was working, she would take a break and glance towards the kitchen from time to time. Qin Ziming saw all her little actions but didn't say anything. After observing her for a week, I felt that this girl was pretty good and I wanted to take in a few apprentices. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to support a store alone. When nothing happens, nothing happens. If something happens and I don't have time, the bun shop will have to close. After 1 or 2 days, the customer may not have any complaints, but after a week. Don't come over yet. Walking into the kitchen, he looked back and saw Liao Xuelan still standing there motionless. Oh, yes, boss. Liao Xuelan came back to her senses, a look of surprise appeared on her face, she nodded, and hurried towards the kitchen. Yeah. Liao Xuelan clenched her fists secretly. At this moment, she felt like her heart was about to jump out of her chest. I know that as long as I work hard, I will be rewarded. She came from the mountains and cherishes every opportunity. You start from this step now. After Liao Xuelan entered the kitchen, Qin Ziming assigned work to her. Chapter 59. The meal was so delicious that I couldn't stop eating. Huiyun, didn't you say you were going to have a nice meal? Why are you here? Coming here all the way, looking at the unfamiliar scenery on the roadside. She also found a new farm stay with her best friend. It wasn't until the car stopped and he looked around that Yu Xiaogu's first thought came to his mind. I was fooled by my best friend. You'll know soon enough, huh? After getting out of the car, the first thing she did was to look at the roadside shops. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that one of them was open for business. Still playing secretive? If I'm not satisfied, you know the consequences. Yu Xiaogu clenched her fists and put on a ferocious expression, but unfortunately with her 90-point looks, others only saw temptation. Rest assured. After rolling her eyes at Yu Xiaogu, she took a quick glance at the situation on the road before walking straight to the other side. Hey, the feast you mentioned, isn't it here? Seeing Huiyu walking forward, she hurriedly chased after him, and a bad idea flashed through her mind. No way, eat buns. Soon, the two stopped in front of a steamed bun shop, and Yu Xiaogu felt like the sky was falling. Big sister, what kind of buns are you having today? 3 fresh buns. The 3 fresh bun is a mixture of pork, shrimp and eggs, and is more common in coastal areas. Hey, it's you, beautiful lady. Are you eating in the store today? Sun Xiaomin raised her head and when she saw the other person, a hint of surprise flashed across her eyes, but she quickly recovered. Big sister, you still remember me, first give me 4 buns and 2 bowls of porridge. She had just seen what kind of porridge was served today, and it was her favorite type. No, Huiyun, we really eat buns? Boss, what dishes do you have today? After finding a table and sitting down, "Who are you?" shouted towards the kitchen. "It's him." At this time, Yu Xiaogu saw a fat man in the kitchen. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this was not the parent from the morning. "You?" She looked at her bestie in shock. "Beauty, this is today's menu." Liao Xuelan was learning to make dumplings in the kitchen. When she heard that a guest wanted to eat, she hurried out and pointed at the small blackboard on the wall. "Cantonese food. All kinds of ways to eat fish. You can think of green vegetables." There are only 3 horizontal words on the small blackboard. At first, Yu Xiaogu was still full of confusion. When I saw the later part, I watched it backwards and immediately understood what was going on. "You are so arrogant. Let's not talk about fish for now. I will talk about all the vegetables I can think of. And the Cantonese dishes mentioned above, are they what I think they mean?" At this moment, Yu Xiaogu wanted to slam the table and leave. She had been to dozens of hotels, if not hundreds, and none of the chefs there would dare to say such a thing. How could such a small, shabby restaurant be so arrogant? "My lady, our boss knows how to cook Cantonese dishes, including vegetables and fish." If it was her first day at work, Liao Xuelan would definitely not dare to say this, but the meals she had eaten in the past few days clearly told her that her boss was awesome. "You? Well, the boss actually dared to say that. It will definitely satisfy the customers." Yu Xiaogu was about to say something when her best friend interrupted her, stopping her from speaking, and then smiled at the waiter. "I'm sorry, my bestie doesn't know. What ingredients do you have in your store today?" Having eaten in the store once, Yi Ichio knew the rules and stood up and walked to the refrigerator next to her. "The ingredients are all in there. Choose what you want to eat." Liao Xuelan expressed understanding of the customer's reaction. There's no way around it. People who don't know what the boss wrote might think he was exaggerating. "Okay, you'll know in a minute." When she saw her best friend, she wanted to say something, but Yi Ichio gave her a look that said, "Don't worry. Let us eat Cantonese food today." Opening the refrigerator door and looking at the ingredients inside, Yi Ichio named one delicious dish after another. Preserved pork with preserved vegetables. Steamed grouper. Honey glazed barbecued pork. Steamed spare ribs with black bean sauce. Salt and pepper mantis shrimp. Besides. That's enough, we can't finish all of this. Seeing that her best friend wanted to order food, Yu Xiaogu couldn't help but twitch her mouth and quickly stopped her. "Okay, another dish of blanched choy sum." "Okay, 2 beauties, please wait a moment." Liao Xuelan, who was standing nearby, wrote down the dishes ordered by the guests one by one on a piece of paper, making sure that nothing was missed before she started taking out the ingredients from the refrigerator. "Boss, this is the dish the customer ordered." Finally, she came into the kitchen with a basket of vegetables and a folded paper on top. "I know, just put it aside and continue making dumplings." Qin Ziming took a look, picked up the paper, opened it and took a look, then crumpled it into a ball and threw it into the trash can. "I can make some money today." Even he couldn't help but blink when he saw the customer ordered 5 meat dishes. The total cost of these dishes is over 2,000 yuan, and most families can't afford to eat them. "Let us do this first." When Qin Ziming started to get busy, he didn't know that there was a beautiful woman who kept looking at him from time to time. Besides being fat, I really can't see any other advantages. "Li Yiqiao, you guys really don't have any secrets." Even if she already believed it in her heart, she couldn't believe it when she thought that her best friend had brought her here to help with the business right after they signed up. "Miss, please stop talking. If I want to eat here again in the future, I won't be so shameless if the boss hears me." She had finally found this restaurant and she didn't want to give up. If she hadn't been busy with company matters, she would have wanted to have 3 meals a day here. "It's not as exaggerated as you say. 2 beauties, here are your buns and porridge." Today's porridge is very light, it is century egg and lean meat porridge. "Thanks. Smells so good." Yu Xiaogu originally had a hint of doubt in his heart, but when he smelled the aroma of century egg and lean meat porridge, his eyes instantly lit up. "Take a bite and you'll know if I'm lying to you." Knowing that her best friend did indeed like buns, she pushed the bowl of porridge over to her, picked up a bun and took a bite. Hiss! Delicious. The buns made by Boss Qin are still so delicious. TSK, it's just a bun, is it that serious? Seeing the expression on her best friend's face, Yu Xiaogu picked up the spoon and took the first bite with a puzzled look on her face. this? The moment Yu Xiugu took a bite of the century egg and lean meat porridge, his eyes widened to the limit, with an expression of disbelief on his face, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight, and even his voice was trembling. Well, I didn't lie to you, did I? Have you ever had porridge this delicious before? After taking a bite of the bun, Yi Yiqiao didn't even use a spoon. She picked up the bowl and drank directly, with a satisfied look on her face. Yu Xiugu nodded. She had to admit that the century egg and lean meat porridge in front of her was indeed the best thing she had ever tasted in her life. Would you like a bun? Looking at the white and tender buns in front of him, Yu Xiugu hesitated. Beautiful big sister, the buns my dad makes are so delicious. I don't know when, the twin girls were already standing next to the dining table. Chapter 60. Hello, little friend. We will see each other often. Eat one. The little girl asked for it. You won't give face to your students. Looking at the twin sisters in front of her, Yi Yiqiao covered her mouth and smiled. Okay, I'll eat one. Yu Xiugu took a deep breath and smelled a fragrance again. Her eyes fell on the buns in her best friend's hand and she swallowed her saliva, which was rare. Such a delicious bun, letting you take a bite, is like a wronged young wife. After rolling his eyes at his best friend, Yu picked up a steamed bun with 3 fresh delicacies and stuffed it into her hand. Well, I didn't lie to you. After Yu Xiugu took the first bite, she ignored him and savored the bun in her hand carefully, taking a sip of porridge from time to time. It's really delicious. At this moment, the expression on Yu Xiugu's face was extremely wonderful. She couldn't imagine that buns could be so delicious. Now you believe me, how can I lie to you? You can't eat anymore. If you eat more, you won't be able to eat the food later. Seeing that there was still half a bowl of porridge, Yi Yiqiao quickly shifted her gaze. She slapped herself and looked again. There was only one bun left, and the porridge was all gone. It's so delicious, and you can actually resist it. That's unlike you, Yi Yiqiao. Yu Xiugu took another sip of porridge and her eyes narrowed. It was the first time she discovered that century egg and lean meat porridge was so delicious. No, that's not what you just said. She reacted quickly and looked towards the kitchen, just in time to see the fat parent's busy figure. That's right, Xiao Jiyu is not stupid after all. Seeing her best friend come to her senses, Yi Yiqiao smiled faintly, her eyes staring straight at the kitchen. Is it really delicious? After tasting the steamed buns and the century egg and lean meat porridge, Yu Xiugu felt a little relieved, but he still didn't believe it. After all, making a good dish is not as simple as making steamed buns. Why, at this time, you still don't believe it? Ta-da! Just then, their conversation was interrupted. They smelled a strong fragrance and looked up. 2 ladies, this is the steamed grouper you ordered. Liao Xuelan came out carrying a plate with steam coming out of it and an enticing aroma spreading all around. Please enjoy your meal. Placing the plate gently on the table, Liao Xuelan took a step back and then turned to walk towards the kitchen. Gurgle. Only after seeing the waiter leave did Yu Xiugu swallow his saliva. Come, try it. Yi Yiqiao stretched her chopsticks towards the fish belly, picked up a piece and put it into her best friend's bowl. Tasty. This time, Yu Xiugu didn't say anything. He just picked up the spoon and put the fish belly meat into his mouth. The moment her taste buds touched the fish, her eyes widened to the limit and she pointed at the steamed grouper with her other hand and spoke hesitantly. He really did this. Even though he saw it with his own eyes, Yu Xiugu still couldn't believe it. Such delicious food is actually made by a small shop. It's still a bun shop. You saw it yourself, and you're asking me this. Seeing the expression on her best friend's face, Yi Yiqiao smiled happily. She also picked up a piece of fish for herself, put it in her mouth and chewed it carefully, showing an intoxicated look. Yes, it still tastes the same. It's really good, even better than what I've tasted in those top hotels. After chewing quickly for a few times and swallowing the fish in her mouth, she picked up the chopsticks and reached for the steamed grouper. By the way, how did you find this store? Yu Xiugu glanced at the streets outside. Compared to the bustling Guangzhou, this place was relatively remote. It's a secret. Yi Yiqiao did not answer this question. She picked up a large piece of fish and stuffed it directly into her best friend's mouth. Even if there's something delicious, I can't stop you from eating. As time goes by, the dishes they ordered were served on the table one by one. boiled Chinese cabbage, honey-glazed barbecued pork, steamed spare ribs with black bean sauce, salt and pepper mantis shrimp, preserved pork with preserved vegetables. The two of them wanted to stuff every dish on the table into their stomachs. So full. Looking at the leftover food on the table, Yu Xiaogu glared at her best friend. It's all your fault for ordering steamed buns and preserved egg and lean meat porridge. Now you're in trouble. In her opinion, if she ate one less bun and had a bowl of porridge, she could finish the rest of the food. I didn't force you, I just wanted to do it. In response to her best friend's complaint, Yu simply rolled her eyes and rubbed her stomach. She was too full and didn't want to get up. What should I do? My weight loss plan is going to fail. Yu Xiaogu looked down and saw that his belly was bloated from playing, and his brows were slightly furrowed. She envied her best friend's physique. No matter how much she ate, she never gained weight. Unlike me, my weight will change if I don't pay attention. If you keep eating like this, you will gain 1 or 2 pounds in a few days. What else can I do? I'll just eat less. Yu understood her best friend's mood at the moment very well. After tasting the food cooked by the boss of this restaurant, she really had no interest in eating out at a big hotel again if someone invited her there. That is the only way. Yu Xiaogu sighed with regret. To be honest, she kind of regretted following along. Pretty girl, please help pack these. After taking a short break, seeing that more and more customers were coming into the store and everyone's eyes were on the two of them, Iyun quickly raised his hand. Package, you want to pack? Ji Yu pointed at the leftovers on the table and seemed to be meeting her best friend for the first time. When they go out to eat, they never pack food, and they just eat as much as they can. Yes, this is such a delicious dish, you can't bear to refuse it. At the table, 1/3 of the food they had eaten was left. Hearing her best friend ask her this, Yu Xiaogu looked at the leftover food again and couldn't help but blink. Look, you can't bear to part with it. Yu Xiaogu didn't say anything. She just smiled, picked up a plate and packed up with the waiter. Beauty, let me do this, you just wait on the side. Seeing the customer trying to help, Liao Xuelan quickly stopped him, as this was all her job. Okay. Big sister, calculate how much it is in total. The two stood up and walked towards the store entrance. Everyone, wait a moment. Sun Xiumin nodded to the customers queuing outside, picked up the towel beside her and wiped her hands, then picked up the computer. Beep beep. 1 minute later. 2 beauties, the total is 2,412 yuan. Round it up, just give 2,400. After calculating the amount the customer spent, Sun Xiumin simply rounded off the decimal point. This was not something she decided on. Before this, the boss had told her that customers dining here would not be charged for leftovers. 2,400, I'll scan the code now. To pay for the meal, Yi Ichiu calmly opened the payment software. Okay, it's over. Beautiful sister, are you leaving? Just then, Meng Meng walked over, raised her little head, and blinked her big eyes at the two of them. Sister has finished eating, so she must leave. Okay, then when can Meng Meng meet big sister? Meng Meng put her index finger to her mouth and bit her nail gently. When, hee. We'll see each other more often in the future. Goodbye, little sister. Often? The little guy tilted his head as he watched the two big sisters leave. Chapter 61, Not enough buns to sell, the scene is hot. That's strange. Looking at the two beauties going away, Sun Xiumin showed a pensive expression. Why do you say we will meet often in the future? Do they have to come over for dinner every day? Yes, that's right. You are indeed a rich man. Thoughts flashed through her mind, and soon she focused on one of them. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly with a hint of a smile. Auntie, what are you laughing at? At this moment, Dudu poked his head out and drank AD calcium milk happily. It's almost time for dinner, and you two are stealing milk again. Aren't you afraid that Daddy will spank you later? When Sun Xiumin saw the small stool next to the refrigerator, she knew what was going on. Whenever the two little guys feel hungry, they will move a stool, open the refrigerator and steal some drinks. Hee, Auntie, here's a bottle for you. I saw Dudu hiding his little hands behind his back, raising them high, holding a bottle of AD calcium milk. Yeah, Auntie has it too. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but imitate the little guy's tone. Yeah, Auntie gives it to you. The little guy stuffed the AD calcium milk into Sun Xiumin's hand, turned around, ran a few steps and then stopped. Auntie, you drank milk too. You can't let Dad know, or you'll get spanked too. Dudu blinked his big eyes proudly and then went back to the corner to play with his toys. Ha ha ha. The air around them suddenly became quiet, followed by bursts of laughter, with everyone holding their stomachs. Ahem, do you still want to buy some buns? The little guy's words and everyone's laughter made Sun Xiumin's face turn red. However, after a few days, she had become adept at dealing with this embarrassing situation. Some of the customers who usually come to buy buns, after learning about Qin Ziming's situation, can't help but make a joke. Ha ha bye-bye. Hearing Sun Xiumin's tone change, the guests in the line quickly shut their mouths. They didn't want to offend the other party. If this makes her unhappy, next time I come to buy buns, she will say they are sold out when it's my turn, and I will be the one suffering. If you want to buy buns, buy good ones. To be honest, Sun Xiumin was also a little moved. She is single now, and the only drawback is that she is a little older than the boss. 3 steamed buns with 3 delicacies and 3 bowls of porridge to take away. The money's gone. Before the customer could finish his words, he had already scanned the QR code with his mobile phone to pay, fearing that he would be rejected if he was a second late. Boss Qin is such a great cook, and he has a pair of cute twin daughters, but it's a pity they are too fat, otherwise I would like to introduce my own nieces to him. Uncle, you are really calculating. Are you thinking that you won't have to queue up to eat steamed buns or drink porridge in the future? Right, my daughter who is studying in another province can hear this calculation. Uncle, don't you know that fat people are potential stocks? That's right, Uncle. If you weren't so old, I would want to practice with you. For a moment, the guests in the team all talked about Qin Ziming. Cool. Hearing these words, Sun Xiumin secretly breathed a sigh of relief and lowered her head to pack food for the customers, fearing that the fire would burn her again. 5 buns and 2 bowls of porridge to take away. Sorry, there are only 2 buns left, but we still have porridge. Looking at the buns that were sold out again, Sun Xiumin couldn't help but smile bitterly. As the bun shop's fame spread, more and more customers came to buy buns every day. Boss, there are no more buns. She turned around and called towards the kitchen. Dad, the buns are sold out. At this time, Dudu also shouted. No way, it's gone so quickly, why doesn't the boss hire a few more people? You're right. Business is so good. If it were me, I would hire 5 or 6 more employees. What do you know? We came here to buy buns because of Boss Qin's cooking skills. If it was someone else, would you still be willing to buy it? That's right, the buns made by Boss Qin are really delicious. Even I don't eat buns. Now I have to pack 2 to take home every day when I pass by here. Hearing the guests' discussions, Sun Xiumin did not respond, but instead asked the guest in front of the line. Handsome guy, do you want more? Handsome guy, I just want 2 buns, give them to me. Before the guest in front opened his mouth, the guest behind him couldn't wait to take over. Yes, 2 is enough. Just wait and bring an extra bowl of porridge to take away. He regretted why he didn't go out earlier, but was also glad that he still had 2 buns. Don't worry, there are still buns, but you have to wait a moment. Sun Xiumin packed up the food for the guests quickly and did not forget to comfort the guests in the queue. How long will it take? Everyone, 15 minutes left. Just then, Qin Ziming's voice was heard. He was very busy in the kitchen. Now there are more and more guests coming to eat. These guests don't order many dishes, usually 1 meat and 1 vegetable. Just as the 2 beauties left, another couple came in to order food. No way, we have to wait another 15 minutes. It's my turn now. It'll be 20 minutes. Forget about taking a break at noon. We've been waiting in front, so it won't take more than 10 minutes. It's just a break. I'd rather wait a little longer than not being able to eat the buns made by Boss Qin. Brother, you are right. Now that I can't eat steamed buns, I feel like something is missing. I feel restless all day long. Sister Sun, you won't tell us that there is no more preserved egg and lean meat porridge. At this time, a guest reacted and asked, staring at the stainless steel barrel. Don't worry, sir. There's plenty of porridge. Sun Xiumin smiled slightly and gave the guest a reassuring look. The boss bought another pot yesterday, and now there are 2 big pots cooking porridge at the same time, which is enough to meet the needs of customers. Phew, that's enough. I feel relieved. If there is no porridge in this bun, the taste will be half as good as before. A bite of steamed bun and a mouthful of hot porridge is simply delicious. Thanks, Boss Cheen, for allowing us to taste such delicious food for just $12. I heard that the food made by Boss Cheen is several times more delicious than steamed bun porridge. I wonder if it's true?
What are you talking about?
You don't believe in Boss Cheen's cooking skills? It's not that I haven't tasted it, I'm just super curious. If you're curious, then go in and order a few dishes. You don't have to queue for this. Forget it, my wallet won't allow it, I'll just have porridge and buns. As the aroma of food wafted out of the restaurant, the customers in the queue swallowed their saliva greedily. No, I have to save some money this month, drink less and smoke less. I have to try Boss Cheen's cooking. Just smelling the aroma makes me hungry. If I could have a bite, I would be like heaven. Alas, I don't even have the chance to eat. My monthly allowance is only 300 yuan, which is not enough to even order a meat dish. Brother, don't be discouraged, spend less money, your sister-in-law will be very happy. Chapter 62, arrived just in time, auxiliary halo. Dad, Dudu also wants to learn how to make buns. After lunch, Dudu didn't go to bed. She ran into the kitchen. A week ago, Jean Ziming bought a folding bed and placed it in the corner when not in use. He only took it out when his 2 daughters felt sleepy and let them rest. Dudu, why aren't you sleeping? As for Meng Meng, after eating, she lay on the folding bed for a while and soon fell asleep. Seeing his daughter come in, Jean Ziming tapped her upturned nose lovingly. Hee, if Daddy doesn't sleep, Dudu won't sleep either. The little guy raised his head and pouted his lips. His rosy little face made people want to pinch it. Dudu is the best, go back to sleep. No, Dudu wants to learn how to make buns. As soon as Jean Ziming stretched out his hand, the little guy dodged to the side.
Do you really want to learn?
This time it was Jean Ziming's turn to be puzzled. He picked up the towel beside him with both hands, wiped it a little and squatted down. Dudu wrinkled his nose and nodded his head heavily. Dad wants to teach Dudu too, but making buns is difficult and will take a long time to learn. Don't be afraid, Dudu. Daddy is so awesome, he will definitely be able to teach Dudu. Ding! The host triggers a new task, teach my daughter how to make buns. Awards in advance, auxiliary aura. Assisted aura, within a 5-meter radius, the host will remember, understand, and absorb knowledge tenfold. System prompts rang in his mind one after another. After seeing the reward, Jean Ziming's breathing became rapid. Among all the rewards given by the system during this period, he found this one to be the best. As for whether there would be more in the future, Jean Ziming did not think much about it. Okay, Dudu, Dad will teach you how to make buns right now. He hugged his daughter in his arms and kissed her forehead hard. Hate it, Daddy's saliva is dirty. The little guy stretched out his hand to push it away, then wiped his forehead with a look of disgust on his face. Ha! Dudu is still as cute as ever. Boss Cheen is being disliked. The scene before their eyes made the guests burst out laughing. You can come too. When Liao Xuelan saw that the boss wanted his daughter to make buns, she turned around and wanted to leave, but was stopped. Okay, boss. The boss asked her to stay, and she was very happy. She just wanted to learn how to make buns as soon as possible. The moment she walked into the kitchen, the boss said that as long as she could make buns and get customers' approval, her salary would double her original salary. Okay, let's get started. Dudu, do you know what the first step is in making buns? At the same time as he opened his mouth, Jean Ziming activated the auxiliary halo, and he found that a layer of halo appeared out of thin air around him. I quickly looked around the store and couldn't help but sigh when I saw that no one reacted at all. The system is the system. Dudu doesn't know. Dudu gave a straightforward answer to his father's question. Boss, I know, it's kneading dough. When she saw the boss looking at her, Liao Xuelan quickly spoke. That's right, did you hear that, Toot? He smiled at his daughter, and the little girl nodded as if she understood. Yes, Dad, Dudu knows, it's kneading dough. At this time, Jean Ziming took out a large deep basin from the cabinet. He was using the opportunity to teach the two of them while also mixing the dough for tomorrow. Dudu, this is yours. He also picked up a large and a small stainless steel basin and placed them in front of the two people. The flour should be medium strength and the yeast should be fresh yeast. If you don't have it, dry yeast will do. He scooped out several bowls of flour, and with his movements as delicate as if he were measuring pearls, he poured different amounts of flour into 3 basins one after another. Oui. Looking at the small stainless steel basin in front of him, Dudu giggled. Remember, the most important thing when mixing dough is the water temperature. After saying that, Qin Ziming put his finger into the bowl of warm water and tried it. It shouldn't be too hot, it should be about body temperature. Too hot will kill the yeast, too cold and it won't rise. Every time Qin Ziming took a step, he would explain it in detail. The two people, one big and one small, beside him nodded in response, with smiles on their faces all the time. Strange, I seem to have become smarter today. Liao Xuelan found that she wrote down everything her boss taught her today. Not only that, the problems that I couldn't figure out before now become clear to me, as if I had become a genius. Dad, making buns isn't difficult. Dudu put her hands on the dough and kept kneading it. To outsiders, one would really think she was a master at kneading dough. Dudu, knead the dough yourself, Daddy still has to work. Yeah, Dudu knows. The little guy nodded and continued kneading the dough with a bright smile on his face. Watch this. Seeing that his daughter was having fun, Qin Ziming continued to make dumplings. I saw him pinch off a small piece of dough, knead it into a round shape in his palm, flatten it, and then roll it in circles quickly with a rolling pin. In the blink of an eye, a perfect dough with thick middle and thin edges appeared. Wow! Seeing this scene, Liao Xuelan exclaimed. You need to practice this a lot. You can start slowly. Remember, the thick middle is to hold the fillings and prevent them from breaking, and the thin edges are for easier folding. Relax your wrists. Turn the rolling pin instead of the dough. Yes, that's it. After correcting several mistakes made by Liao Xuelan, the dough she made was not as perfect as Qin Ziming's, but it was also pretty good. People who don't know the situation would think that Liao Xuelan is an expert at making buns after seeing this. Good. Seeing Liao Xuelan's surprised look, Qin Ziming nodded with satisfaction, not knowing whether he was praising her for being smart or saying that the training aura was good. Watch out. Next, he demonstrated how to put stuffing and pinch pleats. Hold the dough with your left hand, keep your right thumb still, and pinch the folds with your index finger, twisting as you pinch. 18 folds is the most traditional. His fingers were so flexible that they seemed to be dancing. In a blink of an eye, a delicate bun stood in his palm, with folds as even as petals. This step is relatively difficult, but with the help of the training aura, after Liao Xuelan tried to make a few buns, her breathing became rapid and she muttered to herself. These are the buns I made. With a bun in her hand, Liao Xuelan rubbed her eyes in disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Before this, she had already prepared herself mentally to meet her boss's requirements within a month. Don't think that she studies in the store all the time. After getting home from get off work, she will practice for an hour before taking a shower and going to bed. Okay, now you're a master, stay in the kitchen and help out from now on. At this moment, Qin Ziming couldn't help but sigh at the power of the system. In just half an hour, Liao Xuelan met his requirements. Boss, are you serious? When Liao Xuelan thought about her salary doubling, her breathing quickened and her heart beat violently. Really, more real than real gold. Chapter 63, Dudu makes dumplings and is remembered by others. Dad, look! At this moment, Dudu walked cautiously in front of Qin Ziming, holding a steamed bun in both hands. Wow, Dudu is amazing. He can even make buns. Qin Ziming wiped his hands and then pinched his daughter's little face. Of course. Hearing his father praising him, the little guy raised his head proudly. Okay, it's getting late, Dudu, go get some sleep. He glanced at his phone and it was already 1 o'clock. At this time, there were very few customers coming, so Sun Xiumin took the opportunity to lie down on the table and take a nap. Hachio! Dudu, who was not sleepy at first, snored on the spot when he heard what his father said. Dad, Dudu is going to sleep, Baozi needs to be taken care of. The little guy was a little reluctant and looked at the steamed bun in his hand. Don't worry, when Dudu wakes up, he will see a delicious little bun. Yeah, Dudu wants to eat the buns he made himself. After putting the steamed bun in his father's hand, Dudu walked to the corner, still snoring non-stop, as if he was about to fall asleep at any moment. This girl. Looking at his daughter's staggering figure, Qin Ziming was a little worried. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the little girl lay on the folding bed. Do you want to take a break? This body is too exhausted. He has been busy since 5 o'clock this morning and has long wanted to sit down and have a good rest. Boss, I'm not sleepy. You take a rest. Leave all the buns here to me. After getting recognition from her boss, Liao Xuelan is now full of energy. How could she possibly feel sleepy? Okay, if you're tired, just come out and rest. Qin Ziming did not continue to persuade her. He walked straight out of the kitchen, opened a recliner, closed his eyes and took a rest. Gurgle. After a few minutes, a slight snoring sound was heard from the store. If we want to find any advantages in this body, it's only this. Unlike other fat people, once they fall asleep, their snoring is earth-shaking. Sun Xiumin just raised her head to take a look, then lay down again and continued to rest with her eyes closed. As for Liao Xuelan, she turned a deaf ear to what was happening in the outside world and was only concerned with making dumplings. Boss, wake up! After an unknown amount of time, Sun Xiumin raised her head in a daze. A middle-aged man was standing at the door of the store. He raised his head and glanced at the plaque again. He was relieved to see that he was not mistaken. Brother, pack it up and eat it here. Seeing a guest coming, Sun Xiumin quickly stood up and took out a wet towel to wipe her face. I actually fell asleep. She glanced at the phone on her desk and couldn't help but blame herself. Don't do this next time. I just wanted to take a nap, but I didn't expect it to last half an hour. I don't know if any guests came to the house during this period and just turned around and left after seeing her sleeping. Can we eat here? The middle-aged man pointed into the store. There were people sleeping in the corners on both sides, because they were afraid that someone would wake them up if they came in to eat. It's okay, please come in. Sun Xiumin threw the wet wipes into the trash can and continued asking. Brother, how many buns do you want? Open the lid on the steamer. Suddenly, white steam spread everywhere, accompanied by a faint wheat aroma. Nice appearance. Seeing the white and tender buns appear before his eyes, the middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction and asked. Boss, what's the filling? Brother, I'm not the boss is over there. Hearing the other party still calling her boss, Sun Xiumin quickly pointed to Qin Ziming who was sitting on the recliner. I'm sorry. It's okay, it's a 3 fresh bun. Sun Xiumin waved her hand and took out a plate. Brother, how many do you want? Try 2 first. Yun Minglang still has doubts about the taste of this bun shop and will not believe it just because others exaggerate it. Okay, would you like a bowl of porridge? Century egg and lean meat porridge. She took out 2 buns and placed them on a plate, then opened the stainless steel bucket. In an instant, a rich fragrance wafted into my nose. Suck! Yun Minglang took a deep breath and a puzzled expression appeared on his face. Okay, give me a bowl to try. He came here for the steamed buns. Now when I smell the aroma of century egg and lean meat porridge, an idea suddenly comes to my mind. Could it be that porridge is on the same level as steamed buns? When he thought of this, Yun Minglang's breathing became rapid. Please enjoy your meal. After putting down the buns and a bowl of porridge, Sun Xiumin returned to the store door, staring straight outside. After just half an hour's rest, she was no longer sleepy. Try the buns first. Yun Minglang did not start immediately. After sitting down, he looked around and finally picked up a bun. It smells really good. After breaking open the bun, the unique aroma of the 3 fresh filling went straight into his nose, and Yun Minglang showed an intoxicated expression on his face. I wonder how it tastes. With a skeptical attitude, he brought the bun to his mouth and took a small bite. Fresh and fragrant. After putting it in his mouth, he chewed it carefully and immediately felt the rich taste, the mellowness of pork, the marine sweetness of shrimp and the aroma of egg. Salty and delicious. The filling is seasoned with soy sauce, minced ginger, etc., and the saltiness is just right to bring out the original flavor of the ingredients. Every time he chewed it, he had a new experience and his expression changed accordingly. So juicy. When you take a bite, your mouth is filled with a delicious gravy and shrimp soup. The first feeling is that it is moist and not dry. Compared with other buns, the 3 fresh bun has a very rich taste. The shrimp is chewy, the the pork is tender, and the scrambled eggs are fluffy. Especially the addition of a little white sugar and diced bamboo shoots adds a hint of sweetness to the umami taste. It's delicious. Soon the whole bun was in his stomach, an expression of disbelief appeared on his face, and his eyes fell on the century egg and lean meat porridge in front of him. Try it first before you decide. Yun Minglang didn't hesitate at all. He picked up the spoon and put the century egg and lean meat porridge into his mouth. Just chew it gently and you will feel that the porridge is as smooth as silk, rich but not greasy. The taste is extremely rich, comparable to the 3 fresh buns we had before. The preserved egg has a mellow and slightly alkaline flavor, and the shredded pork, which has been deodorized by shredded ginger and cooking wine, is salty, fresh, tender, and blends perfectly with the porridge base. The long-cooked rice grains bloom, providing a gentle grain sweetness that balances the saltiness. It's so delicious, it's even more exaggerated than what I heard. Yun Minglang put down the spoon only after he finished the 2 buns and the bowl of porridge. His eyes were shining as he stared at the fat man sleeping on the recliner. There's no need to ask, he already knows who made these. As for the little girl who was busy in the kitchen, Yun Minglang simply ignored her. No, I have to get these delicious buns and porridge. Even if I can't, I have to participate. Yun Minglang is planning to enter the catering industry recently, but she can't find a breakthrough. Chapter 64 Cooperation comes to you, Meng Meng is the best. Brother, what else do you need? When Sun Xiumin saw the guest sitting still, she initially thought he was trying to use the air conditioning for free. But after a while, he realized that it was not the case, because the other party's clothes showed that he was a rich man, so he came over and asked. Thank you, no thanks. Yun Minglang put down the teacup and saw that the other party had not left yet. After thinking for a while, he immediately understood what was going on. I need to discuss something with your boss. He pointed at Qin Ziming who was still sleeping, then picked up the teapot to add tea to himself. I'll go wake up the boss. No, I'm fine and can wait. Seeing that the other party was about to go over, Yun Minglang hurriedly stopped him. I need help from others, so I should wait a little longer. Good. She didn't want to wake up the boss, but she was afraid that something important might happen, which led to the scene just now. After a while. Comfortable. Qin Ziming stretched out his hands and let out a long sigh. Boss, you're awake, drink some water. Liao Xuelan, who had been busy in the kitchen, came out with a thermos cup almost at the same time as the boss woke up. Thanks. When Qin Ziming was drinking water, she stood by and waited until she saw the boss finish drinking the water and take the thermos cup, then she went back to the kitchen. Brother, what's wrong with you? After taking a sip of warm water and standing up to stretch his muscles, Qin Ziming always felt that someone was staring at him. When she turned around, her eyes met with those of a middle-aged man, and she felt her anus tighten with fear. Hello, Boss Qin, my name is Yun Minglang. Seeing the other person looking at him, Yun Minglang stood up and calmly stretched out his right hand. Hello, Brother Yun. The other person is no more than 50 years old, so there is nothing wrong in calling him Big Brother. Boss Qin, this is my business card. After the two shook hands, the other party handed over a business card. Qin Ziming took it puzzled and glanced at it. Chairman, XXX Company. Clouds are bright. Mobile phone, 13XXXXXXXXXX. When he saw the content on the business card, he became even more confused. Boss Qin, do you have time to chat? Boss, you can go ahead if you have something to do. Before Qin Ziming could answer, when he looked into the kitchen, Liao Xuelan had already taken the lead. Have. At this moment, even if he wanted to refuse, he couldn't find an excuse and could only nod. He also wanted to know what the other party wanted. Let's go across the street, what do you think, Boss Qin? Opposite the bun shop is a tea room, which is more suitable for discussing things. Okay. Qin Ziming looked at the corner and saw that his two daughters had not woken up yet. He picked up the phone next to him and walked outside. 5 or 6 minutes later. The two of them went to the tea house opposite and found a private seat to sit down. Boss Qin, what plans do you have for the future? After taking their seats and ordering 2 drinks, Yun Minglang finally spoke. Planning? Hearing the other party ask this, Qin Ziming really didn't know how to answer. All he wants now is to make more money so that he can lie down and have a few beautiful women to serve him. It's okay to think about these things, but if you say them out loud, you will definitely be laughed at. After thinking for a while, he still spoke. I don't have any plans. Once the business of the bun shop stabilizes, I will consider opening another branch. If it had been before, he would definitely not have had this idea. After all, the guests come to his restaurant because of his cooking skills. How can we open a branch when we can't even handle running one store? It's different now. He has already witnessed the power of the auxiliary aura rewarded by the system. Boss Qin, what do you think of me? Yun Minglang pointed at himself and asked, with an urgent look on his face. Brother Yun, what are you doing? Even though he vaguely guessed it in his heart, Qin Ziming did not say it out loud. I have some money and want to expand my business. How about working together? After tasting the steamed buns and porridge, Yun Minglang believed that with his abilities, he would definitely have a place in the catering industry. Brother Yun, are you planning to invest in me? If an industry wants to develop, it should not assume that it only needs technology and capital. There is one thing that cannot be missed, and that is personal connections. Otherwise, you will only be making things difficult for others. Qin Ziming was no novice after experiencing the beatings of society in his previous life, so he knew a little about these things. Yes, I do know some people in Yangcheng. Qin Ziming did not interrupt the other party and just listened quietly. So it's him, I said, it sounds so familiar. During this process, he took out his mobile phone, entered the name of the other company, and looked at the content without helping but blinking. The other company ranks among the top 10 in Yangcheng. No wonder he made such a promise just now. Boss Yun, how would you like to cooperate? After knowing the other party's identity, the way he addressed Yun Minglang also changed. Ha ha, Brother Qin, there's no need to be so polite. I'm older than you, so it's okay to call you that, right? When he heard Qin Ziming calling him, he was stunned for a moment, then laughed heartily. No problem, Brother Yun. At this time, Qin Ziming was already willing to cooperate, and it all depended on the other party's sincerity. Brother Qin, let's open a steamed bun chain store together. You provide the technology and I'll take care of the rest. As for the shares, you own 51%. Yun Minglang finished his words in one breath. In his opinion, this was a business that was sure to make money. Even if he doesn't seek cooperation with Qin Ziming now, there will definitely be Zhong San and Li Sai behind him. The only difference is that he is one step faster than others. I'll think about it. Qin Ziming did not nod immediately, but thought for a moment. He picked up the drink and took a deep sip. As for Yun Minglang on the opposite side, he did not ask any more questions and was also sipping a beverage. He almost always drank beverages and usually drank tea. He found it quite good when he drank it for the first time. After a while. Okay, but the chef will take some time. Come on, cheers. Seeing Qin Ziming nod, he held the cup in one hand and raised it into the air. Ding! The two of them clinked their cups lightly and smiled. I sat in the tea room for another 10 minutes. After chatting about some things to note in cooperation, he stood up. Brother Qin, it's settled. Yun Minglang stretched out his hand, and the two shook hands for a moment and then let go. Okay, I will train the staff as soon as possible. After coming out of the tea house, Qin Ziming watched the other party get into a luxury car, and then he walked towards the bun shop. I was hoping to take it easy, but it looks like it'll have to be postponed again. He has already planned that his two daughters will go to school in a few days, and his main job will be to pick them up and drop them off. As for getting up early to open the shop and do business, it was left to Liao Xuelan. He only needed to prepare the fillings in advance. Bang! After patting his big belly, Qin Ziming walked into the store. Dad, where did you go? Why didn't you take Meng Meng with you? As soon as he walked into the store, a small figure rushed over. Be careful! Knowing it was his daughter, he quickly reached out his hand, worried that the little one might fall. Don't be afraid, Meng Meng, your dad is here. The little guy hugged his thighs tightly, afraid that if he let go, his father would go out again. Where's my sister? Sister, you lazy bastard, you're still sleeping. Dad, isn't Meng Meng the best behaved today? Meng Meng raised her little head proudly and pointed at the folding bed in the corner. Yes, Meng Meng is the best. Did you get up and drink some water? No, Meng Meng wants Daddy to fall. When the little guy was talking, his eyes kept avoiding Qin Ziming, and Qin Ziming immediately understood what was going on. Did you go to the refrigerator to get something to drink again? Daddy, Meng Meng needs to pee. Seeing her father's expression change, Meng Meng immediately let go of her hands and ran towards the bathroom in the store. Chapter 65: Hire more people and improve their salaries. Sasha. Seeing the boss with his head down, writing at the front desk, Sun Xiumin came over curiously. Boss, are you going to recruit employees again? A few large words have been written on the red paper. Recruitment. I am. Qin Ziming responded and continued writing without looking up. Hey, why are there 3 people? What are these 2 apprentices? As the characters continued to fall on the red paper, Sun Xiumin's face was full of confusion. Shouldn't I be alone? She was actually quite envious of Liao Xuelan for being able to succeed so quickly. Not to mention that her salary doubled, just the skills she learned from her boss made her envious for several days. After all, if you learn a skill, you won't starve to death even if you become unemployed in the future. Forget it, the current job is not bad. She took a deep breath, calmed herself down, walked to the door of the store and continued to entertain customers. After a while, Qin Ziming looked at the contents on the red paper and nodded with satisfaction. This should be fine, you can post it now. 1. Waiter 1 person. Job requirements. Age 18-35, male or female. Able to adapt to morning and evening shifts, work carefully and have a strong sense of responsibility. Responsible for customer reception, ordering, serving, and checkout services. Keep the restaurant environment clean and the tableware tidy. 2. Apprentices 2 persons. Job requirements. Age 16 and above, interested in the catering industry. Hardworking and willing to learn catering skills. Benefits. Monthly salary, 4,000 waiter, 3,000 apprentice. Provide employee meals and holiday benefits. Qin Ziming went out with a piece of red paper, immediately attracting the attention of the guests around him. Some guests even made some jokes. Boss Qin, business is so good, we're hiring again. I think it won't be long before Boss Qin becomes a rich man. What are you talking about? Boss Qin is a rich man now. Dad, Meng Meng will help you. When Meng Meng saw his father go out, he quickly dropped the toy in his hand and ran out happily. The little guy ran over and snatched the transparent tape. Well. Qin Ziming quickly let go of his hand. The child's skin was very tender, and if he didn't let go, he might get cut by the tape. Dad, hurry up. Meng Meng raised her little head and looked at her father with a pout. Ha ha. He reached out and ruffled his daughter's hair, then spread out a piece of red paper and pasted it on the wall. After a while. All right. The little guy took a step back, stared at the red paper on the wall, and finally nodded his head with satisfaction. Look how proud you are. La la. Seeing that there was nothing to do, Meng Meng jumped into the store, humming a song she composed. Boss Qin, why are you recruiting so many people this time? A customer came out of the store with a plastic bag in his hand. The waiters are treated well, and the 4,000 yuan package includes food. I'm tempted. What's going on with this apprentice? Is Boss Qin going to teach him the techniques of making steamed buns? Someone reacted quickly. His eyes lit up, a hint of surprise flashed across his face, and then he ran to the side without even buying the buns. What, 4,000 for the waiter? Sun Xiumin, who was packing food for a customer, felt her arms tremble slightly, but soon returned to normal. Sister Sun, your treatment has also changed. Sign a new contract tomorrow. Looking at Liao Xuelan busy in the kitchen, an idea popped into his mind, and he took out his cell phone and walked outside the store again. Boss, I got it. Hearing these words, Sun Xiumin did not notice that her voice was trembling. 5 minutes later. Qin Ziming returned to the store again. Xiao Liao, do you want to take a break? When I entered the kitchen, I saw Liao Xuelan's forehead was covered with sweat and her face was red. Boss, I'm fine. Seeing the boss come in, Liao Xuelan reached out and wiped the sweat off her face. You haven't had any water yet. Qin Ziming frowned slightly. He saw that the other person's lips were a little dry, which was a symptom of not replenishing water in time. Wait a minute. I walked out of the kitchen and waited for him to come back with a bottle of Vitasoy in his hand. Next time you're thirsty, just go get it from the fridge. He didn't want anything to happen to his employee, so he blamed him and handed over the Vitasoy. Thank you, boss. I understand. After taking the Vitasoy, she was not in a hurry to drink it. She reached out and scratched the back of her head with an embarrassed expression. Go take a rest first, and come back in later. I'll teach you how to make some stuffing. Boss, I really don't. Liao Xuelan wanted to say something, but under Qin Ziming's gaze, she had to swallow the words back. All right. She lowered her head and responded, then turned and walked out of the kitchen. Good. After Liao Xuelan left, Qin Ziming opened the steamers one by one and looked at the neatly arranged buns inside. He picked one up, squeezed it gently with his fingers, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. These buns are enough to last for a while. The ingredients for tomorrow have not been bought yet, and he has to go out later. Task: work hard to move bricks, and you will be rewarded with a villa in the city center. Earn 500,000 and get a villa in the city center as a reward. Current progress, 32%. While he was busy, Qin Ziming called up the system task panel. Looking at the progress on it, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. In half a month at most, you can move into the big villa. The daily turnover of the steamed bun shop has now exceeded 20,000, of which the steamed buns and porridge together account for more than 14,000, and the rest is main meals. The main course is quite expensive. Even if the guests only order one meat and one vegetable, the total cost is close to 600 yuan. Gulp! Liao Xuelan had already left the kitchen. She looked at the vitasoy in her hand and a smile appeared on her face. I saw her biting the straw, taking a deep sip, with a satisfied look on her face. Haha, 6,000 yuan a month, including food. If you save a little, you can save 5,200 yuan. After finding the job, she rented an apartment nearby for 500 yuan a month. If my roommates knew about this, I wonder if they would be jealous. You used to laugh at me for looking for a job that only paid 3,000 yuan. The current social recession makes it very good for college graduates to find a job after graduation. But this is only relative. They still look down on people like waiters. While drinking vitasoy, Liao Xuelan began to have wild thoughts. TSK. Soon the bottle of vitasoy was finished, and Liao Xuelan's wandering thoughts were brought back to normal. It's time to get to work. After using the air conditioner for a while, Liao Xuelan felt that she had regained some strength, so she got up and walked towards the kitchen. Boss, you can go out and do the shopping, leave this to me. So fast, why don't you take a break? Qin Ziming glanced at his cell phone and found that she had been out for less than 10 minutes. No need, boss, I'm fully recovered now. The girl even playfully raised her hands to show off her biceps. Okay, the buns will be ready in 2 minutes. The steamed 3 fresh buns will take 12 minutes. Haha, boss, I remember it. Chapter 66: What to eat for breakfast, the guests decide. Boss Qin, we need to go out and purchase something. Can you tell me what kind of buns we'll have tomorrow? Oh, and there's porridge. Seeing Qin Ziming coming out of the store, the customers at the door greeted him one after another. What do you want to eat? Hearing the customer's question, Qin Ziming stopped. He really hadn't made up his mind yet and was going to go to the market to make a decision. Boss Qin, can you please say it again? I can't hear you clearly. They're asking us to order. Can we really decide for ourselves? Wait, there are beef buns too. This is my favorite. What's so good about beef buns? I think garlic pork buns are better. You two should stop arguing. Boss Qin said before that the types of buns are different every day. If you want to eat them, you don't know when they will be available. When some customers were arguing, a man came over. From what he said, it was obvious that he was an old customer who came here on the first day. What? There is still such a rule? You definitely don't know this, but this is what Boss Qin said on the day of the opening. If you haven't thought it through, I'm leaving now. Qin Ziming glanced at his phone, not wanting to waste time. Boss Qin, wait for us for a few minutes. Yes, let's discuss it first. Okay, I'll go start the car first, you guys discuss it and come find me. On hot days, vehicles parked on the roadside should turn on the air conditioner in advance. No normal person could bear it, let alone a fat guy like him. Well. He ignored the guests and turned to leave. Dad, Dudu wants to eat big crabs. Just then, Dudu ran to the store door. During this week, whenever he went out to purchase goods, his 2 daughters did not go with him, but they also had their requests. Okay, Dad got it. Qin Ziming raised his hand and waved it in the air. Hee, Dudu can eat big crabs again. Seeing that his father agreed, the little guy clapped his hands happily and walked into the store. Mutton and scallion buns. Chicken and mushroom buns. Pickled mustard greens and pork buns. Chives buns. Custard buns. Can you guys be quiet? Boss Qin has said that we only need to wait for a few minutes. I think the soup dumplings are the most satisfying, one bite at a time, bursting with juice. Yes, I agree. Yes, this is good. If everyone has no objection, I'll go find Boss Qin. Go ahead, don't keep Boss Qin waiting. Damn, it turns out luxury cars can also burn your butt. Qin Ziming opened the car door and was immediately hit by a wave of heat. As soon as my butt touched the seat, I jumped up like a grasshopper and almost hit my head on the roof. He didn't know that luxury cars all have leather seats, which have poor thermal conductivity. After being exposed to the sun, they will store heat for a long time and the surface temperature may reach over 60 C. Don't park here next time. I quickly turned on the air conditioner and found a cool place to wait. There was no other way because all the good parking spaces were taken by other people. Huff. He had just walked under the shade of the tree when a customer came running over. It was really uncomfortable in this hot weather. Boss Qin, we've already thought about it. Let's have soup dumplings tomorrow. Is that okay? After the man finished speaking, he reached out and wiped his forehead. Xiaolong soup dumplings. Qin Ziming did not give an immediate answer. Compared with other dumplings, soup dumplings require a higher level of skill to make, so there would be no problem if he made them himself. But now that he is ready to hand it over to his employees, he has to think about it. Okay. In the end, he nodded and decided to purchase the goods and teach Liao Xuelan some skills in advance. Very good. Seeing Qin Ziming nodded in agreement, the other party turned around and went back to share with everyone. Etc. Boss Qin, what else? The guest took a few steps and turned around with a puzzled look on his face. What kind of porridge would you like to have tomorrow? Porridge? The other party was stunned for a moment, then slapped his forehead. How could you forget this? I'm going to ask now. No need, since there is no discussion, I will decide this. Feeling the temperature in the car drop a little, Qin Ziming walked towards the Land Rover Range Rover. All right. Looking at Qin Ziming's back, he felt a little regretful. Why didn't he think of it just now and casually told him his favorite porridge? It shouldn't burn my butt anymore. When he opened the car door, a hint of hot air blew towards him. He reached out and touched the seat before Qin Ziming got in the car. What kind of porridge should I cook tomorrow? Pull the handbrake and step on the accelerator. The vehicle slowly drove out of the parking space, and Qin Ziming tapped the steering wheel lightly with his fingers. Pumpkin porridge. Red bean porridge. Hot grits porridge. 8 treasures porridge. Images flashed through his mind, but he ignored them all. Forget it, let's just have vegetable porridge. Considering the delicious taste and rich soup of Xiaolong Babo, the porridge with it should be light, refreshing and not overpowering. Green vegetable porridge is light and refreshing, can supplement dietary fiber, and can also balance the greasiness of soup dumplings. At the same time, the black Range Rover disappeared before everyone's eyes. What did Boss Qin say? Seeing the guest who went to look for Qin Ziming coming back, the other guests couldn't wait to ask. Agreed. Very good. Xiaolong soup dumplings, just think about me now. That's true. I haven't had soup dumplings in a long time. Eating a steamed dumpling and drinking porridge at the same time is simply delicious. Kanji, wait, I don't think we discussed this just now. At this time, a guest reacted. Damn it, Boss Qin just said that tomorrow's buns and porridge are all decided by us, how could he forget about this? Is it too late to catch up now? He slapped his thigh in regret, his eyes fixed on one end of the road. What do you think? We don't even know where Qin Ziming's car is, and we may not be able to find him even if we fly a plane. By the way, when you went to see Boss Qin just now, didn't you think of that? I thought of it, but Boss Qin said that he can decide what kind of porridge to drink tomorrow. Forget it, since Boss Qin has made his decision, let's talk about it next time. Oh, that's all we can do. We finally have the chance to decide what to eat, but it's all wasted on us. Thump thump. Just then, hurried footsteps were heard in the distance. Amid the puzzled gazes of the crowd, a middle-aged man ran over, pulling a young man. Huff. Jiang Liu stopped at the door of the store. Without even taking a breath, he glanced inside the store first. Where is Boss Qin? After not seeing the target, a trace of disappointment flashed across his face. Dad, why did you pull me over here? I need a good ranking. The young man said with an unhappy look on his face that he was just playing games at home with the air conditioner on. You just play games. If you don't find a job, don't blame me for kicking you out. Lao Jiang, what's wrong with you today? Are you angry at the child? This kid is too outrageous. He has graduated for a year and still hasn't gone out to look for a job. I dare not do anything today. If Boss Qin doesn't want him, I will go out with him. Jiang Liu was very disappointed and pointed at a job advertisement on the wall. Chapter 67 Seize the Opportunity, Apprentice Future. What's going on? Isn't it obvious? Can't you see it yourself? I saw it, but what does this have to do with Boss Qin? I don't want to talk to you. It will lower my IQ. Dad, are you serious? Hearing everyone's discussions, Jiang Xuan felt like the sky was falling. What do you think? Jiang Liu had already reached the point of being unable to bear it any longer. Initially, she wanted to let her son take his time choosing a job. He never expected that in recent months, his son didn't even want to act and just lay down and played games. In just 1 year, this good young man has grown into a big belly. Dad, I can't go back and find a job. Seeing that everyone was staring at him, Jiang Xuan felt embarrassed and wanted to dig a hole in the ground to crawl into. No, I'm going to give you 2 choices now. One is to be an apprentice here with Boss Qin, and the other is to go out and find a place to live. Don't even think about asking us for a penny in the future. Don't worry, you just need to complete Boss Qin's request. I don't care what you do with the rest of the time. He thought for a moment and added a final sentence. After a while, Jiang Xuan, who had been silent all this time, finally lowered his head. I choose the first one. After saying this, he was like a deflated ball. Ha ha, young man, don't blame your dad. If you learn Boss Qin's skills, you will never have to worry about food and clothing in your life. I think so too. If I weren't so old and had a family to support, I would really like to come here and be an apprentice. Old Jiang, you have good foresight. You can think of this. I was wondering why you ran so fast just now. 2 apprentices, everyone, I have something to do at home so I have to go back first. At this moment, the customer who had originally planned to dine in the restaurant asked Sun Xiumin to pack up his food and ran away in a hurry. This scene was very similar to Jiang Liu's previous one. Dad, can I go home now? After all, he is a young man and still needs to save face. Being stared at by so many people, Jiang Xuan just felt his face burning. What do you think? All right. Jiang Xuan knew that his father had made up his mind and it was useless for him to say anything, so he sighed inwardly. My wonderful life, goodbye. He also wants to enjoy himself at home and go out to look for a job after this year. It's hot outside, wait inside. There were fewer guests in the line, and seeing the father and son standing outside, wiping their sweat from time to time, Sun Xiumin called out to them. This is not good. Thank you, beautiful sister. Before his father could finish speaking, Jiang Xuan walked into the store. Comfortable. After being outside for a while, he couldn't help but groan as soon as he entered the air-conditioned room. This child. Seeing his son go in, Jiang Liu gave an awkward smile and followed closely behind. Dad, beautiful sister, give us 4 buns and 2 bowls of porridge, thank you. As soon as Jiang Xuan sat down, he raised his hand and shouted. Okay, wait a moment, handsome boy. You got money to pay, little bastard. Jiang Liu, who was 1 step behind, couldn't help but glare at his son when he heard what he said. Ha ha, don't we still have you, Dad? Dad, didn't you say that this bun is so delicious? Let me try it now and see if you have any. Jiang Xuan expressed doubts about what his father said. These days, he has been talking about how delicious the buns and porridge are. Don't worry, young man. Once you try it, you will never forget it. Before Jiang Xuan could finish his words, a guest at the next table took up the conversation. He picked up a bun and ate half of it in 1 bite. Is it really that serious? Seeing the other person eating buns like this, Jiang Xiaowen couldn't help but complain in his heart. Hey, that smell! Jiang Xiaowen, who had not cared at first, felt the fragrance filling his nose and took a deep breath. This bun smells really good. He quickly found where the fragrance came from and his eyes fell on the guest next to him. Handsome boy, these are the buns you asked for. Just then, Sun Xiumin came over with a plate with 4 white and tender buns on it. Thanks. Jiang Xiaowen thanked him again and slowly reached out for the buns. But someone was quicker than him. The father sitting opposite him picked one up and muttered something. I can eat the buns made by Boss Qin again. He found himself without any resistance in front of Baozi. Hiss! This 3 fresh bun tastes even better. After taking a bite, Jiang Liyue chewed quickly, looking like a hungry ghost, which made his son opposite him shake his head. Boss, it's just a bun. Why are you exaggerating like that? People who don't know would think you're eating dragon meat. What do you know? Gurgle. After swallowing the bun in his mouth, he picked up the bowl and started drinking without even taking a sip. Cool. A bite of steamed bun and a mouthful of porridge, only Boss Qin's loyal fans can enjoy this. It's really that delicious. Looking at the buns right in front of him, Jiang Xiaowen raised his head and looked around the store. He noticed that every customer had the same expression and actions as his father, and took a bite with a skeptical attitude. This? After taking this bite, he finally understood why his father was like this. In his words, it's so damn delicious. Dad, eat slowly and leave one for me. Jiang Xiaowen had just eaten half of the bun when he saw his father had already picked up the second one. Almost as a conditioned reaction, he reached out and picked up the last one. You little brat, why are you so anxious? No one is trying to snatch it from you. Dad, you're still blaming me, but look at yourself, you eat so fast. Hearing his father's words, Jiang Xiaowen rolled his eyes helplessly. I like to eat fast. Jiang Liyue also realized his problem, so he slowed down. First he took a bite of the bun, then drank the porridge with a spoon. Hey, eating like this is another kind of enjoyment. At this moment, he found that he had unlocked a new module. Dad! After tasting the porridge, Jiang Xiaowen was astonished, and the little thoughts in his mind changed again. What's wrong? Jiang Liyue didn't even raise her head and continued to sip the delicious porridge. These buns and porridge, are they made by Boss Qin that everyone is talking about? Isn't your question nonsense? When he heard his son's words, he looked up and realized for the first time that his son's IQ was a little low. Dad, what's that look in your eyes? Nothing, don't try to do anything crooked, just behave yourself. If Boss Qin doesn't accept you, I won't need to tell you the consequences. After saying this, Jiang Liyue secretly gave herself a thumbs up in her heart. I'm pretty smart. This brat can learn Boss Qin's cooking skills in the future. He can eat buns and drink porridge whenever he wants. Dad, you are smiling so cunningly, are you hiding something from your son? Jiang Xiaowen raised his head and saw the smile on his father's face. What are you talking about? I'm your father, how can I hide anything from you? Really? I don't believe it. Chapter 68, Another person is recruited, Meng Meng is the most obedient. 3:30 in the afternoon. Boss Qin, you're back. When Qin Ziming walked to the door of the store, someone came to greet him. What's up? He put down the phone box in his hand and gasped for breath. The guest in front of him looked familiar, but he didn't know him. Boss Qin, aren't you looking for an apprentice? What do you think of this brat? Jiang Liyue pulled his son over and slapped him on the back of the head. Hurry up and call for help. Master! To everyone's surprise, Jiang Xiaowen stunned everyone as soon as he opened his mouth. Yes, but being an apprentice is very tiring and the working hours are very long. Hearing that the other party called him master and that some of them looked smart, Qin Ziming had decided to stay, but he had to explain the situation in advance. Boss Qin, what you said is not a problem. Don't treat this brat as a human being. Train him hard. Jiang Xiaowen's face darkened when he heard his father's words. How come he didn't know that his son was so tough? Master, is there anything I can help you with? His eyes turned and his gaze quickly fell on the phone box on the ground. The Black Land Rover, here are the keys. Qin Ziming would not be polite to the laborer who came to his door. He took out the car keys and handed them over as the first test. Okay, master, leave these to me. After taking the car keys, Jiang Xiaowen patted his chest hard, then turned and walked out. Boss Qin, I'm counting on you to take care of this brat. If he does anything wrong, don't be polite. Watching her son's back as he walked out, Jiang Liyue's eyes flashed with a hint of heartache, but she was mostly relieved. Okay. I'll go back first and not disturb you from working. After saying that, Jiang Liyue walked out of the store. If you look closely, you will find that he walked with ease and there was a hint of a smile on his face. Boss Qin! Just then, shouting was heard outside the store. Qin Ziming stopped and looked over in confusion. Two young men were walking quickly towards this side. He knew the man in front of him. He was a regular customer of his bun shop. Could it be this incident as well? Seeing the young man following closely behind him, Qin Ziming took another look at the recruitment notice on the wall. Hoo, Boss Qin. After the other party ran over, he didn't even have time to catch his breath. He spoke intermittently, as if he was afraid that if he was a step slower, the advantage would be snatched away by others. Don't rush to talk, take a rest. Qin Ziming smiled slightly and then pointed into the kitchen. I'm in there, take a good rest and come find me later. Hoo? No need, I'm fine now. Boss Qin, have you recruited enough apprentices? The other person took a deep breath to calm himself down, then pointed at the red paper on the wall and said, No, there's one more. Look, how is my brother? Before he could finish his words, he couldn't wait to push the young man in front of him. Your brother wants to be an apprentice here? Yes, can I? Just then, Jiang Xiaowen came over with his hands full of bags. Master, where should we put these things? Put it in the fridge first. Okay, master. Jiang Xiaowen responded and continued walking into the store. It's only been a short while and the first apprentice is already working. Zhu Yingyao couldn't help smacking his lips when he saw this scene. Being an apprentice is very tiring, I don't know. Master, don't worry, I can endure hardship. Before Qin Ziming finished speaking, Zhu Yingping couldn't wait to speak, revealing his white teeth on his dark face. Okay, let's sign the contract together tomorrow. He hadn't expected that recruiting would be so smooth. In less than half a day, the two most important apprentices had been recruited, leaving only the waiter. But he believes that this will not last long. After all, 4,000 yuan a month, including food, is quite attractive. Brother, let me help you. Jiang Xiaowen, who had already put his things away, walked towards the store entrance. Brother? Jiang Xiaowen was stunned for a moment, but reacted quickly. Okay, let's do it together. Thinking that there was someone else to help share his burden, Jiang Xiaowen's mood instantly improved. He stepped forward and put his arm around the other person's shoulders. Brother, you go back first. Okay, I'll pick you up after get off work. No need, bro, I've already memorized the route. Soon, the two young men walked across the road. Boss Qin, my brother just came from the countryside. If he does something wrong, please forgive me and give him a chance. Good. After hearing this, Qin Ziming finally understood why the young man had such dark skin. He has bronze skin, and coming from the countryside, it must be because he has been doing farm work for a long time. Dad, did you buy some big crabs? Just then, Dudu ran over, hugged his thighs tightly with both hands, lifted his feet off the ground, and hung on him. Ahem. If you buy it, you will know how to eat it. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, otherwise his pants would have been pulled down. He quickly grabbed his daughter's arms to reduce the weight. Dad, drink some water. Before Qin Ziming could say something, a bottle of Coke was handed to him. Meng Meng held a bottle of iced cola in both hands and looked at him with a smile. Meng Meng, are you being naughty again when Daddy is not around? Hee, Daddy, Meng Meng is very well behaved. When the little guy spoke, his eyes were evasive and he didn't dare to look at him. Qin Ziming understood what was going on and he glanced around the refrigerator. The next moment, I understood what was going on. 2 empty bottles of Wang Zai milk and an empty bottle of juice next to them. Okay, go play by yourself. Qin Ziming wanted to say something, but the ice-cold cola in front of him made him hold back the words. Hee, Daddy, Meng Meng will be obedient. Seeing that his father was not angry, Meng Meng happily jumped away. Never mind. Shaking his head, he walked towards the kitchen. At the same time, Two young men, standing next to a black Land Rover. They were none other than Jiang Xiaowen and Zhu Yingping, who had just become apprentices. Junior brother, isn't Master's car very cool? Jiang Xiaowen raised the car key and pressed the unlock button. Zhu Yingping doesn't know much about luxury cars. He only knew that the black car in front of him was very big and domineering. This is the latest Range Rover SV autobiography, which cost several million. I didn't expect Master to be so rich. Compared to Zhu Yingping, who just came from the countryside, he stayed at home for a year not only to play games, but also to learn more about vehicles and visited several auto shows in Guangzhou. Millions, that's a lot of money. In Zhu Yingping's opinion, this domineering black car in front of him was worth only a few $100,000 at most. Junior brother, I know a little bit about vehicles. Let's talk about it after we finish our work today. Okay, let's get to work first. After this reminder, Zhu Yingping came to his senses and decided to continue working. Chapter 69, What to do with pig skin. Eat crabs. Master, your car keys. After loading the things in the car and moving them into the store, Jiang Xiaowen handed over the car keys. Just put it aside. Qin Ziming turned around and glanced. Master, what else can I do? And me. Zhu Yingping, who was a step slower, spoke quickly. Wait a moment over there. I glanced at the steamer and saw that the last batch of buns would take another 5 minutes to come out of the steamer. Master, what are you looking for? Qin Ziming came out of the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and took out a large black bag. Pigskin? After opening the bag and seeing what was inside, Jiang Xiaowen's face was full of confusion. He didn't know what his master wanted to do with the pig skin. As far as he knew, steamed buns and pig skin should have nothing in common. Master, what can pig skin do? Jiang Xiaowen couldn't help it and asked. This is used to make jelly. You three will have to learn how to make it later. At this time, Liao Xuelan had also finished her work, and she was also curious about what the boss was doing with so many pig skins. Jelly, what does that look like? Jelly skin is the key to making soup dumplings. Okay, this will take quite some time, so you guys clean the other pig skins. This time, he bought a total of 14 kilograms of pig skin. He took out the pig skin and spread it flat on the chopping board, then carefully plucked out the remaining hair with tweezers. Plucking pig hair is pretty good. The three of them took the tweezers one after another and picked up a piece of pig skin each. This step may seem complicated, but Qin Ziming is not slow. I don't know if it's due to the system, but he completed 2/3 of it by himself. Sizzle. The sound of boiling water was heard. Qin Ziming first put some pig skin and bones into boiling water, and then added half a cup of cooking wine and a few slices of ginger. During the blanching process, a layer of grayish-white foam gradually floated on the water surface. He patiently skimmed it off in circles with a colander. This step is very important to remove the fishy smell. He seemed busy, explaining to the three people next to him. Making jelly is like being a human being. If the foundation is not clean, all the efforts afterwards will be in vain. I don't know how much time had passed. The blanched pig skins were fished out and hung on a strainer to dry. Qin Ziming used a kitchen knife to scrape off the remaining fat on the inside while it was still hot. I saw his wrist turning flexibly, and the blade maintained a perfect angle with the pig skin, so that he could remove the skin cleanly without damaging the collagen layer under the skin. The scraped pig skin has a translucent texture and looks as lustrous as amber under the light. Master is really amazing. When Jiang Xiaowen saw this scene, his eyes widened to the limit. At this moment, he didn't even dare to blink, for fear of missing an important step. Next, you guys watch out. Under the shocked gazes of the three people, Qin Ziming cut the pig skin into thin strips with such speed that it was dazzling. The finer the cut, the faster the gelatin will come out when boiled. I saw pork skin strips as thin as noodles piled in a stainless steel basin, shining with a pearl-like luster. Gurgle. 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 The three of them swallowed their saliva almost at the same time and looked at each other one after another. The next step will take quite a while to cook, so you may have to get off work a little later today. We make the soup dumplings for sale. We can't use the traditional method, so we have to choose this. After Qin Ziming finished speaking, he pointed to the pressure cooker next to him. These pig skins need to be divided into 2 batches, each time taking an hour and a half. Master, it took so long. When she heard that it would take an hour and a half to use a pressure cooker, Liao Shuelan couldn't help but stick out her tongue. That's still a long time. If we choose the traditional slow cooking method, we need someone to watch the fire. Ha ha, master, I didn't expect chefs to know so much. Jiang Xiaowen was not embarrassed. He scratched the back of his head and continued asking. Master, what shall we do next? During his time in the kitchen, he found that he could understand everything his master taught him very quickly. For a moment, I doubted whether I had a good talent as a chef. Next, I will teach you too how to knead dough. Liao Shuelan, you don't have to learn. Yes, master. Time passes. I don't know how much time had passed. Dad, Dudu is hungry. The two little guys stood at the kitchen door, their hands on their stomachs, pouting unhappily. Are you hungry? Boss, it's already 6:30. At this time, Sun Xiumin also came over and hugged Meng Meng in her arms. It's 6:30, why didn't you remind me that the buns are sold out? Qin Ziming raised his head and looked outside the store, only to find that there were no customers at the door. Hee. Boss, we just sold out. I didn't dare to tell you because you were busy. Humph, Daddy doesn't even pay attention to Meng Meng anymore. Meng Meng raised her little head pitifully, tears already welling up in her eyes and threatening to fall at any time. Okay, Dad knows he's wrong, so this is cooking for Meng Meng. Qin Ziming dropped the work in his hands, turned around and walked out of the kitchen and went to the refrigerator. Hee, Meng Meng forgives Daddy. The little girl, who seemed about to cry just now, immediately broke free from Sun Xiumin's hands with a smile when she heard her father cooking. Dad, Meng Meng will help you cook. Okay, take this into the kitchen. After opening the refrigerator, Qin Ziming took a quick look and took out half a chicken to make soup. Xiao Liao, go wash the rice and cook it, just based on the amount for 6 adults. I don't know why, but today, at noon, there were several waves of customers coming to eat, but there was no one in the afternoon. I don't know if it was because they saw that I was busy or if there were really no customers. Boss, let me do this. Sun Xiumin took the lead and walked straight to a corner, where she placed the rice and flour she had bought. Okay, Xiao Liao, you watch over the last batch of jelly. Got it, master. Dad, where's the big crab? Dudu also came over. She was still thinking about it. Not here. Hee. Dad, hurry up, Dudu wants to eat some delicious crabs. It's delicious. How would you like to eat it, Dudu? He bought a crab today, but it was not cheap, costing more than 200 yuan. How? The little guy put his index finger to his mouth, bit his nails, and thought for a moment, then finally lowered his head. Dad, Dudu doesn't know. I don't know. Then go play with your sister and don't make trouble here. Leave the rest to Dad. Okay, sister, let's go play. Dudu nodded his little head and pulled his sister to the side. Sister, please don't do that. Meng Meng wants to help Dad with work. Meng Meng, if you don't go, when Dad makes the big crabs, sister won't share any with you. Dudu put his hands on his hips, looking like he had the upper hand over him. Big crab, hee, sister, let's go build a house. I saw the little guy rolling his eyes and running in front, jumping and skipping. Chapter 70, Save some space for eating more delicious food. Sister, is the food that master cooked delicious? Seeing his master outside, Jiang Xiaowen asked curiously. It's more than delicious. Qin Ziming told her that these two new apprentices would be her junior fellow apprentices in the future. The way he is addressed was also changed from boss to master. How about the buns? Is it more delicious than steamed buns? If asked to describe it, Liao Shuelan really couldn't say it, but if there was a comparison, she could still give a positive answer. Senior sister, tell me. Ahum. When Jiang Xiaowen wanted to continue asking, he heard footsteps, followed by Liao Shuelan coughing. Master, the jelly will be ready soon. Okay, you keep an eye on it while I cook some dishes. Seeing that it was getting late, he prepared to cook a few dishes and just make do with it for tonight. Such a big crab, is this for Dudu Meng Meng? Well, these two girls are greedy. The first thing to do was not to cook, but to steam the crabs first. The two daughters were eagerly waiting to eat them. Dad, hurry up. New. The steaming had just begun when a beeping sound was heard. Master, what are you cooking? After 3 hours of busy work, tomorrow's work is almost done. There was no need for their help at this point. Stir-fried pork with peppers. As soon as Qin Ziming finished speaking, he spread the pork flat on the chopping board. There is a certain art to cutting meat. At this time, he did not hide anything and did not stop talking while using the kitchen knife. Cut along the grain and slice against the grain so the food will be tender when stir-fried. The knife blade fell, and the meat slices were as thin as a cicada's wing, with even fat and lean portions. With a slight shake of the wrist, the sliced meat piled on the plate like snowflakes. The next step is to marinate the meat. It can't be marinated for too long. 10 minutes is enough. If you marinate for too long, it will release water. Pour a little light soy sauce and cooking wine on the meat slices, then sprinkle a pinch of starch, and gently mix with your fingers to ensure that each piece of meat is coated with a thin layer of starch. Master, the peppers are washed. The two people standing by were not idle. Zhu Yingping asked for a vegetable basket and handed it to him. On it were green and red peppers with water droplets on them. Qin Ziming grabbed a handful of peppers and cut them diagonally into long and thin pieces. Master, this knife skill is too fast. When Zhu Yingping was in the countryside, he also cooked. But now, when I compare myself with my master, I find that there is several levels of difference. Qin Ziming was seen smashing a few cloves of garlic, shredding ginger, and preparing the fermented black beans. The stove fire ignited with a roar, and the iron pot began to smoke. He shook his wrist, and a spoonful of oil slipped into the pot, splashing oil everywhere. Remember to fry the meat quickly and use a high heat. Before he finished speaking, the marinated meat slices had already slid into the pot. Sizzle. The meat slices quickly changed color in the hot oil, with the edges curling slightly and giving off a charred aroma. Smells so good. The three of them took a deep breath like greedy cats, with an intoxicated look on their faces. Dad, what dish smells so good? I don't know when. Meng Meng was also attracted by the fragrance, and her nose kept moving. Under the gaze of everyone, the wok flew and the meat slices jumped in the pan. In just a dozen seconds, they were already 70% cooked. Quickly remove the meat, leave some oil in the pan, then add minced garlic, shredded ginger, and fermented black beans and stir-fry until fragrant. Wow, it smells even better! Several people widened their eyes, wishing they could rush over and grab a piece of meat to taste. You are the only one who is greedy. Wait a moment. Qin Ziming grinned, put the peppers into the pan and stir-fried them over high heat. The meat slices are put back into the pan, and with a flick of the wrist, the spatula flies, and the meat and peppers blend in the fierce fire. It's all right now. Finally, pour a circle of light soy sauce, sprinkle a few grains of white sugar to enhance the flavor, and then add half a spoonful of balsamic vinegar along the edge of the pot. Sizzle. The sour aroma brings out a richer aroma of the pot. The stir-fried pork with green and red peppers is served on a white porcelain plate. The meat slices are shiny, the peppers are fresh and tender, and the salty and fragrant taste of the fermented black beans is mixed with a slightly burnt aroma. Dad, let Meng Meng have a taste. There are chili peppers in this. Meng Meng really wants to eat it. He picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks, which shone enticingly under the light. Yeah, Meng Meng is not afraid of spicy food. Smelling the tempting aroma, the little guy thought about it, but finally couldn't resist it. Come on, open your mouth. Feeling that the meat slice was no longer hot, Qin Ziming put it into Meng Meng's mouth. Hoo? Daddy is hot, Meng Meng wants some juice. After putting the meat slice into his mouth, the little guy chewed it for a few times and immediately ran towards the refrigerator. I knew it. Sister Sun, give her some to drink. Okay, boss. When others saw this, they couldn't help but slap their foreheads. Now everyone knows that this is Meng Meng's excuse for wanting to drink juice. You are just naughty. Sun Xiumin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She gently scratched Meng Meng's nose before opening the refrigerator. Dudu, do you want to try it? He picked up another piece of meat and placed it in front of Dudu. Daddy, Dudu, don't. The little one first glanced at her sister, who was gulping down her juice, and then she shook her head. Dudu is so good. After praising his daughter, Qin Ziming continued to cook the second dish. Dudu, why don't you eat? In Jiang Xiaowen's opinion, children should like drinking juice and can resist the urge to drink it. Daddy cooked some big crabs, Dudu has to save some for himself. Big crab. Meng Meng, who was happily drinking juice just now, showed a very interesting expression on her face after hearing these words. She held the juice in both hands, not knowing whether to drink it or not, and she didn't know what to do for a moment. "Wow, it smells good, Dad. Is the crab almost ready?" Just then, a fragrance wafted out from the kitchen. "Okay, Auntie, Meng Meng doesn't want to drink juice anymore." Smelling the unique aroma of crab, Meng Meng no longer hesitated. She quickly stuffed the juice into Sun Xiumin's hand, and then ran to the kitchen door happily. "Sister, can we eat crabs now?" Walking to the kitchen door, Meng Meng grabbed her sister with both hands and asked. "Not yet?" Dudu shook her head, her eyes fixed on the steamer. She clearly remembered that her father put the big crab into it. "Not yet." The little guy lowered his head again and walked back slowly. "What's wrong with Meng Meng? Don't you want to eat crabs?" "My sister said it's not healed yet." "It's not healed yet, so do you still want to drink this?" Seeing the little girl like this, Sun Xiumin couldn't help but want to tease her. "Juice!" Gurgle. Compared to others, Meng Meng still likes to drink juice, but when he thought of what his sister said, the little guy began to hesitate. "If you don't want to drink it, Auntie will put it away." Sun Xiumin picked up the lid next to it and pretended to screw it on. "I really don't drink it." Auntie, you are so bad." Seeing the smile on Sun Xiumin's face, Meng Meng finally came back to her senses. The little guy immediately pouted his lips, and an oil bottle could be hung on them. "Humph, Meng Meng doesn't want to play with Auntie anymore." Meng Meng is angry, and the consequences are serious. The little guy snorted coldly and turned his head away. Chapter 71. Who dyes the clothes? "It's you, sister." "Dad, hurry up and give it to Dudu." As Qin Ziming opened the lid, Dudu looked at the big red crab inside and clapped his hands excitedly. "Okay, don't worry." He took another plate, picked up the crab and put it on it. Dudu wants to eat a big crab. "Go sit over there." Looking at his daughter blocking the door, Qin Ziming pointed at a dining table and said, "Master, let me do it." Zhu Yingping stretched out his hand and was about to take the plate. "Good. Sister, it's time to eat crabs." After climbing onto the chair, Dudu did not forget to call his sister. "Okay, wait a minute, Meng Meng." When the little guy heard that he could eat big crabs, he immediately dropped his toys and ran over. "Meng Meng, slow down, don't fall." Seeing this scene, Sun Xiumin stood up and followed. "It's so hot." Anxious Dudu looked at the big crab on the table. She couldn't help but reach out to touch it, and then immediately pulled her hand back. "You're making me hungry." "Dudu doesn't want to either, but I'm hungry." After Dudu finished speaking, he lifted up his shirt, revealing his bulging belly. "Hey, your stomach is so full, you don't look hungry." After Sun Xiumin sat down, she touched the crab first. When it's not hot enough, break off a large pair of pliers. "Auntie, give it to Dudu." "Dudu, do you really want it? Do you not need to peel off the outer shell?" She placed the crab's big claws in front of Dudu. "Oui." After a while. "Okay, you can eat now." Use one tool after another to break the two pliers and pick out the meat inside. The crab meat is so delicious. The steamed crabs retain their original flavor and are extremely delicious. The two little guys narrowed their eyes while eating. "If it tastes good, eat slowly." "Yeah, Dudu knows." Meng Meng should have known not to drink the juice. Looking at the crab meat in the small bowl, the little guy touched his stomach in regret. Time passes. Qin Ziming was busy in the kitchen. The prepared meals were brought out one by the people standing by and placed on the dining table. "Master, it's delicious." Jiang Xiaowen stretched out his chopsticks towards the dish in front of him. He picked up a little and put it in the bowl, then started to eat the rice. Steamed pork ribs with taro. Steamed sea bass. Sweet and sour pork. Shrimp and egg. Shredded pepper, fermented bean curd and water spinach. Stir-fried pork with peppers. There were some home-cooked dishes on the table, except for the fried pork with peppers, the rest were Cantonese dishes. It's delicious, but you can't eat it so quickly. There are so many dishes and no one is going to snatch them from you. Master, I miss you too. The food you cook is so delicious that I can't stop eating it. After taking a bite of rice, Jiang Xiaowen quickly flattered the master. Junior brother Ju, am I right? Maybe it was a habit he had developed over a long period of time, but Zhu Yingping picked up some water spinach and put it on the rice first. Then he took a bite and 1/3 of the bowl of rice was gone. Xiao Zhu, eat more vegetables, otherwise you won't be able to finish all of them. Looking at this young man from the countryside, Qin Ziming could guess that after a meal, the number of dishes he touched with his chopsticks on the table could be counted on both hands. Master, okay. Zhu Yingping responded, and finally obeyed, stretching the chopsticks forward. Oh, eat more meat. Seeing him reaching for the water spinach again, Qin Ziming slapped his forehead helplessly. Come, junior brother, eat this. Liao Xuelan, who was standing next to him, picked up a few pieces of ribs and put them in his bowl. Thank you, senior sister. In comparison, Liao Xuelan eats more elegantly. I don't know if it's because she is a girl. None of the people present were as restrained as Zhu Yingping. Sister Lan, Meng Meng also wants ribs. While Meng Meng was speaking, she secretly glanced at her father. Why are you looking at me? Eat if you want. Don't blame Daddy if you become a little fat girl in the future. Little fat girl. The little guy had already reached out and grabbed the ribs in the bowl, but when he heard his father's words, his eyes immediately widened, not knowing whether to eat it or not. Meng Meng, don't turn into a little fat girl. Come on, eat more vegetables. Meng Meng can eat meat again. Sun Xiumin picked up some water spinach and put it in the little guy's bowl. Auntie, really? Meng Meng had a feeling that she was being tricked. Really? Look at this big brother. He just loves to eat vegetables. He looks so strong. Meng Meng doesn't want that. Big brother is dark and ugly. The little guy wrinkled his nose and shook his head desperately, and it seemed that he would turn black the next moment. Brother, this is called health, you know. Qin Ziming reached out and gently scratched his daughter's nose. He was actually quite envious of Zhu Yingping's figure. No, Meng Meng, don't turn black. Avoiding Dad's clutches, Meng Meng's eyes wandered between the pork ribs and the water spinach. Finally, she picked up the water spinach, muttering to herself. Stinky Dad, he always bullies Meng Meng. Ha ha ha. This scene made everyone unable to hold back any longer and they all laughed out loud. Even Zhu Yingping's face showed a hint of redness. Okay, eat slowly, and remember to finish all your food. Qin Ziming finished 3 bowls of rice in less than 5 minutes, just like he did in the past. Master, are you full? This time it was Zhu Yingping's turn to be surprised. He thought he ate fast, but he didn't expect that his master ate even faster than him. Dad, eat, gurgle, gurgle, I'm full. At this moment, Meng Meng picked up the bowl, held the chopsticks, and imitated her father's actions just now. Meng Meng, do you want your butt to be spanked? Seeing his daughter's naughty look, Qin Ziming stood up and acted as if he was going to teach her a lesson. Sister, save Meng Meng, Dad is going to beat someone up. The little guy reacted quite quickly. His big eyes rolled around and he immediately pulled his sister into the water. Dad, if my sister doesn't listen, you can spank her hard and we won't stop you. Dudu's words completely confused Meng Meng. They said that they were sisters with deep love, so why didn't you play by the rules, sister? Ah, sister, you bully Meng Meng too. Meng Meng immediately put her hands behind her back to protect her buttocks. Cute. Well. Qin Ziming, who was a step slower, looked at his daughter's hands covered with soy sauce. Auntie, what happened to Dad? Meng Meng asked hurriedly when she heard her father sigh and walk out of the store. Meng Meng, take a look for yourself. Sun Xiumin pointed at the little guy's pants, where there were 2 clear handprints. Hey, who made Meng Meng's pants dirty? The cute little head swayed left and right and finally landed on Dudu. Sister, is it you? Meng Meng, it's not your sister, it's you. Humph, Meng Meng loves cleanliness the most, so she won't dirty her clothes. If it's not Meng Meng, then what is this? In desperation, Sun Xiumin grabbed Meng Meng's little hand and pointed at the soy sauce on it and said, Oh, it's really Meng Meng. No, Dad will definitely spank Meng Meng's but later. After this reminder, the little guy finally remembered and looked outside the store with a nervous face. Chapter 72 Brother Qin, what a coincidence, another mouth. Noon on August 30th. A black Toyota Alpha stopped on the side of the road. In this weather, you can even steam eggs on the ground. As soon as Yun Minglan got out of the car, a wave of heat hit him in the face. Boss! Before he could finish his sigh, a young woman in business attire came over with an umbrella. Let's go. This young woman was none other than his secretary. Okay. I don't know how many passers-by were envious of this scene. Everyone wishes they could be one of them and realize that famous saying. If there is something to do, the secretary will do it. If there is nothing to do, cough cough cough. Da. The sound of high heels hitting the ground can be heard from far away. Huang Lingzhen twisted her slender waist, held an umbrella, and followed closely beside the boss. Brother Qin, here I come. Before anyone reached the store door, Yun Minglang shouted inside. Brother Yun, you're here. Hearing the familiar voice, Qin Ziming looked up and quickly stood up to greet it. Hey, Boss Qin, you're eating so quickly, I wanted to treat you. When I walked into the restaurant, I saw 7 or 8 dishes on a table and a few people gathered around it, all new faces. Uncle, eat. Oh, this is Dudu, and Meng Meng, so sensible. Hee, Uncle, I'm Dudu. Hearing the little girl calling him, Yun Minglang immediately put everything else behind him and took a few steps forward. Smells so good. As he walked towards the dining table, he was immediately greeted by an enticing aroma and could not help but take a deep breath. Uncle Yun, open your mouth. I saw Dudu holding a piece of braised pork and reaching it towards Yun Minglang. Ha, Dudu gave it to me, so Uncle must eat it. Yun Minglang didn't care about that. He really opened his mouth. This scene directly shocked the secretary Huang Lingzhen next to him. Boss! Hiss, Brother Qin, did you make this braised pork? The moment the braised pork entered his mouth, his eyes widened to the limit, and then he started chewing quickly, ignoring what the secretary said. Yes. When Qin Ziming saw the expression on the other person's face, he knew that there would be one more mouth to feed in the future. It tastes really good. I'm going to be shameless and have a meal here today. Is there any problem with that, Dudu? This time, he looked at the food on the table carefully. Even though it had been damaged, he could tell that it was in good condition. Okay, let's eat together, Uncle Yun. Dudu clapped his hands happily, but Meng Meng next to him was different. She pouted her lips unhappily. Sister, braised pork is cute. Meng Meng was a little unhappy when she saw her sister sharing the braised pork with outsiders. Meng Meng, Uncle will only eat a little bit, and I will buy you something delicious later. It's delicious. Meng Meng wants so much. When Meng Meng heard about the delicious food, she didn't get angry. She put down her chopsticks and made a big circle with her hands. Ha, that's all. Can I eat now, Uncle? Yun Minglang also imitated the little guy and made a big circle. Yeah, Uncle Yun can eat it. After getting the guarantee, Meng Meng sat down with satisfaction and continued to work on the delicious food on the table. Boss! Huang Lingzhen became a little anxious when she heard that the boss was going to have dinner here. She had already booked a private room and wanted to go with the boss to have a good meal. You can eat here too. Tell Manager Chen that you won't be coming over today. Without giving her a chance to continue, Yun Minglang interrupted her and asked her to eat together. Brother Qin, it shouldn't be a problem to have 2 more people eating. Brother Yun, you've already asked me, how can I refuse? I'll get you some dishes and chopsticks right away. Boss, let's go get it. Sun Xiaomin spoke first. How could she let the boss take action at this time? You guys sit here, I'll just stand. Seeing that the visitor had a good relationship with his master, Jiang Xiaowen quickly stood up, and he did not forget to wink at Zhu Yingping. Yes, we can just stand, you don't have to get up, senior sister. Before Liao Xuelan could stand up, he took the lead, picked up the bowl and chopsticks and made room for her. Beauty, I'll change a chair for you. It was impossible for Jiang Xiaowen to let others sit on the chair that he had sat on, so he simply pulled away 2 chairs. Brother Qin, your disciples are really good. Yun Minglang didn't hesitate and sat down directly. Boss Yun, drink the soup first. Sun Xiaomin did not go to serve the rice, but instead made a bowl of pork ribs and corn soup for the 2 of them. Thanks. The boss had already sat down, and Huang Lingzhen knew that it was useless for her to say anything, so she could only follow him. It smells delicious. I was a little reluctant at first, but when I smelled the aroma of the pork ribs and corn soup, I already felt a little bit of anticipation in my heart. Uncle, Meng Meng will tell you a secret. The soup my dad made is really delicious. Meng Meng drank a bowl of it just now. While the little guy was talking, his hands did not stop and went straight to the braised pork. "Meng Meng, there are guests." "Hee, Dad." This time, the little guy was quite obedient and quickly withdrew his hand. "Dad, Meng Meng wants to eat meat." "Sister, give it to me." "Thank you, Sister Lan." As soon as the braised pork was put into the small bowl, Meng Meng immediately grabbed it with her hands. "Brother Qin, this soup is delicious." After tasting the braised pork, Yun Minglang picked up the spoon and tasted the soup with anticipation. The moment it entered his mouth, he squinted his eyes and tasted it carefully. The natural sweetness of the corn was fully released, perfectly blending with the mellow meaty aroma of the ribs. It tasted refreshing and not greasy, with a sweet aftertaste. Looking at a piece of pork ribs in the bowl, Yun Minglang picked it up, put it in his mouth, and felt that the pork ribs were stewed until soft and tasty. "It's really delicious." After Huang Lingzhen sat down, she was not in a hurry to drink the soup. Instead, she glanced at the food in front of her. She couldn't understand why a boss of her status had to be treated the same as an ordinary citizen. "I just don't believe it." In her opinion, the boss must have been giving the other party face by saying that the food was delicious twice in a row. "It's just corn and pork rib soup, and you're suspicious of me." As she picked up the spoon, she secretly complained in her heart. But the next moment, he swallowed the rest of the words back and felt his face burning. "No way, it's really that delicious." Comparing it to the soup she had drunk before, she found that none of them could compare to this one. Even when she went to top hotels with her boss, the same was true. The soups cooked by those chefs were not as delicious as the one in front of her. And then there was no more. Later, he joined the other two, lowering his head and drinking the pork ribs and corn soup. No more. Soon both bowls were finished. Huang Lingzhen, who had just felt disdainful in her heart, felt her face burning again. "Boss Yun, I'll serve you some food." Seeing that the two had finished their soup, Sun Xiumin stood up again and took away the two bowls. "Brother Qin, I didn't expect that you are such a good cook. Are you interested in expanding your business?" After tasting the braised pork and pork ribs and corn soup, there is no need to try anything else. Yun Minglang believes that this brother's cooking skills are almost the same as those of the top chefs. "Expand your business?" "Yes, we can't just sell buns and porridge." "Boss, look over there." At this moment, Huang Lingzhen just looked up and saw a small blackboard hanging on the wall. Chapter 73. The secretary stayed. "I need to find her." A dish of green vegetables is 188 yuan. Braised pork 388. The small blackboard lists all the dishes that can be ordered that day. "Brother Qin, a dish of green vegetables costs 188, someone ordered." "Wrong." Yun Minglang stopped here and stretched out his chopsticks to the stir-fried broccoli with black fungus in front of him. "It's so delicious too." As he put a piece of broccoli into his mouth, his expression changed again. 188 is cheap. At this time, Yun Minglang couldn't help but sigh. "Boss, 188 is still cheap here." When Huang Lingzhen heard that a dish of green vegetables cost 188, her first thought was that the boss was really greedy and such prices were only offered in star-rated hotels. "Try it yourself and you'll know." After saying this, he ignored the secretary and reached for other dishes with his chopsticks. "Brother Qin, isn't this restaurant too small? There are only a few tables. If there are more customers." Yun Minglang stopped here. He believed that the other party could understand. "I can't help it. I want to do that, too. It's just about expanding the store. Leave it to my brother. I think the store next door is pretty good. Xiao Huang, you can take it down and renovate it. You can stay here and help in the future." Qin Ziming wanted to complain about being poor, but he didn't expect the other party to just wave his hand and finalize the matter. "Which one is next door? What noodle shop is called?" "I can't remember the name, but it's the one with 2 floors. He thought about it for a while, but found that he couldn't remember it, but his chopsticks did not stop reaching for the braised pork in front of him. "Decorate it well and go high-end. Once you've made your name, you can consider branching out. Now let's take the buns as the standard." When considering entering the catering industry, Yun Minglang knew that opening a restaurant was not as easy as running a steamed buns shop. After all, a bun shop only needs to make buns and cook a pot of porridge. It's different in a restaurant. There are so many dishes in the 8 major cuisines that it would take a lifetime to learn them, let alone master them all. Boss, can I stay? After hearing this, Huang Lingzhen felt that the braised pork in her mouth was no longer delicious. What's wrong? Is there a problem? No, boss, I promised to do this. She didn't know it before, but now that she saw it with her own eyes, she could tell that the boss particularly valued the fat man in front of him. If you make the other party unhappy, the boss might ask you to pack up and leave. Ha ha, eat first, then talk about things. Brother Qin, to be honest, I've eaten so many braised porks, but yours is still the best. In the following time, Yun Minglang gave his comments every time he tasted a dish, almost praising Qin Ziming's cooking skills to the sky. 15 minutes later. All 7 dishes on the table were cleared away, even the soup was left behind, and Jiang Xiaowen used it to mix with rice. Fortunately, we served the main course today, otherwise the cooked rice would not be enough, and even Huang Lingzhen had an extra bowl of rice. Xiao Huang, bring out the contract that Brother Qin wants. After eating and drinking, Yun Minglang rubbed his stomach gently. He didn't expect that he had eaten so much today and now he didn't want to move at all. Contract. Liao Xuelan and 2 others were helping to clean up. After hearing this, everyone pricked up their ears, wanting to know what Mr. Yun wanted from the master. Boss Qin, these are the 4 contracts you requested. If there are any problems, I will revise them now. Huang Lingzhen took out several contracts from her briefcase. I won't watch this now. You are all professionals and I am a layman. After deciding to cooperate with Yun Minglang, he was responsible for training chefs for the branch restaurants. He didn't want to let the trained employees leave, so he thought about it and decided to use contractual restrictions. Then he told Yun Minglang about his request and asked him to help solve the problem. Senior sister, do you know what the contract is? Why are there so many copies? Seeing several contracts in his master's hand, Jiang Xiaowen couldn't help but ask. How would I know? I'm not a worm in master's stomach. He rolled his eyes at his junior fellow apprentice and craned his neck curiously, wanting to see what was inside. Senior sister, senior brother, do you think it could be our contract? Before the 3 of them signed the contract, Zhu Yingping expressed his guess. Our contract? That's impossible. It would require Mr. Yun to make a special trip. Jiang Xiaowen was the first one who didn't believe it. He always felt that the middle-aged man in front of him looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where. Come here, all of you. Qin Ziming picked up a contract, flipped through a few pages, put it aside, and then waved towards the kitchen. No way, it really is our contract. If they still had doubts just now that the master is calling them, they will know what is going on without thinking. Here is the contract for the 3 of you. Take a look at it first. If there is no problem, sign it. If you think it is not suitable, I will pay you the wages. By the way, sister Sun, I told you yesterday that your salary has changed. Please sign a new one. After placing the 3 contracts on the table, Qin Ziming handed another one to Sun Xiumin. Don't rush to sign it yet, go back and take a good look at it, and give it to me tomorrow. Yes, master. The 3 were about to read the contract on the spot, but after hearing this, they put it away. Ha ha, I don't need to read it, just sign it now. Sun Xiumin turned to the next page and saw that the salary had increased from 3,000 to 4,000. She picked up the pen without thinking. Swish swish. Sign your name on the contract. Brother Qin, I won't bother you anymore. If you have any questions for the next period of time, just go to her directly. After sitting for a while, Yun Minglang saw a guest coming and stood up to say goodbye. Okay, Brother Yun, I'll take you out. Boss, I'll drive you back. Huang Lingzhen also followed them out. They came over. This black Toyota Alpha was driven by her. No need, you stay here, I can drive back by myself. By the way, in order to facilitate future work, you can rent a house nearby and I will reimburse all your expenses. Seeing Huang Lingzhen was about to get in the car, Yun Minglang directly refused, opened the door and walked into the driver's seat. Okay, boss. In this way, Huang Lingzhen stood there and watched the black Toyota Alpha disappear in the distance. Secretary Huang. Secretary Huang. Qin Ziming called out to her 3 times in a row, and she finally came to her senses. Ah, Boss Qin, what's the matter? Huang Lingzhen came back to her senses and lifted her bangs in front of her eyes to hide her embarrassment. It's okay, I'll go back to work first, you can find me if you need anything. I don't dare to trouble Boss Qin, I'll go next door and ask first. Even if she wanted to ask Qin Ziming for help, she didn't have the courage to do so, as her boss had just made it clear. Now she just wants to finish the task quickly and return to her boss as soon as possible. Okay. Oh, I don't know whether it is a bad thing or a good thing. She watched Qin Ziming return to the store before she shook her head and went about her own business. Chapter 74. Everything is done, let us rent a house first. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. In the bun shop. It's so uncomfortable to work in this weather. Huang Lingzhen walked into the store and saw an empty seat. She didn't care and just sat down. Secretary Huang, here. As soon as she sat down, Sun Xiumin handed her a bottle of iced cola. Thanks. She had been busy since noon until now, and had spent a lot of time talking. She hadn't even had a few sips of water, but her throat was already burning. Now holding a bottle of ice-cold cola in her hand, she no longer cared about her ladylike image and drank directly from the bottle. Belch! After drinking a bottle of Coke, Huang Lingzhen burped comfortably. Thanks. Feeling her strength returning, she thanked him again. Secretary Huang, would you like to try a bun? Sun Xiumin took the bottle and asked respectfully. Sister Sun, you don't have to be so polite. I'm also a worker. Just call me by my name. At this time, Huang Lingzhen did not dare to be arrogant. Even if the boss did not say anything, she could almost guess that the owner of the bun shop in front of her would soon be the boss's next partner. I'm older than you, so I'll call you Sister Lingzhen. Come and try it. This is our boss's new soup dumplings. Sun Xiumin came over with a plate on which were 5 or 6 tempting little buns. Just one look at them made one's appetite increase. Thanks. She originally wanted to refuse, but after seeing the buns, she changed her mind. Would you like a bowl of porridge? Okay. At this time, Huang Lingzhen was no longer polite. Green vegetable porridge is pretty good. Looking at the vegetable porridge served, Huang Lingzhen showed a smile on her face. The boss wants to cooperate with him, but he doesn't know how delicious the buns are. She has been with her boss for 2 years and knows that he always plans before making decisions. This small bun in my hand must contain some secret. Thinking of this, I put the bun close to my mouth. Since when did the buns taste so good? Before this, she had also eaten Xiaolong Babo. If you eat it for the first time, you will more or less make a fool of yourself. People who try it for the first time are always impatient and take a bite. The thin skin wilts and a golden juice immediately flows out. The scalding juice burns the tongue and the person has to open his mouth and breathe out, just like a dog in a hot summer. Huang Lingzhen first bit a small hole in the mouth and sucked slowly. When the soup was at the right temperature, she put the whole thing into her mouth. At this moment, I only feel the taste of the soup, which is fresh and slightly sweet, neither chicken nor pork, but similar to chicken and pork, because it is the fusion of the essence of the two. The buns are 3 times more delicious than anything I've ever had before. The plain vegetable porridge in front of me shouldn't disappoint me. I had originally planned to go out for a big meal and treat myself after finishing work today. Now that she has tasted the delicious soup dumplings, her thoughts have changed, without her even realizing it. She scooped up some vegetable porridge and slowly brought the spoon to her mouth. She blew a breath out of habit and then took a deep breath. When you take the first bite, the tip of your tongue first feels the sweetness of the rice soup, and then the fresh aroma of the vegetables spreads in your mouth. What shocked her was the texture of the porridge, which was thick but not stagnant, smooth but not greasy, and when it flowed between her lips and teeth, it was hard to tell whether it was liquid or solid. With every spoonful you put into your mouth, you can feel the heat, spreading from your throat to your stomach, and then to every part of your limbs. You feel as comfortable as if you were soaking in a hot spring. Comfortable. She finished half a bowl of porridge before she stopped and picked up another steamed dumpling. Beauty, is this your first time eating Boss Qin's buns? When Huang Lingzhen heard someone greeting her, she stopped eating the bun in her hand. Yes. Seeing that it was a young man staring at her with his eyes, she frowned slightly. Even though she was a little unhappy, she still nodded. Beauty, it seems that you are very familiar with Boss Qin. Why did you eat it now? The man opposite continued to ask in a familiar manner. You can't blame the other person for this. There's a beautiful woman sitting opposite you. If you don't take the opportunity to say hello, how do you know you have no chance? Huang Lingzhen was wearing a black business suit, black stockings, and glasses. This outfit was a fatal blow to single men. I'm not familiar with Boss Qin, I'm just here to work. After saying this, she lowered her head and continued to drink her porridge without even eating the bun in her hand. The buns made by Boss Chin are so delicious. If I can't eat them for one day, I will feel uncomfortable all over. As if sensing that Huang Lingzhen didn't want to pay attention to him, the young man muttered to himself. I really want to try the food made by Boss Chin, but it's too expensive. A dish of vegetables costs 188 yuan. Huang Lingzhen, who was drinking porridge, heard these words and her arm trembled slightly, causing porridge to drip into the bowl. How could I forget this? Huang Lingzhen glanced at her cell phone. It was almost time for dinner. Forget it, come over to eat tomorrow. Looking at the soup dumpling in front of me, there was only one left. I just ate 5 of them without realizing it and drank a bowl of vegetable porridge. What a pity! Huang Lingzhen felt a little disappointed when she thought that she could only eat it tomorrow. Sister Sun, how much is it? He picked up the last soup dumpling, stood up and walked towards the store door. Sister Lingzhen, the boss has told us that you don't have to pay for food here in the future. When she saw the other party wanted to scan the code to pay, Sun Xiumin stretched out her hand to block the QR code. Good. Huang Lingzhen nodded, then turned and walked out. It's getting late, and my boss asked me to stay here and look around the area first. If I find a suitable house, I can move in tomorrow. Thinking of it, she took action. She walked forward along the road and soon stopped in front of the gate of a community. Sunshine Community. He raised his head and took a look, then glanced inside the community. This is an old neighborhood, no. Huang Lingzhen just looked at the nearest few buildings and had no intention of going in. It's all your fault. Now that the house is renovated, my daughter-in-law is not satisfied. I see you're going to do it. Don't I want to give them a surprise? The house has been renovated, it can't be left empty. You should find a way to rent it out. At least you can make some money back. This is our retirement money. Just then, a middle-aged couple passed by and Huang Lingzhen happened to hear their conversation. The renovated house needs to be rented out. She ignored everything else he said and only remembered this sentence. He is from this neighborhood. Seeing the middle-aged couple walking straight toward Sunshine Community, she hesitated for a moment, then quickened her pace to catch up with them. Uncle, Auntie, wait a minute. Seeing that the two were about to enter the community, Huang Lingzhen hurriedly called out. Girl, you called us? The middle-aged woman heard a voice behind her, turned around and saw a young girl running towards them. Yes, I want to talk to you about something. Girl, what do you want from us? She looked Huang Lingzhen up and down, and when she saw what she was wearing, her brows couldn't help but frown slightly. Girl, we don't buy insurance. Auntie, I'm not selling insurance. I just heard that you have a house for rent. I also want to rent a house. Can you take me to have a look? Rent a house? This time it was the couple's turn to be stunned. They didn't expect that as soon as they had this thought, someone wanted to see the house. The two of them looked at each other. Okay, let me tell you in advance, our house has 2 bedrooms and a living room. As for the rent, we can talk about it after we see the house. 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. Good. Huang Lingzhen originally wanted to rent a 1-bedroom apartment, but when she remembered what the boss said, she quickly nodded. Chapter 75 Eat Golden Shrimp Balls, How Satisfied? Sister Sun, did Secretary Huang come over just now? Qin Ziming took the last dish and gently placed it on the table. He was in the kitchen just now, busy preparing dinner, and didn't have time to greet the other party. He just sat in the store for a while and then left. Yes, boss. She nodded and took the bowl to get the soup. Why don't you keep her for dinner? Brother Yun asked his secretary to stay and he would take care of him no matter what. Boss, Secretary Huang had some soup dumplings and a bowl of porridge. Okay, I get it, let's eat first. Seeing Sun Xiumin's embarrassment, he knew what was going on and stopped her from speaking. Meng Meng, drink the soup first. Hee, Dad. The hand was already half stretched out, about to catch the golden shrimp ball. After acquiring the skills of cooking Cantonese cuisine, Qin Ziming would deliberately choose a dish that a child would like to eat every time he cooked. The same goes for this dish tonight. The golden shrimp balls are crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and the shrimp meat is sweet. Children will like it even more if dipped in ketchup or salad dressing. The method is to peel the fresh shrimp and chop it into pieces, add a little starch, salt and pepper, beat it well, and roll it into small balls. Finally, coat with egg liquid and breadcrumbs and fry until golden brown. Why are you in such a hurry? This dish is for you and your sister. Finish the soup first. Dad, seriously, these little balls are all Meng Meng and her sister. Upon hearing this, the little guy's eyes lit up and he excitedly pulled the small bowl over, without any sign of being forced by anyone. When has Dad ever lied to Meng Meng? Humph, Dad tricked Meng Meng yesterday. Before Qin Ziming could finish his words, Meng Meng's words made him unable to continue, and he could only cough to cover up the embarrassment. Ahem, why are you all looking at me? You don't have to eat. The three disciples, plus Sun Xiaomin, wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, so they could only hold it in. Okay, master. Seeing the expression on his master's face, Zhu Yingping quickly picked up the bowl and started drinking. Junior brother, don't you feel hot? Today's soup is tofu fish head soup. It has been cooked for a while, but it is still a little hot when it is just taken out of the pot. Hot? Zhu Yingping was stunned for a moment, then looked at the bowl in his hand, and he quickly reacted. Huff. Give. Sun Xiaomin, who was sitting next to the refrigerator, reacted the fastest. She opened the refrigerator, took out a bottle of Coke, tapped it to the side, and the lid fell off the next moment. Gulp. Gulp. After drinking half a bottle of Coke in one breath, Zhu Yingping felt his throat better. Sister Sun, thank you. It's okay, just be more careful next time. Sun Xiaomin waved her hand and reached for the spinach with her chopsticks. Compared with others, she likes the vegetables fried by the boss more. Today's stir-fried spinach. It's getting late. Go back and rest after dinner. We have to get up early tomorrow. After knowing that Liao Xuelan arrived at the store at 5 o'clock every morning, Jiang Xiaowen and his friend decided to stand by their senior sister. Yes, master. Jiang Xiaowen responded and his chopsticks unconsciously reached out for the golden shrimp balls. Brother Jiang. Meng Meng, who had been paying attention to the golden shrimp balls, was the first to disagree when she saw someone dared to touch her delicious food. But her father just said that these belonged to her and her sister. Ha ha, brother doesn't have it. Jiang Xiaowen's chopsticks turned to the side and landed on another dish. Humph, that's what Daddy made for Meng Meng. The little guy was still worried in the end, and glanced around, indicating that the dish already had an owner. Drink the soup first, or your brothers and sisters will eat it. Seeing his daughter's expression, Qin Ziming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He reached out and gently scratched the little girl's nose. Got it, Dad. Meng Meng nodded her head heavily. I know. Look, my sister is almost done drinking. The two little guys were drinking soup from small bowls. At this moment, Dudu was holding the bowl, squinting his eyes, and drinking the soup with an expression of enjoyment. Ah. She raised her head and looked at her sister, then looked at her own small bowl. Sister, slow down, Meng Meng hasn't drunk yet. Dad, is Dudu ready to eat? Dudu just glanced at her sister's words, then looked at her father with anticipation. You don't wait for your sister. Seeing this scene, Qin Ziming couldn't help but tease. My sister is vomiting so slowly that she's almost fainting from hunger when she's about to vomit. Dudu reached out and grabbed a golden shrimp ball, then took a bite with relish. Dad, this ball is delicious. The little one didn't know this dish, and after taking the first bite, she squinted her eyes and chewed it carefully. Ah. Seeing that her sister had started eating, Meng Meng stopped eating slowly and directly picked up the small bowl and started drinking. Meng Meng, slow down. Sun Xiaomin said with concern, worried that the little guy would choke if he drank too quickly. Meng Meng, who was only thinking about eating the golden shrimp balls as soon as possible, had no chance of listening to him. She didn't put down her voice until she finished the soup. Dad! After putting down the small bowl, Meng Meng saw that her sister had already finished one, and immediately reached out and pulled her father's sleeve to act coquettishly. Okay, Dad will give it to you right away. Is that enough? Qin Ziming picked up one first, and then picked up another one. Meng Meng, who had been pouting, now showed a bright smile on her face, and finally she didn't forget to call out sweetly. Dad, you're the best! Tasty! As soon as he finished speaking, the little guy had already grabbed a golden shrimp ball. Ha ha ha! Meng Meng is still as ridiculous as ever. No, every time I see the boss's two daughters, I can't help but laugh out loud, ha ha ha. For a moment. The guests who were eating quietly burst into laughter when they saw this scene. At the same time, Huang Lingzhen has already entered the Sunshine community. Looking at the dilapidated facilities, she already felt a little regretful. Forget it, let's take a look first. 5 minutes later. Take the stairs to the 3rd floor. No way, there's not even an elevator. At this moment, she really wanted to turn around and leave, but when she saw the smiles on the middle-aged couple's faces, she couldn't do it. After all, they were already outside the door. Girl, we are here. The middle-aged woman took out the key and opened the door. Don't worry, the house was renovated a month in advance. Seeing Huang Lingzhen standing still, the couple thought she was worried about this problem. Okay, let's go in and take a look. When she came to her senses, she quickly lifted her bangs in front of her eyes to hide her embarrassment. Girl, you can take a look first. The moment she stepped into the room, Huang Lingzhen's thoughts changed 180 degrees. She quickened her pace and walked around the living room. Then came the 2 bedrooms and a conclusion. The decoration of this house is simply her dream house. My daughter, are you satisfied with this house? When Huang Lingzhen visited the house, the smile on her face also caught the attention of the couple. Yes, I am very satisfied. Chapter 76. This is my brother, my young wife. Toot! Huang Lingzhen returned to her residence. She took out her cell phone, found a number, and dialed it. After signing the contract with the landlord, she rushed back to her residence as soon as possible. There was a busy tone on the other end of the phone for a few seconds, and then it was connected soon. Boss! How's it going? Yun Minglang's lazy voice came, and it seemed that he was already lying on the bed. The shop next door has already done it. We just need to transfer the money tomorrow and then we can sign the contract. She could also tell that the boss was about to go to sleep, so she simply explained what happened. I understand. I'll tell the finance department tomorrow. Boss! Seeing that her boss was about to hang up the phone, Huang Lingzhen hurriedly shouted she had not forgotten her boss's promise. Anything else? Boss, I've rented the house over there too. I rented it. It's quite efficient. Okay, I got it. Toot! Seeing that the call had been hung up, Huang Lingzhen frowned slightly. What does this mean, boss? I gave up all the chances to bargain just to rent that house. If I don't get a subsidy... what am I thinking about? The boss is not that kind of person. As soon as the thought of the boss not giving her the subsidy popped into her mind, Huang Lingzhen quickly slapped herself in the face. She couldn't help but think so. The rent was 2,000 a month, not including water and electricity bills. If she could save this money, she could buy an extra set of cosmetics every month. Take a shower, and move house tomorrow. Thinking of this, she threw her cell phone on the bed, took off her clothes, and walked into the bathroom shirtless. 1,000 words are omitted here. In a luxurious villa. Dear, who is it? Yun Minglang had just put his phone down when a young woman came over and hugged his arm tightly. It's Xiao Huang. Secretary Huang? The young woman turned over and sat on him. What are you doing? He had been busy all day and had to work for another half an hour when he got home. Now he just wanted to have a good sleep. Dear, what does Secretary Huang want to see you about? The young woman became alert when she heard the phone call late at night. She felt that she had not done enough homework. You are thinking wrongly. Seeing his wife staring at him, he didn't know what he was thinking. He raised his hand and slapped her butt. Bang! A crisp sound, accompanied by a groan. Hate! Okay, Xiao Huang is here for work. I've asked her to stay there to help with the next work and company affairs. Stay out of it. Yun Minglang, who had a calm expression just now, suddenly changed his tone and stared at her in a serious tone. They know. Honey, you're tired after a long day. Let me give you a massage. Okay, I haven't been sleeping well lately, so this is a good time to fall asleep. Yun Minglang rubbed his temples, then turned over and lay on his stomach. If you can't stay at home, once this cooperation is stable, I can let you take charge of some stores. Real? Her eyes lit up. Meng Xianglu is only 26 years old this year. She has been working for 2 years after graduating from university and has been following Yun Minglang. Her last job was as a secretary, and that's why she was so nervous just now. How can I lie to you about this? But at least 1 year later, Meng Xianglu didn't want to be a canary. Now that she heard that she could go out to work, she increased the intensity of the massage with her hands. Is this okay, dear? Yes, that's it. After this press, Yun Minglang felt that his tiredness was reduced a little. My dear, I have not been idle during this period. I have been learning this massage technique for more than a month. Okay, if you just like that sports car, I'll buy it for you tomorrow. Boo! My dear, you are so nice. When she heard that she would be able to drive the sports car she had always dreamed of, Meng Xianglu immediately lowered her head and kissed him on the cheek. Then he moved his body close to Yun Minglang, and even his breathing became gradually rapid. Okay, stop pressing it and go to sleep. After this incident, he felt a burning sensation in his abdomen and had to sleep for the sake of his kidneys. In the rental house. Dad, are you okay? Dudu supported his little head with his hands and lay on the bed. The little guy shouted weakly, his eyelids were twitching. Okay, didn't Dad tell you to go to bed when you're tired? No need to wait for Dad. Qin Ziming was halfway through blow-drying his hair when he heard his daughter calling him. He had no choice but to put down the hairdryer and walk into the bedroom. No, Dudu wants to wait for Daddy to sleep together. At this time, Meng Meng had already fallen asleep. She was holding a big doll, and her little mouth was blinking from time to time. It was obvious that she was eating in her dream. Well. After touching his undried hair, Qin Ziming sat on the bed helplessly. Daddy, spank me. Dudu turned her body sideways with her but facing the edge of the bed, and she slapped her but with her little hands. Ha ha! Qin Ziming laughed, with a doting expression on his face. The little guy is usually very obedient and will only act like a spoiled child with me when it's time to go to bed. Wee! When the big hand gently patted his butt, Dudu squinted his eyes, held a small doll tightly in his small hands, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. After a while. Beep! He called his daughter softly, then stopped and spanked her butt. Hey, asleep! After making sure his daughters were asleep, Qin Ziming picked them up gently and covered them with the air conditioning quilt. Then he walked out of the bedroom and closed the door. Buzz? For hair that hasn't dried yet, pick up the hair dryer again. Kindergarten starts the day after tomorrow. After spending some time together, Qin Ziming has become accustomed to having his two daughters around him. Soon, the hair was blow-dried. Qin Ziming walked to the door as usual and stepped on the electronic scale. 105 kilograms. Seeing the numbers on the electronic scale, Qin Ziming's mood improved again. During this period of time, he lost a total of 23 kilograms. At this rate, it would only take more than 20 days to return to normal weight. Life will get better and better. A fat man weighing over 200 pounds walked into the bedroom with brisk steps. Squeak! The moment he sat down, the wooden bed groaned. Task: work hard to move bricks, and you will be rewarded with a villa in the city centre. Earn 500,000 and get a villa in the city centre as a reward. Current progress, 36%. Qin Ziming lay on the bed and played with his phone for a while, mumbling something to himself. A transparent light curtain panel appeared in the air. Today's turnover is a little lower, it only increased by 4 points. Now Qin Ziming has one more thing to do before going to bed every night, which is to check the progress of the task. It's true, every time I see the progress fluctuations, the fatigue of the day can be reduced a lot, and I can make sure that I will be full of energy when I wake up in the morning. Sleep! As soon as I closed my eyes, the light screen panel in front of me disappeared. No words were spoken that night. Chapter 77. Today I'm treating you, 1 dish per person. The first day of September. Ta-da! There was a sound of hurried footsteps. Next came a woman in her 20s, dressed in casual clothes, who stepped into the bun shop. Sister Lingzhen, come here. Seeing someone coming in, Sun Xiumin quickly greeted them. Sister Sun, I'm looking for Boss Qin. Secretary Huang, are you looking for me? Qin Ziming was busy for more than an hour and came out of the kitchen, just about to go outside to smoke a cigarette. Boss Qin, the shop next door has already been negotiated. What are your requirements for the decoration of the restaurant? After a busy morning, she finally finished the task assigned by her boss. I even asked a moving company to move all my luggage to my new home. If she hadn't been thinking about Qin Ziming's lunch and coming here on time, she would have been lying in bed now, having a good sleep and coming back in the afternoon.
Require?
Qin Ziming was stunned for a moment, but soon realized that this was a request for his opinion. He didn't expect Yun Minglang to be so efficient. He had just proposed it yesterday, and he had already taken down the shop next door today.
Right.
Huang Lingzhen nodded, but glanced around the store before she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I don't have any requirements. Leave this to the professionals. Brother Yun said that we need to build a high-end product.
I am a novice in this area.
Qin Ziming is self-aware and will not give any opinions on areas he does not understand.
Okay, I got it.
This time, after Huang Lingzhen finished speaking, she did not leave. It seemed that she had something to say, but she couldn't open her mouth. Just when she was feeling disappointed and ready to leave, Qin Ziming spoke.
It's already noon, Secretary Huang, please stay for lunch.
Isn't this embarrassing? Hearing this, Huang Lingzhen was so excited that she almost jumped up, but she still said something politely.
You're welcome.
Brother Yun asked you to stay here, so I'll take good care of you.
Just come over when it's time for dinner.
Thank you, Boss Qin. Only at this time did Huang Lingzhen finally feel relieved and no longer had to worry about food. She couldn't help but make some calculations in her mind. I don't have to spend money on rent or food. Doesn't this mean I can save more money? I'm going out to smoke. If you have something else to do, just come over for dinner at 12 o'clock. Qin Ziming took out a pack of cigarettes and picked one out skillfully.
Humph, Stinky Dad is smoking again.
Just at this moment, Dudu raised his little head and looked at this scene, and the little guy immediately pouted.
Ahem.
He coughed and walked out quicker.
Little boy, what's your name?
Huang Lingzhen was just worrying about what to do when she saw the twin sisters. She walked over to say hello.
Beautiful big sister, I'm Dudu, and this is my little sister Meng Meng.
When Dudu introduced himself, he did not forget to point at his sister next to him.
Hee, hello, big sister.
Hello, Meng Meng. After looking around, Huang Lingzhen soon saw a stool. She moved over and sat next to it. She was glad that she didn't wear a skirt when going out today.
Beautiful sister, what's your name?
Dudu is not only sensible, but also very sweet.
My sister's name is Huang Lingzhen.
She reached out and gently ruffled the little girl's hair, and an idea suddenly occurred to her mind. This Boss Qin gave birth to a daughter who is not only beautiful, but also so sensible. Qin Ziming's image is very bad now. If it weren't for the emergence of the system, he would have continued to be decadent. You're so fat, could it be because you eat too much? Thinking of the other party's cooking skills, Huang Lingzhen shuddered all over, and she seemed to see her future scene. Pa, good things work but bad things don't. How could I be fat? She put aside the unrealistic thoughts in her mind and started assembling building blocks with the two little ones. Outside the bun shop.
Cool.
After lighting the cigarette, Qin Ziming took a puff, then raised his head and slowly exhaled the first puff of smoke.
Boss Qin, please take a break from your busy schedule.
A customer passing by saw the familiar figure and came forward to say hello.
Hey, it's Brother Wang, smoking.
A familiar voice came from behind him. Qin Ziming turned around and saw that this was Brother Wang who spoke up for him last time.
I must smoke the cigarettes that Boss Qin gave me. Who knows, my cooking might be even better in the future.
The other party was not polite. He took the cigarette and put it in his mouth, refusing Qin Ziming to light it, and took out a lighter from his pocket.
Yes, Boss Qin's cigarettes are delicious.
After taking a puff of the cigarette, the other party flattered Qin Ziming a little. By the way, I haven't seen Brother Wang come over for dinner during this period. Is he too busy with work? Thinking about the fact that I hadn't seen him come over for dinner this week, I couldn't help but ask. Boss Qin is amazing. I can tell at a glance. There is nothing I can do. The company is rushing to complete a project, which will take another week to complete. I haven't had Boss Qin's meals during this period, and I can't sleep well at night. He arrives at the company early every morning and gets off work after 6 o'clock, and sometimes he has to work overtime. By the time he got over, the bun shop was almost closed. The reason I can come out today is to buy some buns and take them home to satisfy my craving. Boss Qin, let's stop chatting. I have to go back to the company. Taking a deep breath, the cigarette burned faster. Lao Wang was reluctant to put it out and threw it into the trash can. Okay, let's talk next time. When Lao Wang left, Qin Ziming realized that he was carrying a large bag. He knew without thinking that it contained the barbecued pork bun sold today. It's getting late, time to cook. He took a few more puffs and finally put out the cigarette when it was almost burned out. Master, what's for lunch today? As soon as Qin Ziming walked into the store, Jiang Xiaowen came to meet him. Whatever you want to eat, go get it from the refrigerator. Every day for lunch, we eat whatever is available. Only at dinner can everyone choose what they like and ask Qin Ziming to buy it. Master received it. When Jiang Xiaowen heard that he was asked to make a choice, he stood at attention mischievously and then walked towards the refrigerator in the corner. Pick it yourself and wait for me. Liao Xuelan, who had just made a bun, immediately turned around and walked out of the kitchen when she heard this. She couldn't help but be anxious, as there were a lot of ingredients to choose from in the refrigerator today. There was one dish she had been thinking about and wanted the boss to cook it. Junior brother, you will come and see. After coming out of the kitchen, she saw Zhu Yingping still standing there, so she kindly reminded him. Okay, there are 7 of us eating today, so I'll make 7 dishes. Each of you can choose one. Secretary Huang, what do you want to eat? Eat the same as them. Can I, too? Hearing Qin Ziming calling her, she asked in surprise. Can. Dad, have you forgotten about us? Just then, Dudu stood up and the little guy stretched out his fingers to count. There's 1 for Dad, 1 for Auntie, plus the pretty big sister, that's 7, plus Dudu and my sister, that's 9. The little guy took some effort to figure out the number of people who would have lunch. Oh, it's Daddy's fault. I forgot about you, Dudu. You can also choose a dish. Ha ha. No matter what happens, Dudu Meng Meng is indispensable. Chapter 78 10,000 turnover, I'll help. Delicious meals again. After sitting down, Huang Lingzhen was not in a hurry to pick up her chopsticks. She took a deep breath first, then her eyes fell on a dish. Fish-flavored eggplant casserole. That's the smell. A rich aroma of sauce wafts into the nose from time to time. Pick up the chopsticks and reach for the fish-flavored eggplant pot. The eggplant is soft and tasty, soaked up the sauce inside, melts in your mouth, and has a rich, oily feel. After putting it in her mouth, she took a mouthful of rice and a satisfied look appeared on her face. What a pity! It would be so delicious if this soup was mixed with rice. Although she felt a little disappointed, she was soon attracted by other delicious food on the table. I tried a piece of spicy chicken and almost bit my tongue. Master, it's Cantonese food again, can you make some other dishes for us to try? Among the 3 disciples, only Jiang Xiaowen said this. Other cuisines? Qin Ziming is now in a dilemma. He wants to do the same, but the system hasn't been working well recently. Other dishes, Dad, you are so good, don't you make delicious food for Meng Meng? Meng Meng, who was gnawing on pork ribs, suddenly raised her little head and stared at her father with shining eyes. Ding! Trigger a new task. My daughter wants to eat a different cuisine. Today, the Cantonese cuisine sales reach 10,000 yuan. The task is completed and one of the 7 cuisines is randomly rewarded. Dad! Seeing that her father ignored her, Meng Meng pouted unhappily and shouted again angrily. Ha ha, Meng Meng, eat more. Qin Ziming unexpectedly fell asleep and his daughter handed him a pillow. This task came at the right time. Arf! Meng Meng looked at the pieces of honey-glazed pork ribs in the bowl and glanced at her father in disbelief. At this time, he was not picking up vegetables for her, so how could it be her favorite pork ribs? Dad is the best to Meng Meng. At this time, the little guy did not forget to shout sweetly. Dad! Seeing that his father had picked up so many ribs for his sister, Dudu blinked his big eyes at him. He didn't even need to say anything, his eyes spoke all the words. Can't do anything about you, this is toot. He picked up 2 more pieces of honey-glazed pork ribs and put them into the little guy's bowl. Thank you, Dad. Dudu was very happy and smiled with his eyes narrowed. How could I forget this? The system panel appeared in front of him. Staring at the sales amount of 10,000 on it, Qin Ziming slapped his forehead. Let us try it first. With a turnover of 10,000, this task cannot be completed unless a few big customers appear. Why is Boss Qin so mysterious? Huang Lingzhen had just finished eating a piece of chicken and was about to reach for the boiled shrimp with her chopsticks when she saw this scene. "Master, what's wrong?" Hearing her master sigh, Liao Xuelan asked with concern. "I just thought of something. For the next half day, the three of you will be in charge of making the buns." "Okay, master, with senior sister here, I guarantee nothing will go wrong." "Senior sister, am I right, junior brother?" Before Qin Ziming could finish his words, Jiang Xiaowen came over to flatter him. "Master, please do what you need to do first." At this time, what else could Liao Xuelan say? She could only nod. "Boss Qin, if you have anything to say, you can come to me." Huang Lingzhen, who originally didn't want to speak, thought about it and raised her head to look at him. She couldn't resist the temptation of such delicious food. "Secretary Huang, I won't be polite when the time comes." 5 minutes later. Qin Ziming put down his bowl and chopsticks and stood up. Squeak! The chair made a screeching sound under my butt. He ate a little slowly today as he was thinking about something. "Okay, eat slowly, I'm going to go out and smoke." "So fast." Seeing Qin Ziming's eating speed again, Huang Lingzhen couldn't help but sigh in her heart. "Okay, Dad, Meng Meng will eat all this meat." Meng Meng raised her head mischievously, blinked her big eyes, and pointed at a few pieces of honey-glazed pork ribs on the plate. The two sisters almost ate all the honey-glazed pork ribs. "Sister son, look at Meng Meng, she's almost a little fat girl, and she still wants to eat meat." When Qin Ziming walked to the door of the store, he stopped, said this, and continued to walk outside. Meng Meng, who stayed behind, was like a small boat swaying in the wind and rain. The little guy stared at the ribs on the plate, wondering why he was so talkative. "Hee, these are all Dudu." Dudu reached out and pulled the plate in front of him. "Aunt!" Seeing her sister take away the honey-glazed spare ribs, Meng Meng looked at the people present and finally looked at Sun Xiaomin. "Little greedy cat, sister is just teasing you, Dudu, isn't it?" As she spoke, she winked at Dudu. "Hee, my sister is so stupid. A cigarette after dinner is better than a living god." Qin Ziming leaned against the wall, slowly exhaled smoke, and couldn't help but sigh. "Boss Qin, you are so leisurely today." At this moment, a gentle female voice was heard. "Hey, it's you." Hearing the familiar voice, Qin Ziming turned around in confusion, and when he saw the other person, a smile appeared on his face. "I came here specially today to help Boss Qin with his business." "Are you welcome?" The person who came was none other than Yi Ichio. So many people. When Qin Ziming saw the person behind the other person, he couldn't help but be shocked. "I was just worrying about the mission, and I didn't expect someone to hand me a pillow when I dozed off." Qin Ziming clenched his fists excitedly, but his face was calm. "Ha. Welcome, everyone, please come in." He immediately smiled and stood aside. "The shop is so small, can we sit down?" "Yi Ichiao, you're treating us, you don't have to be so stingy, right? Even if we don't go to a 6-star hotel, a 5-star hotel will be fine." "That's right, Miss Yi, you are not short of money." "No way. This crappy restaurant charges 188 yuan for a vegetable dish. Green vegetables are nothing. A dish of steamed fish costs 488. If you don't know, you would think this is a 5-star hotel." After these people came in, they saw that only 2 tables were empty, and they started talking one after another, not afraid that Qin Ziming next to them would hear them. Just then, someone saw the small blackboard on the wall and his expression became even more interesting. "Could you please shut up, Boss Qin?" "I'm sorry." After giving his companions a fierce look, Yi Ichiao quickly apologized to Qin Ziming. "It's okay, I understand." If he were in this situation, he would do the same. Qin Ziming waved his hand, looked at these people, and came up with a number in his mind. "Xiao Jiang, Xiao Ju, the two of you come here and put these 2 dining tables together." There were 10 people in Yi Ichiao's group, including herself, and they could sit down if they put 2 dining tables together. This mission is now going to be successful. Based on the other party's ordering habits from the previous 2 times, even if it's not 10,000 this time, it should be at least 5,000. Chapter 79, Being Looked Down Upon Again, Don't Regret It. "What do you want to eat?" "Go pick out the ingredients from the refrigerator." After Yi Ichiu sat down, she took out a tissue and wiped the table. By the way, the food that Boss Chin cooks is Cantonese cuisine. Don't even think about Sichuan or Hume cuisine. At this moment, she remembered something and quickly reminded her friends. She said this on purpose, but she actually had another purpose, which was to see if Chin Ziming could cook other cuisines. What a pity, she was destined to be disappointed. Chin Ziming didn't say anything. He called his 2 apprentices to help put the dining table together and walked into the kitchen. What, only Cantonese food, Mr. Yi? This is how you treat your sisters? Including who are you? These 10 people are all young women with good looks. Almost every passerby passing by the store will stop and take a closer look inside. Okay, if you have any questions, after you have tasted the food prepared by Boss Chin, if you still don't like it, you can choose any hotel in Yangcheng. Hu Ian is feeling a little regretful now. He originally wanted to come here to help the other party's business and promote it at the same time. Of course, there is another more important point, that is, she is greedy again and wants to eat the food cooked by Chin Ziming. Yi Ichio, are you serious? A companion shouted her name excitedly. Ha ha? Mr. Yi said that, then I have nothing to say. I've wanted to go to a 6-star hotel for a long time, and now I can finally go. I regret having breakfast now. If I had saved some space, I could have eaten more. After Yi Ichiu made her promise, she brought 9 people over and sat down quietly, no longer complaining about the lack of space. In their opinion, they just wait for the food to be served, take a bite, and then go straight to the 6-star hotel. Are you going to eat or not? If not, I'm leaving. Seeing that everyone was sitting still, Hu Yu felt a little embarrassed as he was taking up 2 tables. Come here, Miss Yi is going to be angry. Led by one person, the rest of the people stood up and surrounded the 2 refrigerators. Auntie, what are these big sisters doing? Meng Meng, who was eating vegetables reluctantly, saw so many people opening the refrigerator and stared at it nervously. Little greedy cat, big sister won't take your drink. Seeing the nervous expression on Meng Meng's face, everyone couldn't help laughing. Really? The little guy still didn't believe it and kept staring at the refrigerator. Hey, are you Huang Lingzhen? Yi Ichiao, who was pouring tea for herself, heard a familiar voice and turned around in confusion. The more she looked, the more familiar it seemed. Then a figure flashed through her mind. She could no longer sit still and quickly stood up to go over and say hello. Yes. Everyone came over to say hello, and Huang Lingzhen felt embarrassed to sit still, so she quickly stood up. I'm Hu Ian from XXX Company. Last time at the cocktail party. Yi Ichiao came over, quickly stretched out her hand, and briefly explained what had happened. Hello, Mr. Hu. At this time, Yi Ichiao's attitude was even more respectful, and he came to greet his boss. Secretary Huang, what are you doing? Yi Ichiao hadn't noticed it just now, but then she discovered that Secretary Huang was eating at the same table with Boss Chin's employees. Our boss is cooperating with Boss Chin, I'm coming here. So it's Boss Chin's partner. Secretary Huang, please continue eating. I won't disturb you. As the president of a company, she was very clear about this kind of thing. Without waiting for the other party to finish speaking, she waved her hand and returned to her seat. Iyun, that beautiful lady, neither you nor I want to eat her. Several friends who had just selected the ingredients happened to see what happened just now. You've picked it. I've picked it. Ha ha. I'm not going to eat here later anyway. Wouldn't it be a waste to order so much? I might as well keep the money. I won't say anything more, I believe everyone here can understand. Okay, if you want more dishes later, you have to pay for it yourself. A picture emerged in Yi Ichiao's mind. These friends paid out of their own pockets with bitter faces in order to have Boss Chin's food. Okay, we know, who is that beautiful lady? That's Yun Minglang's secretary. Yun Minglang, why does this sound so familiar to me? Wait, could it be that real estate agent Yun Minglang? One person reacted quickly, with a wonderful expression on his face. Yes, that's the one. Yi Ichiao's family is well off, but in her opinion, what belongs to her is not hers until she holds it in her own hands. The important thing is to develop my own company well, so when I saw Huang Lingzhen, I went over to say hello. No wonder she's so pretty, she turns out to be Mr. Yun's secretary. What do you think? If I go over and say hello, will it be cheaper to buy a house then? It's really possible. Let's go there together later. The two men's eyes lit up, and they looked at each other, having already made a decision in their hearts. White-collar workers like them will definitely stay in Guangzhou in the future, and housing is inevitable. Everything is ordered. Soon, the 9 friends had chosen their ingredients and returned to their seats. We've ordered. We don't want to waste time and have a big meal. What's good? I just grabbed a handful of greens. I picked a fish. A piece of pork belly. 2 chops. Ha ha. Even so, there's no need for you to save money for Mr. Yi. I just ordered 3 big crabs. No way, 3 of you, this is a waste of money. Wouldn't it be better to use this money to go to the hotel? We've made it clear in advance that if you want to add more dishes now, you can, but you'll have to pay for any additional dishes you add later. Yi Ichio glanced at everyone with a smile on her face. She could already imagine the scene of her friends beating their chests and stamping their feet. Don't worry, you won't regret it. Ian, don't even think about stalling for time. If you admit defeat now, we will be more gentle with you later. Ha ha, you're right. Now when I think of a meal that costs 100,000 yuan, what kind of food would that be? Wait, I haven't thought about it yet. Just then, a man stood up and walked towards the refrigerator in the corner. Ju Yuhan, don't be scared by her, she is just stalling for time. It's okay, I'll just pick one, it won't take much time. Under everyone's gaze, Ju Yuhan first took out a fish from the refrigerator. Eastern Star Spot. Just when everyone thought she had stopped, she reached into the refrigerator again. Beef. Mutton. A chicken. Okay, that's all. Finally, he took out an old hen and Ju Yuhan clapped his hands. Ju Yuhan, is this the one you were talking about? Yeah, I'm alone, isn't it? Ju Yuhan pointed at himself proudly, his eyes narrowed with laughter. Okay, you're awesome. If you don't finish these dishes later, we will help you, hee hee. The other 8 people gnashed their teeth when they saw Ju Yuhan ordered for more dishes. Ladies, please make way. While everyone was blaming Ju Yuhan, Jiang Xuwen walked over. Everyone, get up. It's not crowded sitting like this. After seeing the last table of guests leave, Jiang Xuwen called Zhu Yingping and asked them to put the 3rd table together. Handsome guy, your service in the store is great. 3 dining tables were put together, and 10 people could sit down without anyone feeling crowded. Chapter 81 Less bun, I'm full. This girl has a future. Qin Ziming had originally expected these beauties to complete the task, but when he saw the ingredients they picked, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. Just when he thought the mission was hopeless, a man came over and picked out the most expensive ones. Just the 3 big crabs cost 1,500 yuan. Yes, you heard it right, a pound of crab sells for 500 yuan. Take out that grouper now and order it for 1,888 yuan. The beef and mutton at the back are 588 per portion. As for the last chicken, it is used to make soup and is also priced at 588. By this calculation, she alone could complete half of the task. Even if everyone else orders greens, we can still complete this mission today. Let's make chicken soup first, but unfortunately we don't have enough time, so this is the only way. Pick up the processed old hen, put it directly into the pot, and then add clean water. After some operations, Qin Ziming threw the grouper on the chopping board. I saw him pick up a thin scalpel in his right hand. Remember, the first thing to do when dealing with grouper is to be fast, and the second thing to do is to be accurate. I don't know when Jiang Xuwen was already standing next to me. He didn't hide anything and explained while processing the fish. Before he finished speaking, a knife flashed. The tip of the knife gently stroked the fish's belly, the movement as gentle as caressing a lover's skin. Under Jiang Xuwen's shocked gaze, the fish's internal organs were completely removed and the gills were cleaned. The whole process took less than 20 seconds and there was almost no blood on the chopping board. Master, your knife skills are amazing. The scales of the eastern grouper are fine and dense, so usually there is no need to scrape the scales. What we have to do is use a knife technique that ensures the fish skin remains intact. The knife blade was seen moving through the fish meat without cutting the skin. It separated the meat on both sides of the fish body from the middle spine, and then made cuts every finger width. The fish meat opened up like petals but was still connected to the skin. In less than a minute, the whole fish gradually turned into a blooming red peony, with the fish bone still intact supporting the entire shape. Master, I want to master this sword technique.
Will it take more than 10 years? Jiang Xiaowen swallowed his saliva in shock when he saw this scene. If you practice on your own, it will indeed take so many years, but if you follow me, it will only take half a year at most. When Qin Ziming said this, a confident smile appeared on his face, and even Jiang Xiaowen was infected. Really, master, I will definitely study hard. Haha, you'll have something to learn later. Now let's prepare the steamed fish. The processed fish is placed on a special oval porcelain plate. Grouper meat is delicate and tender. If you steam it for 1 second longer, it will be overcooked. If you steam it for 1 second less, it will be raw. At this time, he put a few slices of tangerine peel as thin as a cicada's wing under the fish body. Dried tangerine peel can remove the fishy smell and enhance the fragrance, but the amount should be just right. 1 point more will make it bitter, and 1 point less will make it tasteless. The water in the steamer was already boiling, and Qin Ziming put the fish plate into the steamer. While waiting, he was not idle and continued to process other ingredients. At the same time, in the store. Should we just wait like this? A beautiful woman looked at the store's layout boredly, and her eyes finally fell on the steamer placed at the door. Do you want to buy some buns to fill your stomach? That's a good suggestion. It will take 2 hours to get to a 6-star hotel at the fastest speed. I really can't hold on without eating something. Miss Yi, we can have a few buns, is that okay? No problem, but I remind you, it's best not to do that, otherwise you will definitely regret it later. Yi Ichio thought about the last time when she ate a few more buns, and as a result, she could only look at the delicious food that followed and couldn't eat it. Hearing what you said, I want to try it even more. Big sister, give us 8 buns. I don't want it. At this time, Zhu Yuhan spoke. You don't eat buns? Yes, I just ordered so many dishes, I must save some space. If I eat the buns, I can still eat more. Compared to others, Zhu Yuhan has already seen the problem. She guessed that this bun shop must not be as ordinary as it seems. Okay, don't regret it later. No, definitely not. Zhu Yuhan waved his hand firmly, took out his mobile phone and started watching videos, looking at the little brothers shaking their heads desperately on the screen. Ladies, please enjoy the buns you ordered. Sun Xiumin came over with 2 plates, each with 4 barbecued pork buns. What buns? One person reached out and gently pressed the bun. Beauty, this is barbecued pork buns. Barbecued pork buns, my favorite. I saw a girl with an innocent look who couldn't wait to grab a bun. She broke the bun in half without hesitation. It smells so good. As the buns cracked, a rich aroma wafted into the air. The innocent girl twitched her nose repeatedly with an expression of enjoyment on her face. I'll give everyone a taste. She was skeptical at first, but after smelling the aroma, she was sure that the barbecued pork bun in her hand was better than any she had eaten before. How about it? When the innocent girl took the first bite of the bun, the other angry people couldn't wait to ask. It's delicious. The innocent girl gave a thumbs up with an intoxicated look on her face. If people didn't know her, they would think she was eating delicacies from land and sea. Yeah, let me try it. And me. Soon there were 7 buns left, and they were all snatched away by everyone. They took a bite of them right away. No way, it's so delicious. Wow, what the hell were those buns I ate before? Such delicious buns, why am I only eating them now? Yi Ichiao, you are not a good sister. You treated us to such delicious food. Big sister, 8 more barbecued pork buns please. In less than a minute, the innocent girl had finished eating a bun. Just eat 1 bun, and don't blame me for not reminding you when the time comes. Seeing that these friends wanted to eat a second bun, Yi Ichiao quickly spoke out to stop them. Such delicious buns, we won't regret it. Zhu Yuhan, you really don't want to eat? At the dining table, there were only 2 people who did not move. One of them was Zhu Yuhan. No, I'd better eat. Zhu Yuhan pointed in the direction of the kitchen. In the kitchen. As Qin Ziming lifted the lid, a stream of steam carrying the sweetness of the ocean and a hint of tangerine peel blew towards him. The petals on the fish's body have opened slightly, revealing the snow-white and tender fish meat inside, while the fish skin still retains its bright red color. Master, it's so beautiful. I don't know when Liao Xuelan had finished her meal. Look at the color and the texture. The grouper is steamed until it's just cooked through. The fish can be gently pried apart with chopsticks, but it won't fall apart. Gene Zimming nodded with satisfaction. He quickly took out the steamed fish and poured out the excess water in the plate. Then he spread the chopped green onion, ginger, and tangerine peel evenly on the fish, forming a beautiful pattern of green, yellow, and brown. The last step is also the most important. He took a small pot from the stove, which contained peanut oil that was smoking slightly. The oil temperature must be just right. If it's too hot, the scallions will burn, and if it's not hot enough, the aroma won't come out. Swish! The moment the hot oil was poured, a loud noise erupted in the kitchen. This is followed by an alluring aroma of onion, ginger, and tangerine peel. During this process, Gene Zimming's movements were as smooth as flowing water. The hot oil was evenly poured over the entire fish. The scallion shreds curled slightly under the action of the hot oil, exuding a charming aroma. Okay, serve it to the guests. Chapter 81. The girls were shocked. I am the smartest. Ladies, please make way. Jiang Xiaowen carried out the plate carefully. This is the steamed grouper you ordered. Please enjoy. He placed the plate gently on the table, and he even bent down deliberately before turning around and leaving. It's so beautiful, I can't bear to pick it up. I never thought that the boss of such a small shop would be such a good knife slicer. What's the use of looking good? It's only useful if it tastes good. If you don't want to pick up your chopsticks, I'll help you taste it. One person picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of fish before anyone could react. You forget it. Some people had already taken out their cell phones and were about to take some pictures, but when they saw that it had been destroyed, they could only shake their heads helplessly. I ordered this. Zhu Yuhan was a step slower and followed closely with his chopsticks reaching for the fish belly. Ha ha, I can eat the delicious food made by Boss Qin again. At this time, Yi Ichu was not willing to be left behind. She picked up a piece of fish and put it into her mouth, chewing it carefully. How about it? Smelling the tempting aroma, they couldn't help but ask even though they had already eaten 2 buns. It's not delicious, don't eat it. The moment the fish entered his mouth, Zhu Yuhan's eyes widened immediately, and his first reaction was to pull the plate in front of himself. Not tasty? The others looked at her in confusion, but she was destined to be disappointed, as one of them also tasted the steamed grouper. Zhu Yuhan, if you say it's not tasty, I'll help you eat it. Okay, Zhu Yuhan, you want to eat alone. Everyone present was not stupid and immediately understood what was going on. One by one, they picked up their chopsticks and reached out to the fish on the plate. You guys just ate 3 buns, and you're still eating more. Hey, I like to eat fish heads, don't take them away. One person, seeing that he couldn't get the fish meat, directly snatched the fish head. It's okay, we can still eat. That's it. When Yi Ichi wanted to pick it up a second time, she could only look at the fish tail and fish bones and sigh. It's not enough. The innocent girl licked the soup on the chopsticks, regretting that she was in a hurry and had just grabbed some. Ladies, the food is served. At this time, Jiang Xiaowen came over with 2 plates, and the girl's eyes immediately fell on him. Stop it, don't move. As soon as the 2 plates were placed on the table, Zhu Yuhan immediately roared, shocking everyone. All right. While everyone was stunned, she reached out and picked up a crab. Zhu Yuhan, you are too cunning. You beasts, can't you slow down a little? The dish served this time was 2 steamed crabs. Each one was chopped into 4 pieces. One person was slow and could only pick up the feet from the plate. Ha ha, it's your fault that you're slow and not active in eating. You have a problem with your thinking. She bit her little feet helplessly. Such a small amount of crab meat was so delicious. She couldn't imagine how delicious it would be to chew a piece of crab meat in her mouth. I couldn't get it this time, remember to be quick next time. Next time, except for Zhu Yuhan, it seems that all we order are vegetarian dishes. In order to leave early, they went to a 6-star hotel, and all the dishes ordered for the 7 of them were green vegetables. What are you waiting for? Keep adding more food. The girl who just failed to grab the girl stood up immediately. Boss, please steam this. She scooped up a crab from the makeshift tank. Okay, just put it here. By the way, boss, steam it whole. Okay, you want to eat alone. If you want to eat, you can help yourself. There are 2 more inside. Forget it, I still like to eat fish. Boss, your steamed fish is so delicious. Thanks. At this moment,
the fat man in their eyes has now become a delicious one. Boss, can you make a Sichuan dish? Sorry, we're only cooking Cantonese food for the time being. If there are any new dishes, we'll let you know as soon as possible. After hearing the customer's question, Jean Ziming could only refuse, as he also wanted to learn other cuisines. That's a shame. The boss is such a good cook. If he makes a Sichuan dish, I can't even imagine how delicious it will be. Hey, if you want more food, remember to pay for it yourself. Just then, Yi Ichiu also came over and smiled at Jean Ziming. No way, Miss Yi, we are all working part-time and we want to save some money to buy cosmetics. Yes, there is a piece of clothing that I have wanted to buy for a long time, but my wallet does not allow it. Mr. Yi said he would treat us today. We were wrong just now. We misunderstood Miss Yi. Please forgive us for our ignorance. We said the wrong thing and it was just like a fart. For a moment, the girls surrounded Yi Ichiao and begged for mercy, and some of them even pinched her shoulders. Be careful! Jiang Xiaowen and Zhu Yingping saw this scene for the first time and made mistakes one after another when making dumplings. After seeing this, Liao Xuelan had to kindly give a reminder. Thank you, senior sister. Senior sister, I understand. The two men looked as if they had done something wrong and quickly stole a glance at their master. Cool. Seeing the master busy cooking, they breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaowen, bring this dish to the guest. At this moment, Jean Ziming finished cooking another dish. It smells so good. This dish is stir-fried crab with green onions, and it is loved by everyone, young and old. Gurgle. Gurgle. Seeing Jiang Xiaowen carrying out the plate, several people couldn't resist the temptation and swallowed their saliva. If it weren't for their status, they would have wanted to reach out and grab it. Ha, I choked this time. The girl who had just failed to grab the crab had already picked up a piece with her chopsticks as soon as Jiang Xiaowen let go. Crack! When she took the first bite, there was a crisp sound. The first feeling is that the crab meat is as tender and smooth as silk. The salty and fresh taste of soy sauce, the original sweet taste of crab meat, and the spicy fragrance of scallion and ginger form a solid flavor triangle. It's so delicious. She quickly finished a piece of crab but still felt unsatisfied and even smacked the juice off her fingers. TSK. Gone again. There were not enough crabs to share, and the one that was stir-fried with green onions had nothing but soup on the plate, not even a piece of crab shell. Ladies, stir-fried cauliflower with garlic. Stir-fried spinach. Lettuce with oyster sauce. Boiled kale with soy sauce. Stir-fried bok choy. After the first dish of vegetables was served, the following dishes followed one after another. Why don't you eat? There were 7 dishes on the table, but only 2 people were eating. It was none other than Yi Ichiao and Zhu Yuhan. The two of them chewed slowly, with expressions of enjoyment on their faces. I'm about to beat them up, don't stop me. Go quickly, we support you mentally. I reminded you before not to eat too many buns. Now it's all right. These people didn't have big appetites to begin with, so after eating 3 buns, they were almost half full. Then I ate some fish, crabs, and vegetables. At this time, the 7 people were about 80% full. Thinking that there would be meat dishes later, I could only endure it and watch my good friend enjoy it. Ha, I'm still smart. Zhu Yuhan proudly picked up a piece of Chinese cabbage and took a bite. Not bad, delicious. Chapter 82 Another Cuisine, Sichuan Cuisine. Boss Qin, how much is it? The meal took more than an hour. Yi Ichiu took out her mobile phone and opened the payment app. Miss Yi, the total is 11,324 yuan, just give 11,300 yuan. Before they continued to order, Sun Xiaomin had already written down the details of each dish on paper and added up the total amount. 11,300 yuan, no need to look. Looking at the paper handed to her, Yi Ichiao waved her hand without even looking at it. The wealth treasure has arrived, 11,300 yuan in total. As the payment reminder sounded, customers who were queuing to buy buns all looked inside the store. More than 10,000. What is this for? You're not here to buy some buns. I can't even count how many there are. You are stupid. You can buy 2,000 of them with more than 10,000 yuan. How can you take these beauties away? You're right. Look at the food on the table. This is a meal that costs more than 10,000 yuan. I've heard that the food at this bun shop is very expensive, and now I've finally seen it. At the same time, a mechanical prompt sounded in Jean Ziming's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Do you want to draw the reward now? A turntable was suspended in the air, divided evenly into 7 parts, with a start button in the middle. Yes. The task has been completed, but the reward has not been drawn yet. Are you keeping the fruit? As Jean Ziming's thoughts came to mind, the turntable began to spin rapidly. I don't know which cuisine I've drawn. Jean Ziming didn't have any expectations for this reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing Sichuan cuisine master level. After the turntable stopped, it turned into a colorful light, flashed by and disappeared from his mind. Then a lot of memories appeared in my mind, a lonely figure practicing hard in the kitchen, and this practice lasted for decades. These images instantly merged into his memory and became his instinct. Master! What's wrong? A shout in his ear brought Jean Ziming back to his senses. Boss Yi is leaving. Jiang Xiaowen pointed outside and said that the person was at the door and had not left yet. Okay, I got it. The other party spent more than 10,000 yuan here and also helped me complete a task, so I had to go out and say hello. Boss Yi, are you satisfied? After knowing that Yi Ichia was the boss of a company, everyone called her Ms. Yi. Very satisfied. Yi Ichio smiled slightly and reached out to lift her bangs in front of her eyes. Miss Yi, please move aside. At this time, a girl came over and showed what she thought was an alluring smile. Brother Jean, the food you cook tastes impeccable. This is it. The girl gave her a thumbs up, then a look of disappointment appeared on her face. The only downside is that this dining environment doesn't match your cooking skills, handsome Jean. Okay, Lin Minli, stop being so coquettish and stop disturbing Boss Jean's business. Lin Minli wanted to say something when Yi Ichiao pulled her away. She showed an embarrassed expression on her face. Boss Yi, the matter your friend mentioned can be resolved soon, within a month at most. At this time, Huang Lingzhen just came out of the shop next door. After hearing the conversation between several people, she walked over. Secretary Huang, what do you mean? Seeing the other person coming out of the shop next door, Yi Ichiao quickly glanced inside. We soon found out what was going on. There were some workers working inside. Ha! Mr. Yi, you guessed right. This store has been bought by Boss Jean and will be renovated into a high-end restaurant. What this beautiful lady just mentioned can be solved in a month at most. 1 month, that's fast. Boss Jean, Secretary Huang, I'm leaving first. After greeting the two of them, Yi Ichiao turned and left. Did you find a house here? Thinking of what Yun Minglang said yesterday, Jean Ziming asked with concern. I found it yesterday and moved in today. It's in Sunshine Community. Sunshine Community, ha, what a coincidence, I live there too. Boss Jean, do you also live in Sunshine Community? Huang Lingzhen obviously didn't believe what the other party said. She raised her head and took a look, and saw a black Land Rover parked on the side of the road. In her opinion, you drive a luxury car worth millions, so how could you live in a shabby neighborhood? Fortunately, Jean Ziming did not finish his words. If Huang Lingzhen had heard that he was renting a house, she would have suspected the other party's purpose. Yeah, doesn't it? Okay, I won't disturb you from working. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Jean Ziming turned and walked into the store. Boss Jean, what does this mean? She watched Jean Ziming walk into the store before she walked aside. She had been busy for a long day and was now feeling tingly. She was going to go back to her rental house to take a shower and have a good rest. This Secretary Huang seems to have some secret thoughts about the boss. This scene just now fell into Sun Xiumin's eyes. She had had this idea before. However, as she saw the changes in Jean Ziming and the friends he made, this little thought was strangled before it even sprouted. Why think so much? The most important thing now is to make money. I don't know if I can make progress in the future. After knowing Yun Minglang's identity, she would not think that the boss was hiding in a bun shop. The business scale will definitely be expanded in the future, and the shop next door has already made it clear. At first she just wanted to be a waitress, but now her mind has changed. After get off work every day, she starts to teach her self-management. Sister Sun, 3 buns and a bowl of porridge, pack it up. Okay, wait a moment.
At this moment, a guest came to the door and interrupted her wandering thoughts. These two girls can't sleep well like this. After entering the store, Qin Ziming walked towards the corner where his daughter slept as usual. Seeing Meng Meng not covered with the quilt and with her shirt lifted up, revealing her bulging belly, he walked over and slowly squatted down. "Don't move, you bad boy. Daddy made that for Meng Meng." As soon as he squatted down, the little guy suddenly roared and waved his hands in the air. "Bargy, Bargy!" Puff! Seeing the next scene, Qin Ziming almost laughed out loud. Fortunately, he held back in time, otherwise he might have woken up Dudu. I saw Meng Meng holding her sister's right hand and sucking her fingers. "I'm so sleepy." Seeing my daughter sleeping so soundly. Suddenly he felt sleepy and quickly pulled down his daughter's shirt and covered her with the quilt. The air conditioner is on in the store, and he doesn't want his daughter to get sick at this time as tomorrow is her first day in kindergarten. "I'll take a break first. If you have any questions, call me." Qin Ziming sat on the recliner and yawned again. "Master, don't worry, you can have a good rest with my sister here." Now, in the production of buns, except for him preparing the fillings, the rest of the work is done by his 3 apprentices. If the buns were different every day, he wouldn't even have to do this most important step. So far, Liao Xuelan has mastered several fillings. "Master, don't listen to what my junior brother says." After glaring at Jiang Xiaowen, she continued making dumplings. She still liked her junior brother more because he was quiet, hard-working, and always eager to do everything. Chapter 83, Skills Just Acquired, Customers Come. 4:00 in the afternoon. Qin Ziming came back from purchasing ingredients. Cool. He had just taken a sip of his frozen Coke when a few people walked into the store. "Boss, what's delicious?" A few people found an empty table and sat down. One of them shouted towards the kitchen. "Dear guests, the names of the dishes are above." The new waitress saw a customer coming in and pointed to the small blackboard on the wall. "Steamed fish. Boiled chicken. Honey-glazed spare ribs. Why are they all Cantonese food?" Looking at the dishes listed above, the prices behind them were directly ignored. No Sichuan food? They came here because they heard there was a steamed bun shop nearby and the food was delicious. Now seeing that there are only Cantonese dishes, they feel very disappointed because they are all from Sichuan. No matter who you are, if you are in another province, you will want to taste the authentic hometown food. Without. Go ahead and do your work. I'll take care of this table. As Xu Xiaoshuang just opened her mouth, Qin Ziming walked over. "Okay, boss." She didn't finish her words and turned to clean up another table. "Are you the boss?" Looking at a fat man standing in front of him, Deng Kaicheng compared himself with the man and felt relieved. It turned out that there was someone fatter than him. "Yes, would you like to eat Sichuan cuisine?" Thinking about the skills he had just drawn, Qin Ziming prepared to take on this business. "Boss, is there anything wrong with Sichuan cuisine?" Deng Kaicheng pointed at the small blackboard on the wall. His meaning was very clear. As a person who specializes in Cantonese cuisine, can you cook good Sichuan cuisine? Please rest assured, if you are not satisfied, I will treat you to this meal. He took a closer look at the men and his attire told him that they were not short of money. "Okay, boss, since you're so forthcoming, I'll give it a try. As long as it tastes good, I'll be happy to pay for it. Please order your food." "No need to order, boss, just take care of it and give us 6 Sichuan dishes." "Okay, wait a moment. Xiaoshu, come over and entertain these distinguished guests." When Qin Ziming heard that the customer wanted to order 6 Sichuan dishes, scenes flashed through his mind. Boiled fish. Twice cooked pork. Spicy tofu. Kung Pao chicken. Fish-flavored shredded pork. Boiling cabbage. "Okay, boss." Qin Ziming took out a black fish from the water tank. The first dish was boiled fish. "Master, how do you cook this fish?" Looking at the 3-pound black fish thrown on the chopping board, Jiang Xiaowen asked curiously. He has now fallen in love with being a chef. It is a bit tiring, but eating different delicacies every day makes him full of energy. "Boiled fish." Qin Ziming scraped the black fish scales with the back of a knife. I saw blue-black fish scales splashing and falling beside me like a rain of iron filings. "Master, didn't you say before that you don't cook Sichuan cuisine?" While speaking, Jiang Xiaowen secretly glanced outside the kitchen, his eyes falling on the 4 guests who had just come in. Knead the dough well, and don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. At this time, Liao Shuelan had already shown her authority as the eldest senior sister, and she gently slapped Jiang Xiaowen on the back of the head. Sister, hitting your head will make you stupid. When the time comes for master to teach us cooking, if we can't learn it, you will have to support me. Okay, Jiang Xiaowen, you even dare to tease my senior sister. Liao Shuelan rolled up her sleeves and acted as if she wanted to teach someone a lesson. Learn from me, little junior brother. Hearing the sounds of his 2 apprentices fighting, Qin Ziming said nothing. He turned on the auxiliary halo rewarded by the system. Fish that has been killed alive are fresher. I saw him put his thumb on the fish's belly and pull the knife horizontally, creating a crescent-shaped cut in the fish's belly. So fast. He removed the internal organs very quickly and then threw them into the trash can. 20 minutes later. The first dish, boiled fish, exudes an enticing aroma. Gurgle. Smelling the aroma, the 3 disciples swallowed their saliva greedily. Bring it to the guests. Master, let me do it. Jiang Xiaowen took the lead and carefully held the large blue and white porcelain basin. Dear guests, this is the boiled fish you ordered. Please enjoy. After putting down the large blue and white porcelain basin, Jiang Xiaowen immediately turned around and left. He was afraid that if he was a step slower, he would drool. Yes, that's the scent. Placed in a large bowl in the middle of the dining table, the snow-white fish fillets are supported by red soup and golden oil. The oil surface is trembling slightly, and the hot steam with a spicy and fresh aroma hits you in the face. Let me try it. Deng Kaicheng stretched out his chopsticks to a piece of fish meat. The moment the fish fillet touched the tip of his tongue, it felt as tender and smooth as if it had been battered with egg white. It melted between the teeth when lightly sipped, and it still retained the unique elasticity of black fish. This is the authentic boiled fish, the taste is triple. That's right. I never thought that a small shop could make such delicious boiled fish. The first taste is the hot spiciness. The second taste is the slightly sweet taste of the fish soup that rises from the root of the tongue, balancing the dryness. The last taste is the numbing feeling that comes slowly. The 4 people tasted a piece of fish one after another and gave their own evaluation. These 4 people are not simple. Master, who are they? There were several people busy in the kitchen, and Jiang Xiaowen could hear their discussion, so he asked curiously. If I'm not mistaken, he should be a gourmet or something, who specializes in visiting restaurants and looking for delicious food. Qin Ziming was still thinking about how to become famous, and he found that he had thought too simply before. During this period of time, the number of customers coming to eat every day can be counted on one hand. Now that these 4 people have appeared, he can already imagine that the threshold of the bun shop will be trampled down in the next period of time. Now the time to live in the big villa is shortened again. It smells so good, I really want to taste it. The second dish, twice-cooked pork, is about to be served. Qin Ziming poured half a spoonful of sweet bean sauce along the edge of the pot. The sugar color coated the meat slices, making them shiny. Okay, serve it to the guests. Master, can you also make a plate of twice-cooked pork for dinner tonight? Watching the master preparing the next dish, Liao Shuelan came over and asked. Can you eat spicy food? Qin Ziming picked up a cabbage next to him. The whole body of this cabbage is as white as jade, and its leaves are as tight as flower buds, almost transparent under the light. Able. Master, I like spicy food too. When Zhu Yingping, who had remained silent, heard about dinner tonight, he couldn't wait to raise his hand. Okay, after I finish taking care of this table of guests, I'll go out to buy some food. Tonight we'll mainly have Sichuan cuisine. The Sichuan cuisine he is preparing for his guests now was originally prepared for tonight's dinner. Now that it has been given to the customer, he can only go out and buy it again. Great, I can try new dishes again. What's new? Jiang Xiaowen, who had just returned, asked curiously. Master said we're going to have Sichuan food tonight too. Sichuan cuisine, Master, do you also have boiled fish? In comparison, Jiang Xiaowen still prefers to eat boiled fish. Have. Okay, the guests are still waiting. While he was talking, the outer leaves of the cabbage had all fallen off, leaving only the tenderest 3-inch heart in the middle. Chapter 84 What to Eat Tonight? By Crayfish. Mr. Qin, this is my fame. Half an hour later.
Deng Kai-cheng took out a business card and handed it to the other party. Are you satisfied, everyone? Qin Ziming took the business card and put it directly into his pocket without even looking at it. This scene made Deng Kai-cheng sigh in his heart. As expected of a great chef. Satisfied, Mr. Qin, this is the most authentic Sichuan cuisine I have ever eaten. If we hadn't come here out of curiosity, we would never have thought that there would be a chef named Mr. Qin here. Mr. Qin, I'm sorry to bother you again. Please help pack these delicacies. When Deng Kai-cheng said this, he felt his face burning. He visited restaurants in various cities and never took away any unfinished food. I never expected that today would be an exception. There was no way these Sichuan dishes were really to his liking. Xiao Shuang, pack some bags for the guests. He raised his hand and waved towards Xu Xiaoshuang. Okay, boss. Xu Xiaoshuang responded and walked towards a corner, soon with a few disposable lunch boxes in her hands. For people ate 6 dishes and there was still 1/3 left. Based on their normal appetite, they should be able to finish it all. The reason for this happened was that Deng Kai-cheng tasted the steamed buns and the mushroom and chicken porridge that had just come out of the pot. See you next time, Mr. Qin. Deng Kai-cheng left with a few lunch boxes, satisfied. Master, can we go buy groceries now? Seeing the guests leave, Jiang Xiaowen ran out happily with a smug smile on his face, and he wanted to punch anyone he saw. Go now. There is a small vegetable market nearby, and people from the surrounding communities go there to buy vegetables. At this time, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, just the right time. Dad, Dudu wants to go too. The little guy, who had been unable to stay in the store for a long time, immediately dropped the toys in his hands when he heard that he could go out. And Meng Meng. Meng Meng, who was a step slower, ran after them without even putting on her shoes. Meng Meng, come back and put on your shoes, Daddy hasn't left yet. Seeing this scene, Sun Xiumin slapped her forehead helplessly. We. Meng Meng lowered her head and looked at her bare feet, and the first thing she looked at was her father. Dad, it's all my sister's fault. She didn't wait for Meng Meng. Xia Jia's eyes turned and then he blinked at Qin Ziming. Hurry and put on your shoes. Qin Ziming knew that if he didn't speak, the girl would definitely stand there motionless. Dad, Meng Meng knows. Sure enough, after hearing this, the little guy ran back happily. Master, it's done. After finishing his own work, Jiang Xiaowen walked out of the kitchen. Go. Meng Meng, who had already put on her shoes, immediately started running as soon as she came out of the bun shop. Meng Meng, come here. After leaving the store, there was a main road outside with vehicles coming and going. Qin Ziming was worried about his daughter walking alone. Dad. The little guy came over reluctantly and reached out to grab his father's big hand. As soon as she grabbed the big hand, Meng Meng started to sway. This girl really can't sit still for a moment. Dad, what are we going to buy? Dudu also ran over and grabbed the other hand. Buying groceries. When you buy food, you don't buy delicious food. The little guy was a little disappointed and lowered his head. Raising their heads again, the two sisters looked at each other. Dad! Meng Meng put her fingers to her mouth and bit her nails gently. Seeing his daughters suddenly become quiet, Qin Ziming knew that they must be holding something in their hearts. Dad, there's no more wangzai in the refrigerator. No, didn't Dad just buy 2 rows yesterday? Yeah, there's more. Meng Meng, why can't you find it? Meng Meng raised her little head and blinked her big eyes. I can't find it. Okay, Meng Meng, are you trying to drink secretly again? He bought some wangzai milk yesterday, and except for taking out a few bottles for his daughter to drink, he hid the rest in the upper shelf of the refrigerator. No, Meng Meng didn't drink secretly. The little guy panicked and waved his hands quickly. If you didn't drink secretly, then how do you know the refrigerator is empty? This? Meng Meng hesitated, not knowing how to answer, but when she looked to the right, she immediately shouted. My sister told Meng Meng. Elder sister? Yes, it's my sister. Hearing his sister pulling him down, Dudu stared at her closely. Dad, it was my sister who asked Dudu to find it. Now that the gang is committing a crime, no one can escape. I'll deal with you when I get back tonight. Dudu Meng Meng, your butts are going to be spanked. Jiang Xiuwen, who was following beside them, heard the two sisters bickering. He laughed so hard that he held his belly and felt that his day's fatigue was much less. HMPH, you naughty brother, Meng Meng won't play with you anymore. And toot! Along the way, the laughter of the two little guys could be heard. 5 or 6 minutes later. Hoo-hoo! Qin Ziming stood at the entrance of the market, panting. Finally here! With a weight of over 200 pounds, it was just a distance of a few hundred meters, but it felt like I had run more than 10 kilometers in my previous life. Master, is it okay? Seeing the master's expression, Jiang Xiaowen asked with concern. He couldn't understand why his master had been busy in the kitchen for so long but was not as tired as he was now. It's okay, let's go buy some groceries first. Feeling that it was about time, Qin Ziming continued to walk inside. Go buy a grass carp first. In the small market here, black carp is rarely available, and the most common one is grass carp. Okay, do, brother will hold your hand. The vegetable market was very crowded. Qin Ziming was already big, and if he was holding his two daughters, no one else could get through. Make way! Excuse me! Every time he passed a stall, Qin Ziming had to shout. What are you buying, handsome boy? Seeing a customer coming, the stall owner immediately welcomed him warmly. Let me take a look first. He didn't have much hope for this small vegetable market and just glanced around the stalls. Hey, crayfish! Handsome guy, buy a few pounds and I'll give you a discount. I can also close the stall earlier. When the stall owner saw the customer's eyes set on the crayfish, he immediately strongly recommended it. Dad, what is this? Is it delicious? Looking at the crayfish with their claws and teeth bared, Meng Meng stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, looking like a greedy little cat. Little boy, this is called crayfish, it's delicious. Seeing that the customer did not respond, the stall owner's eyes immediately fell on the little guy. It's delicious. Meng Meng's eyes lit up, and she held Qin Ziming's hands tightly and started to act coquettishly. Dad, Meng Meng wants to eat crayfish, okay? Okay, boss, you really have an idea. He originally wanted to buy some to take back, and now his daughter also wants to eat it, so he needs to think about it. Ha ha, handsome guy, how much do you want? I still have 16 pounds left. How about I pack them all up and give you a discount? 16 kilograms, forget it, it's too much, give me 10 kilograms. He bought some just to satisfy his craving, not to fill himself up, so why would he need so much? Xiaowen, call Yingping and ask him to come over and take the crayfish out to process in advance. Chapter 85. Meng Meng wants to help, it hurts. Steamed bun shop. Yingping, what is that? I saw him go out for less than 10 minutes and come back with a big black bag in his hand. Crayfish. Zhu Yingping has never eaten this little thing and doesn't know why his master bought so much of it. Crayfish. Hearing this, Sun Xiumin's eyes lit up and she continued to ask. Did the boss tell me what the crayfish was for? Meng Meng is greedy, master said to buy some and make it yourself to satisfy your craving. Zhu Yingping carried the bag and continued walking inside. He did not forget what his master told him. Sister, these crayfish need to be cleaned up, can you do it? Entering the kitchen, he put down the black bag. Rustle! The crayfish were running around in the bag, and a few of them actually jumped out of the bag. Want to run? Seeing the crayfish running out, Zhu Yingping reached out and grabbed it. Junior brother, be careful! When Liao Xuelan saw this, she quickly stopped it. Senior sister, what's wrong? Hiss. He was still a step too slow, and Zhu Yingping's hand was pinched by a crayfish. He quickly shook his hand off in pain. Brother, don't move. Liao Xuelan didn't even bother to wipe her hands. She took a step forward, stretched out her fingers and lightly tapped the joint of the pliers. Senior sister, you are so amazing. With this flick of the finger, the crayfish loosened its claws and fell to the ground. Is your hand injured? Out of concern, Liao Xuelan didn't think much and quickly grabbed his hand. Senior sister, it's okay. Zhu Yingping was a kid from the countryside, so how could he have ever experienced such a scene? His face turned red and he retracted his hand. Fortunately, his face was dark so no one could see it. I'm glad you're okay. Go and wrap the remaining buns, and I'll take care of the crayfish. Seeing so many crayfish here, it takes some time to clean them. Okay, senior sister. When he first came into contact with someone, he knew he couldn't help and quickly gave up his position. I haven't eaten crayfish for a long time. I wonder if the crayfish made by master is also delicious. Liao Xuelan found 2 large stainless steel basins, poured some clean water into each, and then poured all the crayfish in the bag into them. How could I forget this? She brought a stool and was about to sit down when she remembered she didn't have a brush. Junior brother, I'm going out to buy a brush. Okay, senior sister. In less than a few minutes. Hoo-hoo. Liao Xuelan ran back panting, holding a bag in her hand. Let us get started. She took out a brush from the bag and started scrubbing the crayfish. Rustle. Judging from her skillful movements, she must have washed it often before. A crayfish was thrown into another large basin in a few seconds. So easy? Even when Zhu Yingping was making dumplings, he was paying attention to this side. After seeing this, he felt that he could do it too. I don't know how long it took. Crayfish, Meng Meng wants to eat crayfish. Just then, a little kid ran into the store. It's none other than Meng Meng. After entering the store, he immediately locked onto his target and ran towards the kitchen door. Meng Meng, don't stretch out your hand, it will bite you. Brother Yingping was bitten just now. Ah. When the little guy heard that it would bite, he was so scared that he quickly retracted his hand. Big brother, does it hurt? Meng Meng still didn't believe it. She looked at the little crayfish and thought it was quite interesting. Yeah, it hurts, my hand almost bled. If there's bleeding, Meng Meng won't play anymore. When the little guy heard the pain, he still held out hope. Now that he knew he would bleed if bitten, he quickly stepped back a few steps, fearing that the crayfish would run out. Meng Meng, crayfish bites are painful, but they are delicious. Go play with your sister nearby. She was busy for a while, and even though she was efficient, she only washed 2 kilograms. Yeah, remember to shout Doo-Doo. Doo-Doo, who was squatting nearby, stood up reluctantly and walked towards the sister's small base. Don't worry, Doo-Doo. When it's done, you'll be the first to call Doo-Doo. And Meng Meng. Okay, and Meng Meng. After getting the assurance, the 2 little guys finally felt relieved. There are still so many. Qin Ziming put the vegetables he bought in the kitchen. Seeing that he had only washed a little, he regretted buying too much. These 10 kilograms of crayfish cost him 270 yuan. Master, just leave this to us. Seeing that the master also brought a stool, Liao Xuelan knew what he was going to do. Senior sister is right, leave these dirty jobs to us, and we will have to trouble master to cook. Jiang Xiaowen wanted to eat boiled fish earlier, so he took the stool from his master's hand, sat down, and took out a brush from the bag. Can you really? Master, I don't know how to do it, but don't we still have a senior sister? His meaning was very clear, pointing at Liao Xuelan who was busy. Okay, I'll leave these crayfish to you. Boss, boss. Just then, Xu Xiaoshuang came over, raised her hand and spoke in a low voice. Xiaoshuang, what's the matter? Boss, I can also wash crayfish. Looking at the crayfish in the large stainless steel basin, Xu Xiaoshuang also became greedy. Seeing that there were no customers in the store, she walked over. Boss, I'll do the work in the store. At this moment, everyone wanted to eat crayfish as soon as possible. Seeing the boss hesitate, Sun Xiumin also stepped forward. Okay, you can help too. Qin Ziming nodded. With 3 people helping, the remaining crayfish should be ready in half an hour. Give. After Xu Xiaoshuang sat down, Jiang Xiaowen handed over the last brush. Thanks. Rustle. Xu Xiaoshuang did not lie. She reached into the large basin, picked up a crayfish very easily, and then started to clean it. Judging from her actions, she must be an experienced person. So easy. After Jiang Xiaowen sat down, he hadn't made any move yet. But when he saw the 2 women so relaxed, he reached out and grabbed one. Oops. The next moment, he quickly withdrew his hand. This is a process that every beginner goes through. You got bitten? Hearing Jiang Xiaowen's exclamation, Liao Xuelan raised her head and asked with concern. No, almost. There are rubber gloves in the bag, put them on and wash them. When she went to buy the brush just now, she had thought about this problem. Novices often get pinched when cleaning crayfish. If you have rubber gloves, you can avoid this problem. I was just wondering, what are these rubber gloves used for? After knowing its function, Jiang Xiaowen picked one up and put it on. Do you want it? Seeing that there was more inside, he hurriedly asked Xu Xiaoshuang. Thank you, I don't need it. Ha ha, bite me. Wearing rubber gloves, Jiang Xiaowen stirred the large basin triumphantly. Do you want to eat some crayfish? Yes, senior sister, don't be angry. Jiang Xiaowen, who had been so proud just now, immediately became timid when his senior sister glared at him. He picked up a crayfish and started to brush it like the others. There are so many crayfish, we can eat as much as we want tonight. I don't know what flavor the boss will make. Xu Xiaoshuang stuck out her tongue greedily and licked her lips. It should be spicy crayfish. Impossible. Meng Meng and the others also want to eat it. I guess it's garlic paste. Can't you think of having both flavors? Chapter 86 Customer's Suggestion, Selling Crayfish. Hey, sister son, do you sell crayfish here too? At this time, a regular customer walked into the store. As usual, he ordered a few buns and a bowl of porridge. I saw a few people squatting in the corner busying themselves. Upon closer inspection, I saw a big pot full of crayfish. Excuse me, these crayfish were bought by the boss to satisfy our cravings. Hearing the guest's words, Sun Xiumin smiled slightly. Working here is not only easy, but you can also eat different delicious food every day. It's a shame that I won't sell it. Ha ha, why do I have to think so much? I'd rather just eat the steamed buns with porridge. I can't even bear to eat a vegetable, let alone crayfish. The customer looked up at the small blackboard on the wall. The prices marked on it were so eye-catching. He often eats buns here and has heard how delicious Boss Qin's dishes are. But when he saw that a dish of vegetables cost 188 yuan, he just couldn't bear to pay for it. Here are the buns and porridge you requested. Please enjoy. Putting down the buns and a bowl of porridge, Sun Xiumin continued to entertain other guests. I can't bear to eat the food, but it's different with crayfish. Boss Qin is such a good cook, he won't let us down. Sister Sun, can you please ask Boss Qin when he'll have crayfish for sale? Some customers who were willing to spend money were tempted by the large pot of crayfish. Okay, wait a moment, I'll go ask. The customer had a request, but she couldn't make the decision herself. Everyone, wait a moment. It's okay. We also want to know if the store will sell crayfish in the future. We also want to buy some to try. Boss! Sun Xiumin stopped at the kitchen door. Sister Sun, what's up? At this time, Qin Ziming had just processed a grass carp. Boss, a customer asked when the crayfish will be available for sale? Selling crayfish? Thinking of this, a light screen panel immediately appeared in front of him. Task, work hard to move bricks, and you will be rewarded with a villa in the city center. Earn 500,000 and get a villa in the city center as a reward. Current progress, 43%. We still need more than 280,000 yuan. At the current speed, it will take at least 10 days. If we add crayfish, the time may be shortened to 10 days. Frying more than 10 pounds of crayfish is enough for him to sell dozens of portions. Even if he sells each portion for 188 yuan, he still makes more money than cooking. Sell! It would be fine if he didn't calculate it, but he was shocked when he did. If he hadn't said that these 10 kilograms were to satisfy everyone's cravings, he would have wanted to start selling them right away. This is real profiteering. If we're selling crayfish, someone has to be responsible for cleaning them. The 3 apprentices definitely couldn't do this job because not only did they have to make the buns, but they also had to learn from him. As for Sun Xiumin, it is even more impossible because she also has to sell buns. The rest are impossible, so it can only be her. Thinking of this, his eyes fell on Xu Xiaoshuang. This girl was cleaning the crayfish very seriously. She was supposed to be a waitress, but now she's asked to clean crayfish. Give her a $1,000 pay raise. After thinking about it, Qin Ziming decided to give the other party more work. In his opinion, it would be at most 20 kilograms a day, and he believed that Xu Xiaoshuang would agree. In this way, we may be able to complete the task in a week. Half an hour later. Master, the crayfish have been cleaned. Liao Xuelan walked into the kitchen, turned on the faucet, squeezed a little detergent to wash her hands. Okay, then put it aside. Someone go call Huang Lingzhen and ask her to come over for dinner. Master, I'll go.
When Jiang Xiaowen heard that they were going to call Secretary Huang, he raised his hand excitedly. Good. Qin Ziming is an experienced person, so how could he not know about the little thoughts of his disciple? Get out of the way, I'll do it. Seeing the buns made by her junior fellow student, Liao Xuelan shook her head helplessly. They looked a bit ugly compared to her appearance. Hee hee. Zhu Yingping also knew that he was clumsy, so he quickly made way. Normally, I wouldn't know how to make buns at this time. But I couldn't resist the customer's strong request. At around 6 o'clock, steam another batch of buns. Not many, only 300. Whoever arrives first gets it, and those who arrive later have nothing to say. Yingping, bring out the boiled fish. Qin Ziming pointed to the large blue and white basin and said, a rich fragrance was spreading in all directions. Gulp. Yes, master. Smelling the unique aroma of boiled fish, Zhu Yingping felt his saliva secretion accelerate. He quickly responded and carefully picked up the large blue and white basin. Dad, can we eat now? The little Meng Meng always pays attention to the kitchen even when he is playing. Now seeing Zhu Yingping coming out with a large basin, he immediately dropped his toys and ran over. Meng Meng, don't go over there. Seeing this scene, Xu Xiaoshuang hurriedly grabbed the little guy. Meng Meng, if you do this again next time, Daddy will spank your little butt. Qin Ziming immediately frowned and stared at his daughter seriously. Meng Meng is hungry. The little guy pouted and looked pitiful. You can't do this even if you're hungry. If you're not careful, you'll become ugly and no kid will want to play with you. Disfigure. Hearing that she would become ugly, Meng Meng was so scared that she took a step back and covered her mouth with her hands. My sister is naughty again and is being scolded by Dad. I saw Dudu walking towards me slowly with his hands behind his back, looking like a little adult, which made people laugh out loud. HMPH, stinky sister. Meng Meng pouted unhappily and then raised her hands high. Meng Meng needs to wash her hands before eating. Not bad, Meng Meng was very well behaved today and knew to wash her hands before eating. As soon as Qin Ziming finished saying give a sweet reward after a beating, Meng Meng's expression changed immediately and she bit her little head with a smile. Meng Meng has always been very well behaved. At the same time, Jiang Xiaowen walked into the next shop and took a look around first. Not seeing the target, he walked towards a worker who was busy with decoration. Where's Secretary Huang? Secretary Huang? After hearing this, the other party was stunned for a moment. Huang Lingzhen. Seeing the puzzled expression on the worker's face, Jiang Xiaowen reacted quickly. On the second floor. On the second floor, thank you. Ta Da. He smiled and nodded at the other person, then walked up to the second floor. Comfortable. As soon as I reached the second floor, a cool breeze blew over me. A beautiful figure is sitting in front of a table with a laptop on it, and her hands are typing away. Secretary Huang, Master asked me to come over and call you for dinner. Eating so soon? Huang Lingzhen stopped and slowly stood up from the chair. It's already 6 o'clock. She looked at the lower right corner of the computer and realized that it was time for dinner. Okay, I know, thanks. She smiled at Jiang Xiaowen, which made him very happy. He waved his hand with a silly smile. Hee hee, it's okay. Ta Da. By the way, what are we having for dinner tonight? Seeing Jiang Xiaowen disappearing, she asked curiously. Mostly Sichuan cuisine. Oh, and the chef also made some crayfish. Sichuan cuisine, crayfish, is the food so good today? Huang Lingzhen is not from Guangdong province. She prefers spicy food. When she heard about Sichuan cuisine, her eyes lit up instantly. Chapter 87, Beer is a must, eat crayfish. You guys eat first, no need to wait for me. Qin Ziming was still busy in the kitchen, and there were already 4 dishes on the table. Master, it's okay, we'll wait for you. Looking at the fish boiled in the large blue and white basin, Jiang Xiaowen couldn't resist the temptation and quickly shifted his gaze. Yes, the chef is still busy. If we eat first, wouldn't it be ignorant? Hee hee, Meng Meng wants to eat. Others can wait, but the 2 little ones can't. The fragrance wafts into my nose from time to time, making my saliva flow. Give them some fish. Qin Ziming knew that if he didn't give his daughter food, Meng Meng would definitely go to the kitchen. Okay, boss.
Pick up a soup spoon, scoop up some fish meat and put it into 2 small bowls one after another. Meng Meng, this fish is spicy, do you want to eat it too? Pushing the small bowl in front of Meng Meng, Sun Xiumin smiled slightly, wanting to see how the little guy would answer. Knowing that they couldn't handle something so spicy, she didn't even put the soup in the bowl, only the fish meat. Very hot. Meng Meng, who had already picked up the spoon, immediately widened her eyes when she heard this. We. Meng Meng rolled her eyes and slid down from the chair with a smile. Meng Meng, where are you going? Under everyone's gaze, the little guy moved a small stool and placed it under the refrigerator very skillfully. Then he stood on a stool, opened the refrigerator door, and quickly found a bottle of AD calcium milk from it. Sister, do you want it? At this time, the little guy did not forget his sister. No, sister, drink the soup. Dudu first took a look into the kitchen, then waved his hand. Okay. Meng Meng was a little disappointed when she heard that her sister didn't want it. However, when he saw the AD calcium milk in his hand again, he immediately jumped back with a proud smile on his face. Meng Meng is not afraid of spicy food anymore. After climbing onto the chair, the little guy showed off by shaking the AD calcium milk. Meng Meng, aren't you afraid of your daddy spanking you? Seeing the little girl like this, even Huang Lingjun couldn't help but want to tease her. But the little guy who was smiling just now immediately reacted by protecting his butt with his hands and secretly glancing at the kitchen. Meng Meng is not afraid. When the little guy spoke, he lacked confidence and his attention was quickly drawn. Hoo, the fish is so delicious. At this time, Dudu had already started eating fish. Everyone couldn't help laughing when they saw her eating fish. While eating the fish, the girl fanned her mouth with one hand, as if that would make it less spicy. Come, drink the soup and it won't be spicy. At some point, Sun Xiumin had already served 2 bowls of soup and placed them in front of the 2 sisters. Auntie, Meng Meng doesn't want to drink soup, who? Meng Meng ate a piece of fish, immediately drank a sip of AD calcium milk, and looked at her sister proudly. HMPH, Daddy's going to spank you soon, don't cry. Seeing her sister's proud look, Dudu's words were like a bucket of cold water poured down on her. Dad didn't see it, Dad didn't see it. The little guy was eating fish, drinking AD calcium milk, and mumbling to himself from time to time. Someone come in and take the twice-cooked pork out. Looking at the steaming twice-cooked pork, Qin Ziming shouted outside. Here I come, master. At this time, Jiang Xiaowen looked at the waiter and responded in a long voice. When are you going to make crawfish? It should be soon. The boss still needs to cook 2 more dishes with Dudu and the others. The dishes served now are all Sichuan cuisine. That is boiled fish, the 2 little guys can eat a little. It seems we can only wait. In this kind of weather, crayfish and ice-cold beer are like living in heaven. Jiang Xiaowen suddenly sighed, and his words immediately woke up the others. Cold beer? Liao Xuelan is a genuine Sichuan girl. Unlike others, she always drinks beer every time she eats crayfish. Does the master sell beer? No, there are only drinks in the refrigerator. Seeing the senior sister pointing at the refrigerator, Jiang Xiaowen shook his head. There's no beer. Why are you still standing there? Go buy some. Forget it, let's go together, junior brother, I'll leave this to you. Before she finished speaking, Liao Xuelan stood up and patted Zhu Yingping on the shoulder. Senior sister, don't worry. Let's go together. Huang Lingjun also stood up. Good. There is a small supermarket in front and Jiang Xiaowen is walking in front. Senior sister, you drink beer too. Why? I can't drink. That's not what I meant, it's just that few girls I know drink beer. In just a few days, Jiang Xiaowen had already succumbed to the fist of the senior sister. As soon as he saw Liao Xuelan raising her fist, he immediately gave in. Secretary Huang, do you drink beer too? Unable to get any good deal from his senior sister, Jiang Xiaowen immediately changed his target. In his opinion, Secretary Huang was better, except that she was a little cold. No. This cold remark made Jiang Xiaowen not know what to say. He could only touch his nose awkwardly. Fortunately, Huang Lingjun said another sentence. I usually drink cocktails. Cocktails are great. Flattery. Seeing her junior brother like this, Liao Xuelan complained in a low voice. Soon, the 3 of them walked to the small supermarket. Hey, pretty girl, do you have any cold beer? Jiang Xiaowen walked straight to the front desk and seemed to be very familiar with the cashier. It's you, in the fridge. There are only a few bottles, not enough. I walked to the refrigerator next to the front desk, opened the door, squatted down, and saw that there were only 5 or 6 bottles inside. You can drink a lot, isn't this enough for you? I'm not the only one drinking. Never mind. I'll just deal with these few bottles for now and put the rest in the fridge. Thinking that it would take at least half an hour, Jiang Xiaowen took out all the beer from the refrigerator. Help me pack these. By the way, where do you keep your beer? I want another case. Jiang Xiaowen, are you confused? Isn't this beer? Liao Xuelan was standing nearby. When she heard what her junior said, she took a step forward, gently patted him on the back of his head, and pointed at the cans of beer in the refrigerator. Ha ha! Senior sister, you are so busy today. He rubbed the back of his head and smirked. I just came here and only saw bottled beer. I can't blame him for that, as I rarely choose canned beer when I drink it. These should be enough. He continued to take out a dozen cans of beer from the refrigerator. That's enough for me, pretty girl, where do you keep your beer? Liao Xuelan pointed at the beer on the counter and gave her junior a disdainful look. No way, senior sister, this is not enough. Jiang Xiaowen knew his alcohol tolerance. 3 bottles of beer would be enough. If he insisted on drinking, he could only drink 1 more bottle at most. He calculated in his mind that there were only 3 of them drinking beer, including his senior sisters and brothers, plus his master, making a total of 4 people. You have a poor alcohol tolerance? Who said I can't drink? It's just drinking. We need 2 more boxes of beauties. Ha ha, the beer is right there, go get as much as you want. The girl at the front desk laughed and pointed to a location in the supermarket. Chapter 88. Whatever Dad drinks, Meng Meng wants too. Are you robbing a supermarket? After working for half an hour, Qin Ziming came out of the kitchen, wiping his hands. Master, don't look at me. Seeing his master's eyes on him, Jiang Xiaowen quickly waved his hands. It's not you, no wonder it's Meng Meng. Ah. Meng Meng raised her little head with a confused look on her face, and she looked at the peeled crayfish in the small bowl reluctantly. Dad, you need to eat cute crayfish. After tasting a garlic crayfish, the little guy fell in love with the taste. Why, Dad is so tired, why don't you share some with him? Boss! When she saw Qin Ziming coming out, Sun Xiumin pulled out a chair immediately. This is what big sister gave to Meng Meng. Dad, you can only eat 1. The little guy hesitated for a moment, then picked one up reluctantly. Dad, open your mouth. Just as Meng Meng picked up a shrimp tail, someone was faster than her. Dudu grabbed 2 and handed them over with a smile. Dudu is so good. Qin Ziming opened his mouth and ate only 1 shrimp tail. Daddy will only eat 1, and Dudu can eat the rest by himself. Dad, there's also Meng Meng. Meng Meng, who was a step slower, became anxious and stood up directly from the chair. Okay, Meng Meng, eat it yourself. Seeing the reluctance in his daughter's eyes, he reached out and touched the little girl's head. Dad, don't you want to eat? Upon hearing this, Meng's eyes lit up. Dad wants spicy food. Hee, it's delicious. Knowing that his father would not eat his crayfish, Meng Meng happily sat down, put the shrimp tail in his hand into his mouth, and ate it happily. Master, would you like some beer? After Qin Ziming sat down, Jiang Xiaowen picked up a can of beer. Drink! Qin Ziming smiled confidently at the results of his 1-hour busy work. The store has stopped operating now. 4 tables are put together, with 2 pots of crayfish, 1 large and 1 small, in the middle. There are 7 or 8 dishes placed around them. You have to stand up if you want to get some food. Hiss! Qin Ziming pulled off the pull ring and picked up the can of beer. Gurgle! After drinking a few sips, he burped. Cool. Only those who have experienced it personally can understand this feeling. You really know how to enjoy yourself. I picked up a spicy crayfish, quickly peeled off the shrimp tail and put it into my mouth. So much beer, you can drink a lot. I took another look at the 3 empty beer boxes next to me and knew without a doubt that they had been frozen in the refrigerator. With so much beer, even though Qin Ziming could drink a lot, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Ahem!
Jiang Xiaowen, who was drinking, almost choked when he heard his master's words. What's wrong? Master, you blamed me wrongly. I will only buy 1 box. For added persuasiveness, he held up a finger. 1 box. What about these 2 boxes? Qin Ziming's gaze swept over several people and finally returned to him. Master, you. Master, I bought the other 2 boxes. At this time, Liao Xuelan blushed and raised her hand, and it was not known whether it was because of the beer she drank. Did you buy it? At this moment, Qin Ziming was meeting his apprentice for the first time, and his eyes changed when he looked at her. Yes, master, it's just beer, not strong liquor. In her opinion, there is no difference between drinking beer and drinking water. If you drink too much, you will just feel bloated and want to go to the toilet. You can drink a lot. That's about right. After tasting the spicy crayfish, Liao Xuelan stopped eating the Sichuan dishes on the table. She drank a sip of beer and a shrimp tail. After this operation, she was so beautiful that she squinted her eyes. Hey, Secretary Huang, you don't drink beer. At this time, Qin Ziming realized that except for his 2 daughters and Huang Lingzhen, everyone else had beer in front of them, even Sun Xiaomin. Boss Qin, I'll just drink this. Huang Lingzhen raised a bottle of cocktail. Her face was also slightly red, but she looked even more attractive this way, and even Qin Ziming was a little moved. What am I thinking about? He quickly shook his head, peeled a shrimp tail for himself, and put it into his mouth. The spicy feeling brought him back to his senses, and he took another sip of cold beer. Dad! At this moment, Meng Meng widened her eyes and stared at Qin Ziming. Meng Meng, what's wrong? Did you eat all the shrimp tails? Aren't there still some in the bowl? When Qin Ziming heard his daughter calling him, he first glanced at her bowl. Dad, is this delicious? Seeing the older brothers and sisters drinking beer, Dad sat down and started drinking as well, with an expression of enjoyment on his face. Meng Meng, do you want to drink this? At this time, Lian Dudu stopped. She shook her head left and right, and her eyes wandered back and forth between her father and sister. Meng Meng, can I drink it? Meng Meng, this? When everyone else kept their mouths shut, Zhu Yingping wanted to explain the situation to Meng Meng, but Jiang Xiaowen pulled him back and he shook his head at him. Sure, come on, Dad will pour some for you. Qin Ziming didn't even need to stand up, Jiang Xiaowen had already placed a disposable cup in front of him. Dudu, do you want it? Jiang Xiaowen took out another disposable cup. Don't want. Dudu shook her head without even thinking about it. She continued to eat the shrimp tails happily, but she kept looking at her sister from time to time. Dad, that's so little. Seeing that there was only a little bit in the cup, Meng Meng was a little unhappy and pouted. Meng Meng, drink some, it's delicious, Daddy will pour you more. All right. Under everyone's gaze, Meng Meng picked up the cup. Why are you staring at Meng Meng? Seeing that everyone was staring at her, Meng Meng stopped. No. We wanted to see how many crayfish there were. Yes, let's drink. Everyone wanted to watch the show, so when they heard Meng Meng's words, they quickly changed the subject. Dad, it smells terrible. Meng Meng's mouth just reached the edge of the cup and then immediately moved away. Does it smell bad? Qin Ziming was trying hard to amuse his daughter. He picked up the beer on the table and drank it down. Puff! Dad, you are all bad guys. The little guy was skeptical, wrinkled his nose, tilted his head back and took a sip. The next moment, Meng Meng spat out the beer in her mouth, screaming, with tears welling up in her eyes. You're so greedy, you'll dare drink other people's food next time. Qin Ziming handed the juice that he had prepared long ago to the little girl. Gurgle! Meng Meng took the fruit from her father's hand and drank half a cup in one breath. Then she stopped and said with her nose wrinkled. Meng Meng doesn't dare anymore. At this time, the little guy was like a wronged young wife, shaking his head desperately. Meng Meng is greedy. When some are sad, others are happy. Dudu, who escaped the disaster, clapped his hands happily. Not only that, she also raised the cup high and drank the juice with her eyes squinted. Delicious. HMPH, stinky sister, Meng Meng doesn't want to play with you anymore. Meng Meng felt wronged and couldn't get any comfort, which made her mood even worse. Chapter 89, Can't Stop Eating and Can't Drink Enough Wine. 8 o'clock in the evening. The bun shop is very lively.
Passers-by passing by the store can smell the rich spicy lobster aroma, which is mixed with the smell of beer. Master, you go back first. Dudu and Meng Meng have to go to school tomorrow. Yes, boss, just leave this to us. Starting from 7 o'clock, everyone drank beer, ate delicious crayfish, and occasionally had some Sichuan cuisine. You two, remember to send Sister Sun and the other two back first. At this time, everyone's face was red. Except for Liao Xuelan, the others were all a little drunk. He was still a little worried, so he quickly gave instructions to the two grown men, Jiang Xiaowen. Master, you don't have to worry. Jiang Xiaowen patted his chest to assure him, but his voice was trembling a little. Forget it, it's not reliable to count on you, Xiao Ju, Xiao Liao. Master, don't worry. Liao Xuelan picked up a can of beer and drank it directly, finishing half of it in one gulp. What a drinking capacity! He couldn't help but sigh at his disciples' drinking capacity. The presence of two empty boxes on the ground speaks volumes. Dudu, Meng Meng, let's go back. Go back. Meng Meng, who was already very bored, immediately ran over and hugged her father's thighs tightly with both hands. Yeah, say hello to everyone. Auntie, big brother, big sister, goodbye. Dudu reacted faster and ran over, waving at everyone. You must listen to your father when you go back, okay? Yeah, Meng Meng is the most obedient. After the two daughters greeted everyone, Qin Ziming took them hands and walked out. Heck, master is finally gone. It was not until Qin Ziming left the bun shop that Jiang Xiaowen let out a deep breath. Junior brother, are you afraid of master? Liao Xuelan picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of twice-cooked pork, put it in her mouth, chewed it for a few times, and took a sip of beer. No, how could I be afraid of master? That's not what I meant. What I meant was that if master is here, everyone will be restrained. He was halfway through his words when he realized there was ambiguity in them and quickly changed his words to explain. Are you still drinking? After one sip, the can of beer was gone again. Liao Xuelan pinched it and threw it into the corner. Bang bang. Hello, happy today, there are so many crayfish. Huang Lingzhen raised the can of beer and roared. She herself could not have imagined that ice-cold beer and crayfish could be so delicious. I was just drinking a cocktail foolishly, and only realized it when I was 50% full. What about you? She glanced at Sun Xiumin, Zhu Yingping, Jiang Xiaowen, and Xu Xiushuang in turn. I can drink some more. Sun Xiumin patted her head. She felt that she could still drink 2 more cans of beer. If she drank more, she might really get drunk. I'm fine. What no one expected was that Xu Xiushuang, a pretty girl, could drink better than Jiang Xiaowen. I will drink with everyone. Jiang Xiuwen was already a little drunk, and his voice was much louder. Master asked me to take you back. Zhu Yingping's meaning was very clear. When he was in his hometown, he only drank white wine. The two brothers grew up with their grandparents, and they often had a drink with the old people 3 times a day. Until now, they have no idea what it feels like to be drunk. Since everyone is still drinking it, I'll go buy a few more boxes. If I go a little later, the supermarket will be closed. Senior sister, I'll go with you. Instead of relying on Jiang Xiaowen, it would be better to let Xu Xiushuang go. After Liao Xuelan took a few steps, he quickly stood up and chased after her. Senior sister, you can drink a lot. After catching up, Zhu Yingping gave a thumbs up. You're still blaming me, but your alcohol tolerance is just as good. To be honest, Liao Xuelan could not have imagined that this dark-skinned junior brother drank more than a dozen cans of beer, but apart from a slightly red face and going to the toilet once, there was nothing else unusual. He had never dealt with girls before, so when he heard the compliment from his senior sister, he touched the back of his head and smiled foolishly. You used to drink beer? No, senior sister, this is my first time drinking today. It's your first time drinking, and you can still drink so well? Liao Xuelan obviously didn't believe it, but seeing the expression on her junior brother's face, he didn't seem to be lying. I've never drunk beer, but I've drunk homemade liquor. Liquor? Yes, senior sister, what's the problem? Being stared at by his senior sister, Zhu Yingping blushed and looked away. At this moment, I once again felt the benefits of having a dark complexion. You finished drinking again? The girl who was cleaning the front desk saw 2 guests walk in. Before she could see clearly, a pungent smell of alcohol hit her in the face. Almost. I thought you were going to close soon, so I came to buy a few more boxes. Liao Xuelan walked towards the front desk. She had already opened the payment app on her mobile phone. We need 4 boxes this time. Junior brother, go and move the beer out. As she spoke, she handed the QR code to the cashier. 4 boxes, pretty girl, there are more than a dozen of you drinking. Not that many, only 6. 6 of you, so you can drink quite well. While Zhu Yingping was moving the wine boxes, the two started chatting. It's okay, as long as it's the spicy crayfish made by the master, it's delicious. Thinking of what her master said, Liao Xuelan's eyes rolled and she began to promote spicy crayfish. Where did you buy the spicy crayfish? I'll buy some to try after get off work. You can't buy this tonight. Hearing the other party's words, Liao Xuelan awkwardly lifted her bangs in front of her eyes. She didn't expect the other party to be so anxious. Why, it's only after 8 o'clock. In her opinion, nightlife just begins at 8 o'clock. Is it because business is so good that they are sold out? Before Liao Xuelan could even answer, the other party had already figured it out in his mind. No, I'm an employee of Qin's Baozi shop. So the beauty is Boss Qin's employee. I was wondering why she looked so familiar. Do you mean that Boss Qin is going to launch the spicy crayfish dish? The cashier girl seemed to be impatient and interrupted Liao Xuelan again. Ahem, sorry. The cashier girl seemed to realize that she was being impolite and apologized quickly. It's okay. If you want to eat it, you can come and buy it tomorrow. Who? This feels really bad. I'm trying to speak my mind, but I've been interrupted all the time. Forget it, I can't afford Boss Qin's crayfish. The cashier girl, who was originally very excited, quickly waved her hand when she heard that it was sold in the steamed bun shop not far away. Ahem, whenever you want to eat, you can tell me in advance. After being reminded by the other party, Liao Xuelan remembered that the price set by the master was really unaffordable for ordinary people. A dish of green vegetables costs 188 yuan, and a serving of crayfish will definitely not be lower than this price. He laughed awkwardly and then picked up a box of beer. As for the remaining 3 boxes, Zhu Yingping carried them all by himself. He really had a lot of strength. Chapter 90, First Day of School, Meng Meng stays in bed. September 2nd. In the rental house. Ring ring. A rapid ring rang out. It's already 6:30. Qin Ziming turned off the alarm clock first and then stood up. He stretched his muscles on the spot, stretched comfortably, and then gently patted his 2 daughters. Dudu Meng Meng, wake up. Dad, that's annoying, stop arguing with Meng Meng. I saw Meng Meng squinting her hazy eyes, then changed to a more comfortable position and continued to sleep. Dad, is it time to go to school? Dudu stood up and wiped his eyes with his hands. It seemed that he still remembered what his father said yesterday. Yes, today is the first day of school, you can't be late. After scratching his nose gently, Qin Ziming walked towards the living room. He had not washed up yet. Dudu, wake up your sister. When he reached the door, Qin Ziming did not forget to give a reminder. Okay, Dudu got it. Bang! Wake up, lazy bastard. Under Qin Ziming's shocked gaze, Dudu slapped his sister on the butt, and the slap was not light. Wow! Stinky Daddy, spank Meng Meng's butt. Meng Meng, who was chasing delicious food in her dream, suddenly saw her father standing in front of her and slapped her. This slap not only sent the delicious food flying, but also landed on his own butt. Wee! Dudu chuckled at her sister's words and quickly slid off the bed. Hey! Where's Dad? The little one sat up, moving his head from side to side, only to see his sister run out of the room. Sister, it was you who hit Meng Meng. At this time, Meng Meng finally realized that it was not her father who hit her just now. Dad, sister hit Meng Meng, woo woo woo. Meng Meng followed behind, slid off the bed, and ran out of the bedroom crying. My sister was naughty and refused to get up, so Dudu hit her. Oh, Meng Meng is awake. The 2 sisters stood at the bathroom door, hands on hips, looking at each other. Okay, come here, wash your face and brush your teeth. Today is the first day of school, so you can't be late. From now on, Dudu Meng Meng, you will be a glorious grade for student. Yeah. Dudu can't be late. Dudu ran back to the living room and brought a small stool. Humph, Meng Meng must be a good student. Seeing that her sister had already started squeezing toothpaste, Meng Meng was not willing to be left behind. She followed closely with a small stool in her arms. Dad, you're too big, you're blocking Meng Meng. Qin Ziming's huge body stood at the bathroom door, and Meng Meng couldn't squeeze in. Okay, Dad will give you a seat. He really didn't know what to say to his daughter, so he could only quickly wash his face twice before walking out. Dad, Meng Meng is going to be late. Seeing that her sister had started brushing her teeth, Meng Meng became anxious and began to squeeze toothpaste. After several unsuccessful attempts, she simply blamed everything on her father. After a while, Dad, Dudu has finished brushing his teeth. Here it comes. Qin Ziming came out of the bedroom, fully dressed, at a speed only men could master. Dad, wait a minute, Meng Meng. Meng Meng, who was a step slow, speeded up her brushing speed. Meng Meng, it's still early, take your time. Wow, really? The little guy was about to spit out the foam in his mouth, but when he heard this, he continued brushing his teeth, but much slower than before. You naughty boy, it's early and you have to go to breakfast, you can't be so slow. Eat breakfast, Meng Meng knows. After brushing a few times, the little guy spit out the foam in his mouth. Gurgle, gurgle. He took a sip of water, held it in his mouth, raised his little head, and then spit it out. Okay, the clothes are on the bed, can Dudu put them on by himself? After washing his daughter's face, he was worried about Meng Meng, so he had to let Dudu go and put on her clothes. Dad, Dudu is okay. Dudu raised his little head proudly and jumped into the room. Wow, Dad, the clothes are beautiful. Dudu came into the room and saw 2 princess dresses on the bed. She picked them up and ran out. The little guy was conceited and showed it off in front of him. Dad, isn't it beautiful? Beautiful, Dudu looks beautiful in anything she wears. I bought these 2 princess dresses today when I went out to buy food. I made a special trip to the mall to buy them. Dad, which one is the toot? Dudu shook her little head left and right. She liked both princess dresses. The white one is Dudu. Dad, Meng Meng also wants white. As soon as Qin Ziming finished speaking, Meng Meng next to him became unhappy. Meng Meng, you wear pink. No, Meng Meng wants white, otherwise Meng Meng won't wash her face. After the little guy finished speaking, he turned his head away angrily. Okay, Meng Meng, wear white. If it gets dirty when you get home from school today, you have to wash it yourself. If it gets dirty, you have to wash it yourself. He looked like he had won a victory just now, but when he heard that he had to wash his own dirty clothes, he suddenly felt like a deflated ball. Sister, do I have to wash it myself if it gets dirty? The little guy's eyes rolled around, and then he stared at Qin Ziming with wide eyes. Sister won't dirty clothes, so you don't have to wash them yourself. He reached out and gently pinched the little girl's nose. Hate it, no, pinch your nose, it will make you ugly. Meng Meng has brushed her teeth, Daddy will wash his face. Meng Meng reached out and patted her father's hand, then grinned at him, showing her white teeth. Okay, Dad will wash your face. She had just washed her face twice and was still waiting for him to check it once before Meng Meng ran away. Dad, hurry up and dress Meng Meng. Meng Meng ran into the bedroom and tried a few times, but found that she couldn't put on her clothes. When she saw that her sister had already put them on, she jumped on the bed in a hurry. Come on, stop jumping around and disturb the other uncles and aunts who are sleeping. Be careful or they will spank you. At this time, Qin Ziming was glad that the house he rented was on the 2nd floor and there were no residents downstairs, otherwise some old men and women would come and knock on the door. Spank! When he heard someone was going to spank him, the little guy immediately sat down quietly, with his hands protected behind his back and his big eyes fixed on the door. Come and put on your clothes. No, someone wants to spank Meng Meng. The little guy moved a little further inside, pouting his little mouth. Okay, no one's hitting Meng Meng, hurry up and get dressed, or Daddy and Sister will go out and you'll be left alone to look after the house. No, Meng Meng doesn't want to look after the house alone. When Qin Ziming spoke, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He didn't believe that he couldn't cure the little girl. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Meng Meng ran over and hugged his arms tightly with both hands. Look, Sister looks so beautiful in the princess dress, and Meng Meng looks even prettier in it. Really? Meng Meng is prettier than her sister. At this moment, Mengmeng's eyes lit up and she couldn't wait to put on her clothes. Really? When has Dad ever lied to Mengmeng? Mengmeng wants to wear a princess dress. Chapter 91. Hello, brother and sister. Dudu goes to school. Eat breakfast. Dudu wants to eat big buns. The Range Rover stopped, and as soon as the door opened, a little guy slipped out very skillfully. Sister, wait a minute, Mengmeng. Following closely behind was another small figure, swaying from side to side as he ran, as if he was about to fall down at any moment. This girl didn't even take off her school bag. The one running in front is Dudu, but he has no school bag on his back. Big brother, big sister, please make way. Dudu needs to eat breakfast, or he will be late. At this time, the steamed bun shop was already open for business. Dudu looked at the guests blocking the door, raised his little head and blinked his big eyes. You're late, what are you going to do, Toot? Seeing that it was Boss Chin's daughter, several guests couldn't help but want to tease her. Sister, you didn't even wait for Mengmeng. Just then, Mengmeng also ran over, grabbed the straps with both hands and pulled the school bag. This was her first time and she was not used to it. Wow, you guys are going to school. Of course, Mengmeng will be a student in grade 4 from now on. Mengmeng raised her little head proudly, wishing she could let everyone know. Uncle, Dudu is going to have breakfast. I don't want to chat with you anymore. Dudu looked back, then took small steps and walked into the store. Well. The guests blocking the door quickly made way for them. Good morning, Auntie. After seeing Sun Xiaomin, Dudu called out sweetly, and her big eyes rolled around and soon fell on an empty table. Dudu, Mengmeng, sit down, Auntie will get you some buns. Mengmeng wants to eat meat buns. Mengmeng ran to the steamer, took a deep breath, and then skipped towards her sister. Dudu, Mengmeng, it's time to go to school. Seeing the two little girls, Liao Shuelan wiped her hands and came out of the kitchen. Yes, Sister Liao. Mengmeng, what are you doing? Liao Shuelan came out of the kitchen and watched the little guy running around her, sometimes deliberately making some movements. Puff! Xu Xiaoshuang, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh out loud when she saw this scene. Mengmeng is showing off her new clothes. Mengmeng, is what your sister said right? The princess dress is so beautiful today. Xu Xiaoshuang squatted down, pulled Mengmeng into her arms, and gently rubbed her little face with both hands. Hee, Sister Xu, isn't she beautiful? Finally someone noticed her clothes. Mengmeng's eyes lit up. She didn't dodge Xu Xiaoshuang's clutches and let her pinch her little face. Sister, have you gone to school? After climbing onto the chair, Dudu sat quietly. Seeing that my sister was still showing off, I had to remind her. Go to school? Sister Xu, let Mengmeng go. The little guy raised his head, looked at a huge figure outside the store, and quickly broke free from Xu Xiaoshuang's arms. Here they are, freshly baked pork buns. At this time, Xu Xiaoshuang came over with 2 plates, each with 5 buns on it. Meat buns, Sister Xu, come on, Mengmeng loves meat buns the most. The little guy doesn't care what kind of meat it is, as long as it has something to do with meat, he thinks it's delicious, and he has already started clapping his hands on the table. Dad! After taking a few photos, I saw my father coming over and immediately sat down quietly like my sister. Boss Qin! Boss! Master! When Qin Ziming walked into the store, everyone greeted him one by one. Good morning, everyone. He smiled at everyone and walked towards the corner table. Here it comes, steaming hot corn porridge. As 3 bowls of corn porridge were placed on the table, a rich aroma hit the face. Ah, there's no meat in it. Mengmeng stretched her neck and saw that there was only corn in the bowl, and a hint of disappointment appeared on her face. You only know how to eat meat. If you keep going like this, you'll soon become a little fat girl. It's been less than a month and my 2 daughters are already feeling plump. Following this trend, I believe they will become little fat girls in a few months. Mengmeng is not afraid. Mengmeng grabbed a bun and took a big bite. Oh, the buns are delicious. Even if it tastes good, you have to pay attention to hygiene. Take a look for yourself. Qin Ziming took out a few tissues, wiped the soup from the corners of his daughter's mouth, then pointed at the table and said, Dad, Mengmeng will know later. After being taught a lesson, Mengmeng lowered her head feeling a little disappointed. I see. Then hurry up and eat, or you'll be late. He also picked up a bun, but did not rush to eat it. Instead, he rolled it up and down to look at it carefully. Master, are you okay? Liao Xuelan asked nervously. The bun in the master's hand was made by her herself. It's just so, I need more practice. He was right. Judging from the quality of the buns now, they are good enough to satisfy the residents around here. Master, from now on, you're better than both of them. He put the bun in his hand back on the plate, then picked up 2 more. You could tell at a glance that they were made by 2 people. Okay, go get busy. Yes, master. Liao Xuelan bent down slightly and then walked back into the kitchen. Senior sister, how is it? Master said that you 2 need to practice more. I knew it would be like this. Senior sister, did you pass the test? Over the past few days, Jiang Xiaowen discovered that his talent as a chef was sometimes good and sometimes bad, and he had no idea what was going on. Almost. We need to practice more. No way, senior sister, yours is not good enough, then we. Okay, get to work and make more buns, otherwise you won't have time to study. Before Jiang Xiaowen could say anything, she acted like a senior sister. At the same time, Qin Ziming took a bite of each of the 2 buns. The control of the fire is almost there. He only took 1 bite and could tell what was wrong with the bun. Sister, daddy is not shy, he eats 2 buns by himself. While Qin Ziming was carefully tasting the buns, his daughter sitting opposite him didn't think so. The little guy raised his voice, wishing everyone would look over here. Dad has a good appetite, so he eats 1 more. He's not like some people who eat buns slowly. He took another bite and the whole bun went into his stomach. Humph, Meng Meng is not slow at all. The little girl wasn't stupid either. When she saw her father staring at her, she knew he was talking about her. Meng Meng took a bite of the bun angrily, raised her little head, and looked at her father with wide eyes. Woo woo, Meng Meng is faster than her sister. Even with a bun in his mouth, he couldn't stop talking. Dad, this porridge is sweet and delicious. Dudu took a sip of the corn porridge and fell in love with the taste. If it tastes good, drink more. Well, Dudu knows. Flatterer. She originally wanted to complain that there was no meat in the porridge, but when she heard her sister's words, Meng Meng immediately pouted her lips. They all taste bad, and my sister will just flatter my father. Meng Meng, what are you talking about? Hearing his daughter mumbling softly, Qin Ziming asked curiously. Dad, Meng Meng didn't say anything? Chapter 92. My sister doesn't like me, she has a new partner. Meng Meng, what's in your school bag? I don't know. The guests at the next table couldn't help but want to tease the baby when they saw his cute appearance. I don't know. Meng Meng, you go to school by yourself. I wonder what's in your school bag? Dad put it there. Meng Meng didn't know. The little guy raised his head and looked at the guests at the next table, with an expression on his face as if telling the other party how could they not understand such a simple question. Dudu knows. She had already eaten a bun and just finished a mouthful of porridge when she raised her right hand. Dudu really knows? Of course, Dudu put it in there himself. Wow, Dudu is amazing. No matter whether children are sensible or not, they will be very happy if someone praises them. Dudu raised her little head proudly, and she didn't forget to glance at her sister. There are beautiful clothes in there. Dudu, you guys are not going to school, why are you putting clothes in your school bag? Why? This stumped the little girl, and she could only look to her father for help. Putting your clothes there is for when you play with other kids and your clothes get wet from sweat, you can change into them then. Qin Ziming learned all this knowledge from the parents' group. The day before, the head teacher had already sent some precautions to the group one by one. Auntie, did you hear that? With his father standing by, Dudu straightened his back quickly. I heard you. Let me test you. Okay, Auntie, tell me. Meng Meng couldn't wait until her sister opened her mouth. Listen carefully, can I put snacks in my school bag when I go to kindergarten? I know, Meng Meng knows. Meng Meng was the first to raise her hand and stood up from her chair excitedly, fearing that her sister would answer first if she was a step late. Meng Meng knows, then Meng Meng tells you. You can put snacks in your school bag. The little guy patted his school bag with a smug smile on his face. Okay, Auntie won't disturb you from having breakfast, you still have to go to school. When Meng Meng said this, the guest saw Qin Ziming's expression change and quickly changed the subject. Meng Meng, put the snacks in your school bag. At this time, Qin Ziming finally figured out one thing. When he saw his daughter running with her school bag just now, he felt very strange. There was a set of spare clothes, as well as individually packaged children's masks and small towels in it. These things are not heavy enough to cause such consequences. Ah. She was so smug and cute just now, but this time she finally reacted. Dad warned them not to put snacks in their school bags. No, there are no cookies in Meng Meng's school bag. The little guy waved his hands quickly and hugged the school bag tightly in his arms. Really? Dad didn't say biscuits. Qin Ziming didn't say anything either. He stretched out his right hand in front of Meng Meng. Dad! At this time, the little guy held the school bag tighter with both hands. Are you disobedient? Give! Under her father's gaze, Meng Meng was reluctant to let go of her little hand. The teacher has already told us that children are not allowed to bring snacks into the school. How could you forget? You should learn more from your sister. Tear! He unzipped his small school bag and pulled out a box of cookies. Upon closer inspection, they were still Oreo brand. The next moment, Qin Ziming's face looked very interesting because he took out another box of biscuits, still of the same brand. Also, who gave this to you, Meng Meng? When the third box of cookies appeared, several guests at the neighboring table couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha ha, Meng Meng, are you going to school or going on a picnic? 3 boxes of cookies. No wonder I felt weird just now. Boss Qin, if you don't have the heart to hit me, I'll help you hit Meng Meng's butt. Elder sister. Seeing the change in her father's expression and what her uncle and aunt said, Meng Meng also felt scared, and she quickly looked to her sister for help. Meng Meng, those aren't sister's cookies, how did you put them in your school bag? Dudu ignored her sister's pleading eyes. She only knew that the biscuits belonged to her, so she ran into her sister's school bag. Hurry up and eat breakfast. I'll deal with you in the evening. He checked the small backpack again to make sure there was nothing else inside before zipping it up. Boss, these cookies were bought by Secretary Huang yesterday. Huang Lingzhen? He was a little surprised when he thought of Huang Lingzhen, who walked with her slender waist. Yes, it's Secretary Huang. Okay, I get it. You put away these 3 boxes of cookies. If everyone likes them, share them. Divided. Meng Meng, who had been staring at the 3 boxes of cookies, immediately pouted unhappily after hearing the last sentence. Meng Meng, sister doesn't want to eat it. I'll give it back to you when you come back from school. Sister Shu, there is a box of doo-doo, and my sister stole it from me. You're still taking your sister's. Hee, sister doesn't like it. Meng Meng wants to take it to kindergarten to share with other kids. No, doo-doo likes to eat it too. In order to avoid being beaten, the girl lied without blinking. Her sister was right beside her, and her words were exposed as soon as she opened her mouth. Dad, my sister is not behaving well. He stole his own cookies and said he didn't like them. Now, when others buy cookies in the future, he won't be left out. Dudu will definitely not allow this to happen. Eat breakfast first and then take care of your sister after school. Okay, Dudu is going to spank my sister. After Dudu finished speaking, he raised his hand and waved it in the air. Ding dong! Ding dong! Ding dong! Qin Ziming's cell phone, which was placed on the desk, kept ringing. Dad, your phone is ringing. She was pouting cutely just now, but her eyes rolled and she immediately picked up the phone and handed it to her dad in a flattering manner. Dad, who sent you the message? Is it a beautiful big sister? When Qin Ziming opened the chat software, the little guy put his head over. Beautiful big sister? When the other people in the store heard Meng's words, they all pricked up their ears. No, hey, who taught you that when Dad's cell phone rings, there will be a beautiful big sister? Looking at the chat page, with a group pinned to the top and unread messages piling up, Qin Ziming shook his head without even thinking. But the next moment, he realized the problem and looked at his daughter. No one taught Meng Meng. This time, Meng Meng didn't dare to look at her father when she spoke. So many messages were sent to the class group. Is there something going on? He opened the class for group and just took a look, and he understood what was going on. At Teacher Wang, Liu Tingting has already had breakfast at home. At Teacher Wang, Liu Jiahao has already had breakfast at home. The dozen or so messages above all mean the same thing. I almost forgot about this. The kindergarten provides breakfast, and the head teacher also said that it would be best for all children to come to the kindergarten to eat, but there is no requirement today as it is the first day. Thinking of this, he started typing on the screen and replied to a message in the group. Chapter 93, Sending my daughter to school and meeting an acquaintance. 7:50 in the morning. Qin Ziming stood at the kindergarten gate on time, holding his two daughters' hands. Let's go, the kids are waiting for you. Today is the first day of kindergarten. Parents are not allowed to bring their children directly to the classroom. After that, they can only send them to the door. Dad, remember to come and pick Meng Meng up, otherwise Meng Meng will be very angry. At this time, the little girl was a little reluctant and pouted her lips and said that she would not go to school as long as her father said no. Okay, Daddy promises to come over. We'll go shopping together and make delicious food for you two little greedy cats when we get back. Yeah, Meng Meng wants to eat delicious food. Meng Meng, who was feeling depressed just now, immediately smiled when she heard that it was delicious. Dad, why is everyone looking at us? He also noticed this phenomenon when he got out of the car and took his two daughters with him, but it was not as obvious as it is now. Why are you looking at us? It's because Meng Meng is pretty. He was too embarrassed to tell his daughter the specific reason, so he could only tease her to make her happier. Hee, Meng Meng is the prettiest. Sure enough, Meng Meng smiled so much that her eyes narrowed when she heard what her father said. At school, you must listen to your teacher, okay? He soon found class 4. The head teacher, Teacher Wang, was standing at the door. She was a young woman in her 20s. Teacher Wang. Holding his two daughters' hands, he walked straight to Teacher Wang. Mr. Qin. Qin Ziming was so easy to recognize that even if one didn't look at his face, Wang Shiqian would know who he was just by looking at his figure. It's not that there are no fat parents among these parents, but the only one in front of me is as fat as this one. Say goodbye to Daddy. He pulled the two sisters over, placed his hands on their heads, and gently stroked their hair. Goodbye, Dad. Goodbye, Dad. The two little guys were a little reluctant and raised their hands and waved. Do Meng Meng, bye. After nodding at Wang Shiqian, he turned and walked outside. At this time, you can't have the slightest lingering feeling, otherwise the child will get emotional and will cry and make a fuss and not want to go to school. What do you do next? Go straight back to the store? Qin Ziming walked outside while thinking about things. He soon walked out of the kindergarten gate and continued to walk towards the parking lot. Oops! At this moment, he felt something rushing towards him, but its huge body made him as steady as a rock. People who bump into him feel uncomfortable. They stumble back, lose their balance and sit down, using their hands to support themselves on the ground reflexively. Are you okay? Seeing the other person sitting on the ground with his hand seemingly rubbed raw, Qin Ziming asked with concern and stretched out his hand, wanting to pull the other person up. No need for you to pull, hiss. The other person waved his hand, and perhaps because he pulled the wound, he took a breath. You're bleeding, go bandage the wound first. Seeing the blood on the other party's hand, Qin Ziming quickly looked around and soon saw a pharmacy not far away. Good. Yang Sini originally wanted to turn around and leave as she had something urgent to do, but when she saw the wound on her palm, she could only nod and agree. I'm sorry you got hurt. He took out a pack of wet wipes from his pocket, took out a few and handed them to the other person. It's okay, I just want to hurry on, hiss. This time, Yang Sini did not refuse. She took the wet wipes and gently wiped the wound. Yang Sini, who was about to get angry, suddenly lost her temper and didn't know who to blame for this. One was distracted, the other was in a hurry. If anyone really cared about it, they could only blame Qin Ziming for his huge body and great flexibility. If it were someone else, the other party might just take a few steps back. Doctor, please help me. Qin Ziming walked into the pharmacy first, and after taking a look around, his eyes locked on a woman in a white coat. What's wrong? Seeing the look on the guest's face, the woman in the white coat came over and asked. Doctor, her hand is injured. Let me see. After a while, Qin Ziming asked with concern. Doctor, how is it? It's not a big deal, I just scratched my palm with something. At this time, he discovered that there was a wound about 1 centimeter long on his palm. The doctor had stopped the bleeding and was sprinkling some medicine powder on it. Don't touch water for the next 2 days. You can use a waterproof compress or a plastic bag to wrap it when you take a shower. If the dressing gets wet, be sure to change it in time and don't try to peel it off yourself. When the doctor was treating the wound, he told the patient all the precautions one by one. Fortunately, the wound is not long, otherwise it would require stitches. Hey, this guy looks familiar. After relaxing, Qin Ziming finally had time to look at the other person. She was about the same age as him, but it felt familiar and he just couldn't remember where she was. Are you Qin Ziming? Yang Sini, who was lowering her head, felt someone's eyes falling on her. She raised her head and their eyes met. She was about to say something when she realized that the fat man in front of her looked familiar. Do you know me? Qin Ziming still couldn't remember, but the other party had already called out his name, so he could only touch his nose awkwardly. It's me, Yang Sini. Yang Sini, squad leader? After this reminder, images flashed through his mind and he finally remembered that this was the original owner's college classmate and also the class monitor. You can't recognize me, have you grown old? Yang Sini is still somewhat confident about her appearance. She doesn't dare to say that she is a great beauty, but if the total score is calculated out of 100, it would definitely be above 70 points. No, the monitor is still as young as ever. All women like to be told that they're young, and Qin Ziming also knows this. You're still young at this age, are you kidding me? He guessed correctly. When Yang Sini heard her old classmate say that she was young, the smile on her face became even more obvious. Don't talk about me first. What's wrong with you? After graduating from college, you disappeared from the world and didn't even contact your classmates. Yang Sini looked him up and down again, as if she was meeting him for the first time. Old classmate, what kind of blow have you been through? How come you have gained so much weight? I originally wanted to say fat, but I was afraid of hurting my old classmate's self-esteem, so I quickly changed my words. What else could it be? Being tortured by life. He shrugged and threw his hands to his sides. After knowing that they were old classmates, the two started chatting, but Yang Seni asked the questions and he answered them. From this we can see that the original owner was quite popular during his college years. Even though he has become a 200-pound fat man now, the class beauty can still chat with him so happily. Okay, go back and pay attention. Doctor, how much? After asking about the price, Qin Ziming took the lead in paying. Squad leader, I'm sorry I hurt your hand. It's okay, just don't touch water for a few days. The two walked out of the pharmacy. Squad leader, is there something urgent? Oh, how could I have forgotten about this? Qin Ziming, what's your number? We'll contact each other later. After Qin Ziming's reminder, Yang Seni patted her thigh without hurting her hand. 138. Chapter 94, Driving to Send Classmates, This is Making Money. Old squad leader, do you want to take a taxi? Yes, I was just in a hurry, that's why. Yang Seni raised her injured left hand, and everyone knew what was going on without her having to explain. Where are you going? I'll take you there. You drove out? If I don't drive out, then I'm going to run. After Qin Ziming finished speaking, he deliberately shook his big belly. Puff. Seeing this scene, Yang Seni couldn't help laughing out loud, but felt it was inappropriate and quickly covered her mouth. Okay, I won't laugh anymore. Where is the car? Beep. After this incident, their relationship returned to the times when they were in college. Qin Ziming took out the car keys and pressed the unlock button. Is that black Land Rover yours? Looking in the direction of the sound, Yang Seni showed an expression of disbelief on her face. In her impression, this old classmate came from an average family. He nodded, went over to open the passenger door, and then walked around the front of the car. I never thought that my old classmate is actually a wealthy man. Yang Seni didn't hesitate and sat directly in the passenger seat. What rich man? I come from the countryside. Why don't you dare tell me? Are you afraid that your old classmates will ask you to borrow money? Yang Seni lifted her bangs in front of her eyes. Looking at her outfit, if you don't know her, you really can't tell that she is already 30 years old. Where are you going? Qin Ziming smiled, started the car and turned on the car navigation without explaining. Yoon's real estate group. Yoon family? When he heard the address, he felt it sounded familiar, but he didn't think much about it because he had already found it on the navigation. Sit tight. put the car in gear and step on the accelerator. Buzz? The black Land Rover roared and rushed out of the parking space. Tell me the truth, what have you been doing these past few days? You didn't even show up for one of your college reunions. What else can I do? Stay at home and take care of the baby. Taking care of the baby, no wonder. Are you being kept by a rich woman? Yang Sini looked him up and down, then gave him a meaningful look. Rich woman, I want it too. Qin Ziming couldn't help but smile bitterly when he thought of the misfortune that the original owner had suffered. I don't know whether to say he is lucky or unlucky. I had just graduated from college and bought a lottery ticket and won 5 million. Everything went smoothly after that and I met my ex-wife. The original owner was also a handsome guy at that time, with millions on hand, and he was far ahead of most of his classmates. Everyone can imagine what happened next. I won't go into detail about this as it's too melodramatic and I'll save a few tens of thousands of words. Qin Ziming. Hey, what are you thinking about? You're still driving. After calling Qin Ziming, Yang Sini found that he was in a daze, so she called him again. If he hadn't been driving, she would have reached out to him. Don't do this next time you drive. If something happens, you'll be in trouble. Yang Seni showed an exaggerated expression and slapped her panic peaks that were strangled by the safety belt. Sorry, I just remembered something. When Qin Ziming saw this scene, he quickly calmed his mind and concentrated on driving. He glanced at the navigation and saw that there were still 10 minutes to go. The car suddenly became quiet again, with only the sound of the two people breathing. A few minutes later. There will be a college reunion in a while, do you want to come over? During this process, Yang Sini secretly glanced at this old classmate and found that he was looking straight ahead, staring at the road ahead. A hint of disappointment inevitably flashed through her heart. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart that time waits for no one. During my 4 years in college, I was always the most beautiful girl in class. I wouldn't say there was a battalion or even a reinforced platoon of people chasing after me. Party, no problem. You promised? Yang Sini was shocked again. She had prepared herself mentally, but she didn't expect Qin Ziming to agree so readily. What's wrong? Is it weird that I agreed? He turned his head to look at her and continued driving. Isn't it strange? We couldn't contact you for the first 5 years. I'm sure everyone will be shocked. A picture suddenly appeared in her mind, the appearance of Qin Ziming and his huge body. She finally couldn't help laughing out loud. Puff. It's settled now. I'll give you the time and address when the time comes. Don't try to find an excuse to refuse. Don't worry about that. I, Qin Ziming, will not go back on my words. I'll stick to my words. Ha ha. I'll record what you said. Don't make excuses when the time comes. Yang Sini shook her cell phone proudly, with a look that said, if you go back on your word, I'll teach you a lesson. Don't worry, even if there's a typhoon or earthquake that day, I'll be there. During the rest of the journey, the two chatted casually and soon arrived at their destination. We're here, thank you old classmate. Qin Ziming parked his car in front of a building. You said you were old classmates, and you're still polite. Okay, remember to pay attention to my message. Before leaving, Yang Sini made a gesture in her ear. Thump. When the two were about to separate, a burst of hurried footsteps was heard. There was no need to turn around to look, as one knew it was the sound of high heels hitting the ground. Boss Qin? At this time, a familiar voice came and made Qin Ziming stop. Secretary Huang. Qin Ziming turned around and saw a beautiful figure. It was none other than Huang Lingzhen. Boss Qin, are you here to see the boss? This was Huang Lingzhen's first thought when she saw Qin Ziming here. No, I'm sending my college classmate over here. Yang Seni hadn't walked into the building yet. She was still standing nearby and was confused when she heard the conversation between the two. I'm going back first. Nodding at the two of them, Qin Ziming turned and walked towards the Land Rover parked nearby. Boss Qin, walk slowly. It was not until Qin Ziming started the car and left that Huang Lingzhen looked carefully at the woman in front of her, a meaningful smile on her face. Beauty, are you Boss Qin's college classmate? Are you Secretary Huang beside President Yun? The two spoke almost at the same time, and then laughed. Let's go, let's talk in the elevator. Okay. Huang Lingzhen walked in front to lead the way. Her curvy figure and slender waist made Yang Sini, who was following behind, envious. What on earth did this old classmate do to make Secretary Huang so respectful and even call him boss? Yang Sini, who was following closely behind, had this thought in her mind and became even more curious about this old classmate. Bite! The elevator door opened and the two walked in one after another. Beauty, which floor? 17th floor, thank you. What a coincidence. I also want to go to the 17th floor. Bite! The elevator door closed. I don't know, beautiful lady, what's the matter with coming to our company? Secretary Huang, compared to you, I'm not a beauty. Just call me by my name, Yang Sini. Okay, you're older than me, so I can call you Sister Yang, is that okay? No problem. How could Yang Sini refuse such a good thing? Who knows, there might be more surprises next. Chapter 95. The boss lady is here too, adding more delicious food. Qin Ziming didn't know that something happened in the building immediately after he drove back. Boom boom boom. Come in. After Huang Lingzhen got out of the elevator, she separated from the other party, which made Yang Sini a little disappointed. Never mind. She shook her head and, led by a staff member, walked outside an office. Knock on the door 3 times gently. A deep male voice came from inside. Squeak! Gently pushing open the door, I saw a man in his 40s sitting at a desk. His forehead was very clean and under the light, he looked like a big light bulb. Manager Li. After entering the room, Yang Sini greeted the other party. Bang! Just then, someone outside closed the door. At the same time, Huang Lingzhen is already on the 18th floor. Thump thump. The sound of high heels hitting the ground echoed throughout the entire floor. She walked straight to a set of double doors. Secretary Huang. An employee at the gate saw her coming and immediately greeted her with a smile. Is the boss in there? I arrived half an hour ago. The employee quickly opened the door, waited until Huang Lingzhen went in, and then closed the door again. Xiao Huang, here we come. Boss lady. Seeing that there was another person in the office, Huang Lingzhen took a closer look and realized that it was the previous secretary, so she hurriedly greeted him. Meng Xianglu nodded slightly and didn't say anything. Boss, the restaurant has already started renovations and will be open for business in a month at most. Huang Lingzhen walked to the tea set and stood in front of the two of them without sitting down. Sit down, have a cup of tea first, and then talk about work. Boss, let me do this. Seeing that the boss was about to pour tea for her, Huang Lingzhen took the lead and picked up the teapot. Brother Qin, is there any movement? Yun Minglang picked up the teacup and blew gently into it. Movement. Huang Lingzhen was stunned for a moment after hearing what the boss said, then she recalled it in her mind before speaking. Boss Qin cooked Sichuan cuisine yesterday. How does it taste? Before Huang Lingzhen finished speaking, he couldn't wait to ask. Meng Xianglu next to him was surprised. It was the first time she saw her husband so excited. Similar to Cantonese food. Huang Lingzhen didn't know how to answer. After thinking about it, she could only utter this sentence. Almost. That's great. He was worried before that if the newly opened restaurant only served one kind of cuisine, it would still be limited if it wanted to become famous in the future. If Sichuan cuisine is added, it will be completely different. The people I want to connect with all like Sichuan cuisine. Xiao Huang, when you go back, tell Brother Qin that I will shamelessly come over for dinner tonight. By the way, boss, there is one more thing. 9 o'clock in the morning. Qin Ziming returned to the bun shop. Master, I've already bought the crayfish you requested, a total of 20 kilograms, is that enough? Seeing his master coming back, Jiang Xiaowen walked over immediately. 20 kilograms should be enough. If you can't sell all of them, I'll give them to you as midnight snacks tonight. He glanced around the store and soon saw a large barrel in the corner with crayfish running around desperately trying to escape. Great, we can eat crayfish again. Master, that's not what I meant, we must sell out all the crayfish today. Jiang Xiaowen was halfway through his words when he realized the problem and quickly waved his hands to explain that he was really conflicted. I want to eat crayfish today, but I also want to sell all the crayfish. Crayfish, Boss Qin, you have introduced a new dish. On such a hot day, cold beer with crayfish, just thinking about it makes me drool. Boss Qin, how much is it?
As long as it's not too expensive, I'll save the money I spent on cigarettes this month. The crayfish sold outside are all delicious. I can't even imagine what a delicacy it would be if Boss Chin cooked it. For a while, the crayfish were not even on sale yet, but everyone was eager to buy one, without even asking the price. By the way, Boss Chin, what price are you going to set? At this time, someone finally remembered this problem. How much? Chin Ziming did not answer immediately, but glanced at the guests present, and everyone had expectant looks on their faces. 388 per pound. In order to move into the big villa as soon as possible, he had no choice but to ignore the looks of the guests. 388 per pound. In an instant, at least half of the guests present fell in dismay. Boss Chin is still Boss Chin, he hasn't changed at all. Expensive is Boss Chin's characteristic. 388 is not bad, it's just 1 month's cigarette money. The customer, who had just said he would quit smoking for a month just to buy a portion of crayfish, let out a deep breath after hearing the price. I want to quit smoking, but I only have 200 pocket money a month. Brother, I have 200 too. How about we pool our money together and go out to buy one tonight, and use the remaining money to buy a few bottles of cold beer? The two middle-aged men seemed to have met a soulmate and immediately reached a cooperation agreement. Only married men can experience this kind of sadness. Every month, they have to count on their fingers to make it to the end of the month. Okay, don't block Boss Chin, he still wants to cook crayfish. Yes, just buy the buns and leave. At the reminder of a guest, the surrounding guests quickly dispersed. Xiao Shuang, come here. Chin Ziming walked to the big barrel and looked at the crayfish running inside. Boss, what's up? I want to discuss something with you. From now on, the store will handle 20 kilograms of crayfish every day. You will be responsible for cleaning them, and I will give you an extra 1,000 yuan for each one. Think about it. If business is good and the number continues to increase, I'll hire one more person. Seeing that Xu Xiaoshuang remained silent and did not answer immediately, he added another sentence. If you add 1,000 a month, my salary will be 5,000, boss, no problem. Xu Xiaoshuang started working right after graduating from high school. With her education level, it was very difficult for her to find a good job. Very difficult. I have been working in various factories before, but no job lasted for 2 years. I left for various reasons. The reason she was able to come here this time was because a relative asked her to come. Working as a screwdriver in a factory, I only earn a little over 6,000 yuan a month, working 10 hours a day. The salary I receive must be deducted from 1 month's food expenses. Even if the food in the factory is cheap, it will still cost more than 800 yuan if I save a little. Now with this job, she can eat all kinds of delicious food every day, so she is willing to do it even if it is a little more tiring. As for why I didn't answer immediately, it was because I didn't expect the boss to increase my salary by $1,000 all of a sudden. Boss, no problem. Okay, starting this month, your salary will be increased by 1,000 yuan, and the new contract will be signed tomorrow. Boss, can I start working now? Xu Xiaoshuang pointed to the big bucket in the corner. She still remembers how delicious it was to eat crayfish. Don't worry, wash it when you're not busy. Sister Sun will trouble you in the store when the time comes. Okay, boss. It would take no more than 3 hours for one person to carefully handle 20 kilograms of crayfish. Chapter 96, 1 pound is not enough to eat, the man suffers. Sister Sun, are the crayfish ready? Boss Chin, when will the lobsters go on sale? How long will it take to sell crayfish? What? Another hour to wait. Okay, I'll come over later. What? You haven't finished washing it yet? I have nothing to do anyway, so help wash it. You're trying to flirt with Boss Chin's employees, or you're really trying to help him. Go. Am I that kind of person? An interesting scene occurred in the steamed bun shop today. After 10 o'clock. The store is going to sell crayfish, but I don't know who spread the news. At first, it would take a few minutes for someone to come over. As time goes by, gradually, more and more guests came to inquire about the news. Some even waited at the door, and when they couldn't stand it any longer, they went into the store to enjoy the air conditioning for a while, and when they felt better, they went outside. Boss, the crayfish have been cleaned. Cleaning here already includes cutting off the heads and removing the tails.
Boss Chin, how long will it take to fry the crayfish? Yeah, we're not going back. When I think about eating Boss Chin's fried crayfish, I'm shaking with excitement. Boss Chin, why is there no beer in your refrigerator? This won't do. How can we let others make money? Okay, Xiushuang, you've worked hard, go take a rest first. It's already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Cleaning crayfish seems simple, but it is a different story once the number increases. After lunch, Xu Xiaoshuang was busy for almost an hour before she managed to finish the 20 kilograms of crayfish. Boss, I'm not tired. She took off her rubber gloves and stood up to stretch her body. Xiaowen, bring in the crayfish. Yes, master. As soon as Jiang Xiaowen heard his master calling him, he stood up immediately. After 1 o'clock. There are fewer customers coming to buy buns. There are only 5 or 6 customers in the store now, waiting for the first batch of spicy crayfish to come out of the pot. Don't worry, it will take at most half an hour. I took a quick look at the cleaned crayfish in the basin. After careful processing, there were about 15 pounds left. With the side dishes, the total weight was about 20 pounds. Not enough to sell. The customers in the store can buy about 5 kilograms, and there are also some who came to inquire about it before. Xiaowen, go buy another 20 kilograms. Yes, master. Jiang Xiaowen didn't ask any more questions. He simply washed his hands and took off his apron. Looks like we need to recruit one more person. It would be impossible for Xu Xiushuang to complete 40 kilograms of crayfish a day by working part-time alone. I bought another 20 kilograms. It seems that I can't add the 1,000 yuan. Qin Ziming had no idea what his employees were thinking. He poured the crayfish in the basin into the pot in batches. Hiss! Fry each batch of crayfish for 30 seconds and remove them after they turn red and set aside. This step can make the shrimp meat firmer and lock in the freshness. When he is cooking in the kitchen, as long as his apprentice is next to him, he will turn on the auxiliary aperture and explain while he is cooking. About half an hour later. As the lid of the pot was opened, a rich aroma spread from the kitchen. It smells so good. This aroma is worth the 1 hour wait. Boss Chin, hurry up, I'm already so lonely, Pa, I'm so hungry. Knowing that the spicy crayfish would be served soon, the guests couldn't sit still. Everyone, don't worry, eat in the store first. Okay, we're not in a hurry. Boss Chin, I want 1 pound, and I'll eat it here. There was a table of guests near the kitchen. He simply picked up a bottle of beer and knocked it against the corner of the table before opening it. I want 1 pound too. Pack 1 pound. 1 pound, take it back and report it. There were 6 customers, 2 of whom ate in the restaurant and 4 took food away. 6 kilograms of food was sold before it even came out of the pot. Here we go, everyone make way. Xu Xiaoshuang brought out a plate of spicy crayfish. The aroma wafted into her nose from time to time, and she almost couldn't help wanting to try one. Gurgle. Looking at the spicy crayfish in front of him, the customer swallowed his saliva first and then picked up one. He skillfully pried open the shrimp head and sucked the yellow paste inside, and his eyes immediately narrowed into slits. This taste is amazing. The numbing taste of the Sichuan peppercorns comes first, followed by the richness of the bin paste, and finally a hint of sweetness. After taking a sip of ice-cold beer, I feel happier than a god. 388 is totally worth it. After just eating a crayfish, this customer wanted to let the whole world know that the spicy crayfish made by Boss Chin is the best in the world. Boss Chin, I want to pack 2 kilograms, isn't that 388? A customer saw this exaggerated scene and hurriedly asked for another pound. It was none other than the man who was going home to report. Brother, 2 kilograms, that's 776 yuan, you're really willing to spend that much? It looks like you have a lot of pocket money. Ha ha, if you are willing to give, you will get. As long as he is happy, my pocket money may even increase a little bit. Brother, you still think far ahead. Alas, people have different fates. I can only eat here. If he knew this, he would lose all his pocket money. Handsome guy, here's the pound of spicy crayfish you asked for. Soon the second serving was brought out of the kitchen, and before the plate was put down, the customer had already picked one up. It seemed that this guest often eats crayfish. He carefully peeled a shrimp, dipped the snow-white shrimp meat into the soup at the bottom of the plate, and put it into his mouth. The next second, his eyes widened and his left hand unconsciously grabbed the edge of the table. Oh my God! He slurred his words and chewed rapidly. This completely overturned my perception of spicy crayfish. It's so delicious! Another customer exclaimed in surprise, and the remaining 4 customers who wanted to take their food away all had an idea: should they eat in the restaurant as well? Boss Chin, can we try one first? Finally, someone couldn't resist the temptation and asked shamelessly. All right. Chin Ziming was about to pack up when he heard the customer's request. He used his shovel to very accurately place the crayfish on the plate next to him. Ha ha, I won't be polite then. This spiciness is too much. This guest was the first to pick up a crayfish. He inhaled wildly and fanned himself with his hands. It seemed that he was not used to spicy food. The shrimp roe is amazing, fragrant and spicy. This is a customer who specifically picks out the yellowish head and has a very interesting expression on his face. Oh, it's so spicy, I feel like my lips are dancing. Is it spicy? I think it's just right. If paired with a bottle of ice-cold beer, gulp. The last guest, who obviously loved spicy food, enjoyed eating a crayfish very much. His eyes finally fell on the table not far away, where there were 3 or 4 bottles of ice-cold beer. No, 1 pound of this delicious crayfish is not enough for me alone, and I have several mouths to feed at home. Boss Chin, I want 3 pounds. The guest took a deep breath and made a difficult decision. 3 pounds, you're still willing to give it up. Chapter 97: Spicy Crayfish, expensive but worth it. Sunshine Community. Building 3, Room 504. Snap! The door opened, and Shen Mingxie shouted inside without taking off his shoes. Wife, I'm back. Not hearing a response, he put on his slippers and came out of the entrance. In the living room, a woman folded her arms and stared at the door expressionlessly. Wife, whoever makes you unhappy, I will teach him a lesson. Seeing this scene, Shen Mingxie walked over with a stern face. Snort! The woman did not answer, but snorted coldly and turned her head to look towards the balcony. Okay, don't be angry, look what I brought back for you. Shen Mingxie placed the bag in his hand on the table, then opened it, revealing 2 transparent disposable lunch boxes inside. Crayfish! He opened a lid and placed it in front of his wife. Suddenly, the whole living room was filled with the unique aroma of spicy crayfish. Come on, wife, have one. Shen Mingxie grabbed a crayfish, peeled off the tail skillfully, dipped it in some soup, and then put it to his wife's mouth. Gurgle! While peeling the shrimp, he swallowed several times. This expression made the wife next to him roll her eyes. Why, you won't even peel a shrimp for me? The woman did not open her mouth, but glared at Shen Mingxie. Wife, you misunderstood. This crayfish was made by Boss Chin. It's delicious. When he thought of that taste, he felt his saliva secretion quicken again, and he could only swallow it again. I bought it from Boss Chin. Then I'll try it. The woman couldn't help herself, so she put the shrimp tail in front of her nose, and the unique aroma of spicy crayfish wafted over from time to time. Hearing this, I made an excuse for myself and opened my mouth. It's really delicious. When the shrimp tail fell into her mouth, she opened her eyes to the limit and started chewing quickly. No need for you, I can do it myself. When the second shrimp tail was brought to her mouth, she ate it again, stopping Shen Mingxie from peeling the third one. Some people like to eat crayfish by themselves, and the woman in front of me is obviously the same. She picked up a crayfish, first pulled off the tail, then put the other half into her mouth, chewing it slowly, with a satisfied expression on her face. The chewiness of the crayfish and the deliciousness of the broth, which also had a spicy taste, almost made her moan. Wife, how does it taste? Are you satisfied? While speaking, Shen Mingxie glanced at the balance on his phone. 1.23. Satisfy. Dip the shrimp tail in the soup and then put it into your mouth. This portion of crayfish is 388, I bought 2. To make his argument more convincing, he handed over his cell phone. 388 per serving, so expensive. The woman stopped and looked at the 2 boxes of crayfish on the table. It tastes so good, and it's from Boss Chin's shop, so that's normal. You did a good job this time. Take my phone and transfer 800 to yourself. Okay, thanks, wife. He knew what his wife meant, and from then on his monthly pocket money increased by another 100 yuan. Boss Chin, I love you so much. Thinking that the credit goes to Boss Chin, I can't wait to give him a hug. I heard from others before how delicious the food cooked by Boss Chin was, but I didn't believe it until I ate the spicy crayfish and realized that I had misunderstood. I can't believe it either. A dish of green vegetables costs $188, especially the blanched cauliflower without any seasoning. How can it be delicious? Now I know that I am the clown. The two of them sighed while eating crayfish. Honey, my birthday is in a week. Do you want to celebrate at Boss Chin's store? Then, we must celebrate in Boss Chin's shop. When Shen Mingxie heard that they were going to eat at a steamed bun shop, his first reaction was to complain that the price was too high. However, when he looked into his wife's eyes, he immediately changed his words. It seemed that he had a strong desire to survive. Then I'll leave this to you. Remember to tell Boss Chin in advance. We even have crayfish now. I'm afraid there will be a lot of customers. Honey, don't worry about this. I have a good relationship with Boss Chin. I'll tell him when I go to work tomorrow. If his hands weren't covered in soup, he would have patted his chest to make the promise. At the same time, in the same neighborhood, Liang Jun had just returned to the door when it opened and a little boy stood at the door. Dad, you're back. Look what Daddy brought you back. He raised the bag in his hand and casually placed the briefcase on the shoe cabinet. Dad, what is that? It smells so good. The little boy sniffed it and a puzzled expression appeared on his face. You'll know for yourself if you take a look. Okay. After taking the bag, the little boy ran towards the living room. Grandpa, Grandma, Dad brought me some delicious food. You spend money recklessly again. You don't know how to save money. You don't care about your daughter-in-law. You waste money like this every day. Wow, it's crayfish. Dad, you are awesome. The old man wanted to continue speaking but was interrupted by the little boy's excited roar. This smells so good. The three people in the living room took a deep breath and their eyes fell on the tea set. In the black bag, 3 disposable lunch boxes were thrown together, and the one on top had been opened by the little boy. The red crayfish were so tempting, and coupled with the fragrance in the air, the 3 of them could only feel their saliva secretion quicken. Just buy it, buy so much. The words that had just been swallowed, when the old man saw the 3 boxes of crayfish, he started nagging again. However, someone ignored him. The little boy reached out and grabbed a crayfish, pulled the tail with both hands, and threw it into his mouth. As for the other half, he threw it on the lid of the box. Huff. The moment the shrimp tail entered his mouth, the little boy started breathing out. The crayfish my dad bought are so delicious. He chewed the shrimp tail a few times and swallowed it, then reached out and picked up the second crayfish. Tasty? The 3 of them looked at each other. They all knew that the little boy was a very picky eater. Let me try it. The old man picked up the half of the crayfish that his grandson had just thrown on the lid and took a look at it first. There's no difference. He muttered to himself and then put it into his mouth. How about it? My wife next to me couldn't wait to ask. Their whole family is from Sichuan and they love spicy food the most. Baji, Baji. The old man did not answer and continued chewing, but the expression on his face told everyone the answer. You damn devil, it's so hard for you to even say a word. Forget it, I'll try it myself. She reached out and tried to pick up what her grandson had left. Mom, eat this. Someone was faster than her. The young woman next to her had already peeled a shrimp tail and put it near her mouth. Okay, I'll eat it, and then I'll eat it myself. She was halfway through her words when she held back the rest as she was attracted by the delicious food in her mouth. It's really delicious. This is the best spicy crayfish I've ever eaten. Really? The young woman picked up what her son had eaten and put it into her mouth with a puzzled look on her face. This shrimp roe is absolutely amazing. So spicy it's addictive. Chapter 98. Pick up my daughter at the appointed time and go shopping. For 30 in the afternoon. Dad! Dad! As soon as Qin Ziming walked to the kindergarten gate, the 2 sisters Dudu and Mengmeng excitedly raised their hands and waved at him. Teacher, Dudu's father is here. The teacher has seen it. Don't worry, wait for Dad to come over. Wang Shiqian didn't even need to look for it before she saw a huge figure. Ahoo! Mengmeng nodded desperately. All she wanted now was to throw herself into her father's arms and complain that the food in kindergarten was so terrible.
Teacher Wang. Mr. Qin. After Qin Ziming came over, he greeted the head teacher first. Dad, Dudu Meng Meng misses you so much. As soon as he stopped, his two daughters rushed over and hugged his thighs tightly with their hands. Okay, say goodbye to the teacher. Gently stroking his two daughters' hair, he nodded towards Wang Shiqian again. Goodbye, Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang, Meng Meng is going back with her dad. Goodbye. Bye, Dudu, Meng Meng. The two daughters, one on the left and one on the right, held his hands tightly and jumped up and down like birds flying out of a cage. Dad, Meng Meng made friends with so many kids today. Liu Xinmeng. Xia Mu Yang. Wang Zixia. The little guy counted out 7 or 8 names in one breath, with a bright smile on his face all the time. Dad, where are we going now? Go to the seafood market and buy some vegetables. Okay, Dudu wants to eat big prawns. Meng Meng wants to eat big crabs. When the two little guys heard about food, their mouths started watering. Dad, the food at school isn't tasty. Meng Meng pouted unhappily. Yes, none of them are as delicious as what Dad makes. Dudu also nodded. Dad, can you come home for dinner later? This won't work. Why? Dudu asked, tilting his little head. Because you have to study and meet more children, Daddy doesn't have time. He has to make more money for Dudu Meng Meng. Why should I make more money? Meng Meng raised her little head and blinked her big eyes at him, looking like a curious baby. If I don't make money, Daddy won't be able to make delicious food for Meng Meng. He opened the car door and carried the two little ones into the car one after another. Now Dudu is so cute, do you still need Daddy to pick you up for dinner? No, Dad, you have to make a lot of money. Meng Meng wants to eat big crabs. Sitting in the back seat, Meng made circles with his hands and made an exaggerated expression. Meng Meng, are there crabs this big? Qin Ziming started the car and slowly drove out of the parking space. We have guests coming today, so we need to buy some more vegetables to take back. Yes. The little guy rolled his eyes and then patted his belly. Where is the big crab? Why didn't Dad see it? He? Daddy is so stupid, he's in Meng Meng's belly. At this moment, Meng Meng squinted her eyes happily. We. He. With his two daughters in the car, Qin Ziming was very active in driving, and was often stumped by their wild questions. The two little guys were so happy to see their dad was stumped. Seafood market. Boss Qin, what are you buying today? He had just walked to the door of the shop when the owner came out to greet him. There's no way, he's too big. You don't even need to remember their appearance, you can tell who's coming just by looking down. 1 grouper, 5 crabs, 5 lobsters, and some clams. Okay, Mr. Qin, have a cup of tea first, and I'll pack it up and send it to your car. The shop owner led the way, and Qin Ziming did not hesitate to sit down in front of the tea set. As for the two daughters, they had already run to the side and were looking at the various seafood in the tank. Sister, this fish is so beautiful, I wonder if it tastes good. After hearing what the two little guys said, you may be okay with the first part, but the latter part is so unbearable. In their eyes, no matter how beautiful these seafoods are, they are not as delicious as they taste. If you do it yourself, I won't make tea for you. Boss Zhong, do I still need to be polite to you? Seeing this scene, people who don't know would think that the two have been friends for many years. Qin Ziming picked up the teapot, simply washed the disposable cup, and then poured himself some tea. Dudu, Meng Meng, Uncle will give you juice. After Boss Zhong left, he did not pack up immediately, but walked to a refrigerator nearby and took out 2 bottles of juice. This is Boss Zhong. Seeing this scene, he didn't know what to say and could only smile bitterly and shake his head. Thank you, Uncle. Uncle, that's great. The two little guys took the juice and shouted sweetly. This made Boss Zhong so happy that he narrowed his eyes. Do you want Uncle to help you unscrew it? Okay. Meng Meng was worrying about how to open it, so he handed the juice over, but the little guy didn't dare to look for his father. After taking the juice, she looked at her father from time to time. Meng Meng, are you afraid of Daddy? Yeah, Daddy is really fierce, he always spanks Meng Meng's butt. To add to the persuasiveness, the little guy slapped his own butt. Why did Dad hit Meng Meng? After unscrewing the lid, Boss Zhong handed over the juice. Gurgle. Meng Meng didn't answer. She tilted her little head back, took a sip of juice, and a satisfied look appeared on her face. Is it because Meng Meng is too well behaved that daddy hits you? After taking a sip of juice, Meng Meng didn't know how to answer. When she heard this, she nodded repeatedly. No, my sister is not well behaved at home. Looking at her sister's cocky look, Dudu finally couldn't help it. Ha ha ha, it turns out that Meng Meng is naughty. After unscrewing the second bottle of juice, Boss Zhong went to work. Stinky sister. Meng Meng put her hands on her hips, glared at her sister, and then ran towards her father. Dad, my sister is bullying Meng Meng. Wow, she is so cute, she doesn't play by the rules. Sister bullies Meng Meng, why? Qin Ziming picked up the teacup and blew into it. TSK. After drinking the tea in the cup in one gulp, I couldn't help but sigh in my heart that Boss Zhong was really willing to spend thousands of yuan per pound of tea to entertain guests. Why? The little guy was stumped again and raised his glass of juice to take a sip. Hey, Meng Meng, you drank juice again, who gave it to you? Qin Ziming looked as if he had just discovered something, with a hint of confusion on his face. Dad, Meng Meng went to play with her sister. Meng Meng, didn't you say that your sister bullied you? Why are you still looking for your sister to play? Watching his daughter find an excuse to run away, Qin Ziming felt his phone vibrate, opened the text message and took a look. Boss Qin, did you go out to buy groceries? This was a message from Huang Lingzhen. When he was about to reply, another message came. I'm at the market now. If you haven't bought anything yet, go back first. DADA. Qin Ziming began to edit the text message and then sent it to the other party. Chapter 99, What the Teacher Teaches, I want to tell you. Meng Meng, what did you learn in kindergarten today? Humph, I won't tell you. Meng Meng walked forward proudly, carrying a small school bag on her back, and entered the store. Can you tell my sister? Seeing Jiang Xiaowen being humiliated, Liao Xuelan wiped her hands and walked over. I won't tell you. The little guy looked her up and down, and finally shook his head. Ha ha. Meng Meng has the same personality as always. When the customers in the store saw this scene, they all laughed happily. You still don't understand, Meng Meng, look at me. At this time, a guest stood up and walked towards Meng Meng. Meng Meng. Snort. Look what this is. Meng Meng, who had originally turned her head away, turned back with a smile the next moment. Big brother. The little guy called out sweetly, his eyes fixed on the lollipop in the guest's hand. Tell your brother what you learned in kindergarten today. This lollipop is so cute. Give it to Meng Meng first. I saw her big cute eyes rolling around and she stretched out her hands with a smile. Brother gave it to me, Meng Meng can't run away. Big brother, don't worry, Meng Meng won't do that. Meng Meng raised her little head with her nostrils facing the roof. Okay, Meng Meng can speak now. After taking the lollipop, Meng Meng did not answer but began to unwrap the outer packaging. It's not delicious, sister will give it to you. Under everyone's gaze, Meng Meng licked the lollipop and then handed it to her sister. Meng Meng, you haven't told me yet, what will the teacher teach today? The lollipops are not tasty. The little guy looked back and said something, then jumped and ran towards his own little base. Ha ha, it seems your method doesn't work either, and you're even giving me a lollipop. I want to go back to the countryside. Now all the little brats have become smart. Big brother, I'm not a little brat, I'm a cute little kid. At this time, Dudu was happily eating the lollipop, but he didn't forget to add another stab. Ha ha? Is this what the legend says, losing both the wife and the army? Dudu, do you want to eat this? Some people still refused to give up and picked up a spicy crayfish. No, if Dudu wants to eat, he will ask Daddy for it. This lollipop is Dudu's favorite flavor, and the little guy is very happy eating it. Dudu is cute and smart, don't try to tease them. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. After the two sisters came back, the laughter of customers could be heard from the bun shop from time to time. Hoo-hoo! At this time, a man was standing at the door of the store, panting. It seemed that he had run for a while. Are there any more crayfish? The other party didn't even have time to breathe and asked impatiently. Sorry, sold out. Would you like to buy some buns? Seeing the guest's disappointed expression, Sun Xiumin added another sentence. It's still a step too late. Thank you, but no thanks.
Hearing that the crayfish were sold out, the man left disappointed. Boss Chin, the crayfish business is so good, can't you fry more? Yeah, if it were me, I would fry hundreds of kilograms every day. Today is the first day of selling spicy crayfish, and Chin Ziming himself didn't expect it to be so popular. 2 batches of 20 kilograms of spicy crayfish were sold out in less than half an hour after they came out of the oven. It's summer, and the business is so good during the day. If you set up a few tables in front of the store at night, Boss Chin, don't be stingy with the money. Yes, I'll bring some friends over to help out then. Brother, the crayfish made by Boss Chin is so delicious, and you still need help. I suspect you are making an excuse and want to buy it in advance. Ahem, it's enough for you to know. Why are you saying it out loud? At this time, even the customers who were dining in the restaurant began to persuade them. Master, we don't have anything to do tonight. Do you want us to prepare a few dozen kilograms? Jiang Xiaowen's words made everyone present give him a thumbs up in their hearts. This flattery was so comfortable. Boss Chin, your apprentice's suggestion is great. When it starts, I promise to come. Okay, tomorrow night. Thinking that there would be guests coming later, Chin Ziming gave an affirmative answer. Haha, I want to share this good news with everyone. Share, are you sure? The man had just taken out his cell phone, and when he heard his companion's words, he looked up in confusion. Why can't we share? You are stupid. 40 kilograms of crayfish were sold out in an hour during the day. How many kilograms can there be at night? If everyone knew about this, we could still buy it. Even if we want to help promote it, we have to wait until the night after tomorrow. The guest spoke in a low voice and raised his head from time to time, worried that what he said would reach the ears of Boss Chin. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? His companion quickly slapped his forehead, looked at the half-edited message, deleted it, and put away his phone. Call. Only after he put his phone in his pocket did he let out a deep breath. By the way, since everyone is so motivated, everyone will get a bonus at the end of the month. Chin Ziming walked into the kitchen and saw a lot more ingredients in it. He knew who bought them without thinking. How much is the bonus, master? He never thought that a sudden inspiration would increase his income. Even Liao Xuelan, who had always bullied him, felt that this junior brother was particularly pleasing to her. They say it's a bonus, but you definitely can't tell them. If I sell dozens more kilograms of crayfish every day, it will be a lot in a month. I am not stingy, so giving each person a few thousand yuan is not a problem. Master, let me wash this. Seeing the master cleaning crabs, Liao Xuelan took the lead and took the big basin away. Master, what can I do? It is already 5:30, and the 3 of them have prepared everything, whether it is the buns to be sold today or the ingredients for tomorrow. Go buy another 10 pounds of crayfish. Some people will come over for dinner later. Master, is 10 kilograms enough? Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up and they thought they could eat crayfish again. They didn't eat any of the 40 kilograms of crayfish sold in the store today. It's not a pleasant feeling to smell the aroma of spicy crayfish from time to time but not be able to eat it. Is 10 pounds not enough? Master, it's definitely not enough. When guests come, we must make sure they eat as much as they want. Then buy 15 kilograms. 15 pounds. Jiang Xiaowen still felt that it was not enough, but Xu Xiaoshuang pulled him and leaned over to remind him. The boss also bought a lot of seafood. Right, how could I forget, master? I'll go out and buy it right away. Sister Sun, give him money to buy crayfish. Chin Ziming walked to the kitchen door and called out to Sun Xiaomin. Master, no need, I'll buy it back first. Jiang Xiaowen, who had already run to the door, waved his hand and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 100. Bring your wife over, Meng Meng is fooled. Boss lady. After receiving a call from her boss, Huang Lingzhen kept an eye on the vehicles on the street. When he saw the familiar Toyota Alpha, he immediately ran over and stood respectfully beside it. You don't need to do this in the future. Now you just follow Brother Chin. You will always be boss Huang Lingzhen. Forget it, if we don't talk about this, I don't know what kind of delicious food Brother Chin is preparing. As soon as the meeting ended today, he couldn't wait to come here and turn down several dinner invitations in succession. Honey, what's good to eat here? Looking at the surrounding environment, Meng Xianglu frowned slightly. At first, she thought that the place she was going to, even if it was not a big hotel, would have an elegant environment, rather than a small roadside restaurant. You'll know soon enough. By the way, Brother Chin is my partner, so don't say certain things carelessly. My dear, are you still worried about me? It smells so good. Yes, that's the smell. Before he even got close to the bun shop, Yun Minglang smelled the rich aroma of Sichuan cuisine and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Boss Yun, please come in. When Sun Xiumin saw this, she immediately stood at the door with an extremely respectful attitude. Uncle Yun, okay. When Dudu saw that it was Yun Minglang who came in, she called out sweetly. Dudu is so sweet. Meng Meng, don't you say hello to your uncle when you see him? Unlike her sister, Meng Meng stood not far away, looked Yun Minglang up and down, and a trace of disappointment flashed across her face. Uncle came to visit without bringing any gifts. Shame on you. I don't know where this little guy learned this from. Gift, isn't this a gift? He pointed at a gift box in Meng Xianglu's hand. Humph, that's wine, not a gift for Meng Meng. Meng Meng also knew it was wine, so smart. That's right, Meng Meng has always been very smart. When the little guy heard someone praising him, he raised his head and pointed his nostrils towards the roof. Hello, Mr. Yun. Hello, Mr. Yun. Jiang Xiaowen and the other two greeted them one after another, and even Xu Xiaoshuang was no exception. Hello everyone. When Yun Minglang walked into the store, he saw 4 dining tables put together, which were already filled with various delicacies. At this time, it was already 6:30 in the evening. The buns have been sold out and a small blackboard is hung outside. Closed for business. Brother Yun, you are here. Please take a seat first. There is one last dish. I'm welcome then. After sitting down, he looked at the table full of food, more than 3/4 of which were Sichuan dishes. What attracted his attention most was the pot of spicy crayfish in the middle. Yun Minglang was really rude. He just reached out and grabbed a crayfish. Shame on you, Uncle Yun. Before he could taste the spicy crayfish, some people at the table were already unhappy. It was none other than the little girl Meng Meng. It was her patent to be the first to start eating every time. Meng Meng, what did you say? Just then, Qin Ziming brought out the last dish, and its rich aroma attracted everyone's attention. This is a famous dish, Maoxu Wang. The main ingredients are duck blood, tripe, and yellowthroat, cooked in a spicy red soup with a strong flavor. Maoxu Wang, Brother Qin, you really understand me best and know that this dish is my favorite. When he saw this dish, he peeled off the shrimp tails, but did not eat them himself, but gave them to Meng Xianglu who was sitting next to him. Yun Minglang took out a few tissues, wiped his hands briefly, and then picked up the chopsticks. Why are you all looking at me? If you want to eat, just eat. After saying that, he picked up a piece of duck blood and put it into his mouth. The moment it enters your mouth, you'll feel the hot burning sensation of the chili pepper, followed by the numbness of the Sichuan peppercorns, which spreads from the tip of your tongue to your throat. The duck blood was as smooth and tender as tofu. It didn't even need to be chewed and quickly slid into his stomach. Cool. Yun Minglang is also from Sichuan, and this mouthful of duck blood made him feel like all the pores in his body were opened up. Honey, this crayfish is delicious. Meng Xianglu was originally skeptical, and after tasting a shrimp tail, she even wondered if she was hallucinating. Really? Is this Maoxu Wang delicious? It's definitely better than Maoxu Wang, you should try it. After tasting the delicious spicy crayfish, she didn't even put on disposable gloves. She picked up a crayfish, pulled off the tail, and put it to Yun Minglang's mouth. Since she followed Yun Minglang, she has been eating Maoxu Wang frequently. Compared with the crayfish in front of her, it is not even on the same level. Then I want to try it even more. Yun Minglang opened his mouth and let the shrimp tail enter his mouth. Really, it's almost the same as Maoxu Wang. After putting the shrimp tail into his mouth, he chewed it carefully. The more he chewed, the more delicious it became. But he always felt like something was missing. Senior sister, this is for you. Just then, Jiang Xiaowen opened a bottle of ice-cold beer and handed it to his senior sister. It turns out there is less cold beer. Boss Yun, would you like a bottle? Jiang Xiaowen had good hearing. As soon as he heard Yun Minglang's words, he immediately handed over his bottle. Okay, I haven't drunk it for many years. Today, I'll let Brother Qin take these 2 bottles of Mao Tai back to keep. He pointed to a gift box next to him, which contained 2 bottles of Moutai. Each bottle was not cheap, costing tens of thousands. Gurgle. He started drinking from the bottle. At that moment he felt like he was back in his entrepreneurial days, when he often ran between various clients and was always drunk. After finishing the beer, have a bottle of red wine and then a bottle of white wine. Cool. He drank 1/3 of it in one breath, burped, and a satisfied look appeared on his face. Brother Qin, your cooking skills are amazing. After Qin Ziming sat down, he gave a thumbs up, then picked up a bottle of beer and handed it over. Come on, our chef has worked hard today, let's toast to him together. At this moment, Yun Minglang was no longer the high and mighty President Yun, but an ordinary civilian. He didn't even need a cup to drink, but just raised the bottle of wine he had just drunk and took a sip. This shocked Meng Xianglu, who was standing next to him. She never thought that her husband had this side of her. Master, cheers. Cheers, boss. Cheers, dad. Cheers. Seeing the adults raising their glasses, the 2 little ones stood on their chairs and raised a glass of orange juice. Dry. A roar can scare passers-by. Dad, Dudu wants to eat crayfish. Dudu pointed at the small plate of crayfish in garlic sauce, which Qin Ziming had specially cooked for his daughter. Daddy wants to drink. Come, let Auntie peel it for you. Sun Xiumin had already peeled a shrimp tail and put it into Dudu's bowl. Thank you, Auntie. Meng Meng wants one too. After taking a sip of orange juice, Meng Meng looked at Sun Xiumin eagerly. Meng Meng, come here, sister will give it to you. Liao Xuelan had just peeled a spicy crayfish. She smiled secretly and handed it to Meng Meng's mouth. Oui. The little guy didn't think much about it, opened his mouth and swallowed the shrimp tail. Huff. Under the gazes of several people, the little guy chewed with a smile, and slowly his expression began to change. Hoo, Sister Liao is a bad guy, she lied to Meng Meng, this is spicy. Gurgle. Meng Meng hurriedly picked up the orange juice and drank it. Ha ha ha. Chapter 101 sees the opportunity, my daughter is asleep. Brother Qin, this is my wife, Meng Xianglu. He brought Meng Xianglu here because he wanted to introduce her to Qin Ziming. Sister-in-law. Looking at the girl who was younger than himself, Qin Ziming's first reaction was to glance at Yun Minglang's waist. Hello. The 2 smiled and nodded, indicating that they knew each other. Brother Qin, I now realize that I am very wise, ha 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 ha. Yun Minglang stretched out his chopsticks again, and most of the Maoxuang dish went into his stomach. Uncle Yun, what is Yingming, is it delicious? At this moment, Meng Meng raised her little head, her face covered with various food and soup, looking like a real little cat. Puff! Everyone was amused by Meng Meng's words. Meng Meng, you are making me laugh to death. No, let me take a breath first. Yingming is delicious. If you don't believe me, ask Uncle Yun. Seeing this pair of lovely twin sisters, Meng Xianglu also wanted to have a pair. Unfortunately, she could not accomplish the task by her own efforts. Someone had to wear a small umbrella every time to work. Will tonight be a chance? She glanced at the ground and saw several empty boxes with some empty bottles piled inside. Madam Boss, I toast to you. Huang Lingzhen raised her wine glass with both hands and stopped in front of Meng Xianglu. Good. She also picked up the wine glass and took a small sip. After making the decision in her heart, Meng Xianglu knew what she should do. Seeing that the proprietress only drank a little, Huang Lingzhen didn't say anything. She drank the beer in the glass in one breath. The rented house was just a few hundred meters away in the community. She was not afraid of getting drunk because someone would take her home. Besides, Boss Qin also lived in the same community. Snort! Seeing that everyone was ignoring her, Meng Meng angrily reached into the small bowl and grabbed a handful of shrimp tails. A plate of garlic crayfish was placed in their small bowls. Meng Meng bites you. The little guy gurgled with every chew. The crayfish my dad made is so delicious. Unlike her sister, Duda looked very happy while chewing and even took a sip of orange juice from time to time. If you look closely, you'll find that this girl is imitating her father and even smacks her lips when drinking orange juice. Dudu, what are you doing? Auntie, what are you doing? Dudu looked like he had done something wrong and was caught. Nothing, then why is Dudu so nervous? Because Dudu is afraid that his sister will snatch the crayfish. To make his argument more convincing, Dudu pulled the bowl closer to himself and then covered it with his hands. Sister, why are you calling Meng Meng? When Meng Meng heard her sister mention her, she raised her little head in confusion. Ha ha! It's getting late, let's stop here today. The dinner tonight finally ended at 9 o'clock. The two little ones have to go to school tomorrow, so Qin Ziming goes back to sleep with them. Okay, next time when the hotel is renovated, we can get together again. Now that the real owner is gone, Yun Minglang must leave as well. He is already 7 parts drunk and his voice is trembling. As for the 3 apprentices, they have to get up early tomorrow to open for business. Master, you guys go back first, leave this to me. Among all the people present, the most sober person must be Liao Xuelan. No one knows how much she can drink. Okay, Xushuang, you take my car and send Xiao Huang upstairs and then go back. Is that okay? Liao Xuelan still had to stay and clean up the shop. She also had Zhu Yingping to stay sober. She couldn't let him send her off, or go herself, because Huang Lingzhen was already drunk. Boss, no problem. It's just sending someone back, it's a small matter. Xu Xiaoshuang doesn't have a high level of education, but she still has a good eye. As long as I can establish a good relationship with Huang Lingzhen, maybe she can help me in the future. Dudu, let's go back. Qin Ziming walked over and saw Meng Meng already sleeping on the crib. As for Dudu, she hasn't fallen asleep yet, but it seems that it's only a matter of time. The little girl has begun to doze off, and her little head nods from time to time. Dad, are we going back to bed? Well, Dudu, hold on a little longer, go back and take a shower before going to bed. Seeing his 2 daughters like this, he could tell that they definitely did not sleep at noon. Daddy, hug me. Dudu sat still with his hands raised high. Okay, Dad will hold you. He gently scratched his daughter's nose before picking her up. HMPH, Dad stinks. After Dudu jumped into her father's arms, she hugged her neck tightly with both hands. Her first reaction was to pinch her nose. Even so, she did not let go of her hands. Dad drinks, so he must stink. It's all Uncle Yun's fault. He made Dad drink. The next time Dudu sees him, he will definitely give Uncle Yun a good spanking. The little guy raised his right hand and made a gesture of hitting someone. Dudu, if you dare to hit Uncle Yun, Daddy won't dare. After all this commotion, the little guy became a little more energetic. Master, leave Meng Meng to me. Liao Xuelan didn't go to clean up. She walked over and gently picked up the sleeping Meng Meng. Secretary Huang, let's go too. He glanced at Huang Lingzhen, whose face was flushed. She sat on the chair, shaking her head from time to time. Xu Xiaoshuang was worried about her and was ready to lie on the table at any time. I'm not drunk. Okay, you're not drunk. Huang Lingzhen had just been helped up when she started talking drunkenly. Come on, cheers. He raised his right hand, then let it fall down weakly. Boss, it's done. With the help of Liao Xuelan, Huang Lingzhen sat in the passenger seat. If it weren't for the seat belt, her head would have hit the front of the seat. Don't vomit. Qin Ziming was horrified when he saw this scene. He didn't want to wash the car in the middle of the night as he had to send his daughter to kindergarten tomorrow. Good. Looking back, I saw Meng Meng occupying half of the seat. The little guy was sleeping soundly, blinking from time to time. Dudu was held in Xu Xiaoshuang's arms, and his eyelids began to twitch. Buzz. After shifting gears and stepping on the accelerator, the engine emits a low roar and the black Land Rover moves forward. This is a luxury car. I don't know if I can afford one in my lifetime. After the vehicle started, Xu Xiaoshuang began to look around the interior of the car, comparing it in her mind with the cars she had ridden in before. Soon, the vehicle drove into the Sunshine Community and Qin Ziming drove straight to Building 3. Arrive! Before this, Huang Lingzhen told him that she lived in room 301, Building 3. Xiaoshuang, are you okay? At this time, he found that Huang Lingzhen had fallen asleep and could fall down at any time. Boss, I can do it alone, you should go back first, Dudu seems to be falling asleep soon. Okay, remember to send a message to let us know you're safe later. Okay, boss. Qin Ziming hurriedly got into the car and took a look at the back. Just as Xu Xiaoshuang said, Dudu was already lying on the back seat. It seems I have to get up and take a shower tomorrow morning.
Both of my daughters were asleep, so I could only wipe their bodies and forget about giving them a bath. Chapter 102. The mission is progressing fast. Doo-doo stinks. Half an hour later. Qin Ziming was already lying on the bed, leaning against the pillow. System. After reciting it silently in his mind, the familiar light curtain panel appeared before his eyes. Task: work hard to move bricks, and you will be rewarded with a villa in the city center. Earn 500,000 and get a villa in the city center as a reward. Current progress, 49%. Today, most of the revenue of the steamed bun shop comes from spicy crayfish. Ha, good, the task will be completed soon. He secretly calculated in his mind that starting from tomorrow, he would sell 100 kilograms of crayfish a day. But the most important thing right now is to recruit another. As soon as he thought of this, what Yun Minglang said to him emerged in his mind. Brother Qin, it's just manpower. I'll send a few people over tomorrow. You can use them as you like. Just don't let them starve. I don't know if what Brother Yun said was just drunken talk or the truth, and whether it was just one person or two people. Call. Less than 10 minutes. A soft snoring sound came from the bedroom. It turned out that Qin Ziming had fallen asleep with his right hand still hanging by the bed. No words were spoken that night. Ring ring. The alarm clock rang urgently. Qin Ziming opened his eyes and yawned. So fast. I glanced at my phone and it was already 6:30 in the morning, the same time I woke up yesterday. Dad is so noisy. Doo-doo changed his posture, holding his ears with both hands and raising his little butt. Bang! A gentle slap on the butt. Doo-doo, get up and go to school. No, Doo-doo still needs to sleep. It's only the second day and Doo-doo doesn't want to go to school. Dad thought Doo-doo was the best sister. Okay, Doo-doo got it. The little guy was reluctant to sit up and pouted unhappily. Dad doesn't want Doo-doo to get up early either. Did you take a shower last night? Smell yourself and see if you stink. After Qin Ziming finished speaking, he fanned with his right hand and a look of disgust appeared on his face. It smells bad. No, Doo-doo smells good. Doo-doo lowered his head and smelled it, blinking his big eyes in confusion. Stinky, Dad couldn't sleep last night. Doo-doo, wash first, and call your sister later. At this time, Meng Meng was still lying happily on the bed. There was a water stain on the bedsheet under her face. You don't have to think about it to know that it was saliva. All right. He slid off the bed, put on his slippers, and slowly walked out of the bedroom, mumbling something. Dad, why didn't you give Doo-doo a bath last night? Why? Doo-doo doesn't remember. Doo-doo doesn't remember? Doo-doo thought about it for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. It's not that you don't remember, but you just don't want to tell me. Daddy saw that Mommy Doo-doo was sleeping so soundly, and he couldn't bear to wake you up. Doo-doo was sleeping so soundly just now, but Daddy woke him up. Dad doesn't want to either. Doo-doo, you still have to go to school. I walked into the bathroom and tested the water temperature. Come, wash your hair first. He picked up his daughter and let her lie on his lap. Doo-doo, didn't you guys take a nap yesterday at noon? After wetting your hair, squeeze a little shampoo into it. Oh, Dad, how did you know? Doo-doo was shocked to hear what his father said. How did his father know that he and his sister did not sleep together since he did not go to the kindergarten? Because Daddy is very powerful, he can see whenever Doo-doo and Meng Meng are naughty. Really? Don't move, or the water will get into your eyes. 10 minutes later. Doo-doo not only took a bath, but also dried his hair. Dad, Doo-doo can dress himself, go call his sister, lazy pig. The air conditioner was on in the bedroom, and Doo-doo was sensible enough not to go in to change clothes. Okay, Doo-doo is so good. When I walked into the bedroom, I saw Meng Meng at a glance. She raised her hand and waved it in the air. If you steal Meng Meng's food, Meng Meng will beat you up, you bad guy. Bang! Meng Meng, wake up! A slap landed lightly on her butt, and this time Meng Meng sat up directly. Who hit Meng Meng? Dad. Meng Meng opened her eyes, saw her father right in front of her, and immediately put her hands behind her back to protect her buttocks. Meng Meng, wake up! Ahoo! The little guy looked around the bedroom. Dad, where's my sister? Sister, it's time to go to school. Ah, my sister is going to school, why doesn't Daddy call Meng Meng?
Dad called, but Meng Meng still wanted to sleep. Hee, sister, you've been deceived by Dad. Just then, a laugh was heard. Daddy, you lied to Meng Meng, I don't want to play with you anymore. Meng Meng turned her head away angrily, not wanting to see her father. Dudu, if my sister doesn't get up, let's go to school and leave her to look after the house by herself, okay? Qin Ziming stood up, turned around and was about to leave. Meng Meng doesn't want to stay at home, she needs to go to school. Now, Meng Meng panicked and stretched out her hands. Daddy, hug me. Okay, let's go take a shower first. Bathing, why is Dad taking a bath? Meng Meng hugged her father's neck tightly with both hands. Why? Because Meng Meng stinks. She went into the bathroom and put her daughter in the bathtub. Stinky, it's Daddy who stinks. The little guy was stunned for a moment, then immediately fought back. If you don't believe me, Meng Meng, smell it yourself. After Qin Ziming sat down, he grabbed Meng Meng's cute little hand and placed it between her nose. It stinks. Meng Meng looked at her little hands, she couldn't understand. You know you stink, why don't you take a shower? Wash. The little guy nodded quickly, not knowing that it was saliva. 7:05 in the morning. Meng Meng was the last one to be dressed neatly and carry a small school bag. Meng Meng, did you hide anything secretly today? No, Meng Meng was very well behaved today. Really? If Dad knew. Qin Zi stared at his school bag and just raised his right hand. I don't know who put something in Meng Meng's school bag. Meng Meng opened her school bag, took out a few candies from it and put them in her father's hand. Anything else? As soon as he sneaked into the bedroom with his small school bag, he knew he had to bring snacks. Stinky Dad, give it to me. This time he took out a few packets of biscuits and slapped them on his big hands. No more? No more, look, Dad. Meng Meng shook her head desperately and handed over the small school bag. No, then Dad will take you to school. Qin Ziming followed behind and locked the small iron door. He didn't know that Meng Meng was holding a small candy in her hand at some point. Let's go. Dad, Meng Meng, go down by yourself. Hey, you've been good today. The little girl took one step at a time, and in the process she kept clenching her little fists. Meng Meng has always been very well behaved. After going down the stairs, Meng Meng immediately spread out and ran towards the black Land Rover. Meng Meng, be careful, don't fall. Meng Meng knows. Chapter 103 Follow to the store, what to do about misunderstandings. Dad, aren't we going to have breakfast? Meng Meng found that the car did not stop at the bun shop, and she pouted unhappily. Do Meng Meng, go to the kindergarten and eat with other kids. Go to kindergarten, it's not delicious. It hasn't been long since the little guy has become so picky. Did other kids say it wasn't tasty? No. The little guy tilted his head and thought for a while, then shook his head. That's right, the other kids are eating, why doesn't Meng Meng eat? But Dad's is better. Meng Meng still felt that she was not wrong and her cheeks puffed up. Dad's cooking must be delicious, but Dudu and Meng Meng are going to kindergarten now, so they can't be treated specially. They have to eat with other children, otherwise there will be no children to play with you in the future. Just listen to your teachers at school, and when you get home from school, Dad will make you something delicious. Really, Dad? She was pouting cutely at first, but her eye suddenly lit up. Real? Then Meng Meng wants to eat sweet and sour spare ribs. After some bargaining, the two little guys finally calmed down. Goodbye, Dad. Dad, please come and pick up Meng Meng early. The two sisters held hands, waved to Qin Ziming, and then skipped inside. Today is the second day. Parents are not allowed to go in and can only send their children to the gate and have the head teacher take them back to the classroom. Qin Ziming did not leave immediately, but stood aside and watched for a while. At this time, the kindergarten is very lively. Parents compete with their children in a battle of wits and courage, or suppress them with force. No, I don't want to go to school, I want to go back. Humph, you are all bad guys, don't be sweet. Dad is a bad guy, he tricked Shinchin into coming to school. You little bastard, you are rebelling against heaven, I will beat your ass till it blooms. Okay, Dad has something else to do, he has to go to work and make money. Seeing this scene, Qin Ziming couldn't help but laugh. Old classmate, what are you laughing at? Just then, he heard a familiar female voice and turned his head in confusion. "Old squad leader, it's you. Is your hand feeling better?" When he saw that it was Yang Seni, the university class monitor, he first glanced at the other person's palm, which was still wrapped with tape. "Almost. It can be demolished tomorrow." Yang Seni shook her hands with a smile on her face. "Why are you here?" Qin Ziming wouldn't think it was a coincidence to meet each other in the same place twice. "I live nearby, so I can't be here." "Abel." "Ha ha. I didn't expect the rich to be embarrassed. I've been waiting for you, old classmate." Qin Ziming just nodded. She had already said a few words. TSK, I can't tell." She circled Qin Ziming twice, exclaiming in amazement all the time. "What's wrong?" At this moment, Qin Ziming was confused. He looked himself up and down, thinking that there was something dirty stuck on his body. "Nothing." Yang Seni stopped, took a step back, and looked at him with a smile. "Are you free? I'll treat you to lunch at noon." After thinking for a while, Yang Seni finally spoke. This was why she was waiting here on purpose. "Eat, it's still early. I have to go back to the store to work. The workload is a bit heavy today." He has to fry 100 kilograms of crayfish and also accept the tasks assigned by Yun Minglang. "Store? What store?" At this time, Yang Seni was like a curious baby. "Dumpling shop." "What chain store is this, Baozi shop?" "It's not a chain store, it's just a small, run-down store." Qin Ziming took out his car keys and was about to go back. "It's a small, broken shop." "I don't believe it. Can you come over and take a look?" If it weren't for what happened yesterday, she wouldn't have had this idea. "You are free, good." After he asked this, he quickly changed his words. "This is not nonsense. If someone wants to follow you, they must be free. Let's go. I'm really looking forward to it." What does the shabby little shop that the local tycoon mentioned look like? This time, she did not sit in the passenger seat, but opened the door and chose the back seat. Buzz? The party time has been set. This Saturday, the location is still being discussed. After a while, Yang Seni felt that the atmosphere in the car was a bit depressing, so she took the initiative to speak and break the deadlock. "It's Saturday, I should be fine." In Qin Ziming's opinion, the party must be finding a place to have dinner in the evening, but unfortunately he guessed wrong. "Are you really free? Our show usually lasts a whole day." "One day. Today is Tuesday, for days until the party." After hearing this all day, Qin Ziming frowned slightly. "If I don't have myself in the bun shop, I can only sell buns, and I will lose tens of thousands of dollars in profit every day." "Why, do you have something else to do that day?" Yang Seni leaned forward and asked anxiously. "If something really happens, next time." "No problem, I'll arrange it then. I had agreed before, so I couldn't go back on my word now." Before Yang Seni could finish the rest of her words, he interrupted her. "Really? Really, more real than real gold. Ha ha." Half an hour later, when Yang Seni saw the car slowing down, she quickly lowered the window and began to observe the shops on both sides of the road. Her eyes were all looking for something with high-end decoration, but unfortunately she didn't find any, and finally she landed on a plaque. "Qin Steam Bun Shop." What a shabby little shop. The shop in front of me is no different from other shops on the roadside. If there is any difference, it is that it has a lot of customers. "We're here, get off." Seeing that Yang Seni didn't respond, he shouted again. "Ah." Yang Seni awkwardly lifted her bangs in front of her eyes, then opened the car door and got out. "Boss Qin, I feel uncomfortable when I can't see you. Are you thinking about Boss Qin or the crayfish?" "It must be crayfish. Do you think everyone is like you?" "Okay, stop blocking the door, we're still waiting to buy crayfish." Soon everyone dispersed and made way for the door, so Qin Ziming was able to walk in, and Yang Seni behind him hurriedly followed. "Boss, I've washed 10 kilograms." Seeing the boss coming back, Xu Xiaoshuang stood up quickly. "So many washes, what time did you come?" "Master, she'll be here at 7. The waiter's working time is 8 o'clock, which is an hour earlier." Qin Ziming didn't know what to say. "Do you still sell crayfish in your store?" Yang Seni, who was standing next to them, couldn't help but ask. "Who is this?"
As Yang Xini spoke, everyone's eyes fell on her, and then looked at Qin Ziming. Ahem, this is my college classmate, Yang Xini. Seeing everyone's eyes, Qin Ziming spoke quickly. He was afraid that if he was a step late, these people would start to have wild thoughts. College classmates. A guest nearby suddenly stretched out his voice. Brother Chen, it seems that you don't want to eat crayfish today. Boss Qin, I was wrong. Please be so kind as to ignore what I just said. Chapter 10 for this small shop is so delicious. Well, I didn't lie to you. Seeing the expression on his old classmate's face, Qin Ziming shrugged. No. Yang Xini really couldn't imagine how a small shabby shop could afford a luxury car worth millions. But he soon realized that his old classmate must have other industries. Why do you want to eat crayfish? Seeing his old classmate's eyes fixed on the pot of crayfish, Qin Ziming's lips curled up slightly. Yes. Beauty, you haven't had breakfast yet, try some buns. Just then, Sun Xiumin came over with a plate. After she put the food down, she looked at the boss and gave a meaningful smile. What does this mean? Qin Ziming was confused for a moment, but even if he wanted to ask, he had to wait until his old classmate was not around. Qin Ziming, your buns taste amazing. Yang Xini picked up a bun, pinched it with her hands first, and then took a bite. After taking this bite, her eyes widened to the limit, but she was able to control herself and gave Qin Ziming a thumbs up. Beauty, try the porridge. Porridge? Today's porridge was very light, with only some vegetables in it. Yang Xini didn't see anything special about it, so she took a bite without thinking too much. No way, porridge is so delicious. At this moment, she finally understood why Qin Ziming was rich, but when she looked up and saw the small blackboard on the wall, doubts began to arise in her mind again. 6 yuan for a steamed bun, 6 yuan for a bowl of porridge, is it really that profitable? There were a few horizontal words on the small blackboard, but she ignored the ones at the back and only stared at the top. You eat first, I'm busy. Good. After Qin Ziming said hello, he walked into the kitchen. Fry 10 pounds first. I originally wanted to wait until all the crayfish were cleaned before starting. He just asked his old classmate if he wanted to eat crayfish, and he couldn't keep him waiting. Master! Jiang Xiaowen was very observant. He had already brought in the basin of cleaned crayfish. The person responsible for cleaning the crayfish today is still Xu Xiaoshuang. If others are free, they will also help. You three come here. Master! Master! Liao Xuelan and Zhu Yingping put down their brushes and walked into the kitchen without even wiping their hands. Today I'll teach you how to make spicy crayfish. Real? The three of them looked surprised and glanced at each other. Why, you don't want to learn? Think. Senior sister is right, we dream about it. Only after you have tasted spicy crayfish, you will know how awesome it is. Just by learning this one dish, even if you lose your job in the future, you can go back to your hometown to sell crayfish and you will have no problem with food, drink, and defecation for the rest of your life. Then let's get started. The buns the three of them prepared were enough to last for a while. Now they can concentrate on their studies. After Qin Ziming turned on the auxiliary aperture and with his careful teaching, the three apprentices understood everything almost immediately. Half an hour later. It smells so good. I don't know when, Yang Xini was already standing at the kitchen door, staring at the tempting spicy crayfish in the pot. It smells so good, the taste shouldn't be too bad. Gurgle. Yang Xini swallowed her saliva involuntarily and looked around quickly. When she found that no one noticed her, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, no one was paying attention to her, and everyone's eyes were on the kitchen. Okay, next, try it yourself. Yes, master. But before the three of them could finish their joy, Qin Ziming added another sentence. By the way, don't sell the crayfish you fried. Eat them yourself. Master, what did you do? Jiang Xiaowen pointed at the spicy crayfish that had just come out of the pot. Mine will definitely sell. All right. The three of them originally wanted to continue eating the spicy crayfish made by the master. Let us get started. Brother, you come first. The system is very thoughtful, with a total of 3 stoves in the kitchen. There's another one here. Okay, master, I'll take the spicy crayfish first. The fried spicy crayfish were all placed in a stainless steel basin. Jiang Xiaowen took it out and gave it to Sun Xiumin to sell. Qin Ziming didn't even take off his apron and went out carrying a plate of crayfish. Try it. Putting the porcelain plate gently down, he sat opposite. You're so stingy, you only give me this little. Yang Seni was not polite at all. She picked up a crayfish and teased him at the same time. Yes, this plate of spicy crayfish costs 388 yuan. In response to the old squad leader's ridicule, Qin Ziming retorted. 388 yuan. Yang Seni was stunned for a moment, and her eye swept towards the small blackboard on the wall again. 188 yuan for a dish of green vegetables, hiss. 388. 588. 888. Looking at the horizontal characters and the shocking numbers on the small blackboard, Yang Seni's breathing became rapid. What's wrong, don't you like eating? Qin Ziming, who was sitting opposite, showed a different expression when she saw the old squad leader put the shrimp tail into his mouth. Nothing, it's delicious. After coming to her senses, Yang Seni chewed it quickly and then swallowed it. If it tastes good, then eat more. I won't treat you. If you need anything to drink, take it from the refrigerator. Qin Ziming didn't think much about it. He went back to the kitchen and watched his 3 apprentices perform. Hoo-hoo. Yang Seni kept breathing heavily until Qin Ziming left. She didn't taste the crayfish at all, she only felt the spicy taste. Because I swallowed it too quickly, my mouth felt hot and dry. Give. Just as she was about to pour herself a cup of tea, a bottle of iced cola was handed to her. Thanks. Seeing that it was the beautiful lady selling buns, Yang Seni thanked her and then took the iced coke. Gurgle gurgle. I drank 1/3 of it in one breath, and my throat finally felt a little better. Ms. Yang, eat slowly. Before leaving, Sun Xiumin kindly gave a reminder. I let you get distracted, now you're making a fool of yourself. Seeing that there was still half a crayfish left in her hand, Yang Seni did not throw it away. Instead, she put it into her mouth and chewed it slowly. Now I finally understand why my old classmates can drive luxury cars. She raised her head and looked at the small blackboard again. It turns out that all the lobsters I ate before were fake. Spiting out the shrimp shells in her mouth, Yang Seni couldn't help but sigh. The spicy crayfish fried by her old classmate was so tasty that even the meat in the shrimp claws was well flavored. I didn't expect that this sudden thought this morning would allow me to taste a delicious meal. After tasting the delicious spicy crayfish, she couldn't stop eating until the last one was in her stomach and she reached out to grab it, but it was empty. That's it. Seeing that there was only some soup left in the plate, Yang Seni showed a look of regret on her face, and her first reaction was to look at the stainless steel basin at the door. It's gone? Yang Seni suspected that she had seen it wrong, so she stretched her neck and looked into the stainless steel basin. There was only a little soup left in it. Business is so booming? Chapter 105. Just when we were worried about lack of manpower, 2 people came over. Secretary Huang, is this our destination? At this time, a taxi stopped by the roadside and 3 people got out. One of them was an old acquaintance, Huang Lingzhen. She was accompanied by a man and a woman, all 3 of them were about the same age. Yes, it's just ahead. Huang Lingzhen responded and continued walking forward. Right here? Standing on the side of the road, the 2 looked around. Let's go. When Huang Lingzhen thought about having delicious food again, she felt that the weather was not so hot. Beauty, beauty. What a fuss. It would be strange if you didn't see any beautiful women here, Boss Qin. This beauty is looking for Boss Qin. Brother, how did you know? Everyone here knows that the beauty ate in the store yesterday. As Huang Lingzhen appeared, the guests at the door began to talk in low voices after seeing her. Come in. She was already used to this kind of scene, it would be strange if she didn't see it. Miss Huang. Sun Xiumin, who was packing, greeted the visitor immediately upon seeing him. Sister Sun, I'm looking for Boss Qin. The boss is busy, go in by yourself. Sun Xiumin glanced at the man and woman following behind and continued packing for the customers. Boss Qin. Stopping at the kitchen door, she didn't greet him immediately, but waited by the side until Qin Ziming stopped before speaking. What's going on? What is Secretary Huang doing? This made the 2 people who followed over start to have wild thoughts. Secretary Huang, you're here. At this time, Qin Ziming had just finished frying the second pot of spicy crayfish. Seeing the 2 people next to him,
he wiped his hands and walked out of the kitchen. You three try again. Yes, master. Hearing that she could take action again, Liao Shuelan didn't even bother to ask what the other party wanted from her master. Boss Qin, I've brought the person to you. This is Luo Hongxin, and this is Peng Shalan. Huang Lingzhen pointed at the two people next to her and introduced them. Brother Yun, do you have anything to say? The boss said that you are in charge of their arrangements. The fragrance in the air made Huang Lingzhen involuntarily take a look at the spicy crayfish just out of the pot. I'll arrange it. Qin Ziming first looked at the two men carefully. They were about 25 or 26 years old. He wondered if they were Brother Yun's relatives. Probably not. After thinking about it, he felt that he was worrying too much. There's no other work in the store right now, so please help clean the crayfish. Cleaning crawfish? After hearing this, the two looked at the corner and saw a young woman cleaning with very skillful movements. Any questions? Boss Qin, no problem, but this is our first time, so maybe. It's okay for the first time. Xushuang, teach them both. I was just worrying about where to find people to wash the crayfish. Now I have two more people. Okay, boss. Boss Qin, if you have nothing else to do, I'll go next door to check on the progress of the renovations. Huang Lingzhen really wanted to try some spicy crayfish, but was too embarrassed to ask. Even if she asked to buy one, she would definitely not have to pay in the end. When I think of this, I have to endure it no matter how greedy I am. Sister Sun, pack some crayfish for Secretary Huang. Qin Ziming, who had already returned to the kitchen, shouted outside. Okay, boss. Boss Qin, I can't take it. Even if you want it in your heart, you have to be polite at this time. It's okay, come and help me with the work. If Brother Yun knew that I treated his employees badly, he would definitely kill me. Qin Ziming made a joke and didn't say much, and began to correct his three disciples. Not bad, in a few days, you will all be able to become masters. Among the three apprentices, Liao Shuelan has the best talent in cooking. With the help of auxiliary aperture, she has made rapid progress. Ha ha, that's what master taught me well. Jiang Xiaowen touched his nose and flattered him out of habit. I didn't tell you that it would take twice as long to become a master. Jiang Xiaowen, who still had a smile on his face, immediately looked bitter, as he had failed to flatter the person this time. Ha ha! Seeing her junior fellow disciple being humiliated, Liao Shuelan secretly laughed in her heart, but she didn't dare show it. He's so busy, call him later. Yang Seni sat in the store for a while. When she saw Huang Lingzhen appear, she was about to get up and go over to say hello. But seeing that the other person was busy, I could only sit down and wait until the other person left, and then I followed him out. Sister Sun, I have something to do and I'm leaving first. Won't you wait a moment, boss? Hearing someone talking to her, Sun Xiumin looked up and saw that it was her boss's college classmate. No, he's busy. After saying that, Yang Seni hurriedly chased after him. Hey, where are the people? After coming out of the bun shop, she was shocked to see Huang Lingzhen nowhere to be seen. It shouldn't be like this. Yang Seni scratched her head, turned around and looked at the shop next door. She immediately saw a familiar figure and called out quickly. Secretary Huang. Who called me? I heard a female voice behind me, which sounded familiar yet unfamiliar. I thought I probably didn't know anyone here, so I turned around in confusion. Secretary Huang, it's me, Yang Seni. Huang Lingzhen turned around and was stunned for a moment. Before she could come to her senses, the other party had already stepped forward and stretched out his right hand. It's Miss Yang, hello. The two shook hands briefly and then let go. You? Ha ha ha. Both of them spoke at the same time and then laughed. Secretary Huang, I won't disturb you, will I? Yang Seni looked around and realized that the store was being renovated. No, we can't get to the second floor. Okay. The two of them laughed and went up the stairs to the second floor as if they were meeting many old friends. At the same time. Ouch! Huang Lingzhen brought two people over, and one of them was accidentally pinched by a crayfish. Hiss! Peng Shalan shook her hands, and found that they were clamped even tighter, so she reached out to pull them off. Don't move. Seeing this scene, Xu Xiaoshuang hurriedly stopped it. Don't pull it if it gets pinched, or you'll hurt your fingers. Grabbing the other person's hand, Xu Xiaoshuang bent her index finger and flicked it at the crayfish's back. Fine. This time it was also very smooth and there was no need to use any other method to get the crayfish to loosen its claws. Fine. After taking a closer look at her fingers, Xu Xiaoshuang smiled. Cool. Hearing that everything was fine, Peng Shalan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Why don't you go back and tell the manager to get someone else to come over? After this scene, Peng Shalan began to feel like backing out. Do you want to go back? Luo Hongxin was cleaning the crayfish clumsily. Seeing his colleague like this, he leaned over and asked in a low voice. Please bear with it. This is arranged by the boss. Unless we resign, it will be hard to find a job nowadays. Come on, you two put this on. Xu Xiaoshuang handed over 2 rubber gloves and complained to herself in her heart, wondering why she had forgotten about this just now. Chapter 106 University Class Group, Guess Who? Everyone, look, what am I doing? After sitting on the second floor for a while, Yang Seni left. She was in a very good mood today. I got some information from Secretary Huang and found out that this old classmate of mine is no simple person. After getting in the taxi, she couldn't help but want to find someone to share the news with. But after saying these words, she sent a few photos to the class group. These photos were taken when she just ate crayfish. She has a habit of recording every time she tastes delicious food. Ding dong! Ding dong! After she posted these food photos, the group suddenly exploded and members started popping up one after another. Wow, crawfish, mine is the best! Okay, class leader Yang, you ate lobster and didn't even invite me along. I always treated you as my best friend. Crayfish, how long have I not eaten it? A portion of crayfish paired with a bottle of ice-cold beer is simply delicious. Old squad leader, you are poisoning me at this time. I won't even feel like eating lunch later. No, I have to order one to satisfy my craving first. Haha, I have crayfish for sale downstairs. I'll go buy some to try. The one upstairs, look at what you are talking about and buy a few copies. You are so lucky. You can buy whatever you want. It's not like me in the beautiful country where I don't know where to buy it. Do you want to eat it? Give me the postage and I'll pack one for you and mail it to you. Get lost. By the time I get it, the flowers will be cold. Can you guys stop and see what Miss Young has to say? Soon someone reacted, and others followed suit. Yes, our old squad leader would not post a few photos of delicious food for no reason. Come out, I promise I will beat you. Old squad leader, do you want to treat us to crayfish? Send me the address, I'll drive there right now. You're all foodies, I'm going to blow you all out. Yang Seni leaned back on the chair and continued typing on her cell phone. Da. Sorry, I just ate and I'm on my way back in a taxi. Okay, Yang Seni, we've been sleeping together in college for so many years, and this is how you treat me. Please tell me more about the upstairs. Speaking of sharing a bed, we're interested. Ditto. Ditto +1. +2. Soon everyone in the group spoke in unison, even the female students were no exception. Okay, I want to tell you something, but you're not interested in knowing it? Seeing that the topic was about to go off track, Yang Seni quickly sent a message in the group. What's the matter? Tell me now. I'm hiding in the toilet smoking. I was smart. I found a job that pays a little bit less, but everything else is good. I watch videos and girls dance in the air-conditioned room every day. No more chatting, the fat guy is coming. Is it because you always complain about Fatty? Why did he abuse you again? Don't ask, he definitely doesn't dare to look at his phone now. Quiet. Yang Seni sent another emoticon in the group. Guess who I met today? Seeing that no one continued to swipe the screen, she whetted everyone's appetite again. Handsome guy? A big star? Alien? Abnormal? These people. Looking at the messages one by one, Yang Seni didn't know what to say. Okay, Miss Yang, stop keeping us in suspense and tell us who you met. Yes, tell me who it is. Squad leader Yang, please stop keeping us in suspense. Qin Ziming. Yang Seni didn't intend to whet everyone's appetite from the beginning, she just wanted to share the delicious food and then talk about business. Who is this? Qin Ziming, so familiar?
You think he looks familiar? Could it be our classmate? As she sent Qin Ziming's name to the group, the students online began to discuss it. Do we have this classmate? Oh my god, it's true, Miss Yang, where did you find him? He has been missing for 4 or 5 years. Are you really our classmate? A few classmates, not sure whether they were slow to react or really couldn't remember, asked questions in the group. Haha. I didn't expect that there are still people who can't remember our handsome Qin. Handsome Qin, it turns out to be him. Where did you meet Qin Ziming? Yes, hurry up and tell me, I haven't seen him in so many years, I also want to have a drink with him. Yang Cheng. Yang Sini, who had been checking the messages in the group, saw someone asking, and her lips curled up slightly with a hint of smile before she replied. Yang Cheng, doesn't that mean he will also come over for the dinner in a few days? That's a good suggestion. He has never attended any of the dinners in all these years. Miss Yang, have you told him? I'm looking forward to seeing handsome Qin. I don't know how he is now. Is he more manly than before, or has he turned into a greasy uncle? I guess it's Uncle Greasy. Brandon Lee, don't think that everyone is like you. You've become fat, and you expect our handsome Qin to be fat too. That's impossible. It's hard to say. Once you get out into society, you have to work hard to make ends meet. Who would care about their figure, except for the rich? Puff. Seeing this, Yang Sini couldn't hold back her laughter any longer. Realizing that she was still in the taxi, she quickly covered her mouth. Everyone, don't worry. I've already asked. Qin Ziming will be attending the dinner. There are still a few days left. You should make a decision quickly. Where will we have the dinner and how much will it cost? The group suddenly became quiet. It had been more than 4 years since we graduated from college, and most of us had already started a family. Once money is involved, no matter how good the relationship is, there will be a gap. The family backgrounds of their classmates are similar, and there is not even one from Guangzhou. Oh, I knew it. Every time we have a dinner together, at the beginning, most people in the group have no objection, but later on, the number of people will decrease by 1/3. It would be great if there was a rich second generation. Having said this, Yang Sini couldn't help but be stunned, and a figure flashed through her mind. What am I thinking? It's Qin Ziming's first dinner party, and I actually thought of asking him to pay. I can contribute a portion of this business. The cost of dining together in a big city is not low. Even if you try to save money, a day's plan will cost each person 500 yuan. 500 yuan may seem like a small amount, but for an ordinary family, it could be enough to feed them for several days. Like most of her classmates, Yang Sini got married the second year after graduating from college. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long and they divorced in the 3rd year. The old squad leader is right, we should finalize the plan as soon as possible. I have a suggestion. How about going to Dr. Mountain for a barbecue this time? Chapter 107 Auntie doesn't allow it, Lao Wang is here. Boss, the crayfish are gone. Sun Xiaomin looked at the stainless steel basin, in which only some soup was left. He didn't know why the guests wanted so much soup. No more? 20 kilograms of crayfish were just taken out of the pot, and they were gone in 10 minutes. Together with the previous ones, 50 kilograms have been sold. Boss Qin, why don't you change the brand? How much better is Qin's crayfish? What the hell do you want? Boss Qin, don't listen to him. At this time, a customer made a suggestion, but it was quickly interrupted by several middle-aged women at the door of the store, glaring at him angrily. Yeah, if there were no buns, I would scold you all day every time I see you. Now, the most talked about topic among the aunties and uncles in the surrounding communities is Qin's steamed bun shop. 6 yuan for a bun is indeed a bit more expensive than in other shops, but it is cheap compared to big hotels. The most important thing is the taste. They feel uncomfortable if they can't eat Qin's buns. Dear ladies, it's not okay for me to be wrong. I'm not afraid of anything except being targeted by my aunt. Several guests quickly shut their mouths and no longer dared to give Qin Ziming any advice. Boss Qin, braised pork, steamed sea bass, and a plate of vegetables. At this time, a customer walked into the store with an arrogant look, followed by 2 people. Brother Wang, wait a moment. Seeing that it was an old acquaintance, Jiang Xiaowen came out of the kitchen without waiting for Qin Ziming to speak and quickly took out the ingredients from the refrigerator. Good.
Wang Yongjun pulled out a chair and sat down in a familiar manner.
I always feel like something is missing.
After sitting down, he stood up again and walked towards the refrigerator. So this is what's missing. After opening the refrigerator and seeing the beer inside, he took out 3 bottles. Come on, let's celebrate a little today. After being busy for a while, he finally finished the project. Brother Wang, you are so stingy. 3 dishes for 3 people, and one of them is a vegetarian dish. The 2 companions who followed me took a look around the store after sitting down. When I first heard that Wang Yongjun was treating us, I thought we were going to a hotel, but in the end I couldn't believe it was a small, shabby restaurant. Stingy, look at it yourself. Wang Yongjun smiled faintly and his eyes fell on the corner. He saw 2 people cleaning crayfish. Hey, there are crayfish. Lao Wang, this is a shady shop. At this time, he brought his companion over and whispered. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want. A dish of green vegetables costs 188 yuan, braised pork costs 388 yuan, and steamed fish costs 488 yuan. The 3 dishes together cost over 1,000 yuan. In other restaurants, this would only cost 100 yuan at most. What else could this be but a shady shop? If you 2 have any problems, keep them to yourself. I'm the one paying now. The 2 companions spoke in low voices. Wang Yongjun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and even took a special look at the kitchen. Beauty, do you have any crayfish left? Give us some. He glanced at the small blackboard and felt upset after seeing the words on it. A serving of 1 pound of crayfish costs 388 yuan. Sorry, we just sold out. If you want to eat, you have to wait a while. Sun Xiumin responded calmly to the guest's needs. Is 1 pound enough? If you want to eat, you pay for it yourself. Now with the addition of a portion of crayfish, Wang Yongjun felt a little distressed. Hiss. 388 for 1 copy, robbery. Forget it, we can't afford it. The 2 of them followed us here today to eat for free. Asking them to pay is impossible today and in the future. Boss, 20 kilograms of crayfish have been washed. Okay, you guys take a break and continue in the afternoon. Lu Hongxin and Peng Shalan looked tired after washing crayfish for the whole morning. Anyone would look the same. Great, I can finally take a break. Peng Shalan glanced at the big bucket next to her, which still contained more than 20 kilograms of crayfish. She thought she had to clean them before she could rest. Just now when I was working, I wanted to stand up and shake my sleeves to quit. Now that she heard she could rest, she almost roared with excitement. Come, quench your thirst. At this time, Xu Xiushuang took 2 open cokes and handed them to the 2 of them. Thanks. Thanks. The 2 of them took the coke and started drinking. Qin Ziming is not stingy with his employees. They can drink from the drinks in the refrigerator whenever they are thirsty. Once you become proficient, you won't be so tired. Xu Xiushuang also opened a bottle of coke for herself. In this kind of weather, even in an air-conditioned room, drinking a bottle of iced coke was still quite refreshing. Seeing the expressions on their faces, I don't know why, but I came over to comfort them. If she hadn't helped this morning, the store would have sold half as many crayfish. The boss is so nice. Looking at Qin Ziming busy in the kitchen, she gave him a thumbs up in her heart. Originally thought that with 2 people cleaning the crayfish, the 1,000 yuan promised by the boss would be gone, but unexpectedly it was still valid, and Sun Xiumin's salary was also increased by 500 yuan. The spicy crayfish fried by the boss is really delicious. The store doesn't need to be cleaned now, so the 3 of them gathered together to chat. Peng Shalan is also a foodie. She has been busy for half a day today and smelling various fragrances from time to time is a torture for her. It's not just delicious, it's simply the most delicious thing on earth. Thinking of this, Xu Xiaoshuang looked into the kitchen and prayed in her heart that there would be crayfish for lunch. Is it really that delicious? Don't think that working here is tiring. After lunch, you won't think so anymore. She glanced at her phone and saw that lunchtime was still a dozen minutes away. Looks like we'll have to wait a little longer today. Xiao Shuang, serve the food. Just then, the boss's voice came. Okay, boss. Serving food is her main job, so Xu Xiaoshuang quickly stood up. Smells so good. After walking into the kitchen, she saw a plate of stir-fried bok choy with garlic. She picked it up calmly. A unique fragrance came to her face and she couldn't help but take a deep breath. Guest, you ordered stir-fried Chinese cabbage with garlic. Yes, the dishes cooked by Boss Chin make me hungry just by looking at them. Wang Yongjun picked up the chopsticks, picked up some, put it into his mouth and chewed it carefully, with an intoxicated expression on his face. Is it that exaggerated? When the two companions saw this, they looked at each other and picked up the chopsticks first. Hiss! The moment the cabbage entered their mouths, their first reaction was to look at the small blackboard on the wall. This is 188 yuan, it doesn't seem expensive. If the cabbage tastes this good, then meat dishes must be even better. After tasting the stir-fried bok choy with garlic, the two glanced towards the kitchen. They were very much looking forward to the taste of the braised pork and the steamed sea bass. Do you still think their prices are expensive? Wang Yongjun picked up some more Chinese cabbage, put it in the bowl, and started to eat it. It's not expensive anymore. Old Wang, your vision is still so sharp. You were able to find such a remote little shop. Chapter 108. Let us make a bet together, the headmaster wins. Kindergarten. Meng, why don't you eat? There was a little guy sitting at a dining table, not moving. Teacher Wang, it's not tasty. Meng puffed up her cheeks and her big eyes rolled around. Not tasty? Wang Shiqian was a little confused. She just saw that when the little guy heard about eating, he ran the fastest. It's not as delicious as Dad's. Xiaojia Meng nodded and pouted unhappily. No problem. She picked up a little with chopsticks and tried a bite. It tasted very good, even better than what she made herself. This is an aristocratic kindergarten, and the chef who cooks for the children is hired here at a high salary. Meng, my sister is eating, why don't you eat? After making sure that there was no problem with the food, Wang Shiqian felt that the little guy was probably making excuses for not wanting to eat. Sister, if you don't eat, I'll tell Dad when I get home. Dudu picked up a fried egg and took a bite. She did not forget what her father said, if she didn't eat in kindergarten, she would have nothing delicious to eat when she returned home. Dad knows whether we eat or not. The little girl who had been pouting cutely just now, upon hearing this, immediately shook her little head left and right and quickly picked up the spoon. Okay, Meng, I'll eat it right away. Seeing Meng was reluctant to eat, Wang Shiqian became more curious about this parent, and an idea popped up in her mind. Are all fat people good cooks? For this parent, it is hard for her to forget. She can block the sunlight by standing at the door. Meng, eat well, or the teacher will tell Daddy. Before leaving, Wang Shiqian was still worried. Now that she knew the little guy was afraid of his father, she would definitely take advantage of it. The food cooked in the kitchen is no worse than those in the hotel. I don't know what the little girl is thinking. There was a life teacher watching here, so Wang Shiqian walked outside as she also wanted to eat. Teacher Wang, what's wrong? He walked into a small cafeteria, got some food, and just sat down when a colleague next to him asked curiously. Nothing. No, you were just talking to yourself. Hearing this, my colleague became even more curious. It's like this, a kid in my class said that the food his father cooked was better than the food in the cafeteria. It tastes better than ours. Impossible. The head chef was hired by the gardener at a high price. My colleague just shook her head without even thinking about it. If someone said that the parents were rich, she would believe it, but not this. I thought so too, but after looking at it, I don't want to. Director! Before the two were about to say anything, there was the sound of high heels hitting the ground. Da. Director! How's the food today? Are the kids satisfied? The person who came in was none other than the headmaster Yu Xiaogu. Satisfy. Director, please sit here and I'll get you some food. A colleague left his seat in a hurry. Yu Xiaogu didn't say anything. It seemed that she was used to this scene. Director, that's not the case. At this time, the colleague who had just been chatting with Wang Shiqian blinked his eyes in a funny way. Are there really any children who are dissatisfied? Yu Xiaogu just thought about it and she understood what was going on. The kids in Teacher Wang's class? She pointed at the other person, Wang Shiqian. Teacher Wang's class? She fell into deep thought, and soon her eyes lit up and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Let me guess, which kid is it? Director, can you guess this? There are more than 30 children in a class, how is it possible to guess? Today is only the second day of school. It's hard to say what will happen after a while. By then, as the principal, I will have some understanding of the situation of some of the children. If you don't believe me, how about we make a bet? Bet? The teachers and staff present looked at each other and nodded. They felt that the head teacher could not have guessed and was trying to trick them. Yes, if I guessed correctly. Director, what if I can't guess it right? Someone couldn't wait to ask. As for losing the bet, everyone's first reaction was that it was impossible, a 1 in 30 chance. If you don't guess correctly, your bonus this month will be increased by 500. 500, Director, you are so nice. What kind of consideration is this? The director is just looking for an excuse to give us a bonus. Let's bet. Ha ha, I have money to buy new clothes this month. Teacher Wang, what about you? At this time, everyone's eyes were on Wang Shiqian, and she was the only one who hadn't nodded. Why are you all looking at me? I bet too. Wang Shiqian knew that if she didn't nod, no one would let her off. Okay, director, it's your turn. Yes, which kid in Teacher Wang's class? Okay, I'll tell you now, don't regret it. Speaking of this, she couldn't help but think of the scene that day. Who could have thought that among these parents, there was actually a top chef hidden? She is still tempted and wants to poach him so that she can eat delicious food every day. Won't. Of course not. Teacher Wang, it's the twin girls. After Yu Xiaogu finished speaking, he picked up a bowl of soup on the table and drank it with a spoon, but he still shook his head silently in his heart. Alas, there is no contrast. I don't know when I can go eat again. That's not right. I know the address, why don't I go there myself? When Yu Xiaogu thought of the delicious food he had eaten that day, many thoughts flashed through his mind. Teacher Wang, is the headmaster wrong? Yes, please tell me, I am so anxious. After Wang Shiqian heard what the headmaster said, she was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that she actually guessed it. Ah. The shouting in her ear brought her back to her senses. Teacher Wang, what are you thinking about? You don't want this 500 yuan bonus anymore? Yeah, I wanted to, too, but unfortunately I don't have the chance anymore. No chance, Mr. Wang, the headmaster won't have guessed it right. Don't ask me anymore. Look at Teacher Wang's expression. The headmaster must have guessed it right. No way, my 500 yuan. I was just wondering why the director's bet was so small. As long as everyone brings a delicious dish. Director, there's a new gourmet food store opening near my home. I'll bring it to you tomorrow. I'll admit defeat. I know a good roast duck restaurant. Roast goose. Everyone present said that they would bring a delicacy tomorrow. Their director has a hobby, which is to eat all kinds of delicious food. You can all find delicious food, but what can I do? Some people can find delicious food, but some can't. A teacher racked her brains but couldn't figure it out. She hadn't considered this just now. Forget it, I was just joking with you guys just now, forget about the bet, let's eat. Yu Xiaogu waved her hand. After tasting the food cooked by that parent, she no longer had any interest in other delicacies. Chapter 109 Meng Meng protects her child and finally gets to eat. Sister, it's not delicious. After drinking half a bowl of porridge, Meng Meng put down the spoon again and looked at her sister pitifully. Meng Meng doesn't want to eat. Sister, please don't tell Dad, okay? At this time, the little guy did not forget to blink his big eyes at his sister. No. Dudu shook her head. She had already finished a bowl of porridge. But it's really not delicious, not as good as what my dad makes. The little girl continued to beg her sister, pouting her lips and stealing glances at the life teacher. Meng Meng, you're lying. The little kid sitting opposite Meng Meng made a face at her. Meng Meng is not lying. My dad is amazing. He can make so many delicious dishes. When Meng Meng spoke, she held her little head high, like a little swan. Meng Meng, is that true? As soon as they heard about delicious food, some children immediately started asking. For them, there was no resistance at all when it came to delicious food. Really? Dad can make sweet and sour spare ribs. Grilled chicken wings. Big crab. Spicy crawfish. And there are meaty buns. There are so many more, Meng Meng can't even remember them all. The little guy counted on his fingers, and when he had counted all 10 fingers, he scratched his head with both hands. Meng Meng, your dad is a fat man. My mom says that fat people are trash. The little boy opposite still couldn't believe it and pointed at Meng Meng and said, No, my father is not. In the little guy's heart, his father is the most powerful and he will not tolerate anyone saying bad things about him. Meng Meng stood up suddenly. Humph, Shen Binbin, you are not allowed to talk about my dad. At this time, Lian Dudu couldn't sit still. He stood in a row with his sister, staring at the little boy opposite him and even shouting out his name in anger. What are you doing? The life teacher also noticed the commotion and walked over with a stern face. Teacher Li, Shen Binbin said bad things about my father. When she saw the teacher coming, Meng Meng looked aggrieved. Binbin, you can't do this, kid. I didn't, Meng Meng's dad is a fat man. This time the life teacher didn't know what to say. Meng Meng's father was indeed a fat man, and a heavyweight one at that. Teacher Li, Shen Binbin said that fat people are trash. Another child stood up and smiled at Meng Meng after he finished speaking. My mom said that fat people are trash. Shen Binbin raised his head, looking as if he refused to admit defeat. Okay, change seats and eat somewhere else. Hearing this, the life teacher remembered that this child's father was also a fat man. Meng Meng, is your dad really good at making delicious food? There were quite a few children playing with Meng Meng. The two children sitting next to her saw the teacher walking away and leaned over to ask. Big Crab, isn't it delicious? It's so delicious, even Meng Meng can't finish it. Meng Meng, I want to eat the chicken wings your father grilled. Can you bring them over? Bring it here, no problem. Meng Meng was so proud that she patted her chest without thinking. Sister, what did Meng Meng just say? After coming to her senses, Meng Meng looked to her sister for help. Dad doesn't even let me bring snacks, let alone grilled chicken wings. You need to bring grilled chicken wings to Song Saying. Oh, it was baked by my dad. After Dudu finished speaking, he did not forget to add one more sentence. Now Meng Meng was panicked and didn't know what to do. Meng Meng, is it not possible? At the same time, in the steamed bun shop, 2 dining tables are put together. I told you not to wait for me, it's already 1 o'clock. Qin Ziming brought out the last dish and Jiang Shaowen immediately pulled out a chair. Master, I'm here. The 3 apprentices cooperated very well. Zhu Yingping took the plate and put it on the dining table, while Liao Xuelan brought over a bowl of soup. Master, drink the soup. You guys. There are 3 more apprentices, and they are still so sensible. Qin Ziming took the bowl with a smile. You must be hungry. He picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of braised pork and put it into Luo Hongxin and Peng Shalan's bowls respectively. Gurgle. When others saw that 2 pieces of braised pork were missing from the plate, they could only feel their saliva secretion quicken. Thank you, boss. The 2 of them came to the store and worked for most of the day. At noon, they drank 2 bottles of Coke and ate a bun. There are such delicious buns in the world. This thought popped into their minds after they ate a bun. The buns are so delicious, and what about the spicy crayfish? Looking at the piece of braised pork in the bowl, Peng Shalan raised her head and glanced at the pot of spicy crayfish in the middle. Don't you like braised pork? No. Boss Qin, I like to eat. Luo Hongxin quickly picked up the braised pork with preserved vegetables and took a bite. This pork with preserved vegetables is absolutely amazing. The moment it entered his mouth, his eyes widened to the limit. The pork belly was stewed till extremely soft and tender. If it weren't for his good skills, it would have been broken by the chopsticks just now. The fat part melts in your mouth and is not greasy at all. The lean meat has also absorbed the soup. The pickled plums in it are salty and slightly sweet. The consistency of this sauce is just right. If I use it to mix with rice, I can eat 2 more bowls. After tasting the pork with preserved vegetables, his eyes couldn't help but fall on the soup in the plate. Don't sit still, just grab what you want to eat. I can finally start eating. Jiang Xiaowen immediately reached out and picked up a crayfish. When he was about to eat it, he saw 2 new members joining the group. Come, try the spicy crayfish made by my master. He picked up another crayfish and put it in the 2 people's bowls. Thanks. Looking at the crayfish in the bowl, the 2 of them hurriedly expressed their gratitude as they could finally taste it. I washed dozens of kilograms of crayfish, but I don't even know how they taste. I'm embarrassed to tell others about it. Hiss, it's so spicy, but very satisfying. Peng Shalan originally wanted to try the braised pork with preserved vegetables first, but when she saw the crayfish on top, she picked it up with chopsticks and bit off the shrimp tail. No wonder there are not enough crayfish to sell. They are so delicious. If it were me, I would buy some to try no matter how expensive it is. If you want to eat crayfish, then go ahead, let's all eat it. Huang Lingzhen handed over the disposable gloves and put them on herself. You guys eat crayfish, I'll eat pork with preserved vegetables. Yes, pork with preserved vegetables is still the best. Sun Xiumin also picked up a piece for herself and took the first bite with anticipation. Before this, she didn't like eating greasy food, especially pork with preserved vegetables. But today's braised pork with preserved vegetables is made by the boss. Just looking at it makes me hungry, it must be delicious. This bite doesn't feel greasy at all. After taking the first bite, I want to take a second bite. Don't look at us, this soup with rice is absolutely amazing. Jiang Xiaowen picked up a soup spoon and poured some soup into his bowl. Chapter 110 Sichuan cuisine is delicious, new friends. Eat slowly. In less than 10 minutes, Qin Ziming put down his bowl and chopsticks. Master, you are full again. Liao Xuelan was chewing a piece of pork rib slowly. She felt that eating was a way to relax and also a kind of enjoyment, which should be savored slowly. Every time Master eats, it's like sitting on a fire pit. If he eats slowly, he'll catch fire. He walked out with his hands behind his back, looking mysterious. Finally I can eat to my heart's content. Don't look at me, just eat whatever you want. Jiang Xiaowen reached out and grabbed a handful of crayfish. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he was not embarrassed at all. Eat more, you too. He grabbed some more and placed them in the disposable bowls in front of Luo Hongxin and the other man. Thanks. The two of them were newlyweds and were unwilling to pick up their chopsticks. Even if they wanted to eat something, they would only take a little bit. If you two want to follow Boss Qin in the future, just let go a little. Huang Lingzhen also spoke. She felt that her current life was like a fairy tale. I get up every day, stare at the restaurant's decoration, and go there to eat at a certain time. The most important thing is that even the boss talks about this food every day, but unfortunately he is too busy at work to get away. Okay, Secretary Huang. I see. Without Qin Ziming at the table, the two felt less pressured. Now, after hearing what everyone said, they reached out for their favorite dishes with their chopsticks. Tasty! Luo Hongxin picked up a spoon and scooped some spicy chicken for himself. He picked up a small piece with chopsticks and the fragrance went straight into his nose. I put it in my mouth and took a bite. I felt that the skin was fried crispy, but the meat inside was very tender. The spicy taste came up immediately, and the numbing feeling spread from the tongue to the whole mouth. Huff. The more you eat, the spicier it gets, and the more you want to eat, until it's so spicy that you keep sucking your lips. Shalan, this spicy chicken tastes amazing. Really? I think spicy crayfish tastes better. While Peng Shalan was speaking, she looked up at the small blackboard on the wall and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This is 388 yuan a piece. A meal like this would cost thousands, wouldn't it? I never thought that I would have such a day. Even a work meal would be so extravagant. 9 people, 8 dishes, and 1 soup, not including 6 pounds of spicy crayfish. Since acquiring the skills to cook Sichuan cuisine, Qin Ziming decided to combine Cantonese and Sichuan cuisine for every meal. In his opinion, as long as the employees work hard, he will not be stingy and will cook whatever they want when it comes to food. Boss Qin, are you going to leave and stop making crayfish? Qin Ziming put out his cigarette, felt the temperature in the car drop, opened the door and prepared to get in. A passerby passed by and saw him and came over to say hello. While there aren't many customers now, go buy some ingredients. Boss Qin, you can't do this. Business is so good, why don't you hire one more person? Wouldn't it be too tiring to go out alone? I think so too. If I find someone else, you will all have to eat outside the store. Qin Ziming also made a joke in response to the guest's kindness. Ha ha, that's right, I won't bother Boss Qin anymore. The other party laughed, then turned and left. Buzz? I'm so envious. Passers-by who had just taken a few steps looked at the luxury car going away with an envious look on their faces. With this booming business, sooner or later I'll be able to live in a big villa and marry a beautiful, rich woman. Boss Chin will be at the pinnacle of his life. Why am I thinking about this? I wouldn't even dare to think about this in my dreams. The passerby patted his head and walked straight towards the bun shop. Sister Sun, pack up 3 buns. Brother Liu, it's time to get off work. Pack some for my sister-in-law. Ha ha, there's nothing we can do about it, she just likes to eat the buns made by Boss Chin. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Chin Ziming arrived at the kindergarten early. After parking his car, he walked to the gate like other parents. Brother, give me one. As soon as he took out his cell phone, someone next to him handed him a cigarette. Thank you, but no thanks. Seeing that Chin Ziming didn't take it, the other party withdrew his hand and put the cigarette in his mouth. Bite! A metal lighter was turned in a circle in the hand, and then a blue flame emerged. Suck! Cool! The parent took a deep breath and then exhaled slowly. Brother, you are here to pick up your daughter. People are chatting with you, Chin Ziming can't just ignore them. He glanced at the other person, who was a young man of about 17 or 18 years old. Yes, and you? Seeing that the other person was so young, he felt a little curious and wanted to ask almost as a conditioned reaction. I'm here to pick up my sister. The other person took another deep puff of his cigarette, flicked his fingers lightly, and the ashes flew away in the wind. Younger sister. Chin Ziming's eyes widened suddenly. If he guessed correctly, the child was no more than 6 years old at most. The young man in front of him was 18 years old, so there was a 12-year age difference between them. Brother, there is nothing I can do. My husband has been wanting a daughter for more than 10 years, and now I have a sister. She gave birth, and then she ignored him afterwards, so the job of picking him up and dropping him off fell on me. You don't have to go to school? Why go to school? I'm already 21 years old and I've graduated from college. After taking another puff of the cigarette, the young man realized that it was not right for him to smoke here. He looked around, immediately threw the cigarette on the ground, pinched it a few times with his toes, then picked it up in a low voice and threw it into the trash can next to him. Graduated from college? Yes, I just graduated. Brother, I know what you want to ask. After the young man finished speaking, he added one more sentence and then shrugged his shoulders. Work, this is my job. He pointed to the kindergarten. I don't want to go to work in a company, so I have no money to spend, this is not. Brother, let's stop chatting. Add me as a friend. We have a good relationship. At this time, the cheerful laughter of children was heard in the kindergarten and the young man took out his mobile phone. Good. Chin Ziming did not refuse the other party's request and opened the dating app. Beep. The two added each other as friends and then walked towards the door together. Brother, brother. Chin Ziming waited for a while and saw a little girl running out of the kindergarten, with her 2 braids swaying with her little head. I told you not to call me brother. Your brother is only 21. The young man just squatted down, and the little girl threw herself into his arms. Hateful, stinky brother, stop pinching my nose. The little girl dodged the young man's hand, then raised her head and blinked her big eyes curiously at Chin Ziming. Brother, this is my sister, don't we look alike? The young man picked up his sister and pinched her chubby face. No, your sister is prettier than you. Hee. Fat uncle, your ball is prettier than that stinky old man. The little girl seemed to have discovered a new world, and Xing Feng clapped his hands. Chapter 111, Meng Meng is disobedient, fat waste. Brother Chin, contact me when you have time. After watching Bao Shengrong get into a Mercedes-Benz G, Chin Ziming withdrew his gaze. These 2 girls. Seeing his 2 daughters holding hands and jumping around, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Who? Wang Shiqian also followed him out and walked straight in front of him before stopping. Teacher Wang. Mr. Chin. The 2 nodded as a greeting. Teacher Wang, is there something wrong? Yes, let's go over there. They were now at the gate, and Wang Shiqian pointed to a shady spot not far away. Good. Teacher Wang, has Dudu Meng Meng caused any trouble? Chin Ziming placed his hands on his 2 daughters' heads and gently stroked their hair. Dad, Meng Meng is hungry. It's nothing, Meng Meng just refuses to eat. Ah. Meng Meng, who was smiling just now, was stunned for a moment and stared at the teacher with wide eyes. Thank you, Teacher Wang. Meng Meng. After Wang Shiqian left, he looked at his daughter quietly and spoke after a while. Dad. Meng Meng grabbed the corner of her clothes tightly with both hands and took a step back. Why, you don't want to go back? Qin Ziming stretched out his hand, waiting for his daughter to hold his hand. Dudu, let's go. Dad, wait a minute, Meng Meng. Seeing his father turning around and about to leave, the little guy hurried over and held his father's hands tightly with both hands. Let's go. After getting into the car, he was not in a hurry to drive, but turned around and looked at Meng Meng quietly. Dad, drive. The little guy didn't dare to look his father in the eye and said with a pout. Meng Meng, why aren't you eating? Meng Meng ate it. I ate it, then why did the teacher say you didn't eat it? He knew the reason why his daughter was unsure about the meal without asking. Meng Meng didn't eat it at first. It's just the beginning. Meng Meng ate later, so why is she still hungry? Meng Meng ate it later, but the teacher wouldn't let her. Meng Meng's eyes rolled around and she raised her head angrily, which meant that she didn't want to eat. There are set time limits for meals in kindergarten. Everyone will not wait for you just because you don't eat. Really? Then why didn't the teacher talk about my sister? Sister, it's Ma. What is a sister? Sister is the best. Sister is well behaved, but Meng Meng is not. No, the food is terrible. It's not as good as what Dad cooks. After holding it in for a long time, the little guy finally told the reason why he refused to eat. If it doesn't taste good, then don't eat it. Then when we get back, Daddy will only cook for sister, and let the other brothers and sisters cook for Meng Meng. Brother and sister, who is it? Meng Meng blinked her big eyes curiously. Brother Xiaowen. In the past few days, Qin Ziming has asked his 3 apprentices to try cooking. Brother Xiaowen, bah, it's so disgusting, Meng Meng won't eat it. The little guy had a look of disgust on his face and waved his hands desperately. Dad, Meng Meng will be obedient from now on. Really? Meng Meng said the same thing yesterday. This time, Meng Meng will definitely listen to me. Okay, then Dad will trust Meng Meng again. Everyone sit down and we will go buy groceries now. He started the car, put it in gear, and stepped on the accelerator. Dad, someone said something bad about you today. Meng Meng sat in the back seat, swinging her feet. Who said something bad about Dad? It's Shen Binbin. He said the food Dad cooked wasn't tasty. Why did he say that? Dad, my sister told the kids that the food you cooked is delicious, but Shen Binbin doesn't believe it. If he doesn't believe it, it's his loss. We won't bother with him. Yeah. Meng Meng won't play with him anymore. Hearing that her father was on her side, Meng Meng nodded rapidly and clapped her hands excitedly on the seat. Meng Meng, this is not okay. You go to kindergarten to make more friends. You can't stop playing with others because of this. But Shen Binbin said that fat people are trash, and he said that's what his mother said. Fatty. At this time, Qin Ziming performed a smile-disappearing trick and looked down at his big belly. Inhale, exhale. He took a deep breath and then let it out for a long time, and a smile appeared on Qin Ziming's face again. Student Shen Binbin is wrong, but our Meng Meng is a good kid, we should set a good example for him. Yeah. Dad, Meng Meng knows. We have to teach Shen Binbin to be a good boy. Meng Meng clenched his fists excitedly. If people didn't know him well, they would think that the little guy was going to fight with someone. Dad, Meng Meng wants to bring grilled chicken wings with Zhong Saiying. Just then, Dudu spoke again. Hey, Meng Meng, when did you learn how to grill chicken wings? Qin Ziming asked in pretended surprise. Dad, Meng Meng can't do it. The little guy was stunned for a moment, but quickly came to his senses and pouted his little mouth. Meng Meng doesn't grill chicken wings. What should I do if Zhong Saiying wants to eat them? When he spoke, he deliberately spoke in a low voice, and his tone seemed a little flustered, which made the little guy anxious. Dad, what should we do? What else can I do? I'll go to school tomorrow and tell Zhong Saiying that Meng Meng was just joking and she doesn't know how to grill chicken wings. No, Meng Meng told the kids that my dad's grilled chicken wings are delicious. Meng Meng, who had a panicked look on her face just now, stopped here and immediately puffed up her cheeks. HMPH, you stinky dad, you bully Meng Meng. Dad didn't say anything, so why did you bully Meng Meng? Meng Meng told the kids that Daddy's grilled chicken wings are delicious, but it's not Meng Meng who grilled them. That was what Meng Meng said, not what Dad said. Suddenly, Gene Zimming turned the steering wheel sharply. A white BMW overtook him and almost hit him. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Depend on. The international greeting almost came out of his mouth, but he quickly closed his mouth because his 2 daughters were sitting behind him. I drive a shabby BMW and I want the whole world to know about it. Watching the BMW overtaking and quickly disappearing, Gene Zimming cursed in his heart. Dad! Dad, woo-woo! Meng Meng called out twice in succession, but saw that her father did not respond. The next moment, tears welled up in my eyes. Meng Meng, why are you crying? Humph, Daddy doesn't love Meng Meng anymore. The little guy was crying and wiping his nose, and soon his face was covered with snot. Doo-doo, give your sister some tissues. Look at her face, it's all stained with clown. Looking at his daughter through the rearview mirror, Gene Zimming's depression was swept away. Okay, Dad, Doo-doo got it. Swish! Doo-doo pulled out a few tissues from the back of the driver's seat. Sister, you've become a clown. Here. Okay, wipe your face quickly. When we get home, Dad will grill some chicken wings for you. Meng Meng will take them to school tomorrow and share them with the other kids. Really, Dad? The little guy suddenly raised his head and asked with wide eyes. Chapter 112 Great News, 20,000 troops are dispatched. 9 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Xiaowen returned home with the bag in his hand and placed it casually on the tea table. Worn out. He sat down on the sofa, then fell back and leaned against the chair back. Hey, our young master is back. Hearing the noise in the living room, Jiang Liyue put on her slippers and came out. Hey, what smells so good? There was a familiar scent in the air. He sniffed it carefully and his eyes immediately fell on the table. Russell. He sat directly next to his son and opened the bag. Crayfish. When Jiang Liyue saw the crayfish in the disposable lunch box, she finally remembered and her eyes lit up. Wife, our son brought us some crayfish. Crunch. Before he finished speaking, he had already opened the lid and reached out to grab a crayfish. Dad, put on gloves. Jiang Xiaowen was not polite. He reached out and patted his father's hand, then handed him a pair of disposable gloves. What kind of gloves do you want, please? Lao Jiang, if you don't wear gloves, you will sleep in the living room tonight. Okay, I can take you there. Hearing this, Jiang Liyue trembled slightly, and reluctantly took the gloves and put them on. Wife, open your mouth. Jiang Liyue peeled a shrimp tail, but instead of eating it himself, he put it to his wife's mouth. Not bad, this spicy crayfish. After tasting it, the middle-aged woman's eyes widened almost instantly and she gave a thumbs up. Son, where did you buy this? This little bit is not enough. Buy a few more pounds tomorrow. Wife, my son just started working, where can he get the money to buy it? Hearing what his wife said, Jiang Liyue's mouth twitched involuntarily, and he bought a few more kilograms. It's just money. Is 300 enough? I'll give it to you later. In her opinion, no matter how expensive spicy crayfish is, you can still buy 2 kilograms for 100 yuan. 300, not even enough for 1 pound. After tasting a crayfish, Jiang Liyue secretly gave herself a thumbs up, thinking that she was so wise to send her son to teacher Qin's shop as an apprentice. It's only been a few days and he can eat free crayfish. He doesn't think his son paid for it. He can't buy one with 2 days' salary. What? Where did your son buy it? Did you get ripped off? You can't even buy 1 kilogram for 300 yuan. Hearing Jiang Liyue's words, the middle-aged woman stood up suddenly. Boss Qin's shop. Jiang Liyue picked up another crayfish, this time peeled it for herself, put it into her mouth and chewed it happily. Which Boss Qin? Your son, master. He did not waste the remaining part. He dipped it in some soup, put it into his mouth and continued chewing. Qin steamed bun shop? Yeah, there's a second one nearby. Ahem, son, I didn't say anything just now, just let it go in one ear and out the other. After his son became Boss Qin's apprentice, he no longer even plays games and comes home early to help cook. Because of the change in their son, the couple fall asleep with a smile on their face every day. This is 388 yuan apiece. The third crayfish went into Jiang Liue's mouth, and he peeled the first one for his wife. 388 yuan per serving. Seeing her husband continuing to eat alone, she looked down at the disposable lunch box again. Stop, my son brought this to me. A pound of spicy crayfish, which also comes with side dishes, contains about 15 or 16 crayfish in total. No, wife, our son brought it to us. He didn't have the money to buy such delicious spicy crayfish, and even if he had the money, he wouldn't be willing to spend it. Eat this. No way, wife, there are still so many. How many? Count them yourself. Dad, Mom, I'm going to take a shower. Watching his parents fighting over a box of crayfish, Jiang Xiao couldn't help but curl up his lips slightly, and he stood up and walked towards his bedroom. Look at you, you can't even stand your son. No, how can you blame me? I only ate 3 crayfish, and there are 11 left. You can only eat 2 at most, or none at all. Jiang Liue wanted to say something, but when he looked into his wife's eyes, he immediately lowered his head and admitted his mistake. All right. After scolding her husband, the middle-aged woman suddenly laughed. Yes, this spicy crayfish is delicious. She picked up a spicy crayfish, peeled off the tail, and put it into her mouth, chewing it happily. She took a look at the remaining half, thought for a moment, and then handed it to Jiang Liue's mouth. Eat this. Thank you, my wife. He didn't expect there was another surprise. Although there was not much meat in the remaining part, it was quite tasty when chewed slowly. Jiang Liue quickly opened his mouth. Since I met you, I have finally done something reliable. Go buy 2 kilograms of spicy crayfish tomorrow. Seeing such a big change in her son, the middle-aged woman smiled so hard that her eyes narrowed. I was worried before that if my son continued like this, he would become useless sooner or later. Some time ago, I went shopping with my best friend, and when I came back I found out that my husband had done something big. She just took her son out for a trip and then sold him. When she came back that night, she got angry at her husband. Why don't you find a job for your son and let him be a chef's apprentice? It's good to be an apprentice. I can learn a lot of skills and I won't have to worry about starving even if I lose my job in the future. It was not until these few days, when she saw the changes in her son, that she realized that her husband was quite far-sighted. My son's master is not as bad as those people outside say. She continued to peel a shrimp tail and handed the rest to her husband. Seeing that her son was an apprentice at Jean Estine bun shop, she asked around and what she learned almost made her explode on the spot. How capable can a person weighing over 200 pounds, divorced and raising a child be? However, after her husband brought back a few buns, she finally suppressed her anger. There's nothing wrong with me, except that I'm a little fat. You're right. My son's master looks quite gentle. He is more than polite. Boss Chin has no temper at all. He is extremely kind to his daughter. He holds her in his hands for fear of her dropping, and holds her in his mouth for fear of her melting. Not only that, they are also very good to their employees. My son has only been working for a short time and now he has received a pay raise. After the middle-aged woman finished speaking, she glanced at the bathroom, and the next moment her expression changed slightly. Why do you take showers like your dad? You go in and come out right away. Mom, come out after you wash yourself. Jiang Xiaowen wiped his hair with a towel and said with a nonchalant look on his face. By the way, Mom and Dad, there is something I want to tell you. What's up? Master said that we can be apprentices in a month at most, and then each of us will be responsible for a store. A month goes by so fast. Son, are you okay? Mom, how dare you say that about your son? Son, how is the treatment? In comparison, Jiang Liue is more concerned about this. Salary? Ha. You little brat, do you think you'll be strong enough to work outside? Why are you following us? Mom, let go, it hurts. See if you dare to keep me in suspense next time. The 3 of us have a salary of 20,000 each. After Jiang Xiaowen finished speaking, he raised his head proudly. How much? 20,000. Chapter 113. My son has made great progress, so I have a chance. Pinch me. They both stood there in a daze until their son walked into the bedroom. Hiss. Wife, why are you pinching me? A sharp pain came from his arm, and Jiang Liue quickly slapped his wife's hand.
Didn't you ask me to pinch you? She rolled her eyes at her husband, and a smile spread across the middle-aged woman's face like a chrysanthemum. Huh? If it's not you, then it's me. Yes, it's me. This isn't happiness. The couple's monthly salary is only 7,000 to 8,000 yuan, which is barely enough to live in Guangzhou. I worked hard for most of my life to buy a house, but I didn't expect my son to surpass me in his first job. 20,000 a month, he. Comparing his salary, Jiang Liu suddenly grinned foolishly. What are you grinning about? Hurry up and peel the shrimp. The middle-aged woman narrowed her eyes in joy at her son's sudden success. Looking at the crayfish on the table, she began to give orders. Wife, how much money do we have now? If our son is in charge of a store, it will be inconvenient for him to go to work. Do you want to buy him a car? Jiang Liu picked up a crayfish, peeled off the tail and handed it to his wife, and ate the remaining part himself. Yes, this is quite a lot of meat. My mood changed and I chewed the shrimp shells and swallowed them. You don't spit out the shells when you eat shrimp? Shell? He was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood what was going on and waved his hands. It's okay, the shrimp shells taste good when chewed. Okay, you eat it too, or you'll be abused by your wife at home if you don't tell others about it. Really, thank you, my wife. I don't feel any pressure to buy my son a car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. For hundreds of thousands, you have to choose carefully. There are many cars in this price range. The couple got together and began to study what car to buy. At the same time, Jiang Xiaowen was lying on the bed, holding his cell phone and typing on it with both hands. Beep beep beep. The phone kept beeping. If you look closely at the screen, you'll see that it's a small group of people. 20,000 a month, I don't know how to spend it. Junior brother, if you can't spend it all, why don't you give it to me, your senior sister? Senior sister, when a man gives money to a woman, what does it mean? What? Junior brother on a senior sister, wait, okay, Jiang Xiaowen, you even dare to tease senior sister, I'll show you what I can do tomorrow. Little junior brother, stop grinning like a fool. What about you? This is a small group of 3 people. If you scroll up, you will find that only Jiang Xiaowen and Liao Xuelan are chatting. Zhu Yingping is just watching quietly, and will only send a smiling expression when you at him. Forget it, little brother, you are beyond help. As expected, when he had ed him, Zhu Yingping sent another emoticon. Master is so good to us. At this time, Liao Xuelan sighed in the group. She herself could not have imagined that just a flash of inspiration at that time would lead to earth-shaking changes in the future. A monthly salary of 20,000 yuan is the salary for white-collar workers. With my education level, even if I work in the factory for a long time, I may not be able to get it by the time I retire. Ahoo! This time Zhu Yingping did not send any emojis, but rarely sent 2 words. When I get my salary, I'm going to buy the latest model of triple-layer mobile phone. Jiang Xiaowen, you still have savings, but this phone costs more than 20,000 yuan. No, senior sister, do you want to support your junior brother? It would be strange if you have money after graduating from college and staying at home. You wish. Liao Xuelan sent a message, and still felt it was impolite, so she followed it up with a fist. You don't have any money, and you still want to buy a mobile phone? What a joke! Sister, this month's salary plus next month's salary is more than 20,000 yuan, isn't it enough to buy a cell phone? You're even thinking about next month's salary, and we haven't signed a new contract yet? Ever since they signed the last contract, the 3 of them knew that they would have to sign a new contract every time their salary changed. After all, unlike with other people, there was a restrictive condition in the contract. This is not a done deal. The master made it clear today. Qin Ziming announced this information during lunch this afternoon, shocking everyone present. At that time, even Huang Lingzhen suspected that she was hallucinating. The fat man in front of me is painting a rosy picture for his apprentice. A small steamed bun shop paid 3 apprentices a salary of 20,000 yuan. Wait, am I overlooking something? Huang Lingzhen stretched out her chopsticks, which froze in mid-air. She quickly recovered and continued to pick up a piece of fish. How could I have forgotten this? We have boiled fish for dinner today, which is still authentic Sichuan cuisine. The tender and smooth fish meat will slip into your stomach without you noticing. Chefs are paid so much, should I also learn cooking from Boss Qin?
Her current salary is 15,000 yuan, but she can't help but smile bitterly when she thinks about having to stay in a greasy kitchen all day. How greedy! Now I even save money on rent and food, but I'm still not satisfied. Don't be discouraged, you too. Your salary will be increased when the time comes. If you do a good job, you may even get a surprise. There were two other people at the table. They were none other than the waiters Sun Xiumin and Xu Xiaoshuang. Now, when they hear that their three colleagues' salaries are several times theirs in just 1 month, they must be feeling disappointed. Really, boss? In comparison, Sun Xiumin is older and more stable, but Xu Xiaoshuang is different. She stood up excitedly, then sat down again after realizing she was being rude. Real? Qin Ziming smiled and nodded, then looked at the soy sauce and some rice grains on Mengmeng's face and shook his head. It seems that this lady is going to be very difficult. Families with daughters want to raise them to be ladies at first, but in the end they have no choice but to let things take their own course. Very good. Xu Xiaoshuang picked up a piece of chicken, hesitated for a moment, and then turned and dropped it into Mengmeng's bowl. Who? The little guy stared with wide eyes at the extra chicken in the bowl and raised his head in surprise. Thank you, Sister Xu. Do, you have it too. She was so happy, not just because of the salary increase the boss mentioned, but she was looking forward to the next sentence. It would be great if the boss would also accept me as his apprentice. This has happened before, so Xu Xiaoshuang still holds out a glimmer of hope. Okay, you guys. Master, you are full again. Qin Ziming stood up and had just said a few words when he was interrupted by Jiang Xiaowen. Slow down, I'm going to take Mengmeng Dudu back to take a bath. At this time, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Master, don't worry, the hotel has us. Mengmeng, get up and go back to take a shower. The two daughters ate very quickly tonight. I don't know if they were hungry. Qin Ziming had just finished cooking when Mengmeng was already full. Go back. Mengmeng put down the toy with a reluctant expression on her face. Okay, then Dad and Sister will go back, and Mengmeng will stay to look after the store. After saying that, Qin Ziming took Dudu's hand and walked out. No, Dad, wait a minute, Mengmeng. Chapter 114 Xiao Qin is not bad, stealing candy. September 4th. Today is Mengmeng Dudu's third day at school. Mengmeng, what are you looking for? Qin Ziming finished washing up and came out of the bathroom to see his daughter rummaging through drawers and cabinets. The refrigerator in the corner received special attention. The little guy turned around and came back to open the refrigerator. Dad, where are the grilled chicken wings? At this time, Mengmeng's face was full of anxiety and there was sweat on her forehead. Grilled chicken wings? Dad forgot. Seeing his daughter like this, he couldn't help but want to tease her and deliberately patted her forehead. Oh. Stupid daddy, Mengmeng doesn't want to play with you anymore. After learning from her father that there were no grilled chicken wings, Mengmeng sat down. Fortunately, there was something on the ground, otherwise she would have to change clothes again. Okay, Dad lied to you. I'll send it over at lunchtime today. Qin Ziming walked over and extended his hand to his daughter. Real? Mengmeng did not hold her father's hand, but raised her little head with tears welling up in her eyes. Yes, Daddy promises. He raised his left hand with a smile on his face. A liar is a puppy. Okay, you're a puppy, now you can go to school. We. The little guy wiped his nose first, then reached out and grabbed his father's hand. Look, I'm a little cat again. Looking at the snot on his daughter's face, Qin Ziming shook his head helplessly and took her hand to walk towards the bathroom. Dad, my sister is a crybaby. Dudu, who was waiting nearby, was jumping around in boredom. When he saw his sister washing her face again, he wrinkled his nose and said, Humph, sister is the crybaby. This time Mengmeng didn't even wash her face. She immediately broke away from her father's hands, put her hands on her hips, and made a fierce expression towards her sister. Shame on you, my sister has a clown face. Dad, wash Mengmeng's face quickly. Qin Ziming took 10 more minutes today before he walked down to the first floor with his two daughters. Hey, Qin Ziming, you've lost a lot of weight. As soon as he came down, he met the residents of the community. Really? Maybe I've been too busy lately. Before going to bed last night, Qin Ziming stepped on the electronic scale as usual. He now weighs only 200 kilograms, which is a reduction of 33 kilograms compared to before. If you look closely, you'll find that he has lost a lot of weight. Even if you want to make money, you can't work so hard. You still have 2 daughters. This resident lady is different from others. From her words, it can be heard that she is very concerned about Jean Zimming. Aunt Chen, I understand. I won't talk about it anymore. I still have to send them to school. He placed his hands on his 2 daughters' heads and gently rubbed their hair. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. Aunt Chen watched the black Land Rover disappear from her sight before she sighed and left. What a nice guy. I don't know who is gossiping about him. Dad! Meng Meng held her small school bag tightly in both hands, sat cross-legged on the seat, and blinked her big eyes. Meng Meng, what's wrong? Looking at his daughter's cute face through the rearview mirror, Jean Zimming couldn't help but reveal a doting expression on his face. Dad, remember to bring grilled chicken wings when the time comes. At this time, the little guy was still worried, and his big eyes were rolling around. Meng Meng, don't worry, Dad will definitely bring it over at noon. But Meng Meng told Zhong, sighing, that she will take him to school today. Meng Meng bit her nails gently, her cheeks puffed up. Meng Meng, Dad has told you so many times not to bite your nails. It's unhygienic and will cause bugs to get into your stomach. Ah. Meng Meng doesn't have it. The little guy immediately hid his hands behind his back, showing an innocent expression, and his big eyes rolled around. Look at my sister, she doesn't look like you at all. We. Dudu, who originally wanted to bite his nails, just as his hand reached his mouth, he immediately turned around, grinned foolishly, and scratched his head. Dad, sister bites too. Seeing that she was the only one being scolded, Meng Meng immediately pulled her sister into the water. Really? Next time if my sister bites me, Meng Meng will tell Daddy and I will spank her hard. Yeah, Daddy, Meng Meng will spank her too. If Meng Meng bites you too, Daddy will beat you too. When Meng Meng heard what her father said, the smile on her face froze instantly, her eyes widened, and she showed an expression of disbelief. Humph, you sycophant! Dudu snorted coldly and moved his butt to distance himself from his sister. Dad and sister are both bad guys, they just bully Meng Meng. The little guy felt a little aggrieved and hugged his school bag tightly. After a while, there was a zipper sound in the car. Meng Meng lowered her head, her eyes glancing at her father from time to time, and her little hand slowly zipped up her school bag. Sure. Dudu heard the sound and looked over in confusion. Seeing her sister was about to speak, the little girl immediately put her index finger to her mouth and made a gesture to keep quiet. Sister, here you go. He reached his hand into the school bag and quickly took it out, holding a lollipop. Good. We. A lollipop made her sister shut up and Meng Meng laughed happily. Meng Meng, what are you laughing at? Dad, Meng Meng is not smiling. The little guy thought he was discovered by his father, and just as he reached his hand into his school bag, he quickly pulled it back and waved his hand. What's that in your hand? No, Dad, you're wrong. Seeing that she was holding a lollipop in her hand, Meng Meng was so scared that she let go of her hand. Really? If Dad finds out that you guys brought snacks to school, he won't bring grilled chicken wings to school for lunch. Dad, look, Meng Meng doesn't have it in her hand. Meng Meng quickly raised her hands, but her eyes kept falling to her feet. Okay, Dad believes Meng Meng. Meng Meng, sit still and don't move. Daddy is still driving. After a while, Meng Meng felt that her father was not paying attention to her, so she stopped sitting cross-legged and stretched out her legs. Ah, Meng Meng, what did you do? There was nothing I could do but watch my sister eat the fruit candy, but the one that belonged to me was right under my feet. Elder sister. After the little guy finished speaking, he stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Here, don't let Dad know. Dudu hesitated for just a moment, then she moved her butt towards her sister, licked her again, and gave the lollipop to her sister. Hee, thank you, sis. Meng Meng took the lollipop and happily put it in her mouth. Sister, then this belongs to my sister? Dudu said, pointing at the lollipop at his feet. This? Hearing her sister's words, Meng Meng hesitated, her eyes shifting back and forth between the two. Well, that's my sister's. Meng Meng raised her little head and looked at her father, then nodded. Since I can't get it myself, I might as well exchange it for my sister S. We.
Under Mum's surprised gaze, the sister slid down the seat and picked up the lollipop. During this process, Dad didn't react at all. HMPH, Stinky Dad. Chapter 115 Triggering a New Task, Having Breakfast Together. At the entrance of the kindergarten. Dad, remember to bring grilled chicken wings. Ding. Triggering a new task. My daughter wants to share delicious food with her classmates. Please grill chicken wings for each child. Task reward, randomly draw a master level skill, 500,000 cash. Dad. The system prompt sounded suddenly, which made Qin Ziming stunned. At first, the system did not respond and he had given up in his heart, but he did not expect it to be triggered at this time. Ha. Don't worry, Meng, Dad will definitely send it over. He squatted down and gently pinched his daughter's rosy face. Stinky Dad, don't pinch your face, it will make you ugly. The little guy broke free from his father's clutches and ran towards the door holding his sister's hand. Hey, brother, what a coincidence. Qin Ziming watched his daughter go in before turning around and leaving. Yeah, what a coincidence. Hearing the other party's words, the corners of his mouth twitched and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It would be strange if I didn't run into him when I pick up my sister every day. Even if he had something on his mind, he still smiled and nodded. By the way, I still don't know what my name is. My name is Bao Shengrong. Bao Shengrong acted like a familiar person, took out a pack of cigarettes, took out 2 from it, flicked his fingers, put the 2 in his mouth, and handed the remaining 1 to Qin Ziming. Qin Ziming. He waved his hand and didn't take the cigarette. Look at me, how could I have forgotten this? The other party was just stunned for a moment, and he put the cigarette back. Brother Qin, you haven't had breakfast yet, I'll treat you. After sending his sister to school, he has free time for 8 hours until school is over in the afternoon. He can only play games when he gets home. Now if he sees someone he likes, he will definitely not let him go. Have breakfast, but I have to go back to work. It's okay, we'll go eat at your workplace. Bao Shengrong waved his hand nonchalantly, giving people the impression that this guy was bored to death. Okay, I'll treat you. I won't drive. I'll take your car. Okay. At this time, what else could Qin Ziming say but to nod in agreement? Beep. Qin Ziming took out the car key and pressed it. Brother Qin, you have a good eye. Range Rover SV Autobiography. It's okay. Start the vehicle, shift into gear, and press the accelerator. Buzz. Along the way, Bao Shengrong never stopped talking, and Qin Ziming even regretted letting him get in the car. He didn't know why this guy had so much to say, with 2 daughters in front of him, that was little Cammy. Half an hour later. Brother Qin, this is where you work, there is no morning tea house. In Guangdong province, some people choose to have breakfast in a morning tea house. These places are most popular among retired uncles and aunts. Let's go. I'm lucky today, there's a parking space in the shade on the side of the road. Qin Ziming parked the car and walked straight ahead. Forget it, I want to try the roadside stalls too. When he was in college, he went to a roadside shop with his roommate out of curiosity and had breakfast there once, but he never went there again. Brother Qin, wait for me. He found that he was just stunned for a moment, and Qin Ziming had already walked to the other side, so he hurriedly chased after him. Dumpling shop. Seeing Qin Ziming walk straight into a store, Bao Shengrong looked up at the plaque above. Boss. Bao Shengrong, who was following behind, heard what the employees said and finally realized that they really wanted to invite him to breakfast. This is my friend, come and have breakfast. Smiling at Sun Xiumin, Qin Ziming walked towards an empty table. Boss. Xu Xiaoshuang had already pulled out the chair in advance, and also pulled out the one next to it. Hello. Bringing 2 bowls of porridge over, Sun Xiumin smiled and nodded at Bao Shengrong who had just sat down. Thanks. Soon 2 plates of buns were brought to the table. Looking at the dozen or so buns, Bao Shengrong couldn't help but twitch his mouth. There aren't many foods he doesn't like, but steamed buns are one of them. Why, you don't like it? Seeing the other party staring at the bun in a daze, Qin Ziming asked in confusion. No, brother Qin's buns, I like them. At this time, Bao Shengrong had no choice but to bite the bullet. He quickly grabbed a bun and took a bite. When he took a bite, he was mentally prepared to eat a few buns no matter what. But after he swallowed the bun, he realized something was wrong and savored the feeling in his mouth. Hiss! This time he took a bite and didn't swallow it in a hurry. Instead, he chewed it carefully, and his eyes widened to the limit in an instant. How? Every time Qin Ziming saw the expression on the other person's face, he enjoyed it in his heart. These were just the buns made by his apprentice. If he were to make them himself, he suspected that the other person would lick the plate. Delicious, oh so delicious! Bao Shenrong finished a bun in 3 bites, and his mouth was still full of bun. He gave a thumbs up with a shocked expression on his face. Ahem. If you eat too fast, you will usually choke. That's what happened to Bao Shenrong now. He picked up the second bun and took a bite impatiently. Don't be in a hurry, drink some porridge first. Looking at the other person's red face, Qin Ziming didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and quickly pushed a bowl of porridge in front of Bao Shenrong. Gurgle! He didn't care whether the porridge was hot or not, and he drank it directly without even using a spoon. Phew, you almost choked me to death. Bao Shenrong, who had recovered from his shock, patted his chest with an embarrassed look on his face. Brother Qin, this is also your porridge. At this time, Bao Shenrong didn't know how to describe it in words and could only give a thumbs up. He had various porridges for breakfast every day, but none of them could compare to this. I never expected that I would discover such delicious food on a spur-of-the-moment basis. I like it. Come and help more often in the future. Don't worry, Brother Qin. Even if you don't tell me, I will shamelessly come over and call those so-called rich second generations to show them what real food is. After eating the rest of the bun in 2 bites, Bao Shenrong showed an expression of enjoyment on his face. It turns out that steamed buns are so delicious. What I ate before was just crap. He picked up the 3rd bun again, but this time he was not in a hurry to eat it. Instead, he complained. I am so wise, otherwise I wouldn't know that Brother Qin is a top chef. This was the 3rd time he gave a thumbs up today. After saying that, he started to eat a bun and porridge. He found that this way of eating was more delicious, and it was only at this moment that he began to look at the layout of the store. It's a very ordinary shop, no different from those roadside breakfast shops. I don't understand why Brother Qin, who is such a good cook, doesn't decorate it and make it more upscale. Hey, there are meals here too, but I wonder how they taste. When Bao Shenrong saw the small blackboard on the wall, his eyes lit up. Chapter 116. Buy a house first and marinate chicken wings. Brother Qin, thank you for the hospitality, you go ahead and get busy. After finishing breakfast, Bao Shenrong stood up slowly, with his right hand on his abdomen. The combination of the two is so delicious that I couldn't control myself and ate too much. Okay, come often when you have time. Qin Ziming reached out and picked up the towel, wiped it, and was about to send the other person out. No need to send me off. Seeing that the other party was going to give him a gift, he waved his hands, turned around and walked out of the store. There are still 3 hours left. Where to go next? Coming out of the shop, he reached into his trouser pockets and realized he had come here in someone else's car. Forget it, it's only 3 hours, just take a walk and digest it for a while. He touched his stomach again. It was the first time he ate so much. If people who knew him knew, they would wonder if he was possessed by another spirit. A few minutes later. Handsome guy, come in and sit down. Just then, a woman's voice came to his ears, and he responded almost conditionally. Sorry, I don't need to serve. Halfway through his words, Bao Shenrong quickly shut his mouth when he saw the other person's clothes. Stop pulling, I'll go in and sit down. Smelling the perfume on the other person, Bao Shenrong couldn't help but wrinkled his nose. It was a low-quality perfume. What good perfume can a salesman use? Good. The female salesperson quickly let go of his hand. She also felt that the other party was unhappy. What do you want to drink, handsome guy? Once inside the store, the saleswoman became more enthusiastic. She really couldn't have imagined that the other party followed her in. Anyone who was not blind could tell that the clothes worn by the handsome man in front of her were very valuable. Need not. Having just finished his meal, Bao Shenrong picked up a flyer on the table. Handsome guy, do you want to buy a house? Seeing the customer like this, the female salesperson struck while the iron was hot and asked. Buy a house? His family is not short of money, and his parents gave him more than 5 million yuan in pocket money for helping to take care of his younger sister during this period. He originally planned to use the money to buy a sports car, but after tasting Qin's gourmet buns and porridge, he changed his mind.
Handsome guy, look at these houses. They are all in good locations. Even if you don't live in them, they're good investments. At some point, the female salesperson came out with a stack of information. I'm too lazy to look around. Pick out the neighborhoods that are ready for move-in. Looking at the pile of documents on the desk, I really don't feel like reading them one by one. Okay, handsome, wait a moment. The female salesperson quickly took the information away. Not well yet? If it wasn't so hot outside, Bao Shenrong would have gotten up and left long ago. He had been waiting for more than 10 minutes. Handsome guy, it'll be ready soon. I originally wanted to pick more, but when I heard the customer's impatience, the female salesperson hurried over. These 6 houses meet your requirements, handsome guy. Good. Bao Shenrong picked up the top one, glanced at it and put it down. It's too small, only 70 square meters. This one won't work either, it's too old, how can anyone live in it? Second floor, no need. Hey, this is good. When he turned to the 4th card, Bao Shenrong picked it up. Sunshine Community, I think I just saw it. He thought about it carefully and realized that he was pulled in when he was passing by this community. Handsome guy, Sunshine Community is just a dozen meters ahead. Okay, that's it. Can we go watch it now? Handsome guy, wait a moment, I'll go get the key. Jean's Steamed Bun Shop. At this time, a van stopped by the roadside. A young man got out of the car and walked to the back of it. Sister Sun. Xiao Liu, what is this? Hearing someone calling her, Sun Xiumin raised her head. Starting from a few days ago, the boss no longer needs to go out to purchase things in person, he just needs to send the needed things to the other party. Boss Qin wants chicken wings. The delivery man was holding a phone box. He patted it lightly and walked towards the store. Boss Qin, 50 chicken wings, would you like to count them? It's Xiao Liu, no need, Xiao Shu, give him a bottle of Coke. Boss, what do you think this is? Xu Xiaoshuang proudly held up a bottle of Coke with the lid already opened. Thank you, Boss Qin. After moving things in this hot weather, I drank a bottle of ice-cold Coke and all the tiredness in my body disappeared. Master, you bought so many chicken wings. Are you launching a new dish today? The 3 people in the kitchen thought of various ways to cook chicken wings, and they could only feel their saliva flowing widely at this moment. No. Could it be lunch today? What are you thinking? This is being sent to Dudu Mengmeng's school. Seeing Jiang Xiaowen's appearance, he couldn't help but slap him on the back of his head. For Dudu Mengmeng, okay. The 3 of them didn't dare to snatch food from the 2 little princesses. Okay, bring in the chicken wings. Qin Ziming glanced at his cell phone. The chicken wings still needed to be marinated, so he was pressed for time. Yes, master. Every time at this time, the 3 knew that the master would teach them new dishes, and Jiang Xiaowen would run out happily and come back carrying a phone box. Master, these chicken wings are quite fresh. Open the phone box and look at the neatly arranged chicken wings inside. The middle and base of the wings are evenly matched, the meat is plump and the skin is bright. Okay, stop talking nonsense and get to work. Qin Ziming picked up a sharp knife and gently cut 2 times on the inside of the chicken wing. The cuts were deep into the texture but did not break the skin, so that the marinade could penetrate into the bone marrow. Set the processed chicken wings aside for later use. 50 chicken wings were done in less than 5 minutes. The 3 people standing nearby were amazed and couldn't help but wonder how long it would take them to reach the level of their master. The next step is pickling. As he worked and explained, he poured light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, oyster sauce and honey into a wide-mouthed stainless steel basin. These ingredients are also indispensable. Continue to sprinkle in black pepper, minced garlic, and shredded ginger, and finally drizzle in a little cooking wine to remove the fishy smell. Note that stirring is also a technical job. Qin Ziming spread his 5 fingers, stirred the seasoning into an amber vortex, and then poured the chicken wings into it. Each chicken wing should be covered with sauce. Time is tight. Normally, it takes 3 hours to marinate in the refrigerator, but now it only takes 1.5 hours. Master, I'll do these. Jiang Xiaowen took the lead and went out with the stainless steel basin. Master, your grilled chicken wings are delicious. Why, you want to eat? Hee, who wouldn't want to eat the delicious food made by the master? Junior brother, am I right? I am.
Under Liao Xuelan's stare, Zhu Yingping could only nod. Okay, if you want to eat, one each later. There are 40 children in my daughter's class, plus 3 teachers, so he prepared 7 grilled chicken wings. Really, master, you are so kind. Liao Xuelan clenched her fists excitedly. If she hadn't been afraid of being misunderstood, she would have rushed over to give her master a hug. Senior sister, you seem to have gained weight recently. At this time, Jiang Xiaowen walked in. Chapter 117. The goods were delivered and were stopped outside. Kindergarten. Sister, did Dad forget? This morning, Meng Meng seemed absent-minded and asked from time to time. Don't worry, Dad won't lie to us. Dudu was not annoyed at all by his sister's question, and he patted his chest and said, If Daddy lies to Meng Meng will. The little guy was stuck here, and after thinking for a while he still didn't know how to threaten. What about my sister? Humph, Meng Meng is causing trouble. Thump thump. Just then, the sound of footsteps was heard. Sister, Teacher Wang is here. When she saw the teacher coming, Meng Meng immediately put her hands down and sat up straight. Dudu, is your dad really coming over? Today, as soon as the 2 sisters arrived at school, they told other kids that their dad was going to give everyone grilled chicken wings. At first, Wang Shiqian ignored it and thought it was just a child's joke. What she never expected was that the head teacher actually believed it. If he hadn't come, how would I explain to the children in the class and why I told the head teacher all this at that time? Really, Dad never lies to Dudu. Okay, then teacher, wait a little longer. Wang Shiqian glanced at her phone. There were still 10 minutes until 12 o'clock. Under normal circumstances, the children in the class would have started eating. Wait another 10 minutes. If she can't wait any longer, she will let the children eat first and come over later. Sister, Dad is coming. At this moment, Meng Meng shouted excitedly and pointed at the gate. Are you here yet? Seeing the students like this, she looked towards the gate. A black luxury car was parked outside. As the door opened, a huge figure appeared. Without even looking at the face, Wang Shiqian knew that the real person had appeared. Let's go. She smiled at the 2 sisters and then held out her hands. Hee. Meng Meng wants to treat the kids to grilled chicken wings. Meng Meng was the first to grab the teacher's left hand. At the school gate. Sir, you are not allowed to park in front of the school. Seeing a luxury car parked at the door, the security guard in the duty room walked out immediately. Brother, I'm here to deliver something. Seeing the security guard coming over, Qin Ziming quickly touched his pocket, but before he could take out the cigarette, the other party seemed to see through it at a glance. Giving gifts is not allowed, and don't try to get closer. Okay, I'll call Teacher Wang. Drive the car away first, this is our school's rule. The security guard was about to say something when he heard a child shouting from behind. Dad! Dad, Meng Meng wants to eat grilled chicken wings. I was originally thinking about saying something to the security guard, but when I saw a teacher coming over, I had to shut my mouth temporarily. It seemed that the other party did not lie to me. Brother Liu, I'm sorry, this is what the director ordered, I forgot to tell you. Seeing that the parents really came, Wang Shiqian quickly apologized to the security guard, asking how could she forget about this. Director, I understand. Since the director had spoken, the security guard had no choice but to return to the duty room and open the small door. Except for teachers and staff, no outsiders are allowed to drive into the school. Teacher Wang, please wait a moment. HMPH, stinky dad. Meng Meng ran over and saw that her father ignored her. She turned her head away angrily, but quickly turned it back. Dudu, Meng Meng, you guys stand here and can't go out, understand? Teacher Wang, Dudu knows and will look at Meng Meng. Dudu nodded his little head and pulled his sister to the shade, but the 2 sisters kept their eyes on their father's back. Mr. Qin, I'll help you. Wang Shiqian, who was following behind, was stunned for a moment when she saw the things in the back compartment. Isn't it just grilled chicken wings? She said she couldn't understand the director's decision. It is of utmost importance that children in school eat healthily. A parent brought food, grilled chicken wings. If any of the kids in the class have problems after eating it, it will be big news in Guangzhou. There are 3 boxes in the car. In her opinion, such a large box is enough to hold 50 grilled chicken wings, so what should be put in the remaining 2? Ahem, these are the buns from the store,
Perfect for the kids in the class to try. Excuse me, I need to ask the headmaster about this. The head teacher only instructed us to prepare grilled chicken wings, and now parents are sending more buns, so as a teacher she certainly cannot make the decision. Okay, I'll send the grilled chicken wings in first. Let us do this. You came all the way here to deliver it, so how can we let you do it? Brother Liu, come and help. After taking a look at the other person's figure, Wang Shiqian shouted towards the security room, then walked aside to make a phone call. Toot! The phone only rang for a few seconds before the other end picked up. She briefly recounted what had happened, but she didn't expect the principal to respond in this way. Baozi, no problem, let him bring it in. I don't have anything to do right now, I'll be there soon. What's going on? As the phone call was hung up, Wang Shiqian's expression was very interesting. If the director was not still single, she would have suspected that there were some unspeakable problems between the two of them. Teacher Wang, what did the headmaster say? Seeing that the other party had finished the call, Qin Ziming hurriedly asked. The director said it's okay? While speaking, Wang Shiqian looked the parent up and down, and finally came to the conclusion that she could not find any other advantages of the other party except his huge stature. Teacher Wang, what's wrong? Seeing the other person staring at him, Qin Ziming quickly looked at his clothes and then reached out to touch his face. Then let's carry the buns in. The box Qin Ziming used to pack the buns was very large. Even if it wasn't heavy, it would be difficult for one person to hold it. We can do it ourselves. Just at this moment, several employees walked out of the office and Wang Shiqian waved at them. After moving the two boxes out, Qin Ziming walked to the door and gently pinched his two daughters' faces. Dudu Meng, Daddy has to go back to work. You two have to listen to your teachers at school, okay? Hee, Meng knows. When the little girl agreed, her eyes were fixed on the two boxes being carried in from behind. If her father had not been here, she would have followed closely behind. Goodbye, Dad. I can eat the grilled chicken wings Dad made. Seeing his father driving away, Meng immediately ran towards class 4 like a pony. What's in it? The three boxes were placed in the grade 4 class, and the children in the class gathered around them. Director! At this time, Yu Xiugu also rushed over. Huff. From her rapid breathing, one could guess that she was jogging over here. This was the first time that the teachers and staff present had seen her. Where is the stuff? When she arrived at the door of class 14, she couldn't wait to ask. Director, are you in there? Okay, let's go in together.